Before my grandfather passed away, he gave the family heirloom to my older brother and the marriage certificate to me. Just as I was about to make up my mind to marry into wealth, my brother took the marriage certificate away from me. Brother Chan Rui said, "Grandfather, I have long been in love with Muingying from the Purple Dan Pavilion, but as the legitimate son of the Chun family, I had to keep this matter hidden in my heart. Now that the Chen family has fallen, grandfather, I want this marriage contract." Upon hearing this, grandfather was so upset that before he could speak, he began to cough violently. As a bystander, I could only watch from the sidelines, but in my heart, I was going crazy with criticism. "Come on, bro, I just convinced myself to become a son-in-law to save my life, and now you won't even let me do that." Just then, my grandfather suddenly said sternly, "Fine, if you want to be a son-in-law, I won't stop you, but you can't take the family heirloom to the Purple Dan Pavilion." With that, he snatched the jade pendant he had handed to Chen Rui earlier and handed it to me instead. "Yanger, take the treasure and flee for your life. Even if you die, make sure to destroy the treasure before your death. Do not let it fall into the hands of your enemies." With that said, he suddenly couldn't catch his breath and died on the spot, his eyes still wide with anger and his face filled with indignation. Chen Rui never expected his grandfather to die so soon, but he was mentally prepared for it. Reaching out to touch the open eyes of his grandfather, he then took the storage bag off his grandfather's body. Upon seeing the situation, I handed the jade figurine over from my heart. Chen Rui is a cultivator at the 7th level of qi refining, while I am only at the 3rd level. I know in my heart that I am no match for Chen Rui, but little did anyone know that Chen Rui did not accept the secret treasure. Instead, he said in a deep voice, "Since grandfather has given you the secret treasure, you should keep it. I am taking the marriage contract not out of fear for my life, but because our enemy is too powerful. Without great opportunities, I will find it hard to make a breakthrough in this lifetime. I possess the rare golden fire spiritual root, and Muingying has shown affection towards me. Only by marrying into the Purple Dan Pavilion can I secure more resources for our Chen family. If one day I succeed in making a breakthrough, it will be the time for me to lead the descendants of the Chen family back to our homeland. At that moment, I will eradicate the Huang family completely to comfort the spirits of our ancestors." Upon hearing this, I was quite surprised, so I sincerely wished him, "Rui, I wish you a speedy foundation building." Chan Rui nodded. His expression softened considerably. He looked at the rain curtain outside the cave and said, "If we escape together, it will attract too much attention and the Huang family will easily track us down. So, let's part ways here. Once I lead the Huang family away, you can leave this place." After Chen Rui finished speaking, he leaped out of the cave, his figure disappearing in the pouring rain in an instant. Watching Chen Rui's disappearing figure, my brows furrowed slowly. Looking at the jade figurine in my hand, I crazily pondered my next steps. "Treasure, oh treasure, how do I use you? Do I need to recognize you with a drop of blood?" Thinking this, I immediately bit my finger, but at that moment, a mottled light suddenly rose from the body of the head of the household. As it was about to disperse, the jade figure in my hand emitted a shimmering light, pulling the mottled light towards the jade figure. In an instant, the cluster of light and shadow fell completely into the jade figure. After absorbing the cluster of light and shadow, the jade figure emitted a dazzling light all over its body. Within the radiance, the tightly closed eyes of the jade figure slowly began to open. Suddenly, my sea of consciousness felt like it was being wildly stirred by an iron rod, forcibly splitting my awareness into two halves, with one half entering the body of that jade person. I woke up with a splitting headache, not knowing how much time had passed. Subconsciously, I looked at the jade figurine in my hand, only to find it empty. I couldn't help but stay still for a moment. Then I crossed my legs, closed my eyes tightly, and focused on my lower abdomen. Sure, here is the translation of the source text, translated text. Sure enough, within my lower abdomen, a small jade figure appeared, sitting cross-legged. If it weren't for her being a beautiful woman, I would almost think I had cultivated a nascent soul. I felt a slight excitement in my heart. I have just begun to understand the power of the treasure, but it will take some time to fully research it. The landlord's body still lay on the ground, and I knew I couldn't stay here for long. I had to leave as soon as possible. Before leaving, I used the collapsing mountain fist technique to strike the mountain wall, and in an instant, the rocks fell, burying the cave entrance. I plunged into the rain and headed towards the east side of the verdant mountains. 1 year later, in Fengyang City, as the sky was just beginning to brighten, I pushed open the wooden door and stepped out of the house. I saw several familiar faces emerging from their own houses. We greeted each other with smiles and walked together towards the nearby Lingtian field. "Chen Yang, the steward Lin praised you recently, saying that the green grass you planted is growing exceptionally well. In a few days, it will be ready for harvest. By then, You will have spirit stones to seek medical advice for your sister. I heard that there is a master of elixirs in the inner city, and his medical skills are the most accurate. However, if you want him to treat you, without 100 spirit stones, it's impossible. I looked at Brother Jean, a humble expression on my face. Brother Jean, the blue lotus grass is just a first-grade spiritual plant. Even if it's well cultivated, the income is not much. I'm afraid I'll have to save up more spirit stones for a few years before I can take my sister to seek medical advice. When I mentioned my sister, Brother Jin's eyes lit up. Unfortunately, Chenyu seemed to have some health issues. Not only was she physically weak, but she also found it difficult to communicate with others normally. The monk surnamed Jean thought of something and looked disappointed. He no longer spoke to me and quickly walked in the opposite direction. I had long seen through his changing expression, snorted coldly in my heart, thinking that this Jean guy had designs on Chenyu, but also considering Chenyu to be foolish and stingy. Several times the surname Jean came to his door to look for him. He knew that the surname Jean wanted to see Chenyu, but he preferred not to let Chenyu come out, because this Chenyu, said to be his sister, was actually his doppelganger. Last year when the Chen clan was overthrown, he obtained the family's secret treasure from the family head's hands, the so-called Jade Man, which could become a bilocation after being refined. When Chen Yang needed it, he could use it to act as a diversion, and when he didn't need it, he could incorporate it into his dantian to harbor it. After escaping from the Huang clan's pursuit, Chen Yang had stayed in Fengyang City for the past year and had entered the city lord's mansion to work as a spiritual plantsman. 9 out of 10 of the spiritual fields outside of Fengyang City belong to the city lord's mansion, and every year, they will recruit spirit planters to work on them, and whenever the spiritual plants mature, they will also temporarily recruit a group of late-stage refining experts to come over to watch over the spiritual fields. It was only because no matter whether it was ordinary spiritual rice or spiritual medicine, when they matured, they would release a strange fragrance, attracting demonic beasts in the mountains to come and take their food. Therefore, whenever the spiritual plants matured, there needed to be enough armed forces to expel the demonic beasts so that the spiritual plant husbandman could harvest with peace of mind. There were only 3 days left until the green luo grass matured. Chen Yang stood at the edge of the spiritual field, looking at the lushly growing green luo grass, and immediately executed the cloud and rain technique. This cloud and rain skill was one of the 5 essential spell minor skills for a spirit plantsman. In addition to that, there was also the gold system Gangjin Sword Chi, the wood system rejuvenation skill, the fire system fiery flame wave, and the earth system earth dragon technique. Gangjin Sword Chi is an attack spell used to get rid of insect and rodent infestations. Like last time when the green luo grass had an insect infestation, Chen Yang had asked Big Brother Jean from next door to take action to remove the infestation. As for the rejuvenation technique, it could not only heal spiritual plants but also people. The flame wave could burn off insect eggs and dead plants and increase the fertility of spiritual fields. And the earth dragon technique could cause the land to tumble and act as a plow. Of these 5 minor spells, there were only 2 that Chen Yang knew. One was the cloud and rain technique and the other was the spring return technique. The cloud and rain skill pours spiritual rain on the spiritual plants, and the rejuvenation skill can treat the spiritual plants. And some of the spiritual plants that have suffered damage from insect pests need the cultivator to perform the rejuvenation skill for them to revitalize their vitality. Chen Yang had planted a total of 6 acres of green luo grass. Although this green luo grass was a first-order spiritual plant, but green luo grass had a wide range of uses and was a necessary herb for many basic pills, so the city lord's mansion needed to plant green luo grass all year round. Green luo grass was harvested once every 3 months. Chen Yang had already harvested it 3 times since he became the spiritual plant husband of the city lord's mansion, and was about to welcome the 4th time. Chapter 4, Refining the Maiden's Bilocation. It had been a year since the destruction of the family. Chen Yang didn't know if his clan brother Chen Rui had escaped to life. If he had, at this moment Chen Rui, I'm afraid that he had already eaten a fragrant soft rice, right? Thinking of the soft food that originally belonged to him, Chen Yang let out a long sigh to the sky. During this year, wasn't the reason why he chose to become a spirit plant husband of the city lord's mansion was because he was afraid that the Huang clan would kill him? He usually kept a low profile, but even if any Huang clan member really found out about him and wanted to exterminate him, I'm afraid he would have to weigh his options. They, the spirit plant husbandmen, were employed by the city lord's mansion as well as sheltered by the city lord's mansion, and if the Huang clan members wanted to kill themselves, they would only need a foundation establishment ancestor to do so. Currently, his life was not in danger. Chen Yang was single-mindedly refining the split body. After a year of refinement, Chen Yang was able to manipulate his bilocation better. At first, he could only choose to appear as either his main body or his doppelganger. But then he felt that this was inconvenient. So he put a hard hand on himself and rigidly split his divine sense into two, manipulating both his main body and his doppelganger at the same time. It's just that in this way, the doppelganger will inevitably look dull, and the movements of his hands and feet will be inharmonious at first glance. Later, after his repeated training, the doppelganger finally looked like a human being. The reason why Chen Yang didn't hide the doppelganger was to train the doppelganger's flexibility, as well as to acclimatize himself to the sensation of manipulating both the main body and the doppelganger at the same time. Chen Yang worked in the ground for an hour, and seeing that the green luo grass grew extremely well, and there was no need for anyone to bother taking care of it, he returned to the small courtyard where he lived. In the mundane world, farmers who were responsible for farming did not have a courtyard for one person, but immortal cultivators needed to meditate and cultivate, so naturally they needed a quiet environment. So even though the courtyards were small, they were still one courtyard for one person. Some spirit planters with money in hand would even set up formations in their yards to isolate others from disturbing them. In the courtyard where Chen Yang resided, there was also a low-grade protective formation, or his father had given it to him before to protect him from outsiders when he meditated and practiced. Entering the courtyard, Chen Yang casually closed the door behind him. The yard was not big, but Chen Yang would never waste a piece of soil. From the time he lived in, he packed up the yard. Except for the walking tunnel, the rest of the land was reclaimed and planted with green luo grass, because this income, which does not need to be turned in, is all his own. While Chen Yang was checking out the spiritual plants planted in the courtyard, a wonderful young girl walked out of the house. The young girl was dressed in white. Her skin was like jade, and her face was even more beautiful, able to make people fall in love at first sight. In the eyes of the cultivator surnamed Jean next door, this young girl has an insufficient disease, stagnant and demented, although she likes its appearance, but it is not worth paying anything. But the young girl at that moment was animated and had a natural demeanor. "Brother, what are you doing?" The young girl opened her mouth, and her voice carried itself with a cold, clear and condescending voice. Chen Yang didn't turn around right away, but he saw his own back through the young girl's doppelganger, and in the next second, he saw his own face again. When the two looked at each other, Chen Yang's two slivers of consciousness saw both the maiden's doppelganger and his own body, and for a while, there was a sense of trance. This bilocation had been refined to the present day, and had finally become spiritual and natural. It was like the puppet had been injected with a soul and revitalized. Chen Yang's mind moved, his hands were raised, and the girl's doppelganger also raised her hands in synchronization. Chen Yang placed his hand in front of his chest again and performed the cloud and rain skill with both hands forming a seal, only to see a light cloud quickly emerge above Chen Yang's head. And in the next moment, under Chen Yang's maneuvering, the cloud transformed into countless spiritual rains again, raining down. The dozen or so green luo grasses planted in the courtyard were moisturized by the spiritual rain, and their bright green branches and leaves swayed in the wind. However, Chen Yang didn't bother to look at the green luo grass, but instead stared at the maiden's doppelganger, only to see that the maiden's doppelganger was also forming seals with both hands and performing the cloud and rain technique now. And that cloud was bigger than Chen Yang's, and the rain was bigger than Chen Yang's. The rain clattered and instantly doused Chen Yang into a soupy mess. However, Chen Yang's eyes blossomed with joy. It worked! It finally worked! Yesterday, when he utilized his doppelganger to cast spells, he was still only able to do so with one mind, not two. But today, his main body and doppelganger, he was actually casting spells at the same time. This meant that he had refined the split so well that he could do as he pleased. At this moment, Chen Yang had the feeling of playing a game and practicing a female number in his previous life, and then the female number became a big brother in the game, a damn sense of accomplishment. However, now it would be impossible to let the doppelganger appear in front of people anymore. This doppelganger is too beautiful. If I didn't know that she's my doppelganger, I'm only afraid that I would have fallen in love with her. Chen Yan lamented. He was not strong enough and still needed to hide his clumsiness. For strength, though, he was hopeful about that. This was because when he refined this young girl's doppelganger, he discovered that this doppelganger could actually cultivate as well. Not only can cultivate, but also cultivate without bottlenecks. If not for the thinness of the aura of this place, to the cultivation speed of the young girl's split, at this time, I am afraid that it has been cultivated to the middle stage of refining qi. What made Chen Yang even more excited was that every time the maiden's doppelganger meditated and cultivated, his main body was also able to obtain a portion of the doppelganger's cultivation. Ever since discovering this, the dozen or so spirit stones that Chen Yang had saved up had all been supplied to the maiden's doppelganger for cultivation purposes. The cultivation was all his anyway, and he could still buy one and get one free. 3 days later, under the shelter of a group of late-stage qi refining cultivators, Chen Yang peacefully harvested all the green luo grass he had planted. 6 acres of green luo grass. the portion could be quite a lot. Chen Yang not only filled his storage bag, but also filled a back basket, and carried a basket in each hand, which made all of the green luo grass, and then walked towards the steward's office. Within a short time, he arrived at the stewardship office, where Chen Yang saw a dozen or so spirit planters, each carrying a different spirit plant, and it was clear that everyone was here to deliver. They, the spiritual planters, although employed by the city lord's mansion, are not paid a fixed salary, but are equivalent to the existence of sharecroppers in general. The city lord's mansion stipulates that an acre of fields should be handed over 90% of the proceeds, and the remaining 10% is the spiritual planter's remuneration, and there is a minimum yield requirement for 1 acre of land. If it is lower than the minimum yield, then the spiritual plant husband does not even have 10% of the revenue, but also to be driven out by the city government. It seemed harsh, but there were still quite a few people who were willing to become spiritual planters simply because the city lord's mansion would provide the spiritual planters with residences. One must know that the spiritual fields must be on top of the spiritual veins. The best spiritual fields are used to grow top-grade spiritual grasses. The worst spiritual fields can be used to grow spiritual rice, and in order to facilitate the spiritual planters to do their work, the residence is built right next to the spiritual fields. Although the spiritual chi is not much anymore, but for the penniless scattered cultivators, this is indeed a good place to go. This was because a residence of the same quality would require 1 spirit stone a month to rent in the outer city, whereas a residence with abundant spiritual chi in the inner city would require 10 spirit stones a month. Chen Yang lined up in the crowd for a while, and soon it was his turn to turn in his spirit herbs. Green luo grass was a first-order spiritual plant that was easy to grow and had a high yield, so the price was about the same as spiritual rice. Chen Yang first turned in 90% of the green luo grass and chose to sell the remaining 10%. Chapter 5, the 4th level of Qi refining. Spirit plant husband sells the proceeds belonging to himself to the stewards of the city lord's mansion, which is charged according to the market price, and the stewards are fair in their dealings, and will not take or ask for anything, and their reputation has always been good. Steward Lin counted the green luo grass that Chen Yang took out and said, "Chen Yang, the quality of the green luo grass that you planted in this year is very good. Do you want to plant some other spiritual plants after next year's spring? I recommend you to plant 7-star grass. It's a second-order spiritual plant and the price will be more expensive." Chen Yang knew about the 7-star grass, which was an important material used to make talisman paper, and the price of 1 7-star grass was equivalent to 10 green luo grasses. Chen Yang was born in a small mountain village in his last life, and did farm work since he was a child, and then it was hard for him to get into college, but he was also transferred to the gardening program. In this life, he was born into a fairy cultivation family. Most of the clan members are gold and fire root, but he is a water and wood root. There is no suitable cultivation method, even if, after the 3rd layer of refining qi, he was also dispatched by the family to go to the wild boar ditch to plant the spirit grass. Now that his family had been destroyed, he had become a spiritual plant husband in Fengyang City again after escaping. It could be said that Chen Yang was considered an innate seeding sage. He also had a kind of innate keen sense for spiritual plants. For example, he only needed to take one look to be able to know whether the spiritual plants lacked water or fertilizer, or whether they needed to be dewormed, and so on. Thanks to Steward Lin for his care. Then I will plant 7-star grass after spring, Chen Yang said with a grateful face. The 7-star grass was a 2nd-order spiritual plant, but Chen Yang felt that he could grow it well, and he had chosen to plant the green luo grass before solely because it was easy to grow, and he wanted to free up more time to refine the secret treasure split. Now that the secret treasure doppelganger was moving freely, it was also very silky smooth when he manipulated the main body and the doppelganger at the same time. Next, it was time for him to earn more spirit stones and raise the cultivation level of his secret treasure split. His own qualifications are mediocre, and there is no good cultivation technique. It is difficult to raise the cultivation level in a short time, but it is the secret treasure bilocation. Although he does not know what the secret treasure bilocation is, a spiritual root, but it must be a top-quality spiritual root, and it can only be cultivated so fast. Chen Yang took the 3 spirit stones earned from selling the green luo grass and another 16 spirit pearls, and silently walked towards the side, giving his place to the next person. At this time, Chen Yang bumped into his next-door neighbor, cultivator Jean. Again, the spiritual grass planted by the Jean cultivator was named sword grass, which was a 3rd-order spiritual plant, with relatively harsh planting conditions, requiring 3 times a day to catalyze it with sword qi and half a year before it could be mature enough to be harvested. As the saying goes, you get what you pay for, and the value of swordgrass is naturally not comparable to green luo grass. Therefore, cultivator Jean only planted 2 acres of swordgrass and got his hands on 5 times as many spirit stones as Chen Yang. seeing the cultivator surnamed Jean putting the spirit stones he had just received into his storage bag. Chen Yang's eyes could not hide his envy. Cultivator Jean also saw Chen Yang and went forward to pat Chen Yang's shoulder and said with a warm smile, "Chen Yang, the Koi building has a new pastry. I'll treat your sister to it tomorrow." Koi House was a high-class restaurant in Fengyang City, and it was located in the inner city, where aura was abundant and prices were touching. This cultivator surnamed Jean was salivating for his own bilocation. This was something that Chen Yang knew only too well, but all along, cultivators surnamed Jean could be said to be a dime a dozen. Now he was actually going to invite his doppelganger to eat dim sum in such an expensive restaurant? I'm afraid that just one plate of dim sum would be able to eat up half a year's income of the Jean cultivator. If there isn't something here, can he believe it? So Chen Yang refused. "My sister is unwell and needs to recuperate at home." Chen Yang did not want to say more to him and turned around, using a young girl's doppelganger to hook up with a male cultivator, asking for cultivation resources from the male cultivator or something. Is this something that Chen Yang, who is a decent person, can do? In his last life, when he played an online female game, he took the high-flying route. "Hey, let's do it this way. You go too. I'll invite you two siblings to go. That's fine, right? Chen Yang, you have to think clearly. After this village, there won't be this store anymore. You've been in Fengyang for a year, right? Not to mention the Koi building. You haven't even been to the inner city, right? A while ago, by chance, I got to know a few rather powerful friends, and seeing as you and I are neighbors, that's why I wanted to introduce you to them." Cultivator Jean stopped Chen Yang and said with a sincere face. Chen Yang glanced at him suspiciously, and after a moment's thought, he still nodded his head in agreement. Fengyang City was the largest city in the southwestern area. The inner city was orderly and rarely had vicious incidents. Even if they had to rob and kill cultivators, it was often done outside the city. Koi House was also the property of the city lord's mansion, so the odds were that nothing would happen to him if he went there. Seeing Chen Yang's promise, the Jean cultivator sighed in relief and grinned. "Well then, tomorrow morning, we'll go to the Koi building together." After settling this matter, the Jean cultivator went to find someone else to talk to, while Chen Yang went back to his own small courtyard. He took out the 3 spirit stones he had just arrived with and handed them to the secret treasure split. After the secret treasure doppelganger received the spirit stone, he went to the house without saying a word and prepared to meditate and cultivate. Refining period is the need to refine the aura. Aura refining will be transformed into their own spiritual power. The more spiritual power can be mobilized, the more powerful the cultivator's strength. When the spiritual power accumulates to a certain level, will be able to break through the shackles, to advance to the next level. Theoretically, advancing in the chi refining stage was simpler and only required a sufficient amount of spiritual energy in the body, but by the time one reached the great circle of chi refining and still wanted to advance to foundation establishment, then one would need to take a foundation establishment pill. As for the foundation building Dan, this thing is too expensive. At this time Chen Yang that is not even dare to think about it. Chen Yang removed the distractions from his mind, picked up a hoe, and started turning over the soil. There was no way around it. He didn't know the earth dragon technique, so he had to turn over the soil himself. The green luo grass in the yard, he also sold it together, and now he needs to turn the soil and fertilize it, so that he can plant another batch of green luo grass after the spring. At this moment, while the main body was digging, the doppelganger was meditating and cultivating. As the 3 pieces of spirit stone in the doppelganger's hands turned into powder, the doppelganger's spirit power soared, and it finally broke through the shackles, advancing to the 4th level of chi refining. At the same time, a stream of pure spiritual energy surged into Chen Yang's body, causing him to instantly feel a white whorish pleasure. The doppelganger is already at the 4th level of chi refining. My main body has accumulated 2 years. It should be almost at the 4th level of chi refining as well. Chen Yang was filled with joy. After a year's time, he had not only completely refined the secret treasure split, he had also raised the strength of the secret treasure split to the 4th level of chi refining, worthy of being a secret family treasure, subject to several generations of family masters' containment. It's just a pity that the Chen clan has already been wiped out, which makes it cheaper for me. A side clan member, Chen Yang couldn't help but let out a sigh of emotion. The hatred of the Huang clan's extermination, he definitely wanted to avenge it, but now he still needed to mete out his development, and wait for the foundation establishment, then give the Huang clan a big wave. Next, I want to earn more spirit stones. In addition to the spirit stones needed for cultivation, I also want to buy techniques and spiritual treasures. Fengyang City's workshop market has techniques and spiritual treasures for sale. Tomorrow when I enter the city, it is possible to go by the way to take a stroll. To buy is not affordable, but to see it is not against the law. Chen Yang muttered in his heart, and seeing that the night was already late, he laid down to rest. only waiting for tomorrow morning to follow the gene cultivator into the city. As for the gene cultivator said to introduce him to the powerful cultivators, Chen Yang simply did not move, because he knows, melt not into the circle, do not squeeze hard. Chapter 6, What about the promised beauty pageant? Early the next morning, cultivator Jin's loud voice resounded outside the courtyard. The next moment, the courtyard door opened, and a pair of outstanding-looking siblings appeared in the eyes of the gene cultivator. Chen Yang was still dressed in green, while Chen Yu was dressed in white. She had a dusty temperament, and came with a cold and proud color, and when she stood there, she was able to tightly attract the attention of others. Jin's surname cultivator named Jin who looks like a tiger, also has a face of beard. He carries a sword behind him, has the temperament of a Jianghu swordsman. Golden Tiger stared straight at Chen Yang's secret treasure doppelganger, a heart pounding as if it was about to jump out of his chest. Chen Yang didn't move and blocked in front of the secret treasure split, saying, "Big brother Jin, let's go." "Oh, let's go then. Your sister is weak. I purposely called for a carriage to transport her, and at this time, the carriage is waiting outside on the road." Jin, who looked rough, but was actually quite attentive, knowing that Chen Yu was weak, he specially called for a carriage to transport her. Being able to have a carriage ride, Chen Yang naturally wouldn't refuse. Not long after, the three of them got on a carriage, with a spirit horse to walk for them, and headed towards the inner city of Fengyang City. Fengyang City was divided into inner and outer cities, and when spiritual planters entered the outer city, they didn't need to pay the entry fee, but if they entered the inner city, they needed to pay the fee, and if they didn't reside in the inner city, then they had to leave before nightfall, or else they would have to be out of luck if they were found out by the guards of the city lord's mansion. Not only did Jin Hu hire a carriage for transportation, he also took the initiative to pay the entry fee for Chen Yang's siblings. When Chen Yang saw Jin Hu take out 30 spirit beads and hand them to the guards, his eyes darkened slightly, and only after entering the city gates did he say, "Big brother Jin, you and I are the same spirit planting husband of the city lord's mansion, and we have been neighboring each other for a year. I trust your character. It's just that, seeing as we are almost at the koi building, you still refuse to say what you're up to." Chen Yang's sudden outburst caused Jin Hu to be a bit stunned, but Jin Hu quickly returned to normal as he laughed out loud. "Chen Yang, you are indeed very smart. If your sister was half as smart as you, then your future would be unlimited, and at that time, I would have to hold you up." Jin Hu also no longer hid it, but said, "A few days ago, I overheard a few cultivators arguing about which of Fengyang City's fairies was the most beautiful, and at the end of the argument, they decided that they would each take their fairies to the koi building to compete for beauty, and that the fairy who was the most beautiful would receive 100 spirit stones and a face resurfacing elixir. This face resurfacing pill is from the Purple Pavilion. Take one and you can keep your face for 100 years. That day I had the audacity to strike up a conversation, saying that I also knew a beautiful fairy and asked if I could participate in this event, and the other party readily agreed." Speaking here, a trace of excitement flashed in Jin Hu's eyes as he said to Chen Yang, "If Chen Yu can come out on top, then the face residing pill will go to Chen Yu, and you and I will each share 50 spirit stones, okay?" After Chen Yang heard this, he thought to himself, "Isn't this an otherworldly beauty pageant?" He glanced at the golden tiger, hidden a trace of contempt. He said, "The golden tiger stingy. How could he invite him to eat dim sum at the koi house for no reason?" Since he knew Jin Hu's purpose, Chen Yang was relieved. Not long after, the carriage stopped in front of a flowing and colorful treasure building, the koi building. It is said that the city lord's wife was extremely lucky and was known as the incarnation of koi, so the city lord specially built the koi building for his wife. The koi building had 3 floors. The first and second floors were open to the public, while the third floor was for the city lord's mansion's own use. Jin Hu brought Chen Yang's siblings straight to the third floor this time, to the largest box. They had come from outside the city, and even though they had hired a carriage to take their place, they were still the last to arrive. And when Chen Yang entered the door, he saw that it was already filled with people, half of which were young and beautiful female cultivators. These female cultivators were dressed in full costume, as if they were spring flowers competing for color, and as soon as Chen Yang went in, he had a feeling that the flowers were all over the place. Jin Hu's cultivation at the 5th level of Qi refining was exceptionally humble here, as he went up to greet a brocade-clothed cultivator before reaching out and pointing at Chen Yu. The brocade-clothed cultivator had been blissfully unconcerned, but after his gaze landed on Chen Yu's body, he immediately sat up straight and laughed. "Look everyone, there's another stunningly beautiful-looking fairy here." With the brocade-clothed cultivator's words, a group of people looked towards Chen Yu. Chen Yang played online game female number in his last life, but in this life, he is even more powerful, directly one person to play 2 roles. As early as when refining the secret treasure bifurcation, Chen Yang had made a persona for the secret treasure bifurcation. That naturally took the high and cold route so that he didn't have to talk much, saving his brain CPU from processing it. At this moment, being stared at by a group of people, Chen Yang was not the least bit flustered. His main body was hidden behind the golden tiger, and his doppelganger stared at the crowd in an unassuming manner. The secret treasure doppelganger was transformed into a jade person, and was undoubtedly beautiful, which could be described as having skin like solid grease, eyes like stars, and green silk flowing and glittering. As soon as the secret treasure doppelganger was unveiled, it immediately attracted everyone's attention. The male cultivator's eyes were filled with amazement, while the female cultivator's eyes were filled with envy and jealousy. The red-clothed female cultivator standing beside the brocade-clothed cultivator was the most beautiful. At this moment, her phoenix eyes turned slightly, her red lips lightly opened, and when she was about to speak, a guard-like person walked in quickly and said in a hurry, "Eldest Duke, third eldest Duke, as well as young Master Jiao and young Master Wang, the city lord has ordered you to enter the mansion immediately. Elder Song of the Spirit Abyss sect is here." Once the three words Spirit Abyss sect came out, even if the secret treasure divergence was incredibly beautiful, it couldn't attract the gaze of any more cultivators. That brocade-clothed cultivator immediately got up and said with a straight face, "Elder Song of the Spirit Abyss sect is here, so this eunuch should go forward to pay his respects." After saying that, his figure flickered, and he actually directly utilized the light body technique to quickly head towards the city lord's mansion. The rest of the people also used their light body techniques to follow behind that brocade-clothed cultivator. This change came suddenly. Chen Yang was all set to fight against those female cultivators who might find him in trouble. But it turned out that this group of people had directly disappeared. This otherworldly version of a beauty contest, it actually died halfway through. His 50 spirit stones, gone. A flash of brilliance quickly flashed across Golden Tiger's eyes as he whispered, "Let's go to the city lord's mansion as well." After saying that, he also quickly followed. Chen Yang saw that everyone was heading towards the city lord's mansion, so he didn't bother to think too much and controlled his main body and doppelganger to follow along piece by piece. The doppelganger was at the 4th level of chi refining, but the main body was only at the 3rd level of chi refining, so he was the one with the lowest cultivation among the people present. And by the time he arrived at the city lord's mansion, the rest of the people had already gathered at the martial arts arena. To Chen Yang's surprise, when he entered the city lord's mansion, the guards at the entrance, surprisingly, did not stop him, but just let him in. Perhaps it was because he had followed the group and was mistaken for a gang? Chen Yang fixed his mind, no longer thinking much, and looked towards the martial arts arena. At the top of the martial arts arena stood two men in brocade garments. One of them was Pei Ming-chun, the city lord of Fengyang City, who was around 40 years old and had a decent appearance. The other is a white-haired old man, a fairy atmosphere, mannerisms, very different from the mortal companions. Inside the martial arts arena, standing full of crowds, fixed eyes, all teenage girls, all of them are brocade clothes, bright generation. Chen Yang stood in the crowd, as if a mountain chicken stood in a flock of cranes. Chapter 7, Heavenly Spiritual Roots. Pei Ming-chun, the city lord of Fengyang City, looked at the young talents that had been summoned, and smiled at the old man beside him. "Master Uncle, these are the quite talented juniors of Fengyang City. Do you think any of them will be able to fit into your eyes?" Although Elder Song was a Jindan stage cultivator, he had a kind personality and looked at the group of chi refining stage cultivators underneath, and did not look arrogant. Elder Song said gently, "The Spirit Abyss sect opens its gates once every 10 years, and only those under the age of 18 who possess a medium-grade spiritual root can go forward to participate in the election. Nowadays, there are still 3 years before the opening of the mountain gate, and originally did not accept disciples, but I personally would like to accept 1 or 2 personal disciples with good qualifications." After saying that, Elder Song took out a spirit measuring stone, looked around at the chi refining minor cultivators underneath, and said, "Those who are within 18 years of age and have medium-grade spirit roots may come forward." As soon as the words fell, someone immediately stepped forward, and Shen Yang fixed his eyes and recognized the brocade-clothed cultivator from the previous box. He remembered that the guards of the city lord's residence had called him the Grand Duke. Is it the son of the lord of the city? Soon, the spirit measuring stone erupted with a dazzling golden light, and that brocade-clothed cultivator was actually a single spirit root, and it was still a top-grade spirit root. Golden spirit root. Good. Ming-chun, this son of yours really has good qualifications. Elder Song was overjoyed. This first cultivator to come forward to measure his spirit root made him extremely satisfied. Pei Ming-chun was also full of smiles, and said with hidden pride, "If it weren't for Jinger's outstanding qualifications, I wouldn't have dared to pass on a message to my senior uncle and disturb his purification." Elder Song nodded his head with a smile and said to Pei Jing, the brocade-clothed cultivator. From now on, you are my personal disciple. You and stand behind me. The rest of you, you can come up and test. Yes, master. Pei Jing answered with a face full of joy and immediately stood behind Elder Song in a disciple-like manner. After Pei Jing made a good start, the rest of the teenage girls came forward to measure their spiritual roots. These teenagers and young girls, originally the second generation of immortals in Fengyang City, almost every one of them had a medium-grade spiritual root or above. However, Elder Song would only accept 1 or 2 personal disciples, and Pei Jing was already occupying a slot. For the other cultivators, Elder Song naturally had other requirements. Within 18 years of age, and medium-grade spiritual root is just the threshold, and only after passing the threshold, are you qualified to receive the test? Chen Yang stood at the back of the crowd, filled with complexity. The Spirit Abyss sect opens its mountain gate once every 10 years, and all those who are within 18 years of age and have medium-grade spiritual roots have the opportunity to go forward to participate in the election, which is news known to the public. However, this time, the selection of disciples by the city lord's mansion was a private act, which was equivalent to the internal recruitment of certain units in the previous world. He clearly rubbed off on the information gap, but still wasn't qualified to participate. Chen Yang was 17 years old this year. His age was fulfilling, but unfortunately, his spiritual root was too poor, and he was simply not qualified to walk in front of that Spirit Abyss sect's Elder Song. In the crowd, Chen Yang didn't move, and neither did Jin Hu. Chen Yang was at least age compliant. Jin Hu was age and spirit root not compliant. Going up to test it is just a slap in the face. Even so, there wasn't much disappointment on Jin Hu's face. Instead, he said with excitement, I have no regrets in this life if I can see Elder Song of the Spirit Abyss sect. For casual cultivators, the Spirit Abyss sect was a large sect that could not afford to climb. There were a total of 7 great sects in the Tianyan continent, and this Spirit Abyss sect was one of them. In front of the Spirit Abyss sect, the Purple Dan Pavilion could only be considered a small sect. Chen Yang looked at Elder Song on the stage and thought to himself, this kind of Jindan cultivator, I'm afraid that he would be hard to see in this life. Seeing that most of the people had measured their spiritual roots, Chen Yang thought about it and lifted his feet towards the stage. Golden Tiger froze, then said sharply, what are you going to do? Aren't you an inferior spirit root? Chen Yang ignored Jin Hu and walked dozens of steps. He had already arrived in front of Elder Song. However, it wasn't him who wanted to test his spiritual roots, but rather, he wanted to have the secret treasure doppelganger do so. Although Chen Yang had already refined the secret treasure split, he still didn't quite understand what kind of spirit root the secret treasure split was and why it could cultivate. Spirit measuring stones weren't uncommon, but they weren't something that just any casual cultivator had. So Chen Yang hadn't yet given the secret treasure split a spirit root measurement. This time it coincided with the meeting. Chen Yang didn't expect to enter the Spirit Abyss sect. He only wanted to rub the spirit measuring stone. When he came on stage, there were a few unsuccessful teenage girls who were all stunned, and then they showed mocking colors. Chen Yang was dressed shabbily and only had a cultivation level of the 3rd level of qi refining, so he was only afraid that he would not be able to hide it from the prideful people present. Thus his coming up to the stage was tantamount to making a fool of himself in the eyes of these heavenly prides. However, these strange looks could not stop Chen Yang from acting. Anyway, it was not like he was trying to climb up to these heavenly prides, so he had no need to care about their attitudes. I just want to whore out the spirit measuring stones. Chen Yang took a few steps to the side and maneuvered the secret treasure split forward, holding the spirit measuring stone in one hand. When the spirit measuring stone fell into the hands of the secret treasure doppelganger, a pillar of dazzling light went straight to the heavens, and the entire stage of the martial arts arena was shrouded in strong light, which actually made people unable to open their eyes for a moment. This change was too sudden. Even Chen Yang's main body was unable to open his eyes. But it was the eyes of the secret treasure doppelganger that were unaffected, and as he felt his palms empty, he looked down and saw that the spirit measuring petrification had turned into dust and crashed to the ground in droves. This, celestial spiritual root. This is a heavenly spirit root. The Tianyan continent has not seen a heavenly spiritual root in 100 years. Elder Song's voice, which was broken due to his excitement, quickly stepped forward and grabbed the secret treasure doppelganger controlled by Chen Yang, feeling the bones on the secret treasure doppelganger for a while, and then burst into old tears. This time, the Spirit Abyss sect suffered heavy losses. Could it be that the Heavenly Tao specially sent the Heavenly Spirit root to my Spirit Abyss sect? Elder Song murmured softly. His voice was so soft and gentle that Chen Yang's main body could not hear it at all, but the doppelganger was able to hear it clearly. The Spirit Abyss sect suffered heavy losses? Chen Yang's heart jumped. It was as if he knew why Elder Song had taken on disciples privately. Was it to replenish fresh blood? Could it be that entering the Spirit Abyss sect would be full of crises? Without waiting for Chen Yang to think carefully, Elder Song had already laughed out loud, and this laughter was infused with spiritual energy, which actually spread far and wide. Outside the city lord's mansion, the crowd looked towards the pillar of light that reached the sky, and heard Elder Song's unrestrained laughter, knowing that something big had happened, but unable to tell what big thing had happened. "What is your name?" When the light from the sky dissipated a little, Elder Song amiably looked at Chen Yang's secret treasure doppelganger and asked. Chen Yang had a lot of unanswered questions within his heart, but he didn't forget to maneuver the secret treasure split to reply. "My name is Chen Yu. I'm 16 years old this year." The secret treasure doppelganger was a jade personification. Chen Yang had no idea how old the secret treasure doppelganger was, nor did he know if he would be exposed if he measured his bone age. However, he and the secret treasure doppelganger were known as brother and sister, and as he was 17 years old this year, the secret treasure doppelganger would only be 16 years old. Elder Song looked at the secret treasure divergence with a very gentle gaze, as if he was looking at the world's greatest treasure, and he said with a sigh, "I hate to accept you as a close disciple, but naturally, your qualifications are too high, so I can only take you back to the clan, and then make arrangements for your destination after reporting to the patriarch." These words drew countless envious gazes. Chapter 8, Relationships, Request for Follow-up Reading. Pei Mingchan even looked at the young girl named Chen Yu with wide eyes. He had been in control of Fengyang City for many years, but he didn't even know that there was still a heavenly spirit root within the city. However, Pei Mingchuan's eyes quickly noticed Chen Yang. Everyone's eyes fell on Chen Yu when he exposed his talent, but Pei Mingchen knew that the teenager beside Chen Yu was only not simple either. At this moment, a steward beside the city lord stepped forward and whispered, "City lord, this kid is a spirit planting man employed by the city lord's mansion." The green clothes that Chen Yang was wearing were the working clothes issued by the city lord's mansion, so this steward recognized them at a glance. Noticing the city lord's gaze toward him, Chen Yang simply stepped forward graciously and bowed, saying, "Chen Yang has met Elder Song, and has met the city lord." Elder Song's gaze still fell on the secret treasure split, not caring who Chen Yang was, so Chen Yang manipulated the secret treasure split and said, "Chen Yang is my brother." It was only after these words that Elder Song gave Chen Yang a proper look. Noticing that the spirit measuring stone had shattered and that there was no other spirit measuring stone in his hand, he asked, "What kind of spirit root do you have?" Chen Yang immediately said, "I'm here with the water and would lower grade spiritual root." When Elder Song heard this, he was immediately filled with disappointment. The younger sister was a heavenly spiritual root that was rare to see in 100 years, and this older brother was only a waterwood lower grade spiritual root? With this kind of inferior spirit root, it wouldn't even be enough to reach the threshold of the Spirit Abyss sect's disciple intake. Elder Song then said, "Your qualifications are too poor to enter the Spirit Abyss sect." Chen Yang wasn't surprised to hear this, but he still had a killer weapon. So he maneuvered his secret treasure doppelganger and said, "My brother and I are dependent on each other. Wherever my brother is, I'll be there. I'll never be separated from my brother." "You little bastard. You think I don't know what I'm talking about? What's wrong with asking for a little something from a once-in-a-century heavenly spirit root?" The Spirit Abyss sect was a behemoth to Chen Yang, but if he could only go as a secret treasure doppelganger, then he would have to think about it. Although he had been able to split his own divine sense into two halves and was able to naturally manipulate both his main body and his doppelganger at the same time, he wasn't sure if there would be a problem if his main body and doppelganger were tens of thousands of miles apart. Using cell phone signal as an example, even the best cell phone can't be connected to the internet if it doesn't have a signal. No matter how powerful the doppelganger was, if his main body was no good, after 100 years, it would be hard to escape death. Therefore, Chen Yang had made up his mind to make the Spirit Abyss sect buy one and get one free. Otherwise he would rather not enter the Spirit Abyss sect. As expected, when Chen Yang opened his mouth to speak, he was so insignificant that no one cared. But after this heavenly spirit root that was rare to come across in 100 years opened his mouth, Elder Song immediately changed his face and said with a gentle attitude, "Your brother was originally unable to enter the Spirit Abyss sect, but for the sake of your face, I would be able to allow him to become an outer disciple." Chen Yang's qualifications were so poor that inner disciples and personal disciples would not be enough, but to be an outer disciple would be quite good. After all, many of the middle-grade spirit root cultivators present could not even reach the outer disciples of the Spirit Abyss sect. As a result, many people's gazes at Chen Yang became filled with envy and jealousy. These gazes, Chen Yang accepted them as they were. His face was delighted as he immediately said, "Disciple thanks Elder Song." Elder Song, however, didn't care to look at him, only staring single-mindedly at his newly acquired great treasure, and said to City Lord Pei Mingchun, "I've taken in a heavenly spirit root disciple for my master's sect, and this matter is of great importance, so I must return to the sect immediately to report it." Pei Mingchun also knew that he couldn't keep Elder Song, and immediately said, "The sect's major events are important, so if senior uncle is free next time, he can come back to Fengyang City as a guest." After saying that, Pei Mingchun took out a storage bag and handed it to his eldest son, Pei Jing, saying, "Jinger, there are items you commonly use in here, so take it to the Spirit Abyss sect and use it." Pei Jing took the storage bag and thanked his father. Pei Mingchun came to the front of the secret treasure doppelganger Chenyu again, also took out a storage bag, and said with a smile, "Your brother is the spirit plant husband of the City Lord's mansion, which is also equivalent to being a person of the City Lord's mansion. Since you guys are from the City Lord's mansion, I, as the City Lord, naturally have to show something. There are 1,000 spirit stones here, so I will gift them to you as cultivation rations," and said to Pei Jing, "You are both from Fengyang City, so you should help each other in the sect in the future." Pei Jing was not a stupid person. Naturally he knew his father's intention, and immediately smiled at Chen Yu and said, "Junior sister, the first time I saw you before, I knew that you were not an ordinary person, and now that you and I have entered the Spirit Abyss sect together, it's really a great fate." Chen Yang knew that Pei Mingchuan's father and son's intention was simply to see that the secret treasure split's qualifications were outstanding and its future was immeasurable, which was why he had pulled the strings to engage in funding in advance. But Chen Yang did not resent this. Fengyang City was governed quite well by Pei Mingchun, and he had not been exploited or suppressed by the steward after he became the spirit-planting husband of the City Lord's mansion, so it was clear that Pei Mingchuan's persona should not be bad. Besides, it's 1,000 spirit stones. Poor Chen Yang had never possessed 1,000 spirit stones in his life. He maneuvered his secret treasure doppelganger to collect the storage bag, but he didn't forget about his secret treasure doppelganger's persona, maintaining his high and mighty demeanor and only nodding and smiling at Pei Mingchun. At this time, Chen Yang explained, "My sister had a deficiency disease when she was young, thus she is not talkative. Please forgive me," Elder Song said with a smile. "Cultivators of my generation are not sellers of art. It's normal for them not to be talkative." Just by listening to Elder Song's words, everyone knew that his heart had long been biased in favor of Chen Yu, but this was nothing more than the regular treatment of geniuses. Without further ado, Elder Song immediately took out a spirit boat. The spirit boat was only 3 inches in size at first, but after it was thrown out, it grew bigger and bigger by inches, and finally transformed into a spirit boat that was 3 zhang in length. Elder Song took Chen Yu's hand and was the first to board the spirit boat. Pei Jing immediately followed, and Chen Yan lagged a few seconds behind and went up last. This time, the internal discipleship, Elder Song only received Pei Jing and Chen Yu. Chen Yang is considered to be a buy one get one free gift. Several people boarded the spirit boat, and Elder Song was about to catalyze the spirit boat when he saw a person pounce over quickly and shouted, "Ah Yang, I'm Chen Ping. We played the best when we were kids. Do you still remember? Sister Chen Yu, I'm your clan brother. Ah, take me one, take me one." The man was dressed in the City Lord's mansion's handyman's attire, and did not know where he had scurried out from, but after he opened his mouth, Chen Yang did remember him. Chen Ping, the side-branch disciple of the Chen clan. Many years ago, Chen Ping's father befriended a foundation establishment cultivator. That foundation establishment cultivator was willing to take Chen Ping's father away. The family naturally did not dare to refuse, so Chen Ping's father took Chen Ping piece by piece to follow that foundation establishment cultivator. If it wasn't for the outstanding memory of a cultivator, Chen Yang would only be unable to recall Chen Ping at this point. This Chen Ping was his neighbor when he was a child, and the two were of similar age, so naturally they had played together. It's just that they've been separated for 6 years now, and their feelings have long since faded. If it was usual, Chen Yang was not prepared to pay attention to Chen Ping, but nowadays, the Chen clan had an enemy watching over them. He hid in Fengyang City and became a low-profile spirit plant husband in order to avoid the Huang clan. And this Chen Ping didn't know if he knew about the family's destruction, but since he was now an odd-job man in the City Lord's mansion, he thought that there must be a possibility that he could hide from his enemies as well. Now that Chen Ping had called out his identity, if he ignored him, he was afraid that Chen Ping would be killed by the Huang clan in the future. So, indecisive Chen Yang hesitated. He hesitated. He manipulated the doppelganger naturally also face hesitation. This time, I don't know if there was a precedent of Chen Yang being a connected person. But without waiting for Chen Yang to state his position, Elder Song looked at that Chen Ping and had already spoken. "If you are willing to become an odd-job disciple of the Spirit Abyss sect, then come up here." "Yes, I do." When Chen Ping heard this, it was like listening to immortal music, and he immediately climbed onto the spirit boat on his hands and knees. In the next moment, the spirit boat took off under Elder Song's maneuvering and quickly left Fengyang City. It left a crowd of envious eyes. Among them, Jean, who was the most confused. He had brought Chen Yang's siblings into the inner city with the idea of earning 50 spirit stones, but now Chen Yang's siblings not only entered the Spirit Abyss sect, but also received a gift of 1,000 spirit stones from the city lord. And him? He golden tiger gets a lonesome. Chapter 9, Spirit Gathering Formation. The spirit boat rocked up to the sky, heading towards the Spirit Abyss sect at an extremely fast speed. There are many winds in the sky, but the spirit boat is covered with a protective shield, and when the shield is opened, the winds do not invade the boat, and the boat is self-stabilizing. Qin Ping was the last person to board the spirit boat, and as soon as he came up, the spirit boat set off at an extremely fast speed, frightening Qin Ping to the point where his face turned white. However, when he slowed down, he looked at Chen Yang with glowing eyes, and squeezed his eyebrows at Chen Yang for a while, and came over to Chen Yang's side, whispering, "Ah Yang, thanks to your sister's blessing, I never thought that I would also have the day to enter the Spirit Abyss sect. By the way, this sister of yours, why haven't I seen her before?" Hearing Chen Ping's words, Chen Yang was not the least bit flustered and said calmly, "I'm afraid that you can't even recognize all of your own sister. How can you still recognize all of mine?" Chen Ping listened with a look of deep concern. Although the Chun clan was only an ordinary immortal cultivation clan in the southwest area, for the sake of the family's long-term plan, every clan member with a spiritual root would marry many wives when they reached adulthood, and they would often take one wife with a spiritual root and a dozen or so mortal concubines. The children born to the concubines were returned to them for their own upbringing, and it wasn't until the child was tested for spiritual roots that it was valued by the father, and then raised by his side and taught to cultivate. As a result, whether it was Chen Yang or Chen Ping, they both had many siblings and were not very attached to most of them. Now that the Chun clan had been overthrown by the Huang clan, who could question Chen Yang's claim that the secret treasure split was his sister? Chen Ping didn't think much on this matter, only grinning pleasingly at the secret treasure split. Chen Yang controlled the secret treasure doppelganger, and after glancing coldly at Chen Ping, he raised his eyes to gaze at the distant scenery, with an appearance of not wanting to take care of you. It's normal for a genius to be a bit arrogant and proud. At this time, Pei Jing also walked up to Chen Yang's secret treasure split and was ready to strike up a conversation. However, when the prince of Fengyang City opened his mouth, there was a world of difference between him and Chen Ping, only to see Pei Jing take out a storage bag, hand it to the secret treasure doppelganger, and gently say, "Junior sister, this is the 100 spirit stones and face residing pills that were promised before. Among the fairies present just now, I think you are the most beautiful. If it wasn't for the suddenness of the incident, or else these 100 spirit stones and face residing pills should have long since belonged to the youngest senior sister." It was said that many gifts were not to be blamed, and Pei Jing's words both complimented the beauty of the secret treasure doppelganger and took the opportunity to give a gift, which really made it impossible to pick a fault. Chen Yang had already accepted the 1,000 spirit stones sent by Pei Mingchun, and at this time, he did not have any mental burden to accept another 100 spirit stones sent by Pei Jing. He was also surprised by the fact that the secret treasure split possessed a heavily spiritual root, and from the time of the incident until now, within a short period of time, his situation had skyrocketed. Go still had to go, but he had to go in a different place, and the persona of the secret treasure doppelganger would have to be modified slightly. Previously, the secret treasure doppelganger had beauty in vain, and in order to prevent trouble, he also planned to let the secret treasure doppelganger try not to show up in front of people. But now that he saw that the secret treasure doppelganger had a great future, then it was time to install a genius template persona for the secret treasure doppelganger. That's when it's time to practice and when it's time to shine. Who's the genius who's cowering? Chen Yang's main body chatted with Chen Ping one way or another while maneuvering the secret treasure doppelganger to receive the storage bag from Pei Jing. The secret treasure split maintained its high and cool demeanor and said softly, "Senior brother is as good as his word. You're very nice." The voice of the secret treasure doppelganger was as clear and crisp as the sound of jade, and when paired with her jade-like appearance, it was truly difficult to take one's eyes off of her. Pei Jing was instantly thrilled when he was complimented by his highly talented junior sister. When he was about to continue saying something, Elder Song spoke up, "The spirit boat needs to fly for 2 days before it can arrive at the Spirit Abyss sect. The road to cultivation is a long one. Several of you must not slack off. Immediately return to your rooms to cultivate. Each room has a spirit gathering formation for your cultivation." As soon as Elder Song opened his mouth, the 4 people on the spirit boat stood up straight and responded in unison before each of them went back to their rooms. There were 6 rooms on the spirit boat. Pei Jing didn't dare to choose the biggest one, and gave the second biggest one to the youngest sister with high talent, and chose the one next to the youngest sister himself. Of the 4 new disciples present, Chen Yang was a relation. As for Chen Ping, it was considered a gift. So the 2 of them ended up picking a random room. After Chen Yang entered the room, different perspective images appeared in his mind at the same time. After comparing them, he realized that the rooms on the spirit boat were actually pretty much the same, only that they were of different sizes. The room was empty. There were no tables, chairs or beds, only a futon in the center. This futon is woven from AI Lingzhao, with a soft texture and its own fragrance. And this fragrance can calm the mind and abandon distractions. And underneath the futon was a spirit gathering formation. Simply placing a spirit stone on the array plate will open the spirit gathering array, which can gather the nearby spiritual chi for the cultivator to draw chi into the body and refine the spiritual chi. With the spirit gathering array, only one spirit stone was needed to allow one to enjoy 10 spirit stones worth of Reiki. That's a solid win. Unfortunately, Chen Yang was penniless and only had 63 spirit beads in his storage bag. A spirit stone could be exchanged for 100 spirit beads, and the little spirit beads in Chen Yang's hand couldn't even start the spirit gathering formation. Chen Yang stared at the spirit gathering formation, and after 3 seconds, he walked out of the room, and at the same time, he maneuvered his secret treasure split to walk out of the room as well, and then as fast as he could, he got a storage bag from the secret treasure split side. This storage bag, which was exactly what Pei Jing had just given away, contained 100 spirit stones and a resident pill. This time when he went out, Chen Yang did not see Elder Song. Perhaps Elder Song had also returned to his room to cultivate. In that case, then the spirit boat is fitted with an automatic navigation system? In the parlance of the cultivation world, it should be able to locate? Chen Yang didn't think much about it, and after getting the spirit stones, he simultaneously maneuvered his body and his doppelganger to turn on the spirit gathering formation, and then began to cultivate. Just as soon as he cultivated, Chen Yang felt great. He had never enjoyed so much aura before. When he was in the Qin clan, he was just a side disciple. He couldn't even rub the family's third-order spirit vein to cultivate. And when he waited until he got to Fengyang City, there was a first-order spirit vein in Fengyang City. But was that something he could rub? Even the third-order spirit vein under the spirit field outside the city, he could only rub off on the soup. Chen Yang had a premonition that according to this current cultivation progress, in 2 days' time, his main body would be able to break through the 4th level of chi refining. Thinking of this, the part of Chen Yang's divine sense that remained in his main body concentrated on cultivation. After Chen Yang's main consciousness switched to the side of his doppelganger, he suddenly felt that the threshold of coolness had been stretched infinitely high all of a sudden. After the spirit gathering formation was turned on, Chen Yang's body was in the middle of a rich spiritual chi, and as long as Chen Yang drew chi into his body, he would be able to have a constant supply of spiritual chi available for use. However, it was important to realize that Chen Yang's essence was only a water and would lower grade spirit root, which meant that the amount of spirit chi he could draw into his body was limited, and the amount that could be converted into spirit power was even more limited. Chapter 10, Old Grandpa on the Go. But the secret treasure split was different. Previously, when the secret treasure split was cultivating in a place where aura was scarce, Chen Yang hadn't yet noticed the difference, only knowing that the secret treasure split could absorb all the aura without wasting a single bit of it when using the spirit stone to cultivate. But now that he was in the spirit gathering formation, he realized that the secret treasure split was like a beast that could devour spiritual chi, and without his deliberate traction, the spiritual chi had already gathered towards his body. The chi of heaven and earth is divided into yin and yang, and is categorized as the 4 seasons and the 5 elements. The 5 elements are gold, wood, water, fire and earth, and the different spiritual roots in a cultivator's body correspond to the different attributes of the spiritual chi in heaven and earth. Spiritual roots are further divided into upper, middle, and lower grades, while they are based on the efficiency of the cultivator's ability to draw chi into the body and refine the chi. The better the spiritual root, the higher the efficiency, the faster the cultivation would naturally be. The so-called heavenly spiritual roots are those who have all the 5 spiritual roots and have outstanding talent. As a result, the cultivation speed of a heavenly spiritual root cultivator was the fastest of all cultivators. For example, in the same environment, a golden spiritual root cultivator could only absorb metallic auras, while a heavenly spiritual root cultivator, however, was able to absorb all the auras. In this way, the cultivation level of heavenly spirit root cultivators naturally rubbed up. After Chen Yang had adapted to the feeling of being infused with aura, he then took out the storage pouch Pei Mingchun had given him. In this storage bag, there were indeed 1,000 spirit stones. It was worth mentioning that this storage bag was of a very high grade, and the space inside was about 3 cubic meters in size. Unlike Chen Yang's own storage bag, which was only the size of a bag and could only place some valuable small things. What a great deal of money! Chen Yang looked at the spirit stones all over the ground and was very excited. He, as a person, is considered to have revenge and repay favors. Although Pei Mingchun had no favors for him, for the sake of these spirit stones, he would have to cover Pei Jing in the future. Chen Yang placed all the spirit stones on the spirit gathering formation, and one piece of spirit stone was crystal clear and dazzling. The spirit gathering formation could gather the nearby spiritual chi over for the cultivators within the formation to cultivate. For others, this spiritual chi was already enough, but for Chen Yang, it was far from enough. He was going to use up all of the 1,000 spirit stones. When the spirit stones placed on the spirit gathering formation instantly turned into grayish powder, a large amount of spiritual chi swept towards Chen Yang's doppelganger. Chen Yang sat cross-legged and concentrated on his cultivation. Next door, Elder Song woke up from his meditation, and after he felt it carefully, he couldn't help but change his face drastically. He immediately pushed open the door of his room and came to the door of that heavenly spirit root disciple. Just hesitating, Elder Song did not push the door in. This child is still too reckless. Elder Song sighed, but was filled with joy. Such a qualification. Such a qualification. It is really a great fortune for the spiritual abyss sect. When I return to the sect, not only will I be able to gain 10,000 contribution points, but I'll also be able to step on that old bull guy. Elder Song smiled full of complacency. He went to Fengyang City, originally received a letter from Pei Mingchun. Pei Mingchun said that his eldest son Pei Jing has good qualifications, high enlightenment, only this year is already 17 years old, and can't wait for the clan election in 3 years. So he wanted to go through the back door and begged Elder Song to accept Pei Jing as a disciple. This kind of backdoor acceptance of disciples is not without precedent. Immortal cultivators are also concerned about human interaction. That Pei Mingchun was also an inner disciple of the Spirit Abyss sect before. Only after his 30s, his cultivation was difficult to grow, which led him to return to Fengyang City and serve as the city lord. Because of this fragrant love, Elder Song was prepared to come to Fengyang City and take Pei Jing away after receiving the patriarch's order for the elders to go out and travel in search of disciples. At that time, Elder Song never expected that he would find a heavenly spirit root cultivator as a result. Moreover, this heavenly spirit root cultivator was still a loose cultivator with no family behind him. This kind of genius is the sect's favorite. Thinking of the scene after he brought the heavenly spirit root cultivator back to the sect, Elder Song couldn't help but smile and stroke his long beard. 2 days later, before arriving at the Spirit Abyss sect, Chen Yang ended his cultivation. This cultivation, he had gained a lot. His main body first managed to advance to the 4th level of chi refinement, and then after obtaining a part of the cultivation of his doppelganger, he unexpectedly advanced to the 5th level of chi refinement in one fell swoop. The body can get this kind of benefit. The split body is naturally even more powerful. 1,000 spirit stones smashed down, and then with the spirit gathering array, in just 2 days, even directly promoted to the 7th layer of chi refining. It was a pity that the doppelganger only had the spiritual power of the 7th level of chi refining, and if he were to fight with someone, in addition to the thinness of his own spiritual power, it would also depend on whether the cultivated technique was superb or not, as well as his understanding and mastery of the technique. Of course, if it was a deadly fight, then there were formations, talisman paper, spiritual treasures, and other factors that needed to be taken into account. These, Chen Yang was not worried. After all, he was about to be a disciple of the Spirit Abyss sect. The Spirit Abyss sect was one of the 7 great sects of the heavenly diffusion continent. Would its collection of cultivation sustenance such as techniques, spiritual treasures, formations, talisman paper, pills, and so on be any less? As long as he raised his basic strength, then he would naturally be treated better after entering the sect. Soon, the spirit boat stopped above a marketplace under Elder Song's control. This workshop market was located at the foot of the mountains, and there was only one main street, with houses of all colors built along the street, and most of the houses along the street were stores, including elixir stores, spiritual treasure stores, and spiritual food restaurants. After the stores, there are some ordinary residences, and if you look farther, you can see the spiritual fields. There were low houses built on the edge of the spiritual fields, about for the spiritual planters to live in. At this time, Chen Yang and the others were standing on the deck of the spirit boat. Elder Song looked at Chen Ping and asked, "What spiritual root do you have? Can you know any of the 100 arts of immortal cultivation?" Chen Ping stood respectfully and said with a solemn expression, "My disciple is a gold, fire, and wood lower grade spiritual root, and I have learned to make talisman paper under a talisman master." Chen Ping and Chen Yang were the same age. In terms of spiritual root qualification, he was a little bit worse than Chen Yang, but his father had befriended a foundation establishment stage talisman master, and along with him, he had followed that talisman master. Now that Chen Ping said that he could make talisman paper, he probably learned it from that talisman master. As for Chen Ping's father and that talisman master, Chen Yang had also heard Chen Ping say that a foe had beheaded the talisman master, and Chen Ping's father had been implicated in the death. But it was Qin Ping who had escaped because of his weak strength and had been arranged to make talisman paper in his cave. After the death of the talisman master and his father, Qin Ping wanted to go back to his clan, but on the way, he heard the news of the family's destruction, and then he was too scared to go back. So he had to hide in the Fengyang City's city master's mansion and become a handyman. When Elder Song heard that he could make talisman paper, he said, "In that case, you should report to the miscellaneous service hall first, and then work in the talisman workshop." As soon as the words left his mouth, Qin Ping felt himself being lifted up by a force that wrapped around him as he disembarked from the spirit boat. When he landed, Qin Ping was unsteady and nearly fell. Seeing that the spirit boat was about to leave, Qin Ping hurriedly shouted, "Ah Young, go fu gue mo shejiao. Let's not forget each other when we are rich." His voice caused frequent sidelong glances from the people around him, but Qin Ping was not the least bit afraid. Instead he straightened his chest and said loudly, "My brother and sister are both inner disciples." After loading up, Qin Ping looked for someone to ask for directions and then headed towards the miscellaneous service hall. The steward of the miscellaneous service hall had long noticed the previous spirit boat and recognized that it was the clan elders traveling, and then heard Qin Ping say that his clan brothers and sisters were all inner disciples, so he took care of Qin Ping quite a bit, not only arranging for him to go and work in the talisman workshop, but also assigning him a single room. Looking at the single room that was allocated to him, Qin Ping was very satisfied. When he was working as a handyman in the city lord's mansion, he had to share a room with someone. Seeing that there was no one around him, Qin Ping immediately laid a sound isolation note in the room. Then he pulled out a jade talisman from his pocket. "Master Whitefish, it's fortunate that you reminded me, or else I would have missed this great opportunity," Qin Ping said with a palpitating heart. When Elder Song was accepting disciples in Fengyang City, he was still in the stables brushing the backs of the spirit horses. But fortunately, he was reminded by Master Whitefish, whose divine sense was hidden in a jade talisman. So he hurried to the martial arts arena and caught a last-minute ride on a downwind boat. The jade talisman was ordinary green jade with complex talismanic textures engraved on it, only to see the texture of the talisman glowing with a glistening light. An old voice resounded directly in Qin Ping's mind. "Next, you and hibernate for a few months, and when the situation in the marketplace is familiarized, I will teach you a new talisman-making craft, and you'll take it and sell it, and then try to find a way to buy a cut of the Anshin wood and come back." Qin Ping said obediently, "Master Whitefish, I know, my clan sister is a heavenly spirit root. With her as a backer, I will definitely be able to gain a foothold in this workshop market." Chapter 11, The Immaculate Sacred Body. After putting Qin Ping down at the workshop at the foot of the mountain, the spirit boat continued toward the mountain gate. You can just see the mountains towering above you, and as far as the eye can see, the layers of mountains are breathtakingly beautiful. At this time in the morning, a round of red sun shining high, green mountains and green water, spiritual grass, spiritual fruits, spiritual fish, even everywhere. The Spirit Abyss sect was one of the 7 major sects in the Tianyan continent, and the advantages of its geographical location and the wide range of resources it occupied, not to mention Shenyang, a bumpkin, even Pei Jing, the Grand Duke of Fengyang City, had a sense of being overwhelmed. The mountain gate was ancient and solemn, but the spirit boat did not stop at the gate, but continued to fly towards the inside. Ordinary disciples, no matter if they were flying in a spirit boat or a sword, would need to stop at the mountain gate and then use their light body techniques to travel to various places. This was because within the sect, it was forbidden to travel in a boat or use a sword. However, there is always an exception to this rule. If there is an urgent matter that needs to be reported to the patriarch, then this rule can be ignored. The spirit boat crossed over the mountain gate, then the inner gate, and finally stopped in front of a mountaintop building. Song Burnt Cake, what is your urgent matter that you dare to navigate a spirit boat within the sect? A fiery voice rang out, startling Chen Yang to quickly follow the sound, only to see a middle-aged cultivator standing in front of the spirit boat. The cultivator's features were straight. The cultivator wore an ink and jade crown on his head. He was dressed in a black vestment, and he was holding a whip with a cold light in his hand. That whip was not a mortal object at a glance. It should be a spiritual weapon. The cold light that was glowing was full of fury, causing Chen Yang to have a tingling sensation just by looking at it, and he hastily averted his gaze. However, the secret treasure doppelganger he manipulated was not affected, and through the eyes of the secret treasure doppelganger, Chen Yang sized up the cultivator in front of him again. Cow eating grass. Why are you howling here? Even if you're in charge of the law enforcement hall, you can't control me. As soon as Elder Song opened his mouth, his tone was full of arrogance, breaking Chen Yang's previous first impression of Elder Song now. My name is Luing. If you call me a cow eating grass again, you'll eat my whip. The middle-aged cultivator was furious. His face reddened, and looking at the swaying of his whip-wielding wrist, it seemed like he would fling his whip the next moment. Elder Song had been acting mildly before, but at this time, his temperament changed drastically, and a golden light flashed across his body, as if a golden light enveloped his body, making it difficult for anything to invade him. "I'm afraid of you?" Elder Song let out a cold laugh. In the past days, he himself would at most call him just an old ox, but this old thing, he even called himself Song Bakuan. Just as the atmosphere was frozen and the two Spirit Abyss sect executives were about to fight, a cool voice rang out like thunder. "If you want to fight, go out and fight. If you dare to strike here, all of you will be punished to guard the back of the mountain." Hearing this voice, Chen Yang's first thought was that this voice was really nice, and his second thought was that it was true that in all immortal sects there was a backyard. With Chen Yang's experience of reading all the Dot Maiden novels, he concluded that there must be a big secret in this back mountain. But where the protagonist is concerned, there is no such thing as not going to the back of the mountain to trigger a new quest. Thinking of this, Chen Yang was inexplicably excited. "Sovereign, Elder Song rode a spirit boat to intrude into the clan's important land. As a steward of the law enforcement hall, it's only right that I ask him about it." Lu Ying looked towards the patriarch who stood on the steps and said in an unassuming manner. The golden light on Elder Song's body also instantly dissipated without a trace, and he was back to his previous appearance of gentleness. Elder Song stroked his whitened beard and first glanced playfully at Lu Ying before laughing. "Does the patriarch know that on the Tianyan continent, there hasn't been a heavenly spirit root for how many years?" On top of the steps, a red-clothed woman, her body leaning lazily on the jade pillar next to her, said without much care, "It's probably been more than 100 years, right? What are you doing mentioning this?" As the spiritual chi of heaven and earth became increasingly scarce, heavenly spiritual roots were naturally rare. Elder Song smiled mysteriously and raised his voice. "It's true that heavenly spiritual roots haven't been seen for 100 years, but I have found a heavenly spiritual root disciple for the clan this time. Shan Yu, why don't you come forward and pay your respects to the patriarch?" Elder Song's words caused Chen Yang, who was slightly lost in thought, to collect his consciousness and busily maneuvered his secret treasure doppelganger to perform a common salute in the immortal cultivation world. "Chen Yu pays his respects to patriarch." The young girl's voice was as clear as jade, drawing astonished gazes from the crowd. On the steps, the lethargic color on the red-clothed woman's face collected a few points, and even her figure stood up straight. Lu Ying was also shocked, but he still didn't forget to question. "Heavenly spiritual roots haven't appeared for 100 years. You said she is a heavenly spiritual root. Do you have any evidence? What if the spirit measuring stone is wrong?" This matter was of great importance and indeed could not be acted upon casually. So the woman in red also said, "Then let's test it again." True gold is not afraid of being refined by fire, and it was only after everyone had witnessed it with their own eyes that they were able to arrange this newly accepted disciple. Lu Ying nodded his head in agreement and said, "The clan has a spirit measuring table right there. It's much more accurate than a tiny spirit measuring stone." Elder Song heard the meaning of Lu Ying's words, but he was not afraid. When he first met Chen Yu was still only at the 4th level of chi refining. However, in the short 2 days on the road, Chen Yu had raised his cultivation to the 7th level of chi refining with the help of the spirit gathering formation and spirit stones. 2 days to promote to the 3rd level. If Chen Yu isn't a heavenly spirit root, who is? Elder Song took the spirit boat back into his storage bag, and as he cast the spell, the spirit boat grew smaller inch by inch, finally becoming 3 inches in size, like an exquisite ornament. "Good. Then let's go to the spirit measuring platform," Elder Song said, pulling Chen Yu with one hand and Chen Yang with the other. His body moved quickly. Chen Yang only felt like he was riding a high-speed train as the mountains, rocks, buildings, and trees were all rapidly moving backwards. Only after stopping did Chen Yang realize that he had been brought to a square. In the middle of the square was the spirit measuring platform, on which there was a huge spirit measuring stone, and below the spirit measuring stone, a spirit turtle was carved out of stone, as if the spirit turtle was carrying the spirit measuring stone on its back, and the overall modeling was extremely interesting. This spirit measuring platform was always used by the clan when they accepted disciples once every 10 years. "Shan Yu, you go up," Elder Song said in a gentle voice. Chen Yang maneuvered the secret treasure doppelganger and walked towards the spirit measuring platform step by step. At this moment, the red-clothed woman, Lu Ying, and Pei Jing had all arrived, and there were quite a few Spirit Abyss sect disciples in the surrounding area watching from the sidelines. "There is a feeling of being eaten." Chen Yu shook his brain slightly, discarding the distracting thoughts. He reached out and pressed his palm onto the spirit measuring stone. At first, there were no visions of heaven and earth, and Lu Ying's face was so happy that the vocabulary of how he was going to taunt Elder Song had automatically surfaced in his mind, just waiting to be played out with his lips and tongue. Unfortunately, after 3 seconds had passed, multicolored strong light erupted from the spirit measuring stone, and for a time, the heavens and earth shook, with thunder echoing from above, and the spirit beasts kept in the spirit abyss sect roaring below, and there were even immortal cranes dancing around and flying around the square. Heavenly spirit root, immaculate saint body, the lethargic color on the red-robed woman's face, at this moment, dissipated. She looked at the heaven and earth visions with shocked eyes, her mood suddenly agitated, and in the next instant, she appeared by Chen Yu's side. Good. Heaven blesses my spirit abyss sect. You follow me to meet my eldest senior brother. As soon as the words left their mouths, the crowd only felt a blur before their eyes, and both the red-clothed woman and the secret treasure doppelganger controlled by Chen Yang disappeared. The big senior brother in the red-robed woman's mouth was the former patriarch, who was fair and dedicated in his life, and was very loved by the disciples of the spirit abyss sect. Unfortunately, a few years ago, the former patriarch was seriously injured, and when he returned, he passed the patriarch's position to the current patriarch, Yu Ji, and then went into seclusion to heal his wounds. Counting, Elder Song and the others hadn't seen the former patriarch for several years. Chapter 12, A Big Deal, Request for Follow-Up Readings. With Chen Yu unprepared, she was taken away by Patriarch Yu Ji. Before, when she was being led by Elder Song, it was still as if she was riding a high-speed train, although it was fast, but at least she could barely see. But now when she was being led by the patriarch and flying, she only felt that it was as fast as a bolt of lightning. It's almost as if the person is flying ahead and the soul is chasing after them. It is good that the secret treasure doppelganger does not go into cardiac arrest, and his face is a bland color, with a kind of pampered and unperturbed coolness. Yuji brought the new disciples to a stop in front of a cave, and she looked at the cave with a very complicated mood. After settling her mind, she took a few steps forward and struck her own spiritual energy on the door of the cave. After the former patriarch abdicated his throne and went into seclusion, no one was seen, the only exception being Yuji. The door of that cave was like a smart security door in the previous world, and the cultivator's spiritual energy was like a fingerprint, and after entering the fingerprint password, he could open the door with his fingerprint. After Yuji's spiritual energy struck out, the thick stone door slowly opened, revealing a crack. Chen Yu's mood was quite tense. Was he going to face the big boss of this map so soon? Let's go. I'll take you to see my eldest senior brother. Yuji took a deep breath and waited for the stone door to open before leading Chen Yu into the cave. At first, Chen Yu thought that he would be able to visit the private residence of a big boss, but it turned out that as soon as the person stepped into the cave, the stone door behind him closed extremely quickly. This cave was located halfway up a precious mountain, but when the stone door was closed, Chen Yu saw the stars in the sky. She looked up at the stars, guessing just how big this space was. However, when she looked around, she only felt that the sea of stars was vast, and she couldn't see any borders at all. The bright starlight sprinkled down, giving her a strong sense of reality, as if she was not in a cave, but really in a starry sky. Even her feet were not on the ground, but a meteorite. Yuji also raised her head to look at the starry sky, and after a moment, the corner of her mouth curled up, revealing a smirk, as she could tell that eldest brother's injuries were getting better through the changes in the stars. Eldest brother, guess why I came to see you? Ha ha, God has blessed my spirit abyss sect, the heavenly spirit root and immaculate sacred body, which are rare to see in 100 years, have actually appeared in my spirit abyss sect. 3 years from now, my spirit abyss sect will definitely regain the upper hand. Yuji's mood was so good that her already gorgeous and incomparable face seemed to glow, causing Chen Yu's gaze to steal towards her uncontrollably. Yuji didn't care about Chen Yu's peeping eyes. The clan had gained this good disciple. She hated to tell the world about it. The last time the secret realm was explored, it caused the sect to suffer heavy losses, and the high-ranking disciples within the sect fell one after another, causing the spirit abyss sect's high-quality disciples to not be able to catch up. And once there was a fault line, it was then that Yuji instructed the clan elders to be able to travel and take on disciples in order to replenish the blood of the clan. And the requirements for the opening of the mountain gate to accept disciples 3 years later would be appropriately relaxed. After all, with the gradual scarcity of heaven and earth's spiritual chi, cultivators with outstanding qualifications were not rare anymore. Yuji looked at the stars in the sky and spoke directly. Eldest senior brother, this Chen Yu is highly talented and well qualified. Would it be okay for you to accept her as a disciple? The starlight was bright and uncertain, seemingly in the same position, but in fact, it was constantly changing. Only the pattern of it, Chen Yang could not capture it for the time being. A moment later, a low voice rang out, like it was ringing in his ears or directly in Chen Yu's mind. Yu Ji, although my injuries have improved, I can't afford to take on a disciple. You are now the sect patriarch. This disciple should have been under your tutelage. The smile on Yuji's face disappeared as she let out a light grunt and said with dissatisfaction, "If it wasn't for you forcing yourself, who would be willing to be this patriarch? It's just that, with such a qualification, I don't feel comfortable handing it over to someone else, so I'll accept her as my disciple. Eldest senior brother, this is the first time I've taken on a disciple. Won't you show it?" As soon as the words fell, an ancient ring glowing with light appeared in front of Chen Yu, and as if someone had guided it, the ring fell directly into Chen Yu's hands. The low voice resounded again. "This storage ring contains tens of thousands of spirit stones, and some other pills, spirit treasures, etc., which I have no intention of organizing, so all of them will be given to your disciple together." Yu Ji, although her qualifications are good, she has yet to cultivate a suitable technique. After you accept her as your disciple, you should choose a suitable technique for her. Yuji glanced at the storage ring and laughed. "Senior brother has always been generous. Disciple, why don't you thank your senior?" Chen Yu was in an excited mood and immediately said, "Many thanks, senior. Boy, 10,000 spirit stones. There are also cultivation sustenance such as pills and spiritual treasures. Sure is a big deal." After Yuji asked for the favor for Chen Yu, she didn't bother her eldest senior brother anymore and soon led Chen Yu out of the cave. This time Yuji didn't pull Chen Yufei anymore, but strolled along. On one side, she said, "My eldest senior brother's Dao number is Lin Zhang. You can just call him Master Lin Zhang in the future. Your senior uncle is right. You haven't cultivated a suitable technique yet, but you are a heavenly spirit root and an immaculate saint body. All techniques can be cultivated. It depends on yourself which technique you want to cultivate. I will now take you to the hidden scripture pavilion, and after you pick one, I will then teach you the cultivation method." Yuji was indeed a first-time disciple and didn't have much experience in teaching disciples, and she wasn't familiar with this new disciple, so she put the choice in the new disciple's hands first. If the disciple chooses an inappropriate technique, he or she can simply speak out to stop it. Soon, Yuji brought Chen Yu to the Spirit Abyss Sect Scripture Pavilion. In the vicinity of the Bible Pavilion is the treasure house. The two treasure buildings were facing each other from afar, glittering, both important places of the Spirit Abyss sect. The Scripture Pavilion housed the various techniques that the Spirit Abyss sect had collected in the Heavenly Diffusion continent over the past 1,000 years, and was placed on the first, second, and third floors according to the grade of the techniques. The entry-level techniques on the first floor were for outer disciples to practice, the second floor was for inner disciples to practice, and the third floor required the consent of the Patriarch to go in and look through the techniques. Every new disciple had the qualification to enter the Scripture Pavilion once to choose a technique, and then after that, if they still wanted to enter the Scripture Pavilion, they would need to pay a certain amount of contribution points. For example, if you want to enter the first floor, you need to pay 10 contribution points. If you want to enter the second floor, you need to pay 100 contribution points. And if you want to enter the third floor, not only do you need 1,000 contribution points, but you also need to get the consent of an elder-level figure before you can do so. After entering the hidden Scripture Pavilion, Yuji directly led Chen Yu to the third floor. The cultivator in charge of guarding the Tibetan Scripture Pavilion naturally didn't dare to stop the Patriarch when he saw him personally boarding the door, but only curiously looked at Chen Yu a few more times. It seemed that the Spirit Abyss sect's gossips were also spreading quickly. Probably at this moment, all the disciples of the Spirit Abyss sect knew that the sect had an additional disciple with a heavenly spirit root and unsullied saint body. Chen Yu stood in the hall on the third floor, looking at the various colorful feats on the bookshelves. He only felt dazzled and had no idea where to start. She fixed her mind, looked at Yuji, and said, "Master, I come from a small family and am short-sighted, so I really don't know where to start with these feats." Yuji smiled faintly, thinking that this young apprentice was asking herself to recommend a technique to her. When he was about to say the gongfu he practiced, he heard the young disciple say, "Master, I would like to start by looking at the gongfu on the first floor, and then make a choice when I understand more. What do you think?" Yuji swallowed back the words that almost came out of her mouth, and after a few seconds of silence, she said, "Yes, I'll allow you to stay in the Tibetan Scripture Pavilion for 3 days, and you can go through all the books." Soon, she brought Chen Yu back to the first floor, pointing to a bookshelf and said, "In addition to the entry-level techniques on the first floor, there are also a lot of miscellaneous books, such as the geography of the mountains and rivers of the Tianyan continent, travelogues of the cultivators, records of explorations in the secret realms, and small spells created by the disciples of the sect. Though these are small paths, they will enhance your insight." Chapter 13, Evergreen Kung Fu. Yu Ji, as the head of a clan, naturally couldn't stay in the Sutra Pavilion with Chen Yu all the time, and she left soon after, only to let Chen Yu come back to find himself when he had a choice. After the Patriarch left, Chen Yu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. She was still a little nervous when the patriarch was around. Chen Yang was able to manipulate both his body and his doppelganger at the same time, but it was still the first time that his body and doppelganger were separated by such a long distance, causing him to stay on his toes for fear that he might fall off the line. It was good that there were no dropouts. He was just still a bit spermy when the main body and the doppelganger were dealing with different things at the same time. Previously, his main body and his doppelganger had always been together, and he could decide at will to whom he would divide his main consciousness. But now, his doppelganger had been taken away by Patriarch Yuji, while his main body had been arranged by Elder Song in the Outer Sex Pill Hall. To be precise, it was assigned to the Spirit Herd Planting Squad under the Dan Pill Hall. Spirit Abyss sect did not keep idle people. As an outer disciple, there are the benefits of an outer disciple to take, but there are also the responsibilities of an outer disciple to bear. Elder Song knew that Chun Yang was a water and would lower grade spiritual root, and that he had previously worked as a spiritual plant husband in Fengyang City, so he didn't even ask Chen Yang about his own wishes, and directly threw him to the spiritual herd planting team under the Hall of Pills. It was good that he was personally sent there by Elder Song, and in such a short while, the entire clan, almost everyone knew that there was a little sister with heavenly spirit root and unsullied saint body in the clan. Chen Yang was the older brother of the genius junior sister, so naturally, his treatment in the sect wouldn't be bad. What steward deducted his share of the rules, implied filial piety, or was suppressed by a senior brother or sister? That would never happen. The captain of the Spirit Grass Planting Squad was a chi refining great perfection senior brother who had entered the field 17 years earlier than Chen Yang. Elder brother's name is Yo-Yo Ma and he is a peaceful little fat man. Ma Yuyu led Chen Yang through the registration formalities and received a storage bag containing the outer disciple token, 2 sets of green and white uniforms for daily wear, and a bottle of Peiyuan Dan. The Peiyuan Dan can solidly cultivate energy, with the efficacy of removing impurities from the body and dredging the meridians. It can lay a good foundation for a disciple's cultivation. This kind of elixir was considered to be a staple item. The outer disciples of the Spirit Abyss sect were able to receive a bottle of Peiyuan Dan every month. As for the inner disciples, they were able to receive better elixirs. It was just that Chen Yang was too poor before, and only when he was 12 years old, his father had given him a bottle of Peiyuan Dan, which was considered to be a taste of elixir. Chen Yang opened the jade bottle. Smelling the fragrance of the Dan, he only felt like a mouse had fallen into a rice vat. The time has come. That's all. Ma Yuyu looked chubby. His face was full of amiable smiles, then continued to introduce Chen Yang to the sect. Disciples who have just entered the sect can also go to the hidden scripture cabinet to choose a technique. The first time is free, and after that, they will need contribution points. You receive clan tasks, and when you complete them, you can obtain a certain number of contribution points. For example, if you are in charge of planting spirit grass, then 1 contribution point is counted for 1 month. After 10 months, you'll be able to go to the scripture pavilion and choose another technique. You can also go to the task hall to pick up other tasks. Different tasks have different contribution points. Let's talk about this later. Senior brother, you just entered the sect. There must be many matters that need to be arranged. So this month, you won't have to go to the spirit field to do anything. Just focus on cultivation. Well, let me take you to your place of residence. Led by Ma Yuyu, Chen Yang was assigned to a house, which was not small, with 3 rooms and a peach tree growing in the yard. It was winter, and the peach trees were bare, their messy branches having the casual beauty of white paintings. Ma Yuyu pointed to the courtyard next door and said with a smile, I live over there. If senior brother has anything, feel free to come find me. Thank you, senior brother. Chen Yang smiled and thanked him, seeing Ma Yuyu off before closing the door to his room. At this moment, Chen Yang couldn't be bothered to check the situation of the houses. He casually entered a room and then began to sit cross-legged and cultivate. After the main body concentrated on cultivation, Chen Yang's main consciousness came to the side of the bilocation. Just now, the doppelganger had already read a few miscellaneous books, and due to his double-mindedness, he hadn't read them deeply until now, when he was able to concentrate on the books. The first floor of the hidden scripture pavilion of miscellaneous records and feats. All books drawn. Only this paper is not a mortal paper, cannot be invaded by water and fire, and is conducive to preservation. Shen Yu didn't directly choose a technique on the 3rd floor just for the sake of the principle. The doppelganger was well qualified and his future was no longer something to worry about. But the main body was poorly qualified and had fewer cultivation resources, so he had to develop in a balanced manner to be able to do so. Shen Yu flipped through one book after another, drawing on the knowledge inside quickly. Miscellaneous journals, travelogues and the like were indeed interesting, but Shen Yu only hurriedly read them once. What she needed more was to try to find a technique suitable for insta-cultivation, or a method to enhance her spiritual roots. A day later, Chen Yu went through roughly all of the complicated books on the first floor and then went up to the second floor. The second floor was a place where only inner disciples could come in to pick out feats, and with the identity of the instance, they couldn't come in. The gongfu on the third floor was too profound and also picked on the cultivator's qualifications. With poor ontological qualifications, there was a high probability that one would not be able to learn it, so Chen Yu placed all his hopes on the second floor. She hoped that here, she would be able to find a technique suitable for insta-cultivation. Time passes with the turning of a book, transformed into insights and remembered in the heart. The secret treasure doppelganger was not a body of flesh and blood, and did not need to eat, drink, or poop. Chen Yang's main body had gone to the cafeteria to eat 3 times, and the secret treasure doppelganger was still reading a book. Because the secret treasure split side required more concentration, Chen Yang's main body was very low-key. Except for going to the cafeteria to eat, the rest of the time he stayed at home to cultivate. After spending most of the day on the voluminous second floor, Chen Yu finally had something to show for it. She looked at the secret book in her hand. The words Evergreen Kung Fu were written on the cover of the animal skin book. This Gong method is not how profound. Many small sects of the introductory Gong method is it. And Chen Yu previously in the first floor when looking through, had seen a copy of the Changchun Gong already. But the same feats are now on the second floor. Chen Yu was surprised in her heart, and after carefully looking through it, she realized that the Evergreen Gong on the second floor had been modified by the former patriarch, her Lin Zhang senior uncle. Open the book cover. The first page is written with a paragraph. I traveled to the Tianyan continent, looking through the sects of the Gongfa, and realized that most of the Gongfa is the same lineage, but in the inheritance of the changes, some people will modify it, taking the essence and removing the dross, so that the work of a higher level. There are also people who cut down the essence, so that it will be reduced to a low-level technique. This edition of Changchun Kung Fu is a recompilation by me, taking the strengths of all schools, and leaving it for those who are destined for it. Lin Zhang. When he saw the word Lin Zhang, Chen Yu realized that this book was recompiled by the former patriarch, and as such, this book must be extraordinary. Holding this thought, Chen Yu carefully looked through it. After a book is finished, it's sunset and moonrise. Chen Yu took a deep breath as she decided that her body would just cultivate this evergreen merit. The evergreen Gong on the first floor could only be practiced during the qi refining stage, and at the foundation establishment stage, the Gong method would have to be changed. However, this book on the second floor, the everlasting spring technique, was able to be cultivated all the way up to the yuaning stage. Only, there are advantages and disadvantages to everything. Although the everlasting spring technique can strengthen the dantian qi, expand the tendons and veins, and prolong longevity, as well as enhance the qualification of the spiritual root. However, the everlasting spring technique was extremely slow to cultivate, and the techniques cultivated were not good at attacking, so if one encountered an enemy, it would be dangerous. As such, even though this Gong method had been recompiled by the patriarch before Lin Zhang, there were still very few people who chose to cultivate this Gong method. If Chen Yang didn't have a secret treasure detachment, then Chen Yang wouldn't have chosen to cultivate the everlasting spring technique. After all, slow progress in strength meant that there was a great risk. However, within a short period of time, Chen Yang had already decided that the main body would cultivate the evergreen technique and the doppelganger would cultivate another offensively powerful technique, such as the sword technique and the blade technique. Chapter 14, Buring Sword. 3 days later, Yuji came to the Tibetan scripture pavilion to look for Chen Yu. The first thing she said when she met her was, You can't break up the grain yet. You should eat more spirit food on weekdays. It's good for your body. Yuji took out an exquisite lunchbox from her storage ring, handed it to Chen Yu, and said, This is the green bamboo cake, made from bamboo rice and adding spiritual spring water and 100 flower honey. It has a soft and sweet taste, and contains pure spiritual energy. You eat it quickly. Chen Yu didn't expect that the hallowed patriarch would personally bring her pastries. She was thrilled inside and at the same time, she had a sense of her new identity. During these 3 days, she wasn't the only one in the scripture pavilion, but the other disciples came in and even though they were curious about her, they didn't dare to rashly come up and disturb her reading. If there was something she didn't understand, all she had to do was ask, and she would be able to get the perfect answer. All of this was because she was a heavenly spirit root, an immaculate saint body, and a disciple of the patriarch. When he was on the spirit boat, Chen Yang had already asked Elder Song about the general situation of the sect. The current sect leader Yuji, although she had outstanding talent and high strength, she was aloof and didn't like to socialize with people. If it wasn't for the fact that her brothers and sisters had fallen one by one and her eldest senior brother had entrusted the sect to her when he was seriously injured, she would never have taken up the position as the sect leader. Chunyu hurriedly put down the books in his hands and respectfully accepted the lunchbox with both hands, saying gratefully, "Thank you for your master's concern." She opened the lid of the lunchbox and took out the green bamboo cake inside. The turquoise pastry was served on a fine plate and looked very tempting. It's just that she wasn't hungry, because this body was made of jade, and although its appearance was no different from that of a real person, it didn't need to eat or drink. However, Chunyu had tested it long ago. She could eat even though she didn't need to, and after the food was in her stomach, the aura inside would be absorbed by her body, and as for the residue, it would be burned away by the flames in her stomach. Is it a fairy's job to do things like go to the bathroom? Under Yuji's gaze, Chunyu could only eat all of the green bamboo cakes. Just as delicious as the green bamboo cake was, she ate it like a cow chewing on peony, unable to taste its flavor. This was because although the secret treasure doppelganger looked no different from a real person, there was a bit of a problem with the 5 senses and 6 senses. Sight and hearing were fine, not only unaffected, but much better than the instance. But the rest of the senses, something was off. For example, Chunyu was unable to feel taste or pain. If it wasn't in front of Yuji, Chunyu would have preferred to give this plate of green bamboo cake to his own body to eat. When she saw her young disciple eat the green bamboo cake, Yuji's face grew a smile and asked, have you chosen your technique yet? Bringing up business, Chunyu said, "Master, I want to cultivate the divine heavenly sword technique." Chenyu's main body chose to cultivate the everlasting spring technique, hoping to use it to prolong its lifespan and raise its spirit root grade. So the doppelganger was prepared to cultivate the sword technique or the blade technique. After she looked through the 3rd floor, she decided to choose to cultivate the divine sky sword skill. This sword skill is extremely powerful, although in the process of cultivation, it is a bit hurtful to the body, and she often has to endure the pain of lightning forging the body. But, is she afraid? A doppelganger with no sense of pain. This is an innate sword cultivator. Yuji heard this and immediately frowned, not quite agreeing. The divine heavenly sword technique is actually not a technique created by the predecessors of this sect, but rather, it was obtained by chance. Over the years, very few disciples of the sect have been able to successfully cultivate it. Besides, the divine heavenly sword technique can only be cultivated after foundation establishment, so you'd better find another technique. Chenyu froze. She was only attracted by the power of the divine heavenly sword skill, but she didn't know that this sword skill could only be cultivated by foundation establishment stage cultivators. No wonder, the divine heavenly sword technique said that one could cultivate all the way to the transformation god stage. Chenyu sighed. It seemed that he could only endure the pain and give it up. Yuji wasn't good at getting along with her disciples, but her little disciple's lowered head and sighing appearance was really pitiful, so Yuji reached out and touched her little disciple's head and said softly, "You are a heavenly spiritual root and an unsullied sacred body. Building a foundation is just a matter of time for you." If it was an ordinary casual cultivator, he would naturally have to worry about foundation building, but a sect disciple, especially a personal disciple of the patriarch, would he still need to worry about foundation building? It wasn't true that it was hard to find a foundation establishment, but the Spirit Abyss sect naturally didn't lack it. Chen Yu's body stiffened, this feeling of being touched on the head, so much that he wanted to touch it back. Chen Yu had a wooden face and thought silently. It was a good thing that Yuji wasn't too used to getting too close to people, and after touching them twice, he took 2 steps back and reached for a secret book from the shelf. Yuji handed the secret book in his hand to Chen Yu while saying, "This is the Tai Xian sword, an entry-level sword technique. If you want to practice sword training, you can practice this Tai Xian sword first, and then switch to the divine heavenly sword technique after you have built your foundation." Chen Yu had also seen the Tai Xian sword before, only that at that time, she was high-minded and proud, and was only interested in finding a sword skill with amazing power to cultivate. When Chen Yang was a child, he had sought out the method of refining his body, and in addition to mortal fist and footwork, he had also practiced knives and swords in a crude manner, especially the sword. The Chun clan occupies a red flame iron mine, and makes a living from mining, smelting and forging weapons on weekdays. The red flame sword produced by the family has quite a good reputation around the southwest, and Chen Yang owns a red flame sword even though he is a collateral lineage descendant. The red inferno sword belonged to a low-grade spiritual treasure, and the sword came with red inferno damage, which could form special burn marks on the enemy's wounds when killing them, especially when dealing with ghosts and such enemies. It has twice the effect with half the effort. In the past, when he was planting spirit grass in Boar Gully, Chen Yang had used this sword to kill quite a few low-level demonic beasts that stole and nibbled on the spirit grass, and even killed a wild boar. The boar meat was something that he had eaten for quite a while, and the hair on the boar that was hard as steel needles was also collected and taken to be sold for money. As the past swept over his heart, Chen Yu looked down at the Tai Xian sword in his hand and felt that his red flame sword would come in handy again. Just as she thought so, Yuji's finger wiped on her storage ring, a ghostly blue light flashed away, and a sword had already been added to her hand. That's a real sword. Not to mention that the forging materials for the sword were many rare items. The head, the scabbard and the scabbard were inlaid with Buring's gemstones. This can be a suitable sword for young girls to wear. Chunyu couldn't help but spit it out in his heart. This is the sword I used when I was a child. Now I'm giving it to you. Yuji handed the beautiful sword to Chen Yang. She was actually very attached to this sword. It was given to her by her master when she was initiated, and although she rarely used it, she kept it extremely well. Now she has an apprentice, too. Yuji thought so, and couldn't help but reach out and touch her little apprentice's head again. Well, it's quite a nice touch, so it's no wonder other people love to take on apprentices. Yuji muttered a few words mentally, pondering that it was time to go and see how the other elders got along with their disciples. Shenyu did not know what Yuji was thinking in her mind. When her fingers touched the sword, she only felt that the sword was cool, with a feeling of penetrating coldness. The head of the sword was inlaid with a thumb-sized sapphire. Chen Yu's hand holding the sword accidentally touched the sapphire, and a layer of thin ice instantly covered her hand. If this body was an ordinary person, I'm afraid my fingers would be frostbitten. Although Chen Yu didn't feel any pain, she also noticed this, but she didn't care, and just thought that this was the ice spirit damage that came with the sword, just like the red flame sword. Chapter 15, Brother and Sister. After settling on the technique he wanted to cultivate, and obtaining the precious sword given by the Patriarch Master, Chen Yu did not forget to seek benefits for his own body. Seeing the evergreen merit she took out, Yuji laughed. You want your brother to cultivate this? This gong method was recompiled by your master Lin Zhang, and although it was placed on the second floor, there are not many disciples who are willing to cultivate it. Your brother is only an outer disciple, and was not qualified to cultivate the second floor's gong methods, but for your sake, I can allow him to cultivate this evergreen gong. Once Yuji agreed, this matter crossed the clear path, and Chen Yu immediately expressed her gratitude. After registering on the first floor, she placed the secret book into her storage ring, preparing to give it to her main body later. The two of them exited the scripture pavilion together, and Yuji personally escorted Chen Yu to the cave that had been assigned to her. Most of the disciples of the Spirit Abyss sect lived in houses, but the patriarch and elders, however, preferred to live in cave dwellings. The so-called cave house is a cultivation place dug out on top of a spiritual vein, which is close to the spiritual vein and is a place of abundant spiritual chi, which is conducive to cultivation. In addition to being assigned a cave, Chen Yu also received an inner disciple token, clothing, and a portion. The outer disciple's dress is a green and white uniform, while the inner disciple's dress is a silver-white vestment, which is spun from special materials, invulnerable to fire and water, and there are also array diagrams painted on it, some of which play a role in warming the body in winter and cooling it in summer. Some play a role in cleansing the body, and some play a role in defense. In addition to the vestments, there was also a bottle of golden marrow pills. The golden marrow pill was an elixir that could enhance a cultivator's qualifications, and it also had an excellent healing effect on all kinds of injuries a cultivator encountered in the course of cultivation, being able to quickly recover from injuries. This was because Chen Yu was only at the chi refining stage. If she had advanced to the foundation establishment stage, then she would be able to receive a bottle of chi harmonization pill at the sect every month. The welfare of the Spirit Abyss sect is really generous. Chen Yu, the Earth Elk, was shocked by the benefits of the big clan and thought, no wonder that no matter whether it was in his previous life or in this life, those who have the ability to do so, all want to enter the big factory. In the cave, Yuji did not leave in a hurry, but first gave Chen Yu the cultivation method of the Tai Xian sword, which Chen Yu was able to understand roughly after listening to it, and then asked Yuji about the cultivation method of the evergreen kung fu. Yuji had not practiced the evergreen gong, but when eldest senior brother Lin Zhan was recompiling the evergreen gong, she had looked through it and discussed the advantages and disadvantages of the many gong methods with eldest senior brother Lin Zhang, so at this time, she directly stated the compiler's understanding of the gong method. Seeing Chen Yu's face full of thought, Yuji was a bit saddened. It seemed that her disciple and his brother were truly brother and sister. It's just that even though they are siblings, with the qualifications of the two of them, they will surely take different paths in the future. Cultivation has no age. The change of time has changed the world in an invisible way. Yuji stood up and said to Chen Yu, these days, you focus on cultivating in the cave. If there is anything you don't understand, feel free to come and ask me. After saying that, Yuji walked towards the outside of the cave, and Chen Yu hurriedly got up to see him off. As soon as Yuji left, she didn't rush to cultivate, but immediately went to the main body. This relationship between the body and the doppelganger. That's what's mine is mine and what's yours is still mine. Spirit stones, Pills, spiritual treasures, and other cultivation sustenance were given to whoever needed them. For example, spirit stones could be given to the bilocation for cultivation, but pills and spiritual treasures, they could be given to the main body. The secret treasure split could only absorb the spiritual energy within the elixir, but not the medicinal energy, and it would undoubtedly be a waste to take the elixir. In fact, as long as Chun Yang could sense the doppelganger, he could summon it with a single thought, causing it to return to his dantian before releasing it. However, being in the spirit abyss sect, Chen Yang didn't dare to die. At this moment, his main body was waiting at the door, while his doppelganger used the light body method and flew towards his main body. As soon as the two parties met, they flew into the house and closed the door behind them, all by themselves. Naturally, there was no need to talk. Chen Yu directly handed Chen Yang a storage bag. That storage bag was given to Chen Yu by Pei Mingchen at the beginning, and there was quite a lot of space inside. But Chen Yu already had the storage ring sent by Master Lin Zhang, so naturally this storage bag would not be used. The storage pouch held a copy of the evergreen technique, a bottle of golden marrow pills, and 2 jade talismans. One jade talisman is for defense and one for attack. Talismans made from talisman paper. That is a one-time consumable. But jade talisman is different. High-grade jade talisman can be used again and again. After consuming the spiritual energy inside the jade talisman, just need to continue to charge the spirit, can still be used again. This defensive jade talisman was capable of defending against a Jindan cultivator's deadly killing moves, while the offensive jade talisman was capable of killing a foundation establishment cultivator with a single blow. This kind of jade talisman, when placed in a cultivation workshop, was worth a lot of money. Other than that, there were also some spirit treasures and spirit pills, all of which were things in the storage ring given by Master Lin Zhang. These things Chen Yu couldn't use, so naturally they were given to Chen Yang to use, and if Chen Yang couldn't use them either, he could still think of ways to sell them. For example, the resident skin pill that Pei Jing had sent earlier. The Purple Dan Pavilion made a living by refining pills, and one of the best-selling pills was the face resurfacing pill. Whether it is a male or female cultivator, there is always a need to reside in the face of the Dan time, especially female cultivators. Love of beauty is life. They are even willing to spend a large amount of money to buy a reside in the face of the Dan to ensure that their appearance for 100 years not old. This thing, when placed in a cultivation workshop, was hard currency, but Chen Yang didn't need it. The doppelganger was a tamer, and his main body was only 17 years old. 17 is the age of a flower, but what man wants to set his looks at 17 forever? Men are teenagers until they die, but that doesn't include wanting a teenage face. After Chen Yu handed over the items to Chen Yang, she returned to the inner sect's cave to cultivate again. Once Chen Yu entered the state of cultivation, Chen Yang took out the evergreen gong and studied it. Preparing to cultivate the evergreen gong, Chen Yang understood that his main body was his foundation, so he was not in a hurry to use his doppelganger to cultivate the Tai Xianjian sword. Instead, he was prepared to let his main body cultivate the evergreen technique for beginners first. The secret book of Gongfu flipped from page to page. Chen Yang felt something in his heart and sat down with his legs crossed, quickly entering the state of cultivation. After he had cultivated for an hour, a faint layer of green light shrouded his body, which indicated that he had already cultivated the Changchun Gong for the first time. However, there were a total of 13 layers in the evergreen gong, and Chen Yang had only refined to the first layer. When he was initiated, he still needed to refine a set of pilework, which had the effect of attracting and gathering spiritual qi, with the intention of using the spiritual qi to flush his physical body, under years and years, in order to achieve the effect of qualitative change. This pile gong, which was also compiled by Master Lin Zhang, was said to have unexpected effects when practiced in conjunction with the evergreen gong. Chen Yang didn't know what that unexpected effect was, but he was a person who listened to advice and practiced whatever the big brother said. For the next half a month, he spent most of his time practicing the evergreen kung fu, meditating and practicing at night, and early in the morning, he would go to the courtyard to practice stump work. Chen Yang did not know that during the days when he was concentrating on his cultivation, rumors about him had spread throughout the entire Spirit Abyss sect. Chapter 16, Isolation, Requests for Follow-up Reading. Even Chen Ping, who was in the marketplace, had more or less heard some of the rumors, and he could not help but show a look of envy. How come he doesn't have such an awesome sister? Nowadays, in Spirit Abyss sect, everyone knew that the sect leader's disciple, Shan Yu, had given most of her cultivation resources to her wastrel brother. Ah, you, I'm your brother too. Chen Ping looked in the direction of the Spirit Abyss sect in pain. A brother is also a brother. At that moment, an old voice sounded in his mind. You've gained a foothold in the workshop market. Next I'm going to teach you to draw the fire cloud talisman. Chen Ping was first delighted, then said with a bitter face, Master Whitefish, this fire cloud talisman is a primary intermediate talisman. I have limited spiritual power and I don't know if I can draw it. Chen Ping's qualifications were average and his cultivation was not high. Even with the Whitefish master teaching him, he could only produce the simplest of low-level talismans. Talisman A is not according to the drawing on the line. You have to first understand the theoretical knowledge of different talismans, talisman making, but also need to hook up with heaven and earth law. From the beginning to the pen should be a 1-2 punch. If the middle of the break, then a talisman will be wasted. There were several reasons for the break, one being a lack of one's own spiritual power, and the other being a lack of understanding of the talisman, and the legal intent of heaven and earth that was hooked up to it was interrupted. The Whitefish master in the jade talisman seemed to be somewhat disgusted with Chen Ping's lack of progress, and he was silent for a long time before he said in a muffled voice, "I have me to teach you, so just don't worry about it." Only after getting these words did Chen Ping put his heart down. He was now working in the talisman workshop. Don't look at his low cultivation. Making talisman paper was still very old-fashioned. After all, he was familiar with this job. After the day's labor was over, Chen Ping didn't rush back, but sought out the steward of the talisman workshop and bought 100 sheets of talisman paper at cost price. This was one of the few perks of being a rune workshop handyman. The talisman workshop's handyman can purchase talisman paper at cost, and purchase finished talismans at a 20% discount. But the talisman workshop's handyman is not allowed to use this as a way to buy and sell. In the evening, Chen Ping returned to his residence with 100 sheets of talisman paper, as well as the talisman brush and animal blood used to draw the talismans. "Master Whitefish, I've spent all the spirit stones on me," Chen Ping cried out. This was really hard to earn spirit stones and hard to eat. Whitefish master's calm voice rang out. "As long as you learn the fire cloud talisman, you'll soon be able to earn spirit stones." These words were like heavenly music, and Chen Ping was instantly energized as he began to draw talismans as his Whitefish master had taught him. Only after several consecutive times, he ended up failing. When Ma Yuyu came over to find Chen Yang had just finished his pile work. Hearing the courtyard door being knocked on while Ma Yuyu's voice rang out, Chen Yang hurriedly went forward to open the door and respectfully shouted, "Senior brother." Ma Yuyu stood at the doorway, but his eyes were curiously observing Chen Yang's courtyard. His cultivation level was higher than Chen Yang's, and he was able to keenly perceive that there was an abnormality in one of the auras in the courtyard. Ma Yuyu grinned, his little chubby face looking more amiable. "Chen Yang, on the 1st and 15th day of every month, the Dan Pill Hall has lectures by the Dan Masters. I purposely came over to shout for you to go over and listen to the lectures piece by piece." Chen Yang sniffed and immediately showed a look of gratitude. During this period of time, he had been immersed in cultivation and knew nothing about the affairs of the sect. Luckily, someone is leading the way. Chen Yang tidied up his clothes and cast a cleansing spell on himself, and his entire body was refreshed. Seeing that he was properly organized, Ma Yuyu led him to the place where the class was held, not forgetting to introduce him to some of the circumstances of the Dan Medicine Hall along the way. Chen Yang listened attentively, nodding his head and hemming every now and then, before appropriately bragging about Yo-Yo Ma for a few moments. Yo-Yo Ma was extremely comfortable being blown away, and when he grinned, he couldn't see his teeth. Within a short time, the two arrived at the place where the class was held. It was a large hall, with a range of alchemy instruments on the stage, while dozens of outer disciples in green and white attire sat underneath the stage. Chen Yang was also wearing the uniform of an outer disciple, a 17-year-old teenager, the youngest face amongst those present. He was upright and had a good temperament, wearing this uniform with a sense of dashing and flowing. As expected, when it came to clashing, whoever was ugly was embarrassed, and a senior brother who considered himself ugly couldn't help but glare at Chen Yang and said to his friend beside him, "If it weren't for a good sister, he's a waterwood lower-grade spiritual root, and he deserves to be on par with us?" His friend thought so, but he was still cautious and whispered, "We'll just ignore him. It's not worth offending him." This was probably what most people had in mind. So after Chen Yang came over, the crowd only coldly glanced at him before moving their eyes away, with a high and mighty look of unwillingness to pay attention to him. Chen Yang came from the bottom and was good at observing words and colors, so how could he not know the isolation of these classmates? But he was blissfully unconcerned. Even without the secret treasure detachment, there was an innate confidence in him that came from the education he received in his previous life. The country is strong, the family is strong, the people will be strong, even if the tire through the other world. Chen Yang has never felt inferior, sometimes lowering his head, but just to avoid unnecessary trouble. In this life, Chen Yang's spiritual root qualification was poor and his cultivation progressed slowly, but he had never felt sorry for himself. "Chen Yang, let's sit here." Ma Yuyu could see the ostracization of the others and smiled as he pulled Chen Yang to sit down at an empty seat. The more the others ostracized Chen Yang, the happier Ma Yuyu was in his heart. As a chi-refining great perfection cultivator, he was extremely eager to build his foundation. It was just that his qualifications were unusual and he didn't have enough contribution points on hand to exchange for foundation establishment pills, which was why he had been delayed until now. However, if he could befriend Chen Yang, he might be able to rely on Chen Yang's sister to obtain the foundation establishment pill in advance. Foundation building was the goal of all bottom cultivators, and naturally, Ma Yuyu was no exception. Not long after, a Dan master in blue vestments walked over. This Dan master looked unsmiling and full of solemnity. Ma Yuyu transmitted his voice to Chen Yang and said, "This is Master Han Su-Han Dan. He is a 5th grade Dan master. The Peiyuan Dan that we receive every month is refined by him." There were 9 grades of Dan masters, and the number of 9th grade Dan masters was extremely rare, while 6th grade Dan masters could refine the foundation establishment Dan. Regarding the subclasses of Dan masters, Chen Yang had heard a little bit about it. After all, the Purple Dan Pavilion where he had narrowly escaped a soft meal was filled with all Dan masters, only that the Purple Dan Pavilion was filled with female Dan masters. The Pavilion Master of the Purple Dan Pavilion was said to be a 6th grade Dan master, refining a furnace of base building Dan every 3 years. When refining base building Dan, there was a certain probability of failure. Even if the refining was successful, there was a difference between extreme grade, middle grade and lower grade Dan. This Hansu is the Spirit Abyss Sect Dan Hall of an Ordinary Alchemist. The 1st and 15th of each month, Dan Hall of Ordinary Alchemists need to take turns in charge of the external disciples' lecture. As for the content of the lecture, is quite casual, all depends on the personal mind of the Master of the Dan. Today, Master Han Dan was teaching the refining of the Peiyuan Dan, and the stage had already been set up with various colors of alchemy instruments and dozens of types of spiritual herbs. Alchemy is not just a matter of throwing the spiritual herbs into the Dante's cauldron in a brain, but also need to concoct the spiritual herbs first, and then put in the spiritual herbs in a back and forth order. And when the spiritual herbs are refined into a medicinal liquid, you need to hit the Dante's cauldron with a Dante's sequence, and the medicinal liquid in the Dante's cauldron can then be refined into the spiritual elixir. In addition to this, throughout the entire process of alchemy, it was necessary for the alchemist to use his divine sense to pull the fusion of the medicinal liquid, so alchemy was quite exhausting, and it wasn't easy to learn how to make pills. Chapter 17, A Gentleman's Revenge is Never Too Late. Master Han Dan was not a good talker. His means of handling spirit herbs was very sophisticated. His movements were not fast, but nay, it was Chen Yang's first time to take the class without the accumulation from earlier, causing him to not be able to read it at all. However, Chen Yang was not in a hurry. He put down his mindset of learning and only watched Master Han Dan alchemize pills with pure admiration, and silently memorized the process of alchemy. If he was still a loose cultivator at this time, I'm afraid that he would never be able to witness an alchemist making pills with his own eyes for the rest of his life. That's the benefit of joining a big clan. At the end of the lesson, although Chen Yang couldn't understand the doorway inside alchemy, he had memorized the process of alchemy in his heart. As for how to concoct spirit herbs, how to pull the medicinal liquid in the Dan tripod with divine sense, and how to strike the Dan secret, all of these could be done slowly. After the course ended, Dan Master Han left first. After that, everyone also got up and prepared to disperse. At this time, a harsh and unpleasant voice rang out abruptly. "Gu, what a coincidence. Today is Master Han Dan's class." Master Han Dan has always been a man of few words. I'm only afraid that some of the people in this class haven't even learned the skinny. As soon as the words left his mouth, a low laughter rang out, while there were quite a few people looking towards Chen Yang if at all. Chen Yang's face did not change, but it was Ma Yuyu by his side who was a bit angry. But the other party was so crowded that he didn't dare to do anything. He only whispered to Chen Yang, "I have notes there that I made before, so when we go back, I'll lend them to you to read. Inside are my experience in growing spirit herbs over the years, the techniques of handling various spirit herbs, and the essentials of alchemy." Ma Yuyu wasn't an alchemist. He was a wood spirit root with a high affinity for spirit grasses, which was why he was able to become a small steward of the Dan Pill Hall, responsible for the cultivation of a spirit field. Although Ma Yuyu didn't know how to make pills, but he could handle most of the concoctions of spiritual herbs, and he had memorized the essentials of making pills in his previous classes, and this part of his experience would be a great benefit to Chen Yang if he were to teach it to him. Sensing Ma Yuyu's good intentions, Chen Yang smiled at Ma Yuyu with a grateful expression on his face. "Many thanks, senior brother." After saying that, he and Ma Yuyu walked towards the outside together. Only before leaving, he inadvertently turned back towards the crowd and secretly memorized a face. Chen Yang inwardly sneered. although he did not know the bottom of this person. But a gentleman's revenge. One day is not too late. Waiting for him to change his small number to hit him in the face. After Chen Yang and the others left, the man was blissfully unaware of what he was about to face and instead snorted in derision. Brother Yang, that person is an inferior spiritual root. I am afraid that he can't compare to Brother Yang in this life, but he has a sister after all. At this time, someone spoke up. This person was the one who had previously advised his friend to ignore Chen Yang and not to offend him. Brother Yang, who had spoken out of ridicule, was not happy. He said, I am a top-grade single spirit root, and when I was initiated back then, I wanted my sister to enter with me, but I was rejected by my master. My sister is still a middle-grade spirit root, but what about this Chen Yang? He is a lower-grade spirit root. Brother Yang's heart was not in the right place, and the others could understand. It was just that although Brother Yang's qualifications were good, and he was now able to refine low-grade pills, he was only an upper-grade spiritual root. So how could he compare to Chen Yang's sister, who was a heavenly spiritual root? Geniuses. There's always some unusual treatment. It was as if only inner disciples were able to go into the second floor of the scripture pavilion to receive a technique. But Chen Yang's younger sister, Chen Yu, had directly received a technique on the second floor for Chen Yang, and had even been agreed to by the patriarch. Sour. Really sour. But the bar, also dare not really bar. After leaving the hall where the class was held, Chen Yang realized that Ma Yuyu was not taking him back, but towards a place he had never set foot in before. He was puzzled in his mind and asked at once. Ma Yuyu pointed to a platform made of white jade in front of him and laughed. There is another thing that I forgot to say to you. Spirit Abyss sect disciples. On the first day of every month, they still need to put all of their own spiritual energy into the Mountain Gate array. The Mountain Gate Grand Formation is open all year round, and it consumes a lot of money. However, our Spirit Abyss sect's Mountain Gate Formation is laid down by a 9th grade formation master. So as long as the disciple strikes his own spiritual energy into the formation pillars on the first day of every month, he will be able to reduce the amount of spirit stones consumed. The platform referred to by Yo-Yo Ma is not high, only halfway up the hill, and there are pavilions near the platform for people to rest and look out over the scenery. The entire platform was made of a special kind of white jade bricks, glistening from afar. At this moment, Chen Yang realized that the group of people behind him were quickly crossing over himself and Ma Yuyu and heading towards the platform in front of them. That group of people were the same classmates who had isolated and taunted him earlier, and one of them looked at him with disdain. Soon, there were 3 more people coming from various peaks. Yo-Yo Ma said, our Dan Pill Hall holds classes on the 1st and 15th of every month, as well as other places, and generally speaking, we come over to tap into our spiritual energy right after the classes. Those people on the left are the disciples of the Alchemy Hall. Those people on the right are the disciples of the Formation Hall, and that group of female cultivators predominantly are the disciples of the Heavenly Clothes Hall, and the clothes we receive are only those made by the clan's handymen, but the clothes of the inner disciples and elders are made by them, and the price of a single vestment would cost that amount in the auction house of the workshop market. Yo-Yo Ma made a gesture, his face full of envy. Chen Yang was also quite envious. With all the 100 arts of immortal cultivation, as long as one was good at one would be able to gain a foothold in the immortal cultivation world. Sect disciples are not lifelong. If a sect disciple feels unable to refine his cultivation in the sect, then there are 2 paths to choose from. One is to go back to his own family, such as Pei Ming Chun, the city lord of Fengyang City, and the other is to be dispatched by the sect to various cities and become a guest secretary, responsible for the demon subduing and demon removal matters of that place. There are demonic beasts in the mountains, ghosts and phantoms in sinister places, and evil practitioners who use living people to refine souls and corpses, all of which affect the survival and safety of mortals. An immortal is a person who is immortal in the mountains, and man, that is, from mortal man. While Ma Yuyu was still talking to Chen Yang about the little gossips of the clan, Chen Yang instantly decided to maneuver the secret treasure doppelganger to come and support the main body. Next, he's going to show everyone what it means to spoil his brother. In the inner sect cave, Chen Yu ended his cultivation. Outer disciples have big classes on the 1st and 15th of each month, but inner disciples can have one-on-one boutique classes, and some of them with more senior brothers and sisters can be taught by senior brothers and sisters with them. However, Chen Yu's master was the patriarch, and the current patriarch had only accepted her as a disciple so far. In terms of age, she was the junior sister of the sect, but in terms of status, she was not a low status. Master Lin Zhang gave her a storage ring. Master Yuji naturally wouldn't be stingy. Some days ago, after giving Chen Yu another lecture on the cultivation secrets of the second layer of the Tai Xian sword, Yuji gave Chen Yu quite a few cultivation sustenance, only that most of those things were spiritual treasures that only women could use. For example, neon robe. 7 treasures bracelet, soul-fixing hairpin, spirit-gathering earrings and so on. This was because Yu Ji had heard that Chen Yu had given all her cultivation sustenance to her brother Chen Yang. Every old mother who protects her calf feels that her pups are only good, so Yu Ji simply sends a batch of spiritual treasures for women, so that it can no longer be given to Chen Yang. Chapter 18, Spoiled Brother, Request for Follow-Up Reading. In the cave, Chen Yu took out the many spiritual treasures sent by her master and put them all on, because next, she was going to flash the eyes of the crowd. Not long ago, Chen Yu, who was properly dressed, quickly went towards the white jade platform. At this time she was already a cultivator of the 8th level of qi refining. Her body was full of spiritual energy, and she was extremely flexible in performing the light body method. Soon, Chen Yu was like a colorful haze cloud that danced around, and when she stood on the white jade platform, she immediately caused numerous backward huffing sounds from the people around her. The Ling Yuan sect circulated rumors about Chen Yu, the heavenly spiritual root disciple, but not many people had witnessed Chen Yu in person, because after Chen Yu entered the sect, he was directly taken by Elder Song to meet the sect master, then went to meet Elder Lin Zhang, then went to the Bible pavilion to choose a technique, and then finally, he returned to his cave to cultivate. During this period of time, Chen Yang's main body and bilocation were both cultivating and rarely socialized with people. The main body still needed 3 meals a day, but the doppelganger didn't even need 3 meals a day, and the question was to take the grain-preventing elixir. Senior sister, it's been a long time, your cultivation has advanced again. In the crowd, Pei Jing was the first to speak, and in his words, he seemed to be quite close to the sovereign's disciple. It was no wonder, after all, they had entered the sect together, and in the eyes of outsiders, they probably knew each other well. Chen Yu, after all, had taken a sum of spirit stones from Pei Jing's father and son, and still gave Pei Jing face as he nodded and said, "Senior brother's cultivation has also improved." After only speaking with Pei Jing, the gloriously dressed Chen Yu came in front of Chen Yang, and the crowd only saw the sovereign disciple pursing her lips and smiling, and it was as if 100 flowers were in full bloom, and the beauty was unparalleled. Chen Yu wore a neon vestment robe, her long silky hair was fixed with a soul-fixing hairpin, while her flawless jade wrist wore a 7 treasures bracelet, and a pair of spirit-gathering earrings dangled down from her green silk, adding a bit more flavor. This outfit was already exceptionally outstanding, not to mention that she was holding a buring sword in her hand. Her entire person was like a shroud of radiant light and shadow, making it difficult for people to take their eyes off of her. In Fengyang City, Pei Jing, as the son of the city lord, poor and bored in friends bet, organized a beauty contest. At that time, Chen Yu just a common white clothes, so Pei Jing impressed. If not after the guards reported that Elder Song came, that beauty contest, Chen Yu should be able to win the first prize. The beauty of Chen Yu needs no questioning. Chen Yu's eyes turned slightly and looked around before saying, "Brother, although you don't have a high qualification, as long as I'm around, you'll definitely be able to live a long life. I've heard that there are strange fruits in the cloud dreaming weather that can enhance enlightenment when taken, so after I've accomplished my sword technique, I'll make a trip to the cloud dreaming weather for my brother. Brother, the cave I live in is full of spiritual qi. These spirit stones are not needed, so I will gift them to you." Obviously a voice as cold as jade, but it sounded no less intimate. Chen Yu reached out and wiped his hand on his storage ring. A burst of light flashed. A bunch of spirit stones floated in midair, like a small mountain of spirit stones. Although the people present were all disciples of the sect, the path of cultivation was extremely costly, and at first glance, when they saw so many spirit stones, each of them could not hide their envy. It's just that all of these spirit stones were given to her scrappy brother by the sect leader's disciples. It's infuriating and hateful. Chen Yang took in the envious and jealous expressions of the people around him, and his heart was finally refreshed, but on his lips, he still said, "Sister, you're so good to me, but your cultivation consumes a lot. These spirit stones, it's better for you to keep them for yourself." Chen Yu said, "Brother, senior uncle and master have given me many things. I don't lack spirit stones to use. These are for brother." Chen Yang was filled with emotion. "Sister," at Chen Yu's insistence, Chen Yang had no choice but to put all the spirit stones into his storage bag. Pei Jing, who was on the side, glanced at Chen Yang's storage bag and recognized that it was given to Chen Yu by his own father in the beginning. But now, Pei Jing couldn't help but stare at Chen Yang for several times. He also had younger siblings. How come his own younger siblings only thought of getting favors from him but never gave him favors? A sour feeling rose from the bottom of his heart. Pei Jing was sour, and so were the others. However, the drama between Chen Yang and Chen Yu, the brother and sister pair, was not over yet. Chen Yu pulled Chen Yang's hand and said with affection, "You are my only brother. We have depended on each other for many years. I definitely want to be good to you, brother. I am now practicing the Tai I Xian sword. After I build my foundation, I will switch to practicing the divine heavenly sword technique. It doesn't matter that you have a low cultivation level, brother. I will definitely work hard on my cultivation, and I will make sure that everyone doesn't dare to bully you, brother. If anyone bullies you, just tell me and see if the sword in my hand says yes. Chen Yu raised the sword of Buring in his hand to his chest, while glancing at that Brother Yang if at all as he spoke. The cultivators around Brother Yang instantly dispersed, and no one dared to stand with Brother Yang any longer and receive the scrutinizing gaze of this sovereign's disciple. Brother Yang held back his red face, but he could only stand there with his body stiff and not dare to move a muscle. Brother Yang was a chi refining great circle cultivation, and was only one step away from foundation establishment. He was clearly a bit stronger than Chen Yu, but at this moment, he didn't dare to lock eyes with Chen Yu. No one is afraid of the might of the patriarch. It was good that Chen Yang wasn't going to really do anything to him, and that today's act was just to let everyone know that he had someone above him. You can dislike me, but you can't bother me. Strength is honored in the immortal cultivation world, and I, Chen Yang, only want to cultivate immortality. Plotting and scheming? Isolating and ostracizing? Talking? These? I don't play with you guys at all. As for the matter of going to Yunmengze to look for strange fruits, Chen Yang really did have this intention. When he was flipping through the many books in the Tibetan scripture cabinet, he realized a problem, and that was that his own enlightenment was probably the same as his spiritual root qualification, which was of a very average kind. When he had just induced qi into his body, because of the memories of his previous life and his efforts in this life, he succeeded in inducing qi into his body in just half a month, and after that, no matter whether he was meditating or practicing arts, he was able to understand it very quickly. And occasionally he would also convert it into the theories that he had learnt in his previous life, which would make it easier for him to understand the logical theories of the arts therein. As such, he was on the path of cultivation, not exactly smooth, but he was also taking one step at a time. But with the flip of the gong method more and more subtle, he gradually found himself some cannot read, as if the knowledge of elementary school at a glance, but to junior high school, there are gradually cannot read to learn. The secret treasure split was a heavenly spirit root. Cultivating it was like a god's help. Chen Yang was confident that he would be promoted to the great perfection of qi refining within a year. However, not every qi refining great perfection cultivator was able to advance to foundation establishment. Even taking the foundation establishment pill would only increase the success rate of its foundation building and would only save the cultivator's life. Because if a cultivator fails to impact the foundation, then under the aura disorder, it will cause the symptoms of damage to the tendons and veins, bleeding from the 5 viscera, and bad luck will be directly dead. However, if you take the foundation establishment dan, then even if the impact of foundation establishment fails, the body will not suffer too much damage, and from then on, although it is difficult to establish the foundation again, its strength is also a little stronger than that of the average cultivator of the great circle of qi refining, which is considered to be a half step to establish the foundation. Nowadays, Shen Yang didn't need to worry about the foundation establishment pill. There was a patriarch master who prepared it for the doppelganger Chen Yu, but if he wanted to impact the foundation establishment, enlightenment was also crucial. It was a good thing that there were heavenly materials that allowed cultivators to improve their qualifications and enhance their enlightenment. Chapter 19, Invitation to a Dharma Meeting. Chen Yu's speech in the style of a favored brother madman caused everyone's eyes to change when they looked at Chen Yang. Before, they looked at Chen Yang no differently than they looked at trash, thinking that it was a strange shame for such an inferior spirit root to be on par with them. But now, the way they looked at Chen Yang was nothing but envy. Yo-Yo Ma was the most excited. He felt that he had hugged the right thigh. Seeing everyone looking this way, Yo-Yo Ma grinned and said, "Don't all freeze. Let's go to the formation pillar." With that, he led Chen Yang's siblings one step ahead of him to the front of the formation pillar. The entire white jade platform is a huge array. The center of the array column is engraved with complex array patterns. When the cultivator will be their own spiritual energy into the array column, those array patterns instantly glow, and the light quickly towards the bottom, like the spiritual energy are converging towards the ground. Chen Yang carefully observed and realized that the light flickering from the formation pattern was different after each person struck out their spiritual energy, and he surmised that it should be related to the cultivator's spiritual root based on his own and Chen Yu's light. After punching his own spiritual energy into the formation pillar, Chen Yang several people made way so that others could come forward. At this time, Pei Jing came up again to strike up a conversation, saying that he wanted to invite Chen Yang's siblings to attend a puja. The Dharma meeting will be hosted by the Rune Master, Senior Sister Gu Ju, and will gather at the summit of Qixia Peak in the evening 3 days from now. when many senior brothers and sisters will come to exchange their insights on art cultivation with each other. Junior sister. Although you have the patriarch personally teaching you, the patriarch is busy with his affairs, and you should usually socialize more with your senior brothers and sisters as well. Pei Jing invited with a smile. This puja was organized by the inner disciples. Came to the participants. Are also inner disciples? Pei Jing entry soon. Can participate in the puja held by the senior brothers and sisters, or because he is Elder Song's personal disciple. And when senior sister Gu Ju invited Pei Jing to attend, she mentioned to Pei Jing that she wanted to get to know the youngest senior sister. Pei Jing naturally understood that senior sister Gu Ju and the others probably thought that they were familiar with junior sister, and because junior sister cultivated all day long, it was difficult to get close to her, which was why they invited him through him. Pei Jing had wanted to wait to go to his junior sister's cave to invite her, but he didn't know that he would bump into her here. After seeing Chen Yu's attribute of favoring his brother, he simply invited them together. Chen Yang was a bit moved. He had been in the Spirit Abyss sect for most of a month. No matter if it was his main body or his doppelganger, he was basically practicing, but some of his understandings of the arts might be far lower than the other disciples of the sect. However, he could also see that Pei Jing was not genuinely inviting himself. He was merely a hitchhiker. And there was no need to waste time by participating in something like the Dharma meeting by going along with his main body's doppelganger. When the main body is practicing, it is sufficient for the bilocation to go forward. So he took the initiative and said, I'm low in cultivation and don't know much, so I won't go. Sister, just go. Chen Yu immediately said, brother, you go together. If you don't go, I won't go either. Chen Yang smiled helplessly and said with a straight face, sister, after entering the sect, you'll be like an eagle spreading its wings. You'll always have to soar the skies. You can't always follow me around like before. Chen Yu pursed her lips, looking unhappy, and finally said, brother, then I'll come back to teach you when I've learned. Good. With sister's words, I am relieved. Chen Yang smiled and reached out to touch Chen Yu's head. When he was touched by Patriarch Yu Ji earlier, he had some itchy hands. Now he finally touched one himself. Well, it feels really good in your hand. This play of brother and sister love. Straight to the side of Pei Jing looked envious, but Chen Yang took the initiative to say not to go, but let Pei Jing relieved. After all, he was worried about those senior brothers and sisters, will feel dissatisfied with this. Pei Jing busily said to Chen Yu. Then, 3 days later, I'll come back to look for junior sister, and we'll go together then. Chen Yu nodded and answered, good. After this was said and done, everyone dispersed. Chen Yang and Ma Yuyu returned to their lodgings piece by piece. As for Chen Yu, she returned to her cave and continued her cultivation. Ma Yuyu did not go back on his word, and when he went back, he did give Chen Yang a cultivation notebook, and said to Chen Yang, the methodology learned by the inner disciples is a bit more refined than our outer disciples. Even if you go to the Dharma meeting, for one thing, they might look down on you, and for another, you might not understand it. Chen Yang, I'm a few years older than you in vain, and it's been 5 years since I crossed over into the great perfection of qi refining. So I have a slight understanding of what arts. If you don't understand anything, just come and ask me. I will definitely know everything. Ma Yuyu tone of sincerity. Chubby face. Invariably more than a few points of reliability. The world is full of people who are interested in profit. The world is full of people who are interested in profit. From the first meeting until now, Chen Yang felt that Ma Yuyu had taken care of himself. Just what was there in himself? A cultivator with a lower grade spiritual root of water and wood. That deserved Ma Yuyu to treat him differently? It was nothing more than the fact that he had a heavenly spiritual root sister, and that this sister was also the sovereign's personal disciple. That's what he's worth. You're worth something before anyone wants to hang out with you. Chen Yang knew that Ma Yuyu must have some plans for himself, but he was quite understandable, since Ma Yuyu had given himself care. Then in the future, if he could help Ma Yuyu a hand, to help was. Chen Yang got Ma Yuyu's notes and said to Ma Yuyu again, after my sister attends the puja, I will come back to seek out senior brother to speak. Ma Yuyu was overjoyed. He naturally understood Chen Yang's words. Senior brother, I still have to go to the spirit field to check on the condition of the spirit grass, so I won't disturb senior brother's reading. Ma Yuyu and Chen Yang excused themselves and headed towards the spirit field. Ma Yuyu was in charge of 100 acres of spirit field cultivation, and his men were in charge of 5 outer disciples and 10 miscellaneous disciples. Chen Yang was newly assigned to him, except that currently Chen Yang had not started working at the spirit field. After Yo-Yo Ma left, Chen Yang walked into the house, sat down at the table, and began to look through the notes that Yo-Yo Ma had lent him. The notes are thick and contain a huge range of content, from the simple to the complex. The Spirit Abyss sect would only open the mountain gate once every 10 years to accept disciples, and only when a new disciple was initiated would the instructors of the various chambers teach classes from beginning to end. Chen Yang was considered an interloper, and could only follow the previous year's senior brother to learn, and some of the basics. Naturally, no one would teach them. It was good to have Yo-Yo Ma's notes, which would allow Chen Yang to bend the curve and catch up with his senior brothers. From this day onwards, Chen Yang meditated and practiced at night, practiced stump work in the courtyard early in the morning, and after practicing, he went to the cafeteria to eat before coming back to read his notes. In this way, 3 days passed in a row. On the evening of the 4th day, Pei Jing came to Chen Yu's cave and came to invite her to go to Qixia Peak together to participate in the puja. It was night. The stars were bright. The sea of stars was boundless. Pei Jing carried a glazed lamp in his hand and led Chen Yu all the way towards Qixia Peak. Chen Yu glanced at the glazed lamp and asked, "Senior brother, Elder Song is good at refining treasures. Can you decide what treasure you want to refine?" Chen Yu kinda wanted to maintain her high-flying persona. But nah, she was also quite curious. Not only was he curious as to what kind of original magic treasure Pei Jing was refining, but he was also curious about the gossip between Elder Song and Hall Master Luing. After all, the two nicknames Song Bakuang and Cow Eating Grass were extremely intriguing. "I'm sure there's an untold story here." Pei Jing smiled shyly and said, "My strength is low. I can't refine my own life magic treasure yet, and I'm currently only learning some basic treasure refining knowledge." Chen Yu was stunned, but quickly realized that he had thought wrong. The path of cultivation is so difficult. Previously, whether he was in the clan or in Fengyang City, it was clear that he had been cultivating constantly, but his cultivation did not rise. But since entering the Spirit Abyss sect, with the help of spirit veins and spirit stones, the secret treasure split cultivated. It was just like hanging on, the cultivation that was rubbing up, and even his main body benefited a lot. Therefore, he forgot all of a sudden that it was impossible for other cultivators to have their cultivation skyrocket in a short period of time like he did. Pei Jing had also been in the sect for less than a month, so it was a short period of time. Chapter 20, The Group's Favored Little Sister, Request for Follow-Up Reading. The Spirit Abyss sect covers a vast area, and there are dozens of large and small spiritual veins. The place where the top-grade spiritual veins converge is the range of activities for the inner disciples, and the place where the middle-grade spiritual veins converge is the place where the outer disciples and the spiritual fields are located. Qixia Peak was located in the jurisdiction of the inner sect. The mountain was not very high, and no matter whether it was halfway up the mountain or on the peak, there were scattered buildings tucked away amongst the spirit trees for the disciples to gather here for small gatherings and to discuss the Tao. The mountain, except for the rocky cliffs, the rest of the location is full of peach trees. This peach tree is a spirit tree. The fruit is also a spirit fruit. The taste is very good. The mountain path was paved with a kind of green stone, and people walked on it without making the slightest sound. The glazed lamp in Pei Jing's hand emitted a ball of light, illuminating the verdant stone path, and the smudge of flame on the wick of that lamp was windless, as if it were a living thing. This is not an ordinary lamp, but a spiritual treasure that can survey the mists and burn the Yin ghosts. Pei Jing and Shen Yu were both cultivators with excellent eyesight, and could see clearly at night even without lighting a lamp. But Pei Jing still came with the lamp because it was the spiritual treasure he was currently trying to recover and refine. The two made their way up the green stone steps and soon reached the peak. From a distance, there is an octagonal pavilion at the summit of Qixia Peak. This octagonal pavilion is relatively large, and by 3 different sizes of the pavilion spliced together, as if a group of wood twining and born, there is a lot of fun. The first thing that came to Chen Yu's mind when he saw this octagonal pavilion was Ganoderma lucidum. Ganoderma lucidum mostly grows individually, but if several plants grow together, the phenomenon of devouring infusion may occur, and this pavilion looks like the appearance of several plants of Ganoderma lucidum after devouring infusion. In the octagonal pavilion, someone had already arrived in advance, and on a short table, there were a few plates of snacks and 2 jugs of spirit wine. There were 4 or 5 people sitting on the floor and 1 person making tea there in the corner of the pavilion. For a while, the sweetness of the dim sum, the mellowness of the spirit wine, as well as the refreshing aroma of the spirit tea, all mixed in the air. "Senior brothers and sisters, our little sister is here," Pei Jing said aloud as he carried the glazed lamp in his hand, a light smile on his face. He was half a step behind Chen Yu, so when the senior brothers and sisters in the pavilion looked up, they were able to see Chen Yu at first glance. Those present were all inner disciples, male and female, handsome from their appearance. As for their exact age and the techniques they practiced, Chen Yu could not tell. The phrase "junior sister," in turn, caused everyone to stand up, and one of the yellow-clothed senior sisters even came towards Chen Yu in an intimate manner, pulling Chen Yu's hand and smiling. "Junior sister, we wanted to get to know and recognize you a long time ago, but it's a pity that you've been staying in the cave to cultivate, so we didn't dare to disturb you. Come, You sit here. The yellow-clothed senior sister led Chenyu to the edge of a short table and pulled Chenyu to sit down on an empty futon. My name is Gu Ju. This is my brother Gu Heng. Both of us siblings are under Elder Luo's door. Junior sister. These talismans were drawn by my brother and I, so I'll give them to you as a meeting gift. The yellow-clothed senior sister smiled as she introduced herself and slipped Chenyu another stack of talismans. These talismans were all mid-grade. If they were to be sold in the marketplace outside, one would need 20 to 30 spirit stones, but the stack in Chenyu's hand was estimated to have 20 to 30 sheets. Junior sister. My name is Li Yuzhu. I'm a 5th grade Dan master. I refined this bottle of Qingyan Dan, so I'll give it to junior sister as a meeting gift. A tall and thin woman followed suit and took out a bottle of clear impregnation Dan. Qingyan Dan can detoxify poison and is a must-have for cultivators when they go out. My name is Lu Yu. I have no body but plant a tea forest. These spirit teas are made by my own hands. I hope junior sister likes them. The man who had been cooking tea in the corner earlier also gave Chenyu a packet of spirit tea. Junior sister is already here? I've come late instead. No blame. No blame. A rough voice rang out from afar. And not long after, with a flash of light, a slightly chubby man walked into the octagonal pavilion carrying a huge food box. The slightly chubby man placed the food box in front of Chenyu, directly covering Chenyu's entire face. I heard that junior sister has been practicing in seclusion, and her spirit of diligent cultivation is worthy of learning from us. However, junior sister, you haven't built your foundation yet. You can't open up your grain. You still need to eat more spirit food on a daily basis. These spirit foods, all made by my own hands, no matter if they are running in the mountains, swimming in the water, or flying in the sky, all of them are available. I'll make sure that you still want to eat it after you've eaten it. Junior sister, if you still want to eat, come find me at the 100 Flavors Peak in the future, and I'll make it for you again. The slightly chubby man's voice was rough, but his attitude was quite kind, and as soon as the food box was opened, Chenyu saw that it was full of spiritual food. Zheng Baiwei, you're so biased. Usually when we asked you to show your hand, you refused to do it, but now that you have a little sister, when you give it away, you give it away so much. The others saw the spiritual food in the food box and joked about the slightly chubby man. The slightly chubby man is not ashamed, but honored. A bunch of old vegetable gangsters. How can they compare with the watery little sister? Chenyu also didn't expect to receive so many meet-and-greet gifts as soon as he showed up, before he even started talking. Just as Chenyu was about to thank him, a cold and lonely voice rang out from afar. Junior sister. I'm Lin Shiyun from Sword Peak. I heard that you're practicing your sword, so in the future, you can come to Sword Peak to seek me out and we'll spar. The man who spoke came step by step from the shadows. He held a heavy sword. His features were like a knife and axe, and his temperament was hard. Senior brother Lin, why are you here as well? The man's arrival clearly surprised Guju and the others. This time, they did not invite Lin Shiyun to the Dharma meeting, only because the sword cultivators are not good with each other, so they come and go less. Of course, the little sister who decided to practice sword fighting was not included. Lin Qian glanced at Guju and the others with a lone look that didn't put them in his eyes as he reached out and wiped at the storage pouch at his waist, and a pair of flying swords floated in mid-air. Junior sister, this pair of flying swords is gifted to you. If you want to learn the art of sword control, come to my Sword Peak. Lin Shiyun handed the flying swords to Chenyu. Chenyu did know about Sword Peak. As the name implied, this was the place where sword cultivators gathered within the sect, and it was also the peak with the highest combat power in the Spirit Abyss sect. She had wanted to make a trip to Sword Peak after she had decided to practice her sword, and now that Lin Shiyun had taken the initiative to invite her, then Chenyu naturally wouldn't refuse. It's just that the senior brothers and sisters were too enthusiastic, and without waiting for Chenyu to agree, someone jumped the gun and said, the youngest sister is the sovereign's disciple. She's going to learn the sword, so she doesn't need to go to Sword Peak. I thought that by raising the patriarch, I would be able to suppress Lin Shiyun's sharpness. Who knew that Lin Shiyun was not afraid at all, but instead said, if I had known that little sister wanted to practice the sword, I should have worshipped at my Sword Peak. Although the patriarch is strong, he is not good at swordsmanship, and by having the patriarch teach the youngest sister, I'm only afraid that the youngest sister will be mishandled. This Lin Shiyun is crazy. Are they all that tough? Chenyu couldn't help but look at Lin Shiyun twice more, but in order to avoid conflicts, she still said, Master teacher treats me very well. Don't say that. Senior brother Lin. Chapter 21, A Thought is Born. As soon as the youngest senior sister opened her mouth, Lin Shiyun's sharpness was not broken. He was ordered by his master to come here specifically to befriend the youngest senior sister. On the day that little sister entered the sect, senior master happened to be away from the Spirit Abyss sect, and afterward, When she heard that the sect had taken in a new heavenly spirit root disciple, she was quite moved. When he heard later that this new disciple chose to practice sword, the master was even more moved to cherish his talent. Just that the new disciple had already worshipped under the sect master, he was not good to openly snatch it. However, the master instructed himself and the others to make sure to make good friends with the youngest senior sister. And if in the future the youngest senior sister showed an amazing talent, I'm only afraid that the master would give up his face and want the youngest senior sister to come to Sword Peak. Lin Qiyun was a loner, but his master had orders, and he was more or less curious about this heavenly spirit root junior sister. So when he heard that Guju and the others were organizing a Dharma meeting at Shisha Peak, he came uninvited. Lin Qiyun didn't want to anger his little senior sister, so he immediately pursed his lips and said, "The strength of the patriarch, not to mention the spirit abyss sect, is second to none in the entire Tianyan continent. It's just that, if it's about swords, it's still my senior who is more proficient in this path. My Sword Peak's collection of sword techniques is even more than the Tibetan scripture pavilion. The Heavenly Dipper sword technique cultivated by my master can change the color of heaven and earth with a single sword strike. And there are a few similarities between the Big Dipper sword skill and the Divine Sky sword skill. So if in the future little sister switches to the Divine Sky sword skill, then I'm afraid that I'll have to go up to Sword Peak to ask my master for advice." Chen Yu had naturally heard of Lin Qiyun's master, Wen Liang, and it was said that a person was as good as his name. But Wen Liang, this person, that was not gentle and kind at all. Probably all sword cultivators are the same. Cold and hard character, difficult to approach. Wen Liang is one of the best, although he is an elder position, but all things do not care, only single-minded cultivation. In addition to his recognized disciples, never teach the other half of the sentence. On weekdays, he also came and went without a trace, and unless the clan was looking for him, he would never appear in front of people. It was said that when Wen Liang drew his sword, it was impossible for 100 or 10 people not to die. Wen Liang had always had his eyes on the top, and this time, when he signaled his disciple to befriend Chen Yu, he must have been looking at the heavenly spiritual root, which was rare to see in 100 years. Chen Yu looked at Lin Qiyun and said, "I have yet to build my foundation, so it's not good for me to go forward and pay my respects to Elder One. So if there are any problems with practicing the sword, I'd rather hope that senior brother can give me some pointers." Lin Qiyun was a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator and Elder Wen's personal disciple, and he was quite knowledgeable about practicing swords. Good to say. It's just that there are too many people today for me to say much. Tomorrow when junior sister comes to Sword Peak to look for me, I will know everything and say everything. After Lin Qiyun completed the task of making friends with his little senior sister, he held the heavy sword in his arms and turned to leave. Chen Yu watched Lin Qiyun's back as he quickly disappeared into Qixia Peak, but as soon as he left, the atmosphere of the octagonal pavilion eased quite a bit. It wasn't until Lin Qiyun's figure had completely left that Gu Ju breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Have you noticed? That sword of senior brother Lin seems to have a heavier baleful aura." Dan Master Li Yuzhu said, "Senior brother Lin's 7 deadly swords, probably just refined, are even more powerful than before. I heard that the demons and ghosts in the 100 Ghost Forest dispersed overnight, so I guess it's senior brother Lin's handiwork." Li Yuzhu added to Qin Yu, "We don't know how to practice swords, and the patriarch is busy with his affairs, so it would be fine for you to occasionally discuss the sword practice method with senior brother Lin." Gu Ju also said, "Yeah, senior brother Lin seems like a person who's not easy to get in touch with, but he's actually quite good at teaching people." Senior brother Luo from Sword Peak was practically taught by senior brother Lin's hand. Alright, let's not mention senior brother Lin. Let's all sit down. Senior brother Lu, pour your tea to drink. Zhang Baiwei smilingly called out to Lu Yu to pour the tea. Opening that huge food box again, he set out all the various colors of spiritual food inside. There was just so much stuff that a short table was all full, and there was a steamed pearl fish with no room for it. Zhang Baiwei first handed Chen Yu a plate of green bamboo cakes and smiled. "I've heard that junior sister likes to eat green bamboo cakes, so this is what I specially steamed this afternoon. This confection is a bit sweet and greasy, but it's just right with Master Lu's spirit tea." As soon as the words fell, Lu Yu poured a cup of tea and handed it to Chen Yu. Teacup made of white jade, the tea inside is turquoise. The mouth of the cup is only a fist big, but Chen Yu looked down at the teacup. In a flash a vision swept under the eyes. The cup of tea seems to be transformed into a clear spring, so that after looking at it, the heart also followed to become clear and pure. In the moment Chen Yu froze, the rest of them coincidentally looked at the cup of tea. Among them, Lu Yu looked solemn, as if he could reflect Chen Yu's state of mind through the change in the tea. A moment later, Lu Yu revealed a hint of a smile and said sincerely, "Junior sister, have some tea." Chen Yu woke up from her state of clarity and purity, She vaguely sensed that there was something wrong with this cup of tea, but it shouldn't be that it had been enchanted. It might have something to do with the tea leaves and the tea. Chen Yu picked up his teacup and first glanced at Lu Yu. The gaze seemed to say, "I see through your little trick." She took a sip of the tea. Just what flavor and efficacy the tea had, she couldn't tell. After all, this body of hers wasn't a real human being. After the tea went into her stomach, the aura in it was absorbed by her body, while the tea was burned by the flames. Not to mention that this spirit tea had a wonderful effect. Even if this spirit tea was poisonous, she wouldn't have a problem if she took a sip of it. A cup of tea and a snack. And then after that, another glass of spirit wine with a big fish. Gu Ju and the others ate happily, saying outright that it was thanks to little sister's blessing that they were able to eat such a sumptuous table of spirit food. Chen Yu maintained her high and cold persona. She never spoke unless necessary, but from time to time she responded with a wise look or two. Lu Yu, in particular, was a little weak by her eyes, and hurriedly gave an honest explanation. "I use tea to enter the Tao. The tea you drank just now is named One Thought Born. When you see the tea, a thought will subconsciously surface in your mind. I, on the other hand, can observe your thoughts through the changes in the tea. Of course, I can only approximate whether your thoughts are good, evil or fearful, etc." Lu Yu's explanation, but let Chen Yu understand the beginning and end. These people, is nothing more than want to test themselves. So Chen Yu asked, "Senior brother Lu, the tea you gave me before, was it also Yixian Shang?" Lu Yu shook his head and said, "Yixian Shang actually has the effect of clearing the miasma. Sometimes we will unknowingly fall into the enemy's traps. At this time, drinking a cup of Yixian Shang, one will be able to know how one's state of mind is, and one can use the change in one's state of mind to speculate on whether or not something has gone wrong with oneself. Therefore this Yixian Shang is very difficult to refine. The tea I sent you just now is a clear heart tea. When you drink it on a daily basis, it can clear your heart and calm your mind." After knowing that the tea sent by Lu Yu was fine, Chen Yu asked again, "Then can brother Lu see something just now?" Lu Yu praised, "I can see that junior sister has a pure heart and is a good person." When Chen Yu heard this, she just pursed her lips and smiled, but it was the others who were quite happy. A young senior sister with a pure heart and outstanding talent. Who wouldn't like that? Chapter 22, The Octagonal Pavilion Puja. This puja, with the various colors of spiritual food that Zhang Baiwei had brought out, it was as if it had turned into a potluck. Zhang Baiwei tried his best to persuade Chen Yu to eat more, while saying that this dish was sweet and that dish was sour, and asking Chen Yu if it would be too sour to eat or something like that. Chen Yu, who couldn't taste the food, could only keep a cold face and weld himself to his high-flying persona. It was a good thing that everyone was willing to pamper the youngest sister and didn't mind that she was high-strung and reticent. When the meal was almost finished, the group finally started talking about the cultivation of the arts, and Chen Yu was pumped up to listen intently. Most of the inner disciples were quite talented. Some of these people had been in the sect for 17 years. Some had been in the sect for 7 years as well, and with the exception of Pei Jing, the rest of them had a higher understanding of the arts than Chen Yu. It wasn't just Chen Yu who listened attentively. Pei Jing also listened attentively. As the son of Pei Mingchun, the Fengyang city lord, he had learned a lot since he was a child. But the senior brothers and sisters present, some of them alchemized Dan, some of them drew talismans, and some of them refined spirit tea and cooked spirit food, each with their own strengths, and they could be said to have benefited from an exchange of ideas at this time. Chen Yu's roots were thin, and at this moment, it was like a school slag had mistakenly entered the world of a school bully and acquired some knowledge. Fortunately, she was able to understand most of it, and even if there was something she didn't understand, she could get a detailed answer if she asked. The night was dark and windy. Time passed little by little. Outside there was a mountain wind whistling, but inside the octagonal pavilion it was warm as spring, unaffected by the mountain wind. It wasn't until after the removal of the formation that the mountain wind instantly took over the territory, blowing the shirts of the crowd around, adding a bit more to the mood. It's getting late, so let's disperse today. Next time when the peach blossoms at Xixia Peak are in full bloom, we'll come back here for a gathering. Guju stood up and packed up the cups and saucers she had brought for herself. Zhang Baiwei also picked up his large food box and saw that there was still a steamed pearl fish inside that had not been touched. So he said, "Junior sister, this fish may be cold, but the taste is still good. Why don't you give it to your brother for a taste?" Zhang Baiwei was mentioning this as he had heard of Chen Yu and Chen Yang's brother and sister love. Chen Yu had been as cold as autumn frost. Only then did she reveal a genuine smile and nonchalantly accepted the plate of intact steamed pearl fish. This fish meat is tender, with exquisite knife skills and the fish body sliced dozens of times, but cannot be sliced to the end, and so on the pot steamed. Snow-white fish meat turned up, just like a round pearl. Chen Yu ate a lot of spiritual food today, but consciously ate alonely. but look at the other people eat with gusto. The inner cravings are almost seduced out. Now that Zhang Baiwei had given this plate of leftover fish to his own essence, this was the only time he could finally savor its taste. Senior brothers and sisters. I live closest to junior sister, so I'll send junior sister back. Pei Jing carried the glazed lamp and prepared to send Chen Yu back to her cave. Senior brothers and sisters. Farewell. Chen Yu also nodded and said, seeing their silhouettes gradually disappearing into the verdant stone tunnel of Qixia Peak, the rest of them only then snickered. Our little senior sister and her brother. They're really affectionate. When Gu Ju heard this, he couldn't help but look at Gu Hong beside him. They were from the same mother, and had entered the Spirit Abyss sect together, worshipping under the same master, and had a good relationship with each other. Thus, she was able to understand Chen Yu and Chen Yang's brother-sister relationship. After coming down from Qixia Peak, Chen Yu said to Pei Jing, elder brother, I still have to go look for my brother. You go back first. When Pei Jing heard this, his face couldn't help but twist. Even the light in the glazed lamp in his hand suddenly grew a few points, as if it manifested Pei Jing's inner unrest. Pei Jing thought sourly, I'm only afraid that the meet and greet gift that the youngest sister had just gotten her hands on would later go to that Chen Yang. Hey, he really guessed right. Once Chen Yu and Chen Yang met, the steamed pearl fish, talismans, and clear heart tea in Chen Yu's hands fell into Chen Yang's hands. After the things were handed over, Chen Yu went back to her cave alone, while Chen Yang began to savor the food. Most of the outer disciples hadn't built their foundations and couldn't break the grain yet, so there was a cafeteria, and all the outer disciples and handymen could go to the cafeteria to eat. However, the meals in the cafeteria were average, and you could eat ordinary meals for free, but you had to pay for spiritual food. Although Chen Yang had a bit of wealth, he had never spent spirit stones to buy it, and in his opinion, instead of spending spirit stones to buy it, it would be more cost-effective to grow it and cook it himself. The life experience of his last life taught him not only to grow vegetables, but also to stir-fry them. After tasting the steamed pearl fish, Chen Yang really moved to grow vegetables and raise fish. The yard he lived in was not small, with only a peach tree planted in the corner. The rest of the location was empty. Even though he needed to practice staking early in the morning every day, he was still able to open up a small plot of land in his yard to grow vegetables. As for raising fish, you can buy a fish tank back, and then go to the spiritual lake at the foot of the mountain to catch some spiritual fish. Extinguish the Chen clan's Huang clan is extremely good at raising spiritual fish. Chen clan and Huang clan live next to each other. Naturally, they also more or less know some shallow means of raising fish. Chen Yang thought for a moment and felt that this could be done. It was already early spring, and although the weather was slightly cold, no matter whether it was a cultivator or a spirit plant, they were not afraid of the wind and frost. Just if you want to buy spiritual plant seeds and fish, you still have to go down the mountain to the marketplace. Chen Yang counted the things in his hand. Now he had 2 high-grade jade talismans, 28 medium-grade talismans, enemy trapping array disc, red inferno sword, purple gold bell, water avoidance pearl, plus some pills and spirit stones. These things were enough to serve as a means of protection. The doppelganger Chen Yu had already reached the 2nd level of practicing the Tai Xian sword, and if he needed to fight someone in close combat, then he would be able to make 1 or 2 sword moves. Thinking for a moment, Chen Yang felt that he should be very safe at the moment, not to mention that the workshop market at the foot of the mountain, which was also affiliated to the Spirit Abyss sect, was initially set up for the purpose of accommodating the odd jobs and for the trading of the sect's children. Chen Yang sighed in relief and decided to go down the mountain to the workshop market the day after tomorrow. As for tomorrow the doppelganger Chen Yu was going to go up to Sword Peak and seek out Lin Qiyun to learn sword practice, brewing a tea to clear his mind. Chen Yang drank the tea and felt that it really tasted good, instantly tranquilizing his mind and dissipating his distractions. Chen Yang then sat down cross-legged and began to cultivate the evergreen technique. A ray of morning sunlight sprinkled down on the earth, and a faint purple aura surfaced in the east, and the clouds of haze filled the sky. There were cultivators standing on top of the mountain peaks, refining the purple energy. There are monks in their own courtyards, practicing pile work. Some cultivators got up and went into the spirit medicine garden, tending to the spirit herbs. There were cultivators with shovels, shoveling poop for the spirit beasts. Chen Yu wore a white power suit and tied up all of her green silk, using only a soul-setting hairpin to hold it in place. She held Buring's sword in her hand and headed towards Sword Peak. The mountain where Chen Yu lived was located on the central axis of the Spirit Abyss sect, and was not far from the cave where Patriarch Yu Ji lived, which was one of the benefits of worshipping the Patriarch. However, Sword Peak was more remote, located in the northeastern part of the Spirit Abyss sect, and even if Chen Yu made use of his light body technique to hurry, he would need to climb over 5 or 6 mountains and make a detour before he could reach it. Chapter 23, Rolling Up. The cultivation places of sword cultivators are usually rich in golden chi, less grass and trees, and often in the wilderness of Rocky Mountains. This is the case with Sword Peak, where the grass and trees are withering and countless huge limestone rocks rise up from the ground, which, if viewed from above, look like swords piercing the sky. There was a black-clothed young man practicing his sword in the mountains. His body was agile. His body followed the sword, wandering in the mountains. Every time he swung his sword, the sword energy struck on the mountain wall, leaving a mark. The mottled walls of the mountains record silently. Lin Shiyun stood on top of the mountain peak with his sword in his arms, every now and then glancing down at the teenager practicing with his sword. As the saying goes, stand tall and see far. Shen Yu had just stepped into the confines of Sword Peak when Lin Shiyun noticed. He directly flew up, and in a few blinks, he was in front of Chen Yu. Good day, senior brother Lin. Chen Yu politely uttered a greeting. Lin Shiyun nodded and said, junior sister, you practice a set of swordsmanship first, and after I've seen it, I'll give you some slight pointers based on your situation. Lin Shiyun, this is a typical straight man thinking, pleasantries and whatnot, probably did not even think about it. Chen Yu's persona was again high and cold, so without much ado, he directly practiced his sword. Buring's sword was sheathed, and Chen Yu performed a set of the simplest sword techniques. These days, both the body and the doppelganger were practicing, but the enlightenment was limited, and under the double use of one mind. The Tai Xianjian sword had only just been practiced to the second layer, and its swordsmanship, in Lin Shiyun's eyes, was like a young child dancing with a sword, and there were breaks everywhere. After a set of sword maneuvers, Chen Yu pulled a sword flower and put her sword behind her. She looked up at Lin Shiyun, her bright eyes full of anticipation. Lin Shiyun's face stiffened, but if what was in front of him was the youngest senior brother and not the youngest sister, Lin Shiyun's sword would have to be sheathed. Senior brother Lin. Chen Yu saw that Lin Shiyun was hesitant to speak, so he could only speak out to remind him. Lin Shiyun took a deep breath and secretly told himself that his junior sister had not long been initiated, and before that, she was only a bottom-tier casual cultivator with little substance, so he must not be too harsh. After saying so 3 times in his mind, he was finally at peace. Lin Shiyun said, junior sister, your sword stance practice is quite skillful. It is just futile. True sword cultivators don't just practice sword strokes in the beginning, but rather, they will practice the basic strokes well. The basic stances of the royal sword art are categorized into cleaving, stabbing, pointing, wiping, chopping, wrapping, and teasing, etc. And it is only by being able to perform the basic stances with ease that one is able to learn the true sword art. Junior sister, the sword stance you just performed, which at first glance looked like it was flowing, but at a closer look it was broken in every way, is because you didn't build a good foundation. Therefore I will first teach you the basic practicing method today. Chen Yu accepted Lin Shiyun's critique with an open mind and listened carefully to Lin Shiyun's teaching, and at Lin Shiyun's request, she performed all the basic sword moves one by one and was corrected by Lin Shiyun in time as she performed them. For example, when pointing the sword, her wrist was not relaxed enough, and she was not quick enough in flexing her wrist and lifting it up, and there were also some problems with the operation of the strength, which did not run from the waist through the shoulder to the arm and through to the wrist. So she practiced swordsmanship that at first glance was fine, but on closer inspection there were many problems. Lin Shiyun pointed out her problems one by one, then gave corrections one by one, and finally made Chen Yu practice over and over again until Lin Shiyun called a halt. In response to Lin Shiyun's instructions, Chen Yu didn't say a word and directly started practicing. She mentally went through the questions that Lin Shiyun had instructed her on and then practiced her sword over and over again until she found the feeling. Time passed little by little. From the rising sun to the setting sun, Chen Yu had been swinging her sword, as if she was tireless, practicing again and again, and her movements, not tired from the long hours of practice, did not stutter at all as she struck out her sword. Lin Shiyun stood by holding his sword, a hint of surprise gradually flashing in his eyes. Next to Lin Shiyun, there was also a black-clothed teenager standing. This black-clothed teenager was initiated 7 years ago. Master Wen Liang had only taught him once, and the rest of the time he was taught by Lin Shiyun. Third senior brother. I didn't expect junior sister's perseverance to be so strong. When I first started, I was a bit overwhelmed after practicing the sword for half a day, but junior sister actually practiced for so long. The black-clothed boy was in awe. He thought he was highly perceptive and a good seedling for sword practice, but after seeing his little sister, he was immediately ashamed of himself. Lin Shiyun glanced at the black-clothed teenager and reprimanded. Junior sister is a heavenly spirit root and cultivates hard. If you don't work hard, I'm afraid you'll soon be caught up by junior sister. The black-clothed teenager heard this and was struck with a sense of urgency. He gripped the sword in his hand and headed towards another mountain peak. Even if he was physically and mentally exhausted, he had to continue practicing his sword. Chen Yu didn't realize that she had inadvertently rolled a handful of them and got others to roll them along with her, but she really wasn't tired. This body didn't have a sense of fatigue, and she was able to focus more on practicing the sword. Even after practicing for a whole day, she was only slightly mentally tired. The sun crashes down over the mountain peaks, and the evening sky is the last beauty of the day. When the light was completely dimmed, the day was over. Lin Qiyun called Chen Yu to a halt and said, "Junior sister, you've pretty much learned all of these basic sword moves. Just practice diligently next. Now I'll teach you another method of practicing the sword. This method was said to me by my master when I was initiated. Now that you have been initiated in the sword sentry technique, then you will be able to sense and ingest golden artifacts. However, your ice spirit sword is too big for you to sense at the moment, so it would be best for you to choose an extremely small golden magic weapon, such as a needle. First of all, we should practice the needle hovering in the air like a handheld, will not float up and down, and then practice drawing circles with the needle, so that the needle ring itself draws a circle, and in its own surroundings to stand hanging several rings, so that the needle around all the rings, so that the practice of a circle, and so on, until you can draw a circle smoothly. Then start practicing stabbing. In the back of the ring to stand on a wooden plaque, the royal needle through the ring stabbed on the wooden plaque. Practice accuracy. Beginners, the royal sword is often not accurate, but too much force will be stabbed off. Above, practicing accuracy. Beginners, the imperial sword is often inaccurate, but too much force on the imperial sword will deflect the thrust. Once you've practiced the needle well, then you can practice with the flying sword I gave you yesterday, and finally you can use your usual ice spirit sword. However, although this ice spirit sword is good, in my opinion, this sword may not be suitable for you. The crystal core set on top of the ice spirit sword is a snow demon crystal core, making this sword come with ice spirit damage. But this ice spirit sword is only able to exert its true power in the hands of an ice spirit root cultivator. Junior sister, you are a heavenly spirit root. If you are unwilling to give up this ice spirit sword, then you can practice an ice-related art afterward, and you will be able to use this to bring the power of the ice spirit sword into play by a few points. Lin Qiyun appeared to be arrogant and reticent, but at this moment, he spoke like an elder who was devoted to teaching, narrating the method of practicing the sword. Chen Yu memorized Lin Qiyun's words word by word. Master Yuji had also taught himself swordsmanship, but just as Lin Qiyun had said, Master Yuji was not good at swordsmanship himself, and had only casually practiced it when he was young. Regarding the tactics that Master Yuji truly excelled at, Chen Yu knew a little about them. She had been to Master Yuji's cave and had seen the snowy mountain picture hanging in front of her bed. When she first saw that snowy mountain picture, her master had asked her what she saw, and she said that it was a snowy mountain picture, and asked who painted it, and the painting was extremely good, and a snow fox in the painting was lifelike. Yuji laughed softly, but said no more. But what Chen Yu didn't say was that she saw the snow fox in the painting move, and even saw that the snow fox was a demonic beast with life force. Chapter 24, The Marketplace, Request for Follow-up Reading. When Chen Yu left from Sword Peak and returned to his cave, the sky was already completely dark. However, the stars were shining brightly, and there were elder brothers and sisters who practiced stargazing techniques, already sitting cross-legged on top of the mountain, observing the stars and taking measurements. When Chen Yu returned to his cave and sat down cross-legged to cultivate, Chen Yang, who was in the outer gate, was relieved. Today the whole day, the secret treasure doppelganger was practicing sword with high intensity. The secret treasure doppelganger was a jade person. Naturally it did not know how to get tired, but Chen Yang also did not dare to use two things at once. He could only concentrate on looking after the secret treasure doppelganger's side. The main body stayed in the room and did not dare to take a half step out. At that moment he stood up and walked out into the yard to move his body. The stars and moon were high in the sky, and the shattered silver glow spilled down. On the branches of the peach tree in the corner of the yard, a tiny bud protrudes, and in a few days, these buds will bloom and bring the breath of early spring. Peach trees are plants that bloom first and grow leaves later, and it is also a great sight when the trees are full of peach blossoms and the pink color of the peach blossoms is as brilliant as the morning sun. Chen Yang looked at the peach tree with some hidden expectations in his heart. In his last life, there was a peach tree planted in the small farmhouse, and a large part of the fruit of that peach tree every year went into Chen Yang's belly. Thinking of this, Chen Yang's soul of planting burned, and he decided to go to the workshop market under the mountain tomorrow to buy seeds of various spiritual plants. Early the next morning, Chen Yang followed the memorized route towards the mountain gate. When he came, he sat on Elder Song's spirit boat, and when he looked down, he saw mountains, various buildings and martial arts arenas dotting the mountains, and the disciples of the Spirit Abyss sect going their separate ways, some practicing, some on missions. Now he followed the mountain road down. All the way in many outer disciples met. Just each other, both sides did not greet. These outer disciples, both look down on Chen Yang, but also do not dare to mess with Chen Yu, simply as know him this person. Chen Yang didn't care. It was better if no one messed with him. He made his way down the mountain and soon came to the workshop at the bottom of the mountain. There was only one street in the marketplace, but both sides of the street were full of stores, so anything that an ordinary cultivator wanted to buy could be bought here. Chen Yang was not in a hurry to buy anything, but strolled over from store to store. He was dressed in the attire of an outer disciple, and every store he walked into was received warmly. That kind of drama where the shopkeeper looks down on and then punches his face right after didn't happen here. However, Chen Yang also found that if there were cultivators in inner sect disciple attire entering the store, then the hospitality specifications were far higher than his own. These inner sect disciples were either invited to the second floor or to the elegant rooms in the backyard. Chen Yang was calm inside and did not feel inferior. He looked over one by one, bumping into the ones he was interested in before inquiring. "Ah, Yang." Just as he walked into a store selling talismans, Chen Yang heard a familiar voice. He looked up and saw Chen Ping lifting the door curtains and was coming from behind. "Steward Wang, my brother has come to see me. I want to take a half-day vacation," Chen Ping said to Steward Wang of the Talisman store. That Steward Wang was about 40 years old, with a pair of eyes that were extremely shrewd. His eyes swept over the attire on Chen Yang's body, and then he nodded his head and agreed to Chen Ping's leave of absence. Thus the dumbfounded Chen Yang was dragged out of the Talisman store by Chen Ping. "Ah, Yang, I haven't seen you for a while. Your cultivation has risen again? It's great to be able to enter the sect." Chen Ping looked at Chen Yang and said without envy. When he was in the clan, he and Chen Yang had similar qualifications and were both side disciples of the clan, and their future was that of a glance. However, he followed his father to follow a foundation establishment rune master halfway through the journey, and Chen Yang was lucky enough to escape after the destruction of his family, and then he happened to meet Elder Song accepting disciples, which led him to enter the Spirit Abyss sect. Chen Yang smiled gently. He came down to the workshop market this time. In fact, he really didn't remember to look for Chen Ping. After all, the two of them hadn't seen each other for many years, and their friendship was thinning out. However, the Chen clan has been destroyed, and Chen Rui's life and death are unknown. Chen Ping, a clan brother, naturally has more or less weight in Chen Yang's heart. "Ping, how are you doing here? Can anyone bully you?" Chen Yang asked. Chen Ping laughed and said busily, "I'm doing quite well. Everyone knows that I have people in my sect. Where would they dare to bully me? By the way, Ah Yang, is there something you want to do this time when you come down the mountain?" Knowing that Chen Ping was doing alright in the workshop market, Chen Yang was relieved, so he told him that he wanted to buy spiritual plant seeds and spiritual rice, spiritual fish, and demonic beast meat. The restaurant's spiritual food was quite expensive. Chen Yang could afford it now, but he just didn't think it was cost-effective, so he wasn't willing to spend the money. It would be good for him to buy some spiritual rice for himself, grow some more vegetables, get some fish and meat, and cook a meal for dinner once in a while. When he was stationed alone in Boar Gully, he had brought along a pot with him, which was refined from the edges of the Red Flame iron mine, and when frying vegetables, the pot heated up quickly and the vegetables were fried. That pot also came in handy when he was a spirit plant husband in Fengyang City, but unfortunately, as soon as the heavenly spirit root of the secret treasure split was exposed, they were brought to the Spirit Abyss sect by Elder Song, and those belongings left in Fengyang City were considered to be a loss. However, he didn't have much, just a set of pots and pans, as well as a bedding and a simple protective formation, and the bits and pieces added up to less than a spirit stone, and those things, it is estimated that 9 times out of 10, they have fallen into the hands of the Golden Tiger. After Chen Ping knew what Chen Yang wanted to buy, he immediately pulled Chen Yang towards an alleyway and said with his mouth, "Since you are buying these, you don't need to buy them at the store. I'll take you to a place where there's a lot of stuff and the price is still cheap. I'm familiar with this marketplace. In addition to the handymen of the Spirit Abyss sect, there are quite a few loose cultivators here, as well as the family members of the sect's disciples. It's on weekdays. We usually don't go to the stores that line the streets to buy things, but instead, we go to the Four Wells Alley to buy, where there are a lot of loose cultivators setting up stalls, and all sorts of things. We are able to buy them there." Chen Ping, in the posture of a local snake, led Chen Yang around the large and small alleys, and after a while, he arrived at his destination, Four Wells Alley. The so-called Four Wells Lane is that this is open to all directions, and it is easy to run away from both buyers and sellers. On both sides of the alley, there were small stores that had opened up, but most of them were still setting up stalls. Chen Yang looked around and saw quite a few things. Chen Ping was indeed familiar with the place, and he led Chen Yang to quickly buy all the things Chen Yang needed. At this time, Someone called out to Qinping and asked if Qinping still had any Fire Cloud talismans for sale in his hands. The Fire Cloud Talisman was a beginner's middle-rank talisman, suitable for attacking, not small in power, and could easily kill cultivators below the middle stage of qi refining if properly arranged. Qinping's skin stiffened, and he didn't move to look at Chen Yang before he smiled at the man and said, "There's no more. If there was, I would have definitely come here to set up a stall." When he heard that there were none, the man had to leave disappointed. Chen Yang glanced at Qinping and laughed. "Ah, Ping, you can now draw a primary level 2 talisman? Awesome," Qinping said with a bitter face. "The talisman master I used to follow had taught me, but my strength is not good. 10 pieces of talisman paper. If I can draw one of them, it would be considered good." Chen Yang heard, did not suspect anything. Talisman together is not so easy to start. Novice in the beginning often have to experience countless failures. However, he followed his father to follow a foundation establishment rune master halfway through the journey, and Chen Yang was lucky enough to escape after the destruction of his family. And then he happened to meet Elder Song accepting disciples, which led him to enter the Spirit Abyss sect. Chen Yang smiled gently. He came down to the workshop market this time. In fact, he really didn't remember to look for Qinping. After all, the two of them hadn't seen each other for many years, and their friendship was thinning out. However, the Chen clan has been destroyed, and Chen Rui's life and death are unknown. Chen Ping, a clan brother, naturally has more or less weight in Chen Yang's heart. "Ping, how are you doing here? Can anyone bully you?" Chen Yang asked. Chen Ping laughed and said busily, "I'm doing quite well. Everyone knows that I have people in my sect. Where would they dare to bully me? By the way, Yang, is there something you want to do this time when you come down the mountain?" Knowing that Chen Ping was doing alright in the workshop market, Chen Yang was relieved, so he told him that he wanted to buy spiritual plant seeds and spiritual rice, spiritual fish, and demonic beast meat. The restaurant's spiritual food was quite expensive. Chen Yang could afford it now, but he just didn't think it was cost-effective, so he wasn't willing to spend the money. It would be good for him to buy some spiritual rice for himself, grow some more vegetables, get some fish and meat, and cook a meal for dinner once in a while. When he was stationed alone in Boar Gully, he had brought along a pot with him, which was made from the edges of the red flame iron mine, and when frying vegetables, the pot heated up quickly and the vegetables were fried. That pot also came in handy when he was a spirit plant husband in Fengyang City, but unfortunately, as soon as the heavenly spirit root of the secret treasure split was exposed, they were brought to the Spirit Abyss sect by Elder Song, and those belongings left in Fengyang City were considered to be a loss. However, he didn't have much, just a set of pots and pans, as well as a bedding and a simple protective formation, and the bits and pieces added up to less than a spirit stone, and those things, it is estimated that 9 times out of 10, they have fallen into the hands of the Golden Tiger. After Qinping knew what Chen Yang wanted to buy, he immediately pulled Chen Yang towards an alleyway and said with his mouth, "Since you're buying these, you don't need to buy them at the store. I'll take you to a place where there's a lot of stuff and the price is still cheap. I'm familiar with this marketplace. In addition to the handymen of the Spirit Abyss sect, there are quite a few loose cultivators here, as well as the family members of the sect's disciples. It's on weekdays. We usually don't go to the stores that line the streets to buy things, but instead we go to the Four Wells Alley to buy, where there are a lot of loose cultivators setting up stalls, and all sorts of things. We are able to buy them there." Chen Ping, in the posture of a local snake, led Chen Yang around the large and small alleys, and after a while, he arrived at his destination, Four Wells Alley. The so-called Four Wells Lane is that this is open to all directions, and it is easy to run away from both buyers and sellers. On both sides of the alley, there were small stores that had opened up, but most of them were still setting up stalls. Chen Yang looked around and saw quite a few things. Chen Ping was indeed familiar with the place, and he led Chen Yang to quickly buy all the things Chen Yang needed. At this time, someone called out to Chen Ping and asked if Chen Ping still had any Fire Cloud talismans for sale in his hands. The Fire Cloud Talisman was a beginner's middle-rank talisman, suitable for attacking, not small in power, and could easily kill cultivators below the middle stage of qi refining if properly arranged. Chen Ping's skin stiffened, and he didn't move to look at Chen Yang before he smiled at the man and said, "There's no more. If there was, I would have definitely come here to set up a stall." When he heard that there were none, the man had to leave disappointed. Chen Yang glanced at Chen Ping and laughed. "Ah, Ping, you can now draw a primary level 2 talisman? Awesome," Chen Ping said with a bitter face. "The talisman master I used to follow had taught me, but my strength is not good. 10 pieces of talisman paper. If I can draw one of them, it would be considered good." Chen Yang heard, did not suspect anything. Talisman together is not so easy to start. Novice in the beginning often have to experience countless failures. However, He followed his father to follow a foundation establishment rune master halfway through, and Chen Yang was lucky enough to escape after the destruction of his family, and then he happened to meet Elder Song accepting disciples, which led him to enter the Spirit Abyss sect. Chen Yang smiled gently. He came down to the workshop market this time. In fact, he really didn't remember to look for Chen Ping. After all, the two of them hadn't seen each other for many years, and their friendship was thinning out. However, the Chen clan has been destroyed, and Chen Rui's life and death are unknown. Chen Ping, a clan brother, naturally has more or less weight in Chen Yang's heart. Ping, how are you doing here? Can anyone bully you? Chen Yang asked. Chen Ping laughed and said busily, I'm doing quite well. Everyone knows that I have people in my sect. Where would they dare to bully me? By the way, Yang, is there something you want to do this time when you come down the mountain? Knowing that Chen Ping was doing alright in the workshop market, Chen Yang was relieved, so he told him that he wanted to buy spiritual plant seeds and spiritual rice, spiritual fish, and demonic beast meat. The restaurant's spiritual food was quite expensive. Chen Yang could afford it now, but he just didn't think it was cost effective, so he wasn't willing to spend the money. It would be good for him to buy some spiritual rice for himself, grow some more vegetables, get some fish and meat, and cook a meal for dinner once in a while. When he was stationed alone in Boar Gully, he had brought along a pot with him, which was refined from the edges of the red flame iron mine, and when frying vegetables, the pot heated up quickly and the vegetables were fried. That pot also came in handy when he was a spirit plant husband in Fengyang City, but unfortunately, as soon as the heavenly spirit root of the secret treasure split was exposed, they were brought to the Spirit Abyss sect by Elder Song, and those belongings left in Fengyang City were considered to be a loss. However, he didn't have much, just a set of pots and pans, as well as a bedding and a simple protective formation, and the bits and pieces added up to less than a spirit stone, and those things, it is estimated that 9 times out of 10, they have fallen into the hands of the Golden Tiger. After Chen Ping knew what Chen Yang wanted to buy, he immediately pulled Chen Yang towards an alleyway and said with his mouth, since you are buying these, you don't need to buy them at the store. I'll take you to a place where there's a lot of stuff and the price is still cheap. I'm familiar with this marketplace. In addition to the handymen of the Spirit Abyss sect, there are quite a few loose cultivators here, as well as the family members of the sect's disciples. It's on weekdays. We usually don't go to the stores that line the streets to buy things, but instead, we go to the Four Wells Alley to buy, where there are a lot of loose cultivators setting up stalls, and all sorts of things. We are able to buy them there. Chen Ping, in the posture of a local snake, led Chen Yang around the large and small alleys, and after a while, he arrived at his destination, Four Wells Alley. The so-called Four Wells Lane is that this is open to all directions, and it is easy to run away from both buyers and sellers. On both sides of the alley, there were small stores that had opened up, but most of them were still setting up stalls. Chen Yang looked around and saw quite a few things. Chen Ping was indeed familiar with the place, and he led Chen Yang to quickly buy all the things Chen Yang needed. At this time, someone called out to Chen Ping and asked if Chen Ping still had any Firecloud talismans for sale in his hands. The Firecloud talisman was a beginner's middle-rank talisman, suitable for attacking, not small in power, and could easily kill cultivators below the middle stage of chi refining if properly arranged. Chen Ping's skin stiffened, and he didn't move to look at Chen Yang before he smiled at the man and said, there's no more. If there was, I would have definitely come here to set up a stall. When he heard that there were none, the man had to leave disappointed. Chen Yang glanced at Chen Ping and laughed. Ah Ping, you can now draw a primary level 2 talisman? Awesome, Chen Ping said with a bitter face. The talisman master I used to follow had taught me, but my strength is not good. 10 pieces of talisman paper. If I can draw one of them, it would be considered good. Chen Yang heard, did not suspect anything. Talisman together is not so easy to start. Novice in the beginning often have to experience countless failures. However, he followed his father to follow a foundation establishment rune master halfway through, and Chen Yang was lucky enough to escape after the destruction of his family, and then he happened to meet Elder Song accepting disciples, which led him to enter the Spirit Abyss sect. Chen Yang smiled gently. He came down to the workshop market this time. In fact, he really didn't remember to look for Chen Ping. After all, the two of them hadn't seen each other for many years, and their friendship was thinning out. However, the Chen clan has been destroyed, and Chen Rui's life and death are unknown. Chen Ping, a clan brother, naturally has more or less weight in Chen Yang's heart. Ping, how are you doing here? Can anyone bully you? Chen Yang asked. Chen Ping laughed and said busily, I'm doing quite well. Everyone knows that I have people in my sect. Where would they dare to bully me? By the way, Yang, is there something you want to do this time when you come down the mountain? Knowing that Chen Ping was doing alright in the workshop market, Chen Yang was relieved, so he told him that he wanted to buy spiritual plant seeds and spiritual rice, spiritual fish, and demonic beast meat. The restaurant's spiritual food was quite expensive. Chen Yang could afford it now, but he just didn't think it was cost-effective, so he wasn't willing to spend the money. It would be good for him to buy some spiritual rice for himself, grow some more vegetables, get some fish and meat, and cook a meal for dinner once in a while. When he was stationed alone in Boar Gully, he had brought along a pot with him, which was made from the edges of the red flame iron mine, and when frying vegetables, the pot heated up quickly and the vegetables were fried. That pot also came in handy when he was a spirit plant husband in Fengyang City, but unfortunately, as soon as the heavenly spirit root of the secret treasure split was exposed, they were brought to the spirit abyss sect by Elder Song, and those belongings left in Fengyang City were considered to be a loss. However, he didn't have much, just a set of pots and pans, as well as a bedding and a simple protective formation, and the bits and pieces added up to less than a spirit stone, and those things, it is estimated that 9 times out of 10, they have fallen into the hands of the golden tiger. After Chen Ping knew what Chen Yang wanted to buy, he immediately pulled Chen Yang towards an alleyway and said with his mouth, "Since you are buying these, you don't need to buy them at the store. I'll take you to a place where there's a lot of stuff and the price is still cheap. I'm familiar with this marketplace. In addition to the handymen of the Spirit Abyss sect, there are quite a few loose cultivators here, as well as the family members of the sect's disciples. It's on weekdays. We usually don't go to the stores that line the streets to buy things, but instead, we go to the Four Wells Alley to buy, where there are a lot of loose cultivators setting up stalls, and all sorts of things. We are able to buy them there." Chen Ping, in the posture of a local snake, led Chen Yang around the large and small alleys, and after a while, he arrived at his destination, Four Wells Alley. The so-called Four Wells Lane is that this is open to all directions, and it is easy to run away from both buyers and sellers. On both sides of the alley, there were small stores that had opened up, but most of them were still setting up stalls. Chen Yang looked around and saw quite a few things. Chen Ping was indeed familiar with the place, and he led Chen Yang to quickly buy all the things Chen Yang needed. At this time, someone called out to Chen Ping and asked if Chen Ping still had any Firecloud talismans for sale in his hands. The Firecloud talisman was a beginner's middle-rank talisman, suitable for attacking, not small in power, and could easily kill cultivators below the middle stage of chi refining if properly arranged. Chen Ping's skin stiffened, and he didn't move to look at Chen Yang before he smiled at the man and said, "There's no more. If there was, I would have definitely come here to set up a stall." When he heard that there were none, the man had to leave disappointed. Chen Yang glanced at Chen Ping and laughed. "Ah Ping, you can now draw a primary level 2 talisman? Awesome," Chen Ping said with a bitter face. "The talisman master I used to follow had taught me, but my strength is not good. 10 pieces of talisman paper. If I can draw one of them, it would be considered good." Chen Yang heard, did not suspect anything. Talisman together is not so easy to start. Novice in the beginning often have to experience countless failures. However, he followed his father to follow a foundation establishment rune master halfway through the journey, and Chen Yang was lucky enough to escape after the destruction of his family, and then he happened to meet Elder Song accepting disciples, which led him to enter the Spirit Abyss sect. Chen Yang smiled gently. He came down to the workshop market this time. In fact, he really didn't remember to look for Chen Ping. After all, the two of them hadn't seen each other for many years, and their friendship was thinning out. However, the Chen clan has been destroyed, and Chen Rui's life and death are unknown. Chen Ping, a clan brother, naturally has more or less weight in Chen Yang's heart. "Ping, how are you doing here? Can anyone bully you?" Chen Yang asked. Chen Ping laughed and said busily, "I'm doing quite well. Everyone knows that I have people in my sect. Where would they dare to bully me? By the way, Yang, is there something you want to do this time when you come down the mountain?" Knowing that Chen Ping was doing alright in the workshop market, Chen Yang was relieved, so he told him that he wanted to buy spiritual plant seeds and spiritual rice, spiritual fish, and demonic beast meat. The restaurant's spiritual food was quite expensive. Chen Yang could afford it now, but he just didn't think it was cost-effective, so he wasn't willing to spend the money. It would be good for him to buy some spiritual rice for himself, grow some more vegetables, get some fish and meat, and cook a meal for dinner once in a while. When he was stationed alone in Boar Gully, he had brought along a pot with him, which was refined from the edges of the red flame iron mine, and when frying vegetables, the pot heated up quickly and the vegetables were fried. That pot also came in handy when he was a spirit plant husband in Fengyang City, but unfortunately, as soon as the heavenly spirit root of the secret treasure split was exposed, they were brought to the Spirit Abyss sect by Elder Song, and those belongings left in Fengyang City were considered to be a loss. However, he didn't have much, just a set of pots and pans, as well as a bedding and a simple protective formation. and the bits and pieces added up to less than a spirit stone. And those things? It is estimated that 9 times out of 10, they have fallen into the hands of the golden tiger. After Chen Ping knew what Chen Yang wanted to buy, he immediately pulled Chen Yang towards an alleyway and said with his mouth, "Since you're buying these, you don't need to buy them at the store. I'll take you to a place where there's a lot of stuff and the price is still cheap. I'm familiar with this marketplace. In addition to the handymen of the Spirit Abyss sect, there are quite a few loose cultivators here, as well as the family members of the sect's disciples. It's on weekdays. We usually don't go to the stores that line the streets to buy things, but instead, we go to the Four Wells alley to buy, where there are a lot of loose cultivators setting up stalls, and all sorts of things. We are able to buy them there." Chen Ping, in the posture of a local snake, led Chen Yang around the large and small alleys, and after a while, he arrived at his destination, Four Wells Alley. The so-called Four Wells Lane is that this is open to all directions, and it is easy to run away from both buyers and sellers. On both sides of the alley, there were small stores that had opened up, but most of them were still setting up stalls. Chen Yang looked around and saw quite a few things. Chen Ping was indeed familiar with the place, and he led Chen Yang to quickly buy all the things Chen Yang needed. At this time, someone called out to Chen Ping and asked if Chen Ping still had any Firecloud talismans for sale in his hands. The Firecloud talisman was a beginner's middle-rank talisman, suitable for attacking, not small in power, and could easily kill cultivators below the middle stage of Qi refining if properly arranged. Chen Ping's skin stiffened, and he didn't move to look at Chen Yang before he smiled at the man and said, "There's no more. If there was, I would have definitely come here to set up a stall." When he heard that there were none, the man had to leave disappointed. Chen Yang glanced at Chen Ping and laughed. "Ah, Ping, you can now draw a primary level 2 talisman? Awesome," Chen Ping said with a bitter face. "The talisman master I used to follow had taught me, but my strength is not good. 10 pieces of talisman paper. If I can draw one of them, it would be considered good." Chen Yang heard, did not suspect anything. Talisman together is not so easy to start. Novice in the beginning often have to experience countless failures. However, he followed his father to follow a foundation establishment rune master halfway through, and Chen Yang was lucky enough to escape after the destruction of his family, and then he happened to meet Elder Song accepting disciples, which led him to enter the Spirit Abyss sect. Chen Yang smiled gently. He came down to the workshop market this time. In fact, he really didn't remember to look for Chen Ping. After all, the two of them hadn't seen each other for many years, and their friendship was thinning out. However, the Chen clan has been destroyed, and Chen Rui's life and death are unknown. Chen Ping, a clan brother, naturally has more or less weight in Chen Yang's heart. "Ping, how are you doing here? Can anyone bully you?" Chen Yang asked. Chen Ping laughed and said busily, "I'm doing quite well. Everyone knows that I have people in my sect. Where would they dare to bully me? By the way, Yang, is there something you want to do this time when you come down the mountain?" Knowing that Chen Ping was doing alright in the workshop market, Chen Yang was relieved, so he told him that he wanted to buy spiritual plant seeds and spiritual rice, spiritual fish, and demonic beast meat. The restaurant's spiritual food was quite expensive. Chen Yang could afford it now, but he just didn't think it was cost-effective, so he wasn't willing to spend the money. It would be good for him to buy some spiritual rice for himself, grow some more vegetables, get some fish and meat, and cook a meal for dinner once in a while. When he was stationed alone in Boar Gully, he had brought along a pot with him, which was refined from the edges of the Red Flame iron mine, and when frying vegetables, the pot heated up quickly and the vegetables were fried. That pot also came in handy when he was a spirit plant husband in Fengyang City, but unfortunately, as soon as the heavenly spirit root of the secret treasure split was exposed, they were brought to the Spirit Abyss sect by Elder Song, and those belongings left in Fengyang City were considered to be a loss. However, he didn't have much, just a set of pots and pans, as well as a bedding and a simple protective formation, and the bits and pieces added up to less than a spirit stone. And those things? It is estimated that 9 times out of 10, they have fallen into the hands of the golden tiger. After Chen Ping knew what Chen Yang wanted to buy, he immediately pulled Chen Yang towards an alleyway and said with his mouth, "Since you are buying these, you don't need to buy them at the store. I'll take you to a place where there's a lot of stuff and the price is still cheap. I'm familiar with this marketplace. In addition to the handymen of the Spirit Abyss sect, there are quite a few loose cultivators here, as well as the family members of the sect's disciples. It's on weekdays. We usually don't go to the stores that line the streets to buy things, but instead, we go to the Four Wells alley to buy, where there are a lot of loose cultivators setting up stalls, and all sorts of things. We are able to buy them there." Chen Ping, in the posture of a local snake, led Chen Yang around the large and small alleys, and after a while, he arrived at his destination, Four Wells Alley. The so-called Four Wells Lane is that this is open to all directions, and it is easy to run away from both buyers and sellers. On both sides of the alley, there were small stores that had opened up, but most of them were still setting up stalls. Chen Yang looked around and saw quite a few things. Chen Ping was indeed familiar with the place, and he led Chen Yang to quickly buy all the things Chen Yang needed. At this time, someone called out to Chen Ping and asked if Chen Ping still had any Firecloud talismans for sale in his hands. The Firecloud talisman was a beginner's middle-rank talisman, suitable for attacking, not small in power, and could easily kill cultivators below the middle stage of qi refining if properly arranged. Chen Ping's skin stiffened, and he didn't move to look at Chen Yang before he smiled at the man and said, "There's no more. If there was, I would have definitely come here to set up a stall." When he heard that there were none, the man had to leave disappointed. Chen Yang glanced at Chen Ping and laughed. "Ah, Ping, you can now draw a primary level 2 talisman? Awesome," Chen Ping said with a bitter face. "The talisman master I used to follow had taught me, but my strength is not good. 10 pieces of talisman paper. If I can draw one of them, it would be considered good." Chen Yang heard, did not suspect anything. Talisman together is not so easy to start. Novice in the beginning often have to experience countless failures. However, he followed his father to follow a foundation establishment rune master halfway through the journey, and Chen Yang was lucky enough to escape after the destruction of his family. And then he happened to meet Elder Song accepting disciples, which led him to enter the Spirit Abyss sect. Chen Yang smiled gently. He came down to the workshop market this time. In fact, he really didn't remember to look for Chen Ping. After all, the two of them hadn't seen each other for many years, and their friendship was thinning out. However, the Chen clan has been destroyed, and Chen Rui's life and death are unknown. Chen Ping, a clan brother, naturally has more or less weight in Chen Yang's heart. "Ping, how are you doing here? Can anyone bully you?" Chen Yang asked. Chen Ping laughed and said busily, "I'm doing quite well. Everyone knows that I have people in my sect. Where would they dare to bully me? By the way, Yang, is there something you want to do this time when you come down the mountain?" Knowing that Chen Ping was doing alright in the workshop market, Chen Yang was relieved, so he told him that he wanted to buy spiritual plant seeds and spiritual rice, spiritual fish, and demonic beast meat. The restaurant's spiritual food was quite expensive. Chen Yang could afford it now, but he just didn't think it was cost-effective, so he wasn't willing to spend the money. It would be good for him to buy some spiritual rice for himself, grow some more vegetables, get some fish and meat, and cook a meal for dinner once in a while. When he was stationed alone in Boar Gully, he had brought along a pot with him, which was made from the edges of the red flame iron mine, and when frying vegetables, the pot heated up quickly and the vegetables were fried. That pot also came in handy when he was a spirit plant husband in Fengyang City, but unfortunately, as soon as the heavenly spirit root of the secret treasure split was exposed, they were brought to the Spirit Abyss sect by Elder Song, and those belongings left in Fengyang City were considered to be a loss. However, he didn't have much, just a set of pots and pans, as well as a bedding and a simple protective formation, and the bits and pieces added up to less than a spirit stone. And those things, it is estimated that 9 times out of 10, they have fallen into the hands of the Golden Tiger. After Chen Ping knew what Chen Yang wanted to buy, he immediately pulled Chen Yang towards an alleyway and said with his mouth, "Since you are buying these, you don't need to buy them at the store. I'll take you to a place where there's a lot of stuff and the price is still cheap. I'm familiar with this marketplace. In addition to the handymen of the Spirit Abyss sect, there are quite a few loose cultivators here, as well as the family members of the sect's disciples. It's on weekdays. We usually don't go to the stores that line the streets to buy things, but instead, we go to the Four Wells Alley to buy, where there are a lot of loose cultivators setting up stalls, and all sorts of things. We are able to buy them there." Chen Ping, in the posture of a local snake, led Chen Yang around the large and small alleys, and after a while, he arrived at his destination, Four Wells Alley. The so-called Four Wells Lane is that it leads in all directions, making it easy for both buyers and sellers to run away. On both sides of the alley, there were small stores that had opened up, but most of them were still setting up stalls. Chen Yang looked around and saw quite a few things. Chen Ping was indeed familiar with the place, and he led Chen Yang to quickly buy all the things Chen Yang needed. At this time, someone called out to Chen Ping and asked if Chen Ping still had any Firecloud talismans for sale in his hands. The Firecloud talisman was a beginner's middle-rank talisman, suitable for attacking, not small in power, and could easily kill cultivators below the middle stage of qi refining if properly arranged. Chen Ping's skin stiffened, and he didn't move to look at Chen Yang before he smiled at the man and said, "There's no more. If there was, I would have definitely come here to set up a stall." When he heard that there were none, the man had to leave disappointed. Chen Yang glanced at Chen Ping and laughed. "Ah, Ping, you can now draw a primary level 2 talisman? Awesome," Chen Ping said with a bitter face. "The talisman master I used to follow had taught me, but my strength is not good. 10 pieces of talisman paper. If I can draw one of them, it would be considered good. Chen Yang heard, did not suspect anything. Talisman together. Is not so easy to start. Novice in the beginning. Often have to experience countless failures. However, he followed his father to follow a foundation establishment rune master halfway through the journey. And Chen Yang was lucky enough to escape after the destruction of his family. And then he happened to meet Elder Song accepting disciples, which led him to enter the Spirit Abyss sect. Chen Yang smiled gently. He came down to the workshop market this time. In fact, he really didn't remember to look for Chen Ping. After all, the two of them hadn't seen each other for many years, and their friendship was thinning out. However, the Chen clan has been destroyed, and Chen Rui's life and death are unknown. Chen Ping, a clan brother, naturally has more or less weight in Chen Yang's heart. Ping, how are you doing here? Can anyone bully you? Chen Yang asked. Chen Ping laughed and said busily, I'm doing quite well. Everyone knows that I have people in my sect. Where would they dare to bully me? By the way, Yang, is there something you want to do this time when you come down the mountain? Knowing that Chen Ping was doing alright in the workshop market, Chen Yang was relieved. So he told him that he wanted to buy spiritual plant seeds and spiritual rice, spiritual fish, and demonic beast meat. The restaurant's spiritual food was quite expensive. Chen Yang could afford it now, but he just didn't think it was cost effective, so he wasn't willing to spend the money. It would be good for him to buy some spiritual rice for himself, grow some more vegetables, get some fish and meat, and cook a meal for dinner once in a while. When he was stationed alone in Boar Gully, he had brought along a pot with him, which was refined from the edges of the red flame iron mine, and when frying vegetables, the pot heated up quickly and the vegetables were fried. That pot also came in handy when he was a spirit plant husband in Fengyang City, but unfortunately, as soon as the heavenly spirit root of the secret treasure split was exposed, they were brought to the Spirit Abyss sect by Elder Song, and those belongings left in Fengyang City were considered to be a loss. However, he didn't have much, just a set of pots and pans, as well as a bedding and a simple protective formation, and the bits and pieces added up to less than a spirit stone, and those things, it is estimated that 9 times out of 10, they have fallen into the hands of the Golden Tiger. After Chen Ping knew what Chen Yang wanted to buy, he immediately pulled Chen Yang towards an alleyway and said with his mouth, since you're buying these, you don't need to buy them at the store. I'll take you to a place where there's a lot of stuff and the price is still cheap. I'm familiar with this marketplace. In addition to the handymen of the Spirit Abyss sect, there are quite a few loose cultivators here, as well as the family members of the sect's disciples. It's on weekdays. We usually don't go to the stores that line the streets to buy things, but instead, we go to the Four Wells Alley to buy, where there are a lot of loose cultivators setting up stalls, and all sorts of things. We are able to buy them there. Chen Ping, in the posture of a local snake, led Chen Yang around the large and small alleys, and after a while, he arrived at his destination, Four Wells Alley. The so-called Four Wells Lane is that this is open to all directions, and it is easy to run away from both buyers and sellers. On both sides of the alley, there were small stores that had opened up, but most of them were still setting up stalls. Chen Yang looked around and saw quite a few things. Chen Ping was indeed familiar with the place, and he led Chen Yang to quickly buy all the things Chen Yang needed. At this time, someone called out to Chen Ping and asked if Chen Ping still had any Firecloud talismans for sale in his hands. The Firecloud talisman was a beginner's middle-rank talisman, suitable for attacking, not small in power, and could easily kill cultivators below the middle stage of chi refining if properly arranged. Chen Ping's skin stiffened, and he didn't move to look at Chen Yang before he smiled at the man and said, there's no more. If there was, I would have definitely come here to set up a stall. When he heard that there were none, the man had to leave disappointed. Chen Yang glanced at Chen Ping and laughed. Ah Ping, you can now draw a primary level 2 talisman? Awesome, Chen Ping said with a bitter face. The talisman master I used to follow had taught me, but my strength is not good. 10 pieces of talisman paper. If I can draw one of them, it would be considered good. Chen Yang heard, did not suspect anything. Talisman together. Is not so easy to start. Novice in the beginning. Often have to experience countless failures. Chapter 25, Meeting the Enemy. There is no lake near the market, but there is a lake on the other side of the mountain, and there are scattered cultivators who are good at fishing, often paddling their canoes to catch fish on the lake, and then take them to Four Wells Lane to sell. Seeing that there were ready-made fish for sale at the right price, Chen Yang simply didn't go fishing and directly bought a mackerel and a ghost head fish, as well as some fresh small fish, ready to be brought back to be raised in the water tank. After buying everything, Chen Yang was ready to go back. Ah Yang, I heard that there is a treasure building in the sect. Please go to the treasure building to see if there is a soul-nourishing wood in there. A friend of mine wants a soul-nourishing wood but cannot find it anywhere. Chen Ping pulled Chen Yang's hand and said pleadingly. Master Whitefish's soul power was unstable, and without the soul nurturing wood, I was afraid that in a few more years, Master Whitefish's soul would collapse. That jade talisman's function was to transfer and lock the soul, but the quality of the jade talisman was only medium grade, and after the cultivator's divine soul was hosted in the jade talisman, it would be slowly eroded. Chen Ping knew in time that Chen Yang had entered the marketplace through the White Fish Master, so he hurriedly took time off to accompany Chen Yang to pick up things, but his ultimate goal was still to get the soul nurturing wood through Chen Yang, because as a handyman, he was not qualified to go to the clan's treasure building. He could only turn to Chen Yang for help, and even if Chen Yang didn't have a way, he thought that Chen Yu must also have a way. Chen Yang glanced at Chen Ping and didn't ask who that friend was, directly nodding his head in agreement. Good, when I return to the sect, I will go to the treasure house to see if there is any soul nurturing wood for sale. The Spirit Abyss sect had a scripture pavilion as well as a treasure building, which contained spiritual treasures, pills, talismans, array discs, as well as some heavenly materials and treasures. That soul nourishing wood was also considered one of the heavenly treasures, capable of nourishing the divine soul, and after a cultivator's divine soul was damaged, he would need to find soul nourishing wood. Spirit Abyss sect's inner disciples and outer disciples all can enter the treasure building to buy things. General treasures can be traded with spirit stones. As for the exotic treasures, you need to use contribution points to exchange. Chen Ping wanted the soul nurturing wood, and it wouldn't take much for Chen Yang to make a trip to the treasure house in his place, so he naturally agreed casually. Chen Ping was overjoyed. The worries under his eyes were swept away. In his opinion, the Spirit Abyss sect definitely had soul nurturing wood. Thinking so, his mood couldn't help but lighten up, and he said with a smile, "Ah Yang, thank you." Chen Yang took in his changes and couldn't help but TSK twice. It seemed like Chen Ping cared about him as a friend. Or is this friend a Schrödinger friend? It was just that Chen Yang's cultivation level was also not high enough to see if Chen Ping had a damaged divine soul. He patted Chen Ping's shoulder and laughed. "No need to thank you. We are brothers. It's just a matter of lifting our hands. Tell you what, if the treasure house has soul nurturing wood for sale, I'll send you a transmitting note, and we'll make an appointment to meet at a place at that time." Yes, the two men dispersed after saying this. Chen Yang was ready to go back to the clan to farm, and Chen Ping had to go back to the rune workshop to work. The Four Wells alley was connected in all directions, and when cultivators were in it, most of the time, they could only walk and could not perform magic spells hastily, because in the marketplace, there was also the law enforcement hall of the Spirit Abyss sect that was maintaining the order. After Chen Ping and Chen Yang separated, he couldn't help but say happily, "Master Whitefish, the Spirit Abyss sect's treasure building definitely has soul nurturing wood, so don't worry." He spoke in a low voice, as if he were talking to himself. The pale voice of the White Fish Master resounded directly in Chen Ping's mind, first letting out a sigh before saying, "I hope so." It was only 3 seconds later that Master Whitefish's voice suddenly rose and became directly shrill. "Something has happened to Chen Yang." Chen Ping was stunned and subconsciously turned to look in the direction Chen Yang had left, but where was Chen Yang's figure still in front of him? Chen Ping drew his legs and tried to chase after him, but he was stopped by Master Whitefish. "You're a cultivator at the 3rd level of chi refining, not to mention that you can't catch up. Even if you do, the other party can kill you in passing. You immediately return to the rune workshop now." Chen Ping's figure did not move. He did not dare to chase after him because he was too weak to catch up, and even if he did, there was nothing he could do. But for him to disregard his brother's death and go straight back to the rune workshop, he couldn't do that either. After thinking for a few seconds, Chen Ping firmly said, "No, I'm going to the Spirit Abyss sect. I'm going to tell Ayu the news. Ayu is the sect master's personal disciple. She will definitely find a way to save Yang. You, aren't you afraid that if you get involved, you'll end up with a broken body?" The White Fish Master was furious. Now that his physical body had fallen, only his residual soul remained. If Chen Ping was poisoned again, I was afraid that he would not be able to carry out the matter of seizing the body after strengthening the soul. However, no matter how much Master Whitefish tried to stop him, Chen Ping ran towards the mountain gate of the Spirit Abyss sect as one. He was going to report the news. The White Fish Master only had a remnant of divine consciousness, and was unable to stop Chen Ping at all. In the Four Wells alley, someone witnessed Chen Ping's departing back, the corner of his mouth pulling out a cruel smile before he put away all the things that were placed on the floor stalls. "Hey, this bottle of yours is a bit interesting. How many spirit stones do you want?" Someone took a fancy to the bottle on his stall and hurriedly asked for the price. But the man's hands and feet didn't stop, and the things were soon in the storage bag. With the words "not for sale," the person has already left with a big stride. Spirit Abyss sect. Inner gate. Chen Yu practiced his sword in the cave, practicing the very method Lin Shiyun had taught him. making the needle travel around the body, practicing it again and again. And the needle went from being stagnant in the beginning to being smooth afterward. Suddenly, the needle that she had manipulated crashed to the ground and pierced into the ground. Chen Yu hastily stood up and looked towards the outside of the cave. Something's happened to the main body. Chen Yu fixed his mind and was busy sensing where the main body was, only the sensing between each other was very weak. It seemed that the main body was covered up by something that covered up the breath and traces. Is it a spiritual treasure that traps people, or is it a formation? Who grabbed the body? What did the other side want? In Chen Yu's mind, a name instantly flashed through, but then he shook his head to dismiss it. The Huang clan was nothing more than a small clan in the southwestern area. Even if they swallowed the Chen clan's territory and resources and used it to grow a few points, they wouldn't dare to come to the Spirit Abyss sect to wreak havoc nowadays. Besides, when he hid in Fengyang City that day, the Huang clan's cultivators didn't even come to his door to silence him, let alone now. Therefore, Chen Yu concluded that the one who had taken the principal body captive was not someone from the Huang clan. But besides the Huang clan, the main body hadn't offended anyone else. Could it be because of the secret treasure split? When Chen Yu thought of this, he immediately ran towards Master Yuji's cave. Master and disciple lived closer. Not much time. Chen Yu arrived in front of Yuji's cave. Only the cave was under a ban, and could not be forced to break in. Chen Yu pays his respects to Master. Chen Yu stood outside the door of the cave and bowed through the door. Along with the phrase "come in," the cave door opened wide, and Chen Yu hurriedly walked in. Master, my brother went down the mountain today to make purchases at the marketplace, but he didn't want to meet with misfortune and be taken captive by a strong enemy. Please go and rescue him. Master, Chen Yu said sharply, looking rather anxious. She was able to know that the main body had suddenly fallen into a coma and the person was nowhere to be found. Before falling unconscious, the main body didn't notice anything wrong, which meant that the enemy was powerful. At least a foundation establishment stage cultivator. Maybe it's still a Jindan cultivator. Therefore, Chen Yu didn't dare to rush to save the main body, and had to bring a backer to do so. And Spirit Abyss Sect's patriarch, her master Yuji, was her biggest backer. Chapter 26, Blackwater Lake, request for follow-up reading. Yuji sat cross-legged on her bed and couch. Her bed and couch was extremely special. It was a jade bed that was as cold as ice to the touch. Extremely cold. However, Yuji was an ice spirit root, so naturally she was not afraid of the cold. But maybe things will go against the grain. Yuji does not love to wear plain clothes. All her clothes are red and purple. Today is wearing a set of red dress. In the neckline of the dress, waist, hem, and a large number of gold thread embroidery. That is a blooming flowers. Yuji set off the more and more gorgeous and unparalleled. A gleam of surprise flashed in Yuji's eyes as she asked, "This matter has only just occurred. How did you know about it?" Chen Yu was stunned, and then reacted to the fact that the person who had taken the body was not targeting the body, but the Spirit Abyss sect, or himself as a disciple of the sovereign. It was a game of chess, with that unknown and powerful enemy and the master as the chess players, and the main body and himself, as mere pawns. After noticing this, Chen Yu's heart sank. If something happened to her main body, would she have to live in this body from now on? Yuji could see her little apprentice's worry, as to why her little apprentice could know when things had only just happened. She didn't think much about it. After all, there are siblings in this world who have a telepathic heart, and there are also spiritual treasures that can transmit each other's situation. Yuji didn't want to go deeper. She stood up and said to Chen Yu, "You go back to your cave now and pretend that you don't know about this. And when someone comes looking for you, you can just go with that person. Don't worry, Master will ensure the safety of you and your brother." With Yuji's words, Chen Yu was like eating a pill of peace of mind. She looked deeply at her master. Now she could only trust her master. Yes, disciple obeys. She made a bow, turned around and walked out, returning to her cave. This matter was all under the master's arrangement, and she could only be a pawn next, waiting for the other pawns to show up. Chen Yu flexed her fingers and struck the ice spirit sword, thinking to herself, if she couldn't kill the chess player, couldn't she still kill the chess piece? Once the other party's pawn showed up, she would definitely make this ice spirit sword drink blood. After about an incense stick of time, someone finally knocked on the door of Chen Yu's cave. Chen Yu was waiting for this moment. She got up and opened the door. Looking at the unfamiliar senior brother in front of her, she was surprised and asked, "Senior brother seeks me for something?" The unfamiliar senior brother said, "Junior sister, just now a handyman disciple who called himself Chin Ping came to report that your brother had disappeared for no reason. Perhaps he had been taken captive." "What? My brother has been taken away?" Chen Yu was shocked and furious, immediately lifting her sword and walking away. While walking, she thought to herself, Chen Ping came to the Spirit Abyss sect to inform the news. Was it also designed by the other party? Chen Ping, What exactly is the ingredient? Chen Yang went down the mountain to the workshop market without talking to anyone in advance or contacting Chen Ping. But Chen Ping looked like he knew in advance that he had arrived at the workshop market and immediately took leave to accompany him to Four Wells Lane to buy something. If it wasn't for Chen Ping leading the way, Chen Yang, who was going to the marketplace for the first time, should have been more vigilant and would have only wandered that main street. If they were on the main street, I'm afraid that the masterminds behind the scene might not dare to openly take people. At this moment, Shen Yu became suspicious of Chen Ping. Not long after, Chen Yu soon arrived at the mountain gate. Chen Ping was waiting here. He was a handyman disciple. He could not enter the mountain gate without being summoned, so he could only ask someone to send a message to Chen Yu. Hey you quickly go and save your brother. I was buying something with him at Four Wells Lane in the marketplace when I suddenly realized that he had disappeared. He must have been taken captive. By the way, do you have any elder brothers and sisters who are close friends? Call them to go save him together. As soon as Chen Ping saw Chen Yu, he immediately anxiously told her what had happened. And he was also worried that Chen Yu might not be able to go alone. Because although this clan's sister was a heavenly spirit root, she hadn't been initiated for a long time, and she was only afraid that her cultivation was not refined. So in case the other party was a foundation establishment cultivator, wouldn't it be like a meatbag hitting a dog and not coming back once it was gone? Chen Ping's later words had alleviated Chen Yu's suspicion of him by a few points. However, she didn't show it. Instead, she looked anxious and said urgently, "It's too late to call out to my senior brothers and sisters. I'll just go save it alone. Chen Ping, you lead the way. Where did my brother go missing? It is in the Four Wells Lane. I will take you there and see if I can still find traces." Chen Ping was also anxious about first aid Chen Yang, and only thought that this clan's sister was very powerful, and that there must be a protective spiritual treasure on her body bestowed by the sovereign master, so she didn't say anything more. At this time, that strange senior brother suddenly said positively, "Junior sister, I'm a foundation establishment cultivator. I'll go with you to save the people." Chen Ping was overjoyed. With a foundation establishment's senior brother going, the chances of Chen Yang being rescued would be even greater. Great, then let's go to Four Wells Lane immediately now. Chen Ping led the way in front, but unfortunately, he was only a small cultivator at the third level of qi refining, and his speed of catching up was too slow. That strange senior brother simply grabbed Chen Ping with one hand and Chen Yu with the other and said, "I know where Four Wells Lane is. I'll take you there." As soon as the words fell, the three of them quickly headed towards the workshop at the foot of the mountain. Chen Yu noticed that this strange senior brother was not right, but did not show it, and when she waited until she reached the Four Wells Lane, she was also full of anxiety to find her own brother, and for the others, she did not seem to care at all. That unfamiliar senior brother couldn't help but hook the corners of his mouth as he watched her anxious appearance, his eyes hidden in the shadows inadvertently revealing a hint of sinister intent. Sure enough, the rumors of the sect, that the junior sister and her brother had a deep brother-sister bond, were indeed true. As long as they caught Chen Yang, they would naturally be able to lure Chen Yu out of the mountain gate. After a while, that unfamiliar senior brother pretended to have discovered something and said busily, "I've tracked the other party's aura with my spell. You guys follow me." With that, he grabbed Chen Ping with one hand and Chen Yu with the other and flew towards the west, and after about a quarter of an hour, the group was far away from the range of the Spirit Abyss sect. The further you go, the heavier the water vapor in front of you, and when you go over a hill, when you look around, it's all a vast expanse of water, and just by looking at the color of that water, you know that this lake is deep and bottomless. Next to the Blackwater Lake, there are all rugged mountains and rocks, their surfaces covered with traces of erosion. This is the Blackwater Lake. Yang was captured here? Chen Ping couldn't help but change his face when he saw the ink-like lake. Rumor has it that the Blackwater Lake produces sperms and monsters, and that the area is very cloudy with lots of creepy creatures. These trickster things, however, didn't cause any major damage to the cultivators because the Spirit Abyss sect was nearby, and once the trickster things left the range of the Blackwater Lake, they would be surrounded by the Spirit Abyss sect. Chen Ping was a little scared, going to the Spirit Abyss sect to report a message. He wasn't afraid, but faced with the Blackwater Lake, he was afraid. This senior brother, my strength is low, so I won't go to the front. Chen Ping opened his mouth and said, signaling that Foundation Establishment's senior brother to put himself down. Brothers are precious, but life is worth more. Chen Ping only felt that the jade talisman he carried in his arms was slightly hot, and the Whitefish Master was even preventing him from going to the Blackwater Lake in his mind non-stop. The bizarre object in the Blackwater Lake caused the Whitefish Master to have a huge sense of crisis. Good. Then wait here. I'll take junior sister inside to find someone. The Foundation Establishment's senior brother was surprisingly good at talking, immediately putting Chen Ping down and continuing to fly forward with Chen Yu. Chen Ping gasped loudly as he looked around, only to feel his body's sweaty hairs stand up and a feeling of a group of creeps surrounding him. Chapter 27, I am a pawn. Without waiting for the Whitefish Master to urge him on, Chen Ping turned around and was about to move away from this place, just along with the Whitefish Master's sentence of caution. Chen Ping, with a flip of his hand, quickly flung out dozens of fire cloud talismans towards the surrounding area. When the fire cloud talismans detonated, a large amount of flames scattered in all directions, igniting the surrounding grasses and trees, and the fire instantly spread out with the mountain wind. At the same time, Chen Ping offered a recluse talisman, and his entire person quickly concealed himself. Ha! A mere third level of chi refining actually has this kind of tactics. A man wearing a black bucket hat appeared out of thin air. He could not help but be surprised when he saw that Chen Ping had escaped in time from his underhanded plan, but he didn't let that stop him and immediately chased after him. Chen Ping's recluse talisman was not of a high grade, and the black-robed, hooded cultivator was able to vaguely find a hint of it when he probed with his divine sense. Chen Ping ran furiously all the way, just hoping to get out safely. In his mind, the Whitefish Master's exasperated voice rang out. Fooled! That what's-his-name Spirit Abyss sect senior brother is also in on it. I told you to stay out of it, but you insisted. Chen Ping clenched his mouth tightly, not having the energy to say anything back at all. He only hoped that Chen Yu would be alright, although this hope was not very high. It's about to be caught up. I'll help you one last time, and afterwards you must find the soul-nurturing wood for me. Whitefish Master's voice appeared to be getting older and older. He really didn't want to care about Chen Ping, but he couldn't really care. As he made up his mind, a brilliant light erupted from the jade talisman that he had accommodated. Chen Yu's perception was not inferior to that of a Foundation establishment cultivator, and her eyes were able to penetrate illusions, and her ears were also able to hear movements at great distances. When that man in black appeared out of thin air to snipe Chen Ping, Chen Yu noticed it, and at the same time, the Foundation establishment's senior brother beside her violently changed his face and struck a palm towards Chen Yu's chest. That senior brother's palm was glowing with a layer of black light. If he was struck, he was afraid that his life would not be saved. It was just that Chen Yu had been on guard, and the moment the Foundation establishment's senior brother made his move, a needle was stabbed towards the Foundation establishment's senior brother's throat. This needle was precisely the golden artifact that Chen Yu was currently practicing. The needle had been hidden in Chen Yu's body, and when Chen Yu manipulated the needle to travel around his body, the movement was extremely small. Plus this Foundation establishment's senior brother still underestimated Chen Yu, believing that under his sudden attack, Chen Yu would definitely be powerless to fight back. Clank! The tip of the needle pierced the neck of the Foundation establishment's senior brother, making the sound of gold and stone colliding, but the sharp tip of the needle did not pierce into the Foundation establishment's senior brother's neck. In order to maneuver the needle for a sneak attack, Chen Yu took a hard slap. The reason why she dared to endure this palm was that she was confident that with her jade body she would not be poisoned or damaged in any way. This confidence comes naturally. Sure enough, after the Foundation establishment's senior brother's palm struck, Chen Yu was unharmed and used the force to retreat dozens of feet backward before pulling out the ice spirit sword in his hand. The Foundation establishment's senior brother was a bit surprised, but he only thought that the patriarch had bestowed Chen Yu with a protective spiritual treasure, which had saved him from harm. He pursed his lips, a hint of ferocity in his eyes, his fingertips lightly wiped over the storage bag, and a black 100 ghost streamer was added to his hand. The Blackwater Lake was heavy with yin qi, and the appearance of this 100 ghost streamer immediately caused the surrounding yin qi to bulge, with wind gusts and water waves, as if there were 100 ghosts treading on the waves. The Foundation building senior brother gently waved the 100 ghost streamer, and in an instant, the wind whistled, and the originally invisible yin qi, at this moment, also transformed into a huge skeleton, biting towards Chen Yu with its mouth open. Chen Yu stood there without moving, as a sudden appetite arose within her, as if the skeleton in front of her was delicious. Previously, when Zhang Baiwei had placed various delicious spirit foods in front of Chen Yu, she was able to maintain a high state of coolness simply because she couldn't taste the flavors of those foods. But now, with the big battle looming and a matter of life and death, she suddenly felt so hungry. She looked at the grim-faced skeleton, and after struggling internally for a few moments, she finally pulled her legs out with difficulty and ran. However, the skeletons were in hot pursuit and continued to emerge from all around them in large and small sizes. The sheer number of these skeletons seemed to be able to drown Chen Yu out. In the black water lake, the water surface gradually became unsettled, and the water monsters under the water were awakened and were opening their eyes to observe the outside world and waiting for an opportunity to hunt. On the other side of the Blackwater Lake, there were dozens of water monsters fighting, and the severed limbs and remains floating on the surface of the water would reflect the intensity of the battle. This group of water monsters were naturally not fighting for fun. Their goal was unanimous. It was for the cultivator lying on the shore. The flesh of the cultivator was like a tantalizing blood meal, making it difficult for the water monsters to resist, and smelling the tantalizing aroma. Every water monster killed with red eyes. Eventually, a winner emerges. It was a crocodile-like water monster, head and backbone, full of barbs. The tail is not thick and short, but very slender, like a whip, very flexible. The victor steps over the carcasses of his kind and climbs step by step up the bank towards the tantalizing food of blood. It was not crawling fast, and looked leisurely ready to enjoy the fruits of its victory. But just as it was about to climb up the bank, a black python stood in its way. The python was large. The snake scales were black, but under the sun's illumination, they glowed with a 7-colored radiance. Only when the python opened its mouth to intimidate, a sickening scent spewed out, making the unconscious cultivators lying on the ground couldn't help but twitch. Anaconda and crocodile water monster a touch. The big battle was instant. Two behemoths instantly entangled together. The shore is limited in location, and afraid of the delicious blood food spoiled, so the tacit understanding of the roll into the water to fight. With the commotion they made, waves of water lifted up and lapped at the shore, which was devoid of grass, and even the surface of the mountains and rocks showed signs of severe erosion. In the bare mountain, a mandrill quietly appeared. The mandrill sneakily hid behind a rock and was staring at the battle in front. After about a quarter of an hour, seeing the python in the water and the crocodile fighting further and further away, the mandrill seized the opportunity. His body quickly came to the side of the cultivator on the ground. It is about 1 meter high. When standing up, it is as if it were a human being. It carried the cultivator on the ground on its back, and then flew furiously towards the distance. That cultivator was like food that gave off a strong aroma. And the python and crocodile that were tangling in the lake quickly noticed that the food had been snatched. The python opens its mouth. The crocodile's tail is saved. And with a roll, it moves away. Apparently, the crocodile gave up. Although it is able to go ashore, but on the shore of the battle is not strong, and slow crawling speed cannot catch up with the nimble figure of the mandrill. It gave up, but the python did not give up, only to see the python swinging its tail and swimming, and in a flash, it went up the bank and chased towards the mandrill. The situation on this side is unclear and tense, and the battle on the other side of the lake is glued together. The Foundation establishment's senior brother used a lot of means, but he was just slow to take down Shenyu. He didn't know what kind of protective treasures Shenyu had on him. He clearly didn't see the luster of the treasures being driven, but time and time again, he protected Shenyu from being injured. Even though he drove the weird thing in the 100 ghost streamer forward to attack, that attack was like hitting cotton, with no effect. Seeing the delay in taking down the youngest senior sister, the Foundation establishment's senior brother's heart crossed and he continued to shake the 100 ghost streamer in his hand, only to see the gloomy wind gusting in the sky and earth changing colors. Chapter 28, Great Perfection of Chi Refining, Request for Follow-up Reading. On the cold and dark surface of the lake, many strange things suddenly floated up, some floating in the water and some standing on a piece of rotten wood. That stood on the rotten wood is a woman in red, cloaked hair. Do not see its face. Her body has a wisp of red thread, a little bit of upsurge open, seems to fill the entire space. The inchi was so thick that it was as if the air around them had become sticky and wet and heavy. But Shenyu had a more precise word to describe it, and that was that the air around him gelatinized. The air gets sticky a little bit and can restrict movement and make it hard to breathe. Shenyu seemed to be trapped as she stood there, looking at the 100 ghost streamer in the hands of her Foundation building senior brother, and then at the woman in red in the lake. So hungry. The feeling of hunger coming from her abdomen made Shenyu want to open her mouth and swallow the surrounding spirits into her stomach, but she stiffly held back because she knew that she was just a pawn. The chess player had not yet shown up for the game. The anomalies of her own were something she must not expose. Shenyu drew his sword and prepared for battle. Above the Blackwater Lake, Yuji was hidden between the clouds as she looked at the battle below. The corners of her mouth pursed slightly as a glint of satisfaction rose in her eyes. This disciple, despite his feeble strength, his indomitable spirit still satisfied her. On the shore of the Blackwater Lake, both Chen Yu and Chen Yang were in danger, but Yuji concealed her form and did not come to her rescue. Because, it's not time yet. Seeing Chen Yu raise his sword and stab, the Foundation establishment's senior brother's face changed drastically. After he made this move, his own body was more or less affected by a trace of it, and he had a feeling that his hands were bound. But Chen Yu had not yet built his foundation, yet he could not be affected by the outside world. This realization caused the Foundation establishment's senior brother to redden his eyes as he continued to wave the 100 ghost streamer in his hand, and a large amount of yin chi tumbled up, seeming to completely engulf the area. He hates geniuses. Why is it so difficult for him to form the Jindan in this life after tens of years of bitter cultivation and many trials and tribulations? He's not convinced. Junior sister was indeed a genius. Having only been initiated for a short period of time, she was already on the verge of the great circle of chi refining. And him? From the time he stepped into cultivation to the chi refining great circle, it took him a full 10 years. In order to obtain a foundation establishment pill, he worked hard to take on missions and traveled to all corners of the Tianyan continent. He helped mortals exterminate demons, went to dangerous places to carry out rescues, and even teamed up with people to go up the mountains and into the sea in search of precious medicines. This journey was extremely hard for him, and after spending more than 4 years, he finally obtained a foundation establishment pill. I thought I was able to build a foundation on this, but I didn't want to fail at building a foundation. When he failed, he left the clan. Disheartened, he tried to live out his life and sought a glimmer of hope until he was contacted by someone who said they could make him a successful foundation builder. Then later, he returned to the sect with his foundation establishment Cultivation and became a junior steward in the outer sect, but no one knew that he, an insignificant little steward, had secretly brutalized many new disciples with outstanding talent. Now, it was the turn of this sovereign's disciple. Heavenly spiritual roots, immaculate sacred body. I'll let you be buried in the Blackwater Lake, your flesh and blood all gone, your soul imprisoned forever. The Tsukiji senior brother's eyes grew redder and redder, as if they were bleeding, when a strand of red thread suddenly wrapped around his body and attempted to bore into his eyes. The foundation building senior brother's face stiffened as he flexed his fingers and clamped the red thread, and with another push, the red thread snapped and turned into a few drops of black water, falling to the ground. It turns out that the red line is the black water of the Blackwater Lake illusion. Once drilled into the body of the person, will be able to drag the person into the Blackwater Lake. It is difficult to escape. Senior foundation establishment brother disliked the Blackwater Lake's weird things. They were obviously under his control, but sometimes they would attack indiscriminately, causing him some minor trouble. He looked up, wondering how the talented little sister would break the ice. Only red threads could be seen roiling the sky, but they were cut off by an ice spirit sword. The broken red threads connected on again and continued to wind towards Chenyu. Only that between the flashes of sword light, the red threads were cut off again before they could get close. Even those who crept closer found the entangled things to be as good as dead and difficult to invade and manipulate. Whether it was the red thread or the sticky yin chi, it seemed to have no effect on Chenyu. And soon, the sword in Chenyu's hand was about to pierce the heart of the foundation establishment senior brother's eyebrow. The foundation establishment senior brother was furious as he shook the 100 ghost streamer on one side and avoided Chenyu's killing move on the other. With the shaking of the 100 ghost streamer, the water surface of the Blackwater Lake tumbled up, and invisible intangible things crawled out of the lake water and surrounded towards Chenyu. Up above, Yushi frowned, somewhat tempted to come to the rescue, but now only a small shrimp appeared, and once she showed herself, the one behind her would quickly leave. Wait a little longer. Yushi took a deep breath. She had the holy medicine for healing in her hands. As long as she kept Chenyu alive, her injuries would not be a problem. Chenyu didn't know what her master was thinking, but she didn't sit around waiting for others to come to her rescue, and after arriving at the Blackwater Lake, although something still separated her from her main body, Chenyu still sensed that her main body was in the area. Therefore, she wanted to get out as soon as possible and go forward to find the main body. Breakthrough! You go to hell! Under the emotional anxiety, Chenyu felt a certain barrier within her body loosen and her spiritual energy surged crazily. In this instant, she broke through and successfully advanced to the great perfection of chi refining. After his cultivation breakthrough, Chenyu felt that the sword in his hand was even faster, and in just a split second, that sword stabbed the foundation establishment's senior brother who was holding the 100 ghost streamer. The ice spirit sword came with ice spirit damage, and although Chenyu was unable to completely utilize the power of the ice spirit sword, the wounds of the foundation establishment's senior brother were instantly sealed in ice when this sword went down, and the power of ice sealing along the wound flesh and blood toward the body scattered. The flesh and blood a little bit was frozen. The spiritual power in his body was also confined, making it difficult for him to exert his full strength. Previously, Chenyu had used a needle to sneak attack the foundation establishment's senior brother, and as a result, the needle did not pierce the foundation establishment's senior brother's neck. This was because it was just an ordinary needle, not a powerful magic treasure. Ah! The foundation establishment's senior brother felt the fear as he couldn't help but shout, "Aren't you coming out yet? Are you going to let me fall here?" As soon as the words fell, Chenyu's second sword was already stabbing. He turned pale with fear and fled in panic. He felt that this was simply unbelievable. He had clearly utilized the 100 ghost streamer to drive the Blackwater Lake's bizarre objects, causing this side of the heaven and earth's aura to block and create an environment similar to a trap formation, trapping Chenyu here. In his scenario, the yin chi would continuously erode Chenyu's physical body and divine soul, and coupled with his attacks, this talented junior sister of the Spirit Abyss sect would be about to die here. When the time comes to throw the body into the black water lake, it won't take more than a few moments for the bones to be gone and the soul to be imprisoned forever. This isn't right. What kind of magic treasure does she have that can protect her from being victimized like this? Not to be infringed upon. Even so, actually in this situation to break through the cultivation level, advance to the chi refining great perfection. There's no aura here. What exactly did you take to advance? The Foundation Establishment's senior brother was puzzled. He would never have thought that this kind of extremely cloudy place would be a desperate situation for the next person. But for Chen Yu, it was a heavenly paradise. Chapter 29, The Snowy Mountain Picture. After Chen Yu broke through the chi refining great circle, Chen Yang, who had been in a coma, finally regained a trace of sanity. In a trance, it was as if he was on a cloud, going up and down, only to be turned upside down. A spiritual energy was nourished in his body, and then it traveled around his limbs and bones. His body gradually regained its strength. His eyelids opened a little bit, but the scene in his eyes shook terribly. And finally, he saw a huge black python. The python was very big, but very fast, and as the python wandered, many mountain rocks rolled down, rustling sounds in an endless stream. Chen Yang then looked underneath himself. It was an ugly-looking mandrill. One of the mandrill's claws was controlling his body, and it was running wildly through the mountains on his back. Chen Yang did not know anything about what had happened from the time he fell unconscious until he woke up, but he also had the perspective of Chen Yu's doppelganger and immediately understood what had happened. Chen Yu was the bait Yuji threw out, while he himself was the bait to lure Chen Yu away from the sect. The cruelty of the cultivation world once again made Chen Yang feel terrible. He was careless. He was unexpectedly taken away from the crowded marketplace without even realizing it. Chen Yang couldn't help but want to laugh bitterly. He had placed quite a few protective spiritual treasures in his storage bag. He originally thought that even if he encountered something, he would be able to solve it, but he didn't want to nearly die before he could make it out. He subconsciously went to touch the storage pouch hanging on his waist, and when he touched an empty one, he wasn't too disappointed. After all, he had been mentally prepared. If it was him, he would have taken the enemy storage bag as well. Chen Yang closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Right now his situation was not good. It could be said that there was a wolf in front of him and a tiger behind him. If he was not careful, he would be doomed, so he could only look forward to it. The snipe and the fisherman. After feeling her main body waking up, Chen Yu was also relieved. Just now when those skeletons and red threads attacked her, she had the feeling of being infused with aura, coupled with the anxiety in her heart. She unexpectedly broke through instantly. This kind of breakthrough in the middle of a battle is not rare. Some cultivators are stuck at a certain level and have difficulty advancing, but when it is a matter of life and death, they tend to break through their cultivation in order to achieve self-preservation. Now that the Foundation Establishment's senior brother had been stabbed and defeated by her, while Chen Yu continued to chase after him with a burst of energy, she had long since seen that there seemed to be something wrong with the Foundation Establishment's senior brother in front of her. Although he was at the Foundation Establishment cultivation level, the strength he displayed was not as thick as that of other Foundation Establishment cultivators, and the current environment was a sort of restraint for the Foundation Establishment's senior brother in front of him. On the contrary, Chen Yu did not feel bound. The body of the Jade Man allowed her to not have to breathe and not be eroded by the yin qi, and she even developed an appetite for those horrible spirits, wanting to swallow them in one bite. In this environment, Chen Yu was able to utilize 10% of his strength, while on the contrary, the Foundation Establishment's senior brother could only utilize half of his own strength. Just as Chen Yu raised his sword in pursuit, a man in black suddenly appeared, wearing a black bucket hat on his head and an evil ghost mask on his face, holding a small wooden box that was reddish and black in his hands, which exuded a frightening aura. The body of the Foundation Establishment's senior brother was drenched in blood, while the power of the ice spirit continuously eroded along his wounds. Seeing that the man in black had shown up, he breathed a sigh of relief and said under his breath, "You've finally shown up. If you don't come out, I'm going to die here." The man in black, however, only glanced at him indifferently and sneered, "Useless." When the Foundation Establishment's senior brother heard this, he could only lower his eyebrows and didn't dare to retort. "You are useless, and so is Black 12. Haven't killed a single mole cricket until now." This black-robed man had been hiding in the shadows, and seeing that his men had been repeatedly thwarted, he had no light on his face. However, now was not the time to scold his men. The black-clothed man collected the anger in his heart and raised his eyes to the white-clothed girl in front of him. The young girl's appearance was stunning, her skin was glowing, and no one who looked at her could deny her beauty. There are just some people for whom her very existence is wrong. A steady stream of geniuses would only affect their centennial plans. Therefore, he, Zhu Fusheng, invited the geniuses of the world to die. Zhu Fuxing's spiritual treasure was not a sword or a streamer, but the wooden box in his hand. He threw the wooden box in his palm into the air, and a black and reddish light sword, and in the light, he seemed to have been given some kind of mysterious power, and his body's aura became a little bit more powerful and terrifying. The Foundation Building's senior brother looked at the small wooden box. A hint of greed flashed under his eyes. He also wanted the Godfather to bestow power. Chun Yu also looked at the small wooden box. She felt a slight throbbing from the small wooden box, as if there was a powerful life form inside. What could it be? What's inside? Is the man in black with the evil ghost mask in front of him the chess player behind the scenes? The gap between each other's strengths was too great. Chun Yu knew in her heart that she couldn't win, but she stood there motionless, with a kind of dashing temperament that was like a mountain pressing down on me. Chun Yu guessed correctly. When the black-robed man wearing the evil ghost mask appeared, Yu Ji, who was hidden among the clouds, looked grave, and when that wooden box floated in the air, and the reddish glow in black skyrocketed, Yu Ji's face suddenly changed. I can't believe it's something like that. In the next moment, Yu Ji appeared and grabbed the black-clothed man before he could attack Shen Yu and met him, and Shen Yu was waiting for this moment. When Yu Ji appeared, the black-clothed man's attention was instantly attracted by Yu Ji. Not only the black-clothed man, even the injured Foundation establishment's senior brother was filled with shock. But soon enough, that stunned look was completely frozen on his face, because an icy sword pierced into his brow, killing him with a single stroke. After taking the opportunity to kill one person, Chun Yu didn't look at the battlefield one more time, but turned around and ran, as she had to go save her main body. This scene happened extremely quickly, and the man in black was filled with annoyance. But he was stopped by Yu Ji. The corner of Yu Ji's eye glanced at Chun Yu's disappearing back, her face full of recognition. Her disciple, when it comes down to it, is truly extraordinary. Seeing Yu Ji showing up, where did Zhu Fuxing not know that he was being counted? He sneered a few times and deliberately provoked Yu Ji again. I really miss Lin Zhang. I killed half of his disciples and he still knows nothing about it. It is said that the most poisonous women have hearts. Lin Zhang didn't dare to let his disciple commit a risk. But you were able to easily throw out your disciple as bait. Don't worry, we'll kill this heavenly spirit root disciple of yours. Zhu Fuxing cursed recklessly with his mouth, but his hands quickly formed a seal, and a reddish glow in black, under his control, was like a giant axe, slashing down towards Yu Ji. Yu Ji didn't pay attention to the other party's words. Her eyes only stared at the wooden box floating in mid-air. She flipped her right hand and a snow mountain map appeared, and then with another throw, that snow mountain map instantly became bigger. As if the boundless snow mountains really appeared here, and a large number of snow foxes and snow monsters appeared from the snow mountains, running towards Zhu Fuxing. The huge axe made of black and red light hacked at the snowy mountain figure, but it hacked an empty space, as if the snowy mountain was an illusion, not a real existence. But the attacks from the snow foxes and snow monsters were real. Zhu Fuxing was busy manipulating the black and red radiant giant axe, hacking and slashing towards the snow foxes and snow monsters. Whenever the snow foxes and snow monsters were injured, their strength would decrease quite a bit, but all it took was to bury them in the snow, and a few seconds later, they would be able to recover again. Therefore, these snow foxes and snow monsters were, after all, impossible to kill. Taking advantage of Zhu Fuxing being entangled in the hands and feet of the snow foxes and snow monsters, Yu Ji flew up and headed towards the wooden box in the air. As she was about to touch the wooden box, a sense of crisis suddenly descended on her heart. She stopped instinctively, her fingertips less than an inch from the wooden box. At that moment, Chapter 30, Compensation. A hint of disappointment flashed under Zhu Fuxing's eyes, but since Yu Ji didn't fall for it, he was going to proceed with the next step of his plan, only to see his figure deftly break away from the snow foxes and snow monsters, and in the next second, the wooden box floating in midair instantly moved in front of him. The lid of the wooden box opened, revealing its contents. At the bottom of the wooden box lay a small piece of meat. The color of the meat was bright red, and it was still slightly throbbing as if it had life. When the lid was opened, the meat went towards Zhu Fuxing, who cooperated by opening his mouth and swallowing the meat. Yu Ji's face changed greatly. Just now she didn't seize the wooden box because she felt the crisis, as if as long as she touched the wooden box, she would be plunged into a place of no return. She stared tightly at Zhu Fuxing, and without waiting for him to undergo a mutation, the snowy mountain diagram suddenly skyrocketed and quickly wrapped Zhu Fuxing into it. With a stretch and a roll, the snow mountain map returned to its normal size in an instant, and flew back into Yu Ji's hands with a wave of her hand. In the snowy mountain diagram, the trapped Zhu Fuxing had undergone a mutation, and as he attacked, the snowy mountain diagram bulged out from time to time, seemingly about to be torn apart by the person inside. But Yu Ji wasn't worried. This snowy mountain map was her original magic treasure. a piece of snowy mountains that she had refined. It looked like a map, but in reality, this map was hooked up to a real snowy area. She reached out her hand and made a point on the snowy mountain map, so the snowy mountain map did not move anymore, and in the midst of a white snowy mountain, there was instead an additional black silhouette. The silhouette was motionless, as if it had been painted on with pen and ink. Yuji put away the snowy mountain map and got up to head towards where her young apprentice was. When she arrived, the black python fell to the ground with a loud bang and had already died under the ice spirit sword, while the mandrill was entangled by countless vines that were pitch black and leafless, with the tips even piercing into the mandrill's eyes, nose, ears, and mouth, causing the mandrill to die in agony. The one who manipulated the vines was none other than Chen Yang. The storage bag he was carrying was taken away, but as he was being carried by the mandrill to escape, he noticed a tiny black vine growing in the crevices of the surrounding rocks. The first moment he saw the vines, Chen Yang knew that he was saved. So when Chen Yu arrived, he and Chen Yu struck at the same time. Chen Yu dealt with the black python, while Chen Yang injected his spiritual energy into the vines, manipulating them to skyrocket and kill the mandrill. Chen Yang was a water and wood lower grade spiritual root, and the evergreen kung fu he practiced was a wood system kung fu, which had a natural affinity for plants. The killing power displayed by this black vine satisfied Chen Yang, and he felt that he could keep it as a means of attacking in the future. So under his control, the black vine became smaller and smaller, and finally turned into a black seed. When Chen Yang saw Yuji, he immediately stepped forward and saluted, pretending that he didn't know what had happened, and said with a grateful face, "Thank you, Patriarch, for saving me. If it wasn't for Patriarch, I'm afraid that my disciple would have died here." Yuji raised her hand, signaling Chen Yang that there was no need to be polite, while she herself walked to Chen Yu. Only Chen Yu ignored her, and between the two sides, there was a complete lack of the previous teacher-disciple rapport. Yuji opened her mouth, seeing her young disciple cold as ice, deliberately looking away and ignoring her. Yuji, who had taken on an apprentice for the first time, instantly didn't know how to explain. From the day Chen Yu entered the sect, Yuji had been laying out his plans. Heavenly spiritual root, immaculate sacred body, and the only personal disciple of the patriarch. There was no need for her to deliberately publicize the news. The news was spreading in the spirit abyss sect, and she was merely going along with it, not deliberately stopping it. And that group of people hiding in the shadows did not let Yuji down. Chen Yu's initiation was still short, so they couldn't wait to make their move. As early as a few years ago, Yuji felt that there was a big conspiracy shrouding the Tianyan continent, and the genius disciples of the 7 great clans had fallen for some reason. And when she wanted to look into it, she had no way to do so, because when cultivators walk between heaven and earth, clan missions, heavenly materials and treasures, and enmity and karma may cause cultivators to make enemies and thus fall. But this time, Yuji used Chen Yu as the bait, finally lifted the corner of the big conspiracy, so that you can peep out the truth and uncover the mastermind behind the scene. This time, the harvest was great. It was Yuer and her brother who suffered. Seeing Chen Yu's unwillingness to pay attention to herself, Yuji smiled awkwardly and simply walked to Chen Yang's front, and with a flip of her hand, a storage bag appeared in her palm. "Take it, it's yours." With a toss of his wrist, the storage bag fell into Chen Yang's hands. This was indeed Chen Yang's storage bag, and when the man in black struck out earlier to take Chen Yang captive, he took Chen Yang's storage bag away and then placed Chen Yang on the edge of the black water lake. The reason why he didn't kill it right away was because he was afraid that Chen Yu would refuse to come if he sensed that his brother was dead. Now the man in black had been trapped in the snowy domain by Yuji, and everything in the snowy domain was under Yuji's control. Chen Yang's most of his fortune was in this storage bag. Now that it was lost and found, he was very happy in his heart, and after accepting it with both hands, he said a bunch of good words to Yuji. Yuji, on the other hand, kept looking towards Chen Yu at her side, seeing that Chen Yu was still cold and refused to speak, obviously still angry. After thinking about it, Yuji took out a small golden bell and handed it to Chen Yang, saying, "This is the mixed yuan bell. After you refine it, it can serve as an alarm. This time it's not that you were careless, but the person who took you is a late Jindan cultivator. So you, a small qi refining cultivator, naturally have no way to resist. But this mixed yuan bell, however, can help you detect the energy fluctuations around you, and can allow you to signal in advance. In addition to this item also has a defensive function. After you refine it, once you encounter a strong enemy, the mixed yuan bell will cover you, and it can withstand attacks under yuaning. This object is considered my compensation to you." Chen Yang pretended that he did not understand what the word compensation meant and said with a single stupid face, "Thank you for the reward. The fact that the patriarch was able to come and save my disciple is already a great favor to my disciple. so how can there be any compensation? Yuji didn't explain too much. She took out a crystal clear leaf from her storage ring, and under her spell casting, the leaf grew a little bigger and floated in midair. Yuji said, "This place is thick with yin qi. It's not advisable to stay here for long. We'd better go back to the sect first." After saying that, she waved her hand and Chen Yang and Chen Yu flew down onto the leaves together, after which she also fell down in a flutter. This leaf has a similar function to the spirit boat. Both play a role in carrying people to fly. Only the appearance is more aesthetic. From start to finish, Chen Yu pursed her lips tightly and refused to speak. On the contrary, when Chen Yang saw the black water lake underneath, he couldn't help but ask, "Patriarch, this black water lake is full of water monsters and bizarre creatures. Since it's so close to the Spirit Abyss sect, why hasn't the sect eradicated it?" Yuji looked from the air, only to see that the black water lake was dead. The previously active creepy creatures and water monsters had long since disappeared. Even the body of the traitor killed by Chinyu had disappeared at this time, probably dragged into the lake by the creepy creatures. Yuji was silent for a moment before saying, "This place is extremely special and should not be eradicated. However, outside of 100 miles, it has been placed under a ban, and once a trickster leaves the 100-mile range, the Spirit Abyss sect will send someone to exterminate it." Chapter 31, Goes Cultivation in the Sect. Chen Yang's mind's eye had grown a little longer after this change of heart, and with a twinkle in his eye, he looked back at the Blackwater Lake. Chen Yang guessed that this Blackwater Lake might be used as a trial site for the sect disciples to try out. If that is the case, then it is indeed inappropriate to eradicate it completely. The Blackwater Lake was very close to the sect, and it didn't take long for the group to return to the sect. When they passed through the mountain gate, Yuji put Chen Yang down and then proceeded to bring Chen Yu back to his cave. Are you still angry with me? This matter, indeed, is my fault, but I can't help it." Yuji sighed and continued. "Over the years, it's not just our Spirit Abyss sect that has had heavenly pride disciples fall, the rest of the sects are the same. As early as a few years ago, I sensed that something was wrong. I just never found the murderer behind it. When you worshipped in the Spirit Abyss sect, I knew that the opportunity had come." Yuji flexed her fingers on the storage ring and a jade bottle was added to her hand. "This is the holy medicine for healing. As long as there is a breath in, it can be born dead, flesh and bones, and will not damage the foundation." Yuji handed the jade bottle to Chen Yu and said, "This is a sacred medicine for healing that was refined using the 9 revolutions green lotus as the main medicine. No matter how badly you are injured, you will be able to recover instantly after taking it. This medicine is the backhand I prepared for you, even though I didn't use it. You can take it." Chen Yu still refused to speak, but when Yuji forced the elixir into her hand, she didn't refuse after all. After all, having this medicine is equivalent to having an extra life. After receiving the elixir, Chen Yu's face loosened up a few points and was not as cold as before. Yuji saw that the gift was useful, so with a flip of her wrist, she had another red cloak in her hand. This cloak was a spiritual treasure that, when worn, was able to cover one's face and hide one's aura. Yuji shook the cloak open and personally put it on Chen Yu, and the moment he put on the cloak, even Yuji couldn't easily see through Chen Yu's true condition anymore. Chen Yu was a heavenly spirit root and unsullied saint body that was rare to see in 100 years, so Yuji naturally wouldn't let him fall early. She knew from the black-clothed man's mouth that there must be another huge force behind it, and the people from this force would surely still be keeping an eye on Chen Yu, waiting for an opportunity to kill him. Therefore, she had long sought out a misty cloak, so that when Chen Yu wanted to leave the mountain gate in the future, she could put on this misty cloak, making it difficult for people to spy on the trail. The moment he put on the misty cloak, Chen Yu also understood the function of this misty cloak. Having obtained such a spirit treasure that hid his identity, the fire in Chen Yu's heart was considered to have been allayed. "Master, who exactly is the person who wants to kill me?" Chen Yu opened her mouth to ask. She had to know who her enemy was so that she could avoid. Look for an opportunity to take revenge. At the mention of this question, Yuji's face was solemn as she paced back and forth, but in the end, she refused to tell. Yuji said seriously, "You don't need to ask much about this matter. I will take care of it myself. You are now a chi refining great circle. Continue your cultivation next. You must not leave the sect before you build the foundation. When you feel that you can build a foundation, go to the Dan Hall to receive a foundation building pill. By the way, that clan brother of yours from the same clan, he carries a soul-shifting jade talisman on him, but that soul is only at the foundation cultivation level and is too depleted to be a concern anymore." Chen Yu was stunned, and only then did he realize that Chen Ping he actually had an accompanying old grandfather. No wonder. Some of the doubts from before were now clear to Chen Yu. "Alright, you go down. I still have things to take care of." After Yuji finished speaking, she signaled Chen Yu to leave. After Chen Yu left, she set up a formation in the cave. Then with a toss of her wrist, a snowy mountain map was thrown in midair by her, and then grew a little bit bigger. Yuji took a step towards the snowy mountain diagram, and when her body touched it, it immediately rippled with layers of spiritual energy fluctuations, as if it were water. Before long, Yuji's entire body walked into the painting. In the empty cave, a snowy mountain picture moved without wind, and a black-clothed figure and a red-clothed figure were entangled together in the middle of the heavy snowy mountains. Chen Yang couldn't help but let out a sigh after returning to his small courtyard. Yuji had told Chen Yu not to leave the sect before he built his foundation, and he had decided to stay in the sect and never go out easily. It's a dangerous world out there. All fear comes from lack of cultivation. So, next Chen Yu had to work hard on her sword practice, and Chen Yang also had to work hard on his cultivation. However, seeing the soil in the yard that had already been turned over, Chen Yang still decided to plant the spirit seeds that he had bought first. Sharpening the knife is not a good idea, and consuming more spirit food in general is also good for the body. Because of the limited space in the yard, Chen Yang did not buy spiritual rice seeds, but instead bought some domesticated vegetables. After planting the ground, Chen Yang found another water tank and poured the bought spiritual fish into it, and finally cast a spiritual rain. As the spiritual rain drifted down, the whole small courtyard became vibrant. Spring, here it comes. After finishing all this, Chen Yang cast a cleansing spell on himself and then sat down cross-legged. He first swallowed a Peiyuan Dan and then he began to cultivate. Since then, Chen Yang night repair Chanchun Gong, day repair Pile Gong. Hungry, on their own to cook a little spiritual rice to eat, so even a dozen days in a row, have not gone out. It was Yo-Yo Ma's visit to the door that broke Chen Yang's regular life. The peach blossoms are already in full bloom. Well, it's so pretty. As soon as he entered the door, Ma Yuyu's gaze, involuntarily, was attracted by the peach blossoms in the corner. This peach tree has a branch sticking out of the courtyard wall, and when you pass by from the outside, you are able to see the blooming peach blossoms. But from the courtyard, the full peach blossom tree is even more shocking. The peach blossoms, this year, seem to be blooming better than in previous years. A thought surfaced in Yo-Yo Ma's mind. Chen Yang also followed Ma Yuyu's gaze and a hint of amazement flashed under his eyes. These days, he was sedentary in his cultivation, and he obviously stayed in the courtyard every day practicing staking. But the peach blossoms in front of him were as if he was seeing them for the first time. The peach blossoms, they do bloom well. The peach is a scorcher. After a moment of amazement, Chen Yang quickly asked about Ma Yuyu's intentions. Senior brother came over. But is there something wrong? Ma Yuyu took his eyes off the peach tree and saw the vegetables Chen Yang had planted and the fish he had raised again. He grinned, and his eyes disappeared from his chubby face. Senior brother, you entered the sect. There is more than a month. Although I have the intention to take care of you, but you are late to lead the sect's mission. It is also inevitable to be gossiped about. Now that spring has begun, it's the time to plant spirit grasses, and there's a lack of manpower in the spirit field. I thought that you would go to the spirit field tomorrow to do something. Don't worry, I'll only share 1 acre of spirit field with you, and the rest of the time, you can still use it for cultivation. Hearing Ma Yuyu's words, Chen Yang immediately showed an embarrassed look. He was so immersed in cultivation that he had forgotten this rule that the Spirit Abyss sect did not keep idlers, but all the disciples who stayed in the sect, more or less on the body, is to undertake some tasks, that every month pay Yuan Dan. Not for nothing. Chapter 32, Exchange of Information. The morning after Ma Yuyu's entrance, Chen Yang appeared in the spiritual field. Seeing him appear, quite a few people looked towards him. They were still quite curious about the strength of Chen Yang, a connected person. Ma Yuyu said that he would only let Chen Yang plant 1 acre of spirit field, but after Chen Yang inquired, he found that everyone else was starting with at least 3 acres, so Chen Yang volunteered to plant 3 acres of spiritual fields. Ma Yuyu pointed to a spiritual field and said to Chen Yang, then in the future, you will be responsible for these 3 acres of spiritual fields. The spiritual herbs planted in our side of the medicinal garden are those commonly used in the Dan Hall. As for such rare spiritual herbs such as chalcedony cheese, purple monkey flower, red essence cheese, incondensation grass and so on, there is no way to plant them out in large quantities, so the tasks will be issued by the task hall, and the disciple who receives the task will go ahead and go to the corresponding place to bring the spirit herbs picked. You've just joined the sect not long ago, so pick simple spirit grasses to plant. How about 7-star grass? This one is good to plant. Ma Yuyu reached out and displayed the seeds of the 7-star grass to Chen Yang. When he heard the name 7-star grass, Chen Yang couldn't help but be in a trance. Back then, Fengyang City's steward Lin had also asked him to plant 7-star grass. Unexpectedly, although he had entered the Spirit Abyss sect now, this 7-star grass was still planted. Good. Chen Yang received the seeds of the 7-star grass and began to busy himself. The spirit field had already been turned over by the handyman disciple who knew the earth dragon technique. Chen Yang only needed to plant the seeds and then apply spirit rain to irrigate them. As for whether or not the spirit grass would encounter pests in its growth, it would need to be carefully managed by him in the future. Yo-Yo Ma knew that there was no need to worry when he saw Chen Yang's skillful means of planting. However, he stayed by Chen Yang's side and did not leave because of this. After helping Chen Yang plant all 3 Mua fields, Ma Yuyu still couldn't help but ask, Chen Yang, during this period of time, why do you cultivate behind closed doors every day and don't even go to the cafeteria to eat? Chen Yang's captivity, Chen Yu's going to rescue him, and Yu Ji's layout had not been revealed, so the other disciples of the sect were not yet aware of it. However, Ma Yuyu had been secretly keeping an eye on Chen Yang's movements, which made him realize that Chen Yang had left the sect, but on his return, he was sent back by the sect leader himself. I accidentally indulged in cultivation and forgot to go eat. By the way, the last time I borrowed senior brother's notes to study them, I benefited a lot, but there are some places that I don't know half of, and I'm still thinking of going to ask senior brother to teach me someday. It was only after Chen Yang heard Ma Yuyu's question that he remembered that when he borrowed Ma Yuyu's notes, he had promised to swap art knowledge with Ma Yuyu, so he immediately invited Yo-Yo Ma to come to his courtyard in the evening, when they would have dinner while exchanging jutsu. Good. I just happen to have a few pounds of good spirit wine. Let's have a good drink tonight. Ma Yuyu smiled happily, his chubby face seeing teeth again. That night, Yo-Yo Ma did come with the spirit wine, and Chen Yang also prepared a table of food. He first steamed a pot of spiritual rice, fried a plate of braised fish, and then stir-fried 2 seasonal vegetables. It's simple, but it's self-sufficient, because of that vegetable, which was planted in his yard. Under the nourishment of the spiritual qi, the vegetable grows fast and has no impurities, and tastes good. Yo-Yo Ma tasted it and praised it. But it wasn't these drinks that were the highlight of the evening. Chen Yang recalled the spell meetings that Chen Yu had gone to before, and then told Ma Yuyu some of Gu Ju and the others' understandings and insights about the arts. Yo-Yo Ma listened very attentively, nodding his head in approval from time to time, and frowning in thought from time to time. A few moments later, Ma Yuyu said happily, worthy of being a senior brother or sister of the inner sect, your understanding of arts and techniques is truly exquisite. Chen Yang, whatever you don't understand from my notes, feel free to ask me. Chen Yang was really nonchalant, and asked all the questions that he did not understand thoroughly, such as the same blood spirit grass, why the cultivated blood spirit grass, and the blood spirit grass picked in the wild had different concoctions. Yo-Yo Ma was as familiar with these spirit herbs as he was with his family. Immediately explained, some of the medicinal properties of the spirit herbs we grow are not as strong as those picked in the wild, and some of the spirit herbs that are planted in the spirit fields only contain a slight poison, but those born in the wild may contain a strong poison, and the toxicity has to be concocted before it is added to the medicine. If you look carefully, you'll realize that it's not just the blood spirit grass that has a different concoction technique. There are also other spirit herbs that have different concoction techniques. This you will slowly memorize all of them. Chen Yang nodded and felt that this was very understandable. In his last life, the world he was in also had large-scale herb cultivation bases, but everyone said that the medicinal properties of the planted herbs were not as good as the wild ones. Ginseng, for example, is grown and is already a vegetable. With this similar concept, Chen Yang understood it better. It seemed that in the cultivation world, as usual, wild spirit grass was better than planted spirit grass, but there's also a big advantage to growing spiritual herbs. And that's that there's plenty to go around. Spirit Abyss sect's disciples were this many. Outer disciples could receive the Peiyuan Dan, and inner disciples could receive the Golden Marrow Pill as well as the Qi Harmonization Dan. If it wasn't for the large supply of spirit herbs, where would one be able to refine so many pills? There are also Dan cultivators who tend to waste a lot of spirit grass when they first start refining pills, and it's not bad if they can refine 1 out of 10. The wine was drunk and the knowledge of both sides was exchanged. Ma Yuyu got up and said with a smile, knowing that you are addicted to cultivation, senior brother, I won't disturb you. With that, he was about to take his leave and leave. Chen Yang sent him out the door, and as he stood in the doorway, he still asked, senior brother, do you know if there is any soul-nurturing wood for sale in the treasure house? Soul-nourishing wood also belongs to the spiritual plant type of heavenly material. Ma Yuyu is familiar with this. Without thinking, he said, of course there is. Not only is there are many. I remember it seems like Elder Son got a piece of soul-nurturing wood outside, sawed it apart and made hundreds of wooden tags and put them for sale in the treasure building. Because the price wasn't expensive, I went along and bought a wooden medal back then. Ma Yuyu took out his own soul-nurturing wood smilingly and flaunted it in front of Chen Yang. The soul-raising wood was about the size of a palm, and under the moonlight, the surface was smooth all over. glowing with dots of broken ons, without the need to touch. Just by being in the vicinity of the soul-nurturing wood, Chen Yang felt that his divine soul was being pacified, acting as a purifier. This thing, Chen Yang's eyes lit up. He had originally wanted to seek it for Chen Ping, but now he felt that he should need it as well. This was because sometimes when he dealt with both his main body and his doppelganger at the same time, his sea of consciousness would occasionally feel a throbbing pain and some discomfort. If he wore the soul-nurturing wood close to his body, he would be able to grow his divine soul. So Chen Yang decided to go to the treasure house tomorrow to buy soul-nurturing wood. Seemingly seeing that Chen Yang wanted it, Ma Yuyu simply stuffed the soul-nurturing wood into Chen Yang's hands as he said with a smile, "This thing is useless to me, so I'll gift it to you. Senior brother." Chapter 33, Low Profile. Chen Yang ultimately did not accept Ma Yuyu's soul-nurturing wood. If this item was hard to come by, then it would be fine for him to exchange it with other treasures. But since it was sold at the treasure house, there was no need to owe this favor. Early the next morning, Chen Yang first went to the spirit field to take care of the spirit grasses, and after he was done, he went to the treasure house. The soul-nurturing wood was placed on the first floor, and the selling price was not too expensive, only 50 spirit stones. Chen Yang bought 3 wooden tiles at once, and when he pulled out 150 spirit stones, he couldn't help but feel that he had indeed drifted, and actually felt that 50 pieces of a soul-nurturing wood wasn't expensive anymore. One must know that when he was in the Qin clan, he only arrived at 3 or 4 spirit stones a year. After leaving the treasure building, Chen Yang first went to find Chen Yu and placed a soul-nourishing wood on Chen Yu's side, and after both the main body and the doppelganger had the soul-nourishing wood's nourishment, the divine souls instantly felt a lot more comfortable. As for the last soul-nurturing wood, this was prepared for Chen Ping. Nowadays, Chen Yang already knew why Chen Ping wanted soul-nurturing wood. At first, he did not intend to seek soul-nurturing wood for Chen Ping, but then he felt that there was no need to intervene in other people's lives under the banner of doing what was best for you. This soul-nurturing wood was given to Chen Ping, and in the end, no matter what happens, it is also Chen Ping's own choice. If that foundation establishment divine soul takes over Chen Ping, when he is strong in the future, then he will take revenge for Chen Ping. All the way to the mountain gate, there was already a handyman disciple dressed in grey clothes waiting there. This miscellaneous disciple was also under Ma Yuyu's control, and was mainly responsible for plowing the fields using the earth dragon technique, and then burning the useless parts when the spirit grass was harvested. You go to the rune workshop in the marketplace, seek out a person named Chen Ping, and then give this soul-nurturing wood to him. Chen Yang handed the soul-nurturing wood to this handyman disciple and gave him another 50 spirit pearls for the errand fee. Chen Yu couldn't leave the mountain gate at will, and he was even less able to leave the mountain gate at will. The last time he was killed in seconds. Until now, Chen Yang had palpitations in his heart, so he decided that in the future, when he went to the workshop market to buy spirit seeds or whatever, he would directly call out to the miscellaneous disciples to do the job, and he would just pay a little bit of the errand fee himself. It's true, no matter what world you're in, an errand boy is a necessity. Good, the handyman disciple answered, took his things and flew down the mountain. Half an hour later, Chen Ping, who was working in the Talisman workshop, was called out and then given a soul-nurturing wood. Your clan brother Chen Yang asked me to give this to you. The miscellaneous disciple looked at Chen Ping with a face full of envy. As the same journeyman disciple, he himself had no roots in the sect, while this Chen Ping, however, had a big backer. The moment he obtained the soul-nurturing wood, Chen Ping's fingertips trembled with excitement, and he was busy keeping the soul-nurturing wood close to his body. In fact, it was placed together with that jade talisman. This senior brother, I'm troubling you to make a trip. This is a fire cloud talisman that I drew myself. Take it. Chen Ping felt out a fire cloud talisman and handed it over. Nowadays, he was getting better at drawing fire cloud talismans, and his failure rate was very low. When that handyman disciple saw the mid-grade fire cloud talisman, his expression was one of joy, and when he heard Chen Ping say that he drew it himself, he knew that Chen Ping would have a great future in the future as well, because even if one was just an ordinary talisman master, one would be able to live quite well in this workshop market. Chen Ping gave a fire cloud talisman, naturally not because of generosity, but because he wanted to make this relationship, so that when he himself wanted to send Chen Yang something in the future, it could also be sent by this person. This senior brother, in a month's time, please also come to my place. I have something to give to Chen Yang. Taking advantage of the other party receiving the fire cloud talisman, Chen Ping hurriedly said, that handyman disciple also wanted to make this relationship, so he agreed with his mouth full. After the miscellaneous disciples left, Chen Ping said in an excited mood, Master Whitefish, are you feeling better? First, a sigh rang out before the Whitefish master said, your clan brother didn't come out to meet you. so you shouldn't feel free to meet him in the future, so as not to get into trouble. Master Whitefish had lived for over 100 years, so naturally he had seen a lot and had already guessed that a mysterious force was eyeing that heavenly spiritual root Shenyu. That's why it's only fair that the two sides should minimize their interactions now. Chen Ping nodded. He knew that he was weak and couldn't withstand the storms of the cultivation world, so it was better to keep a low profile. However, he couldn't take Chen Yang's soul nurturing wood for nothing, so in the next month, he would work hard to make a fire cloud talisman, and then entrust that handyman disciple to give it to Chen Yang, so both sides would be considered to have a relationship. And if he wanted to look for Chen Yang's business next time, he, Chen Ping, would be able to open his mouth. The next period of time, Chen Ping and Chen Yang really did not see each other again. He worked in the talisman workshop during the day, and at night, he was in his room to make fire cloud talisman. These fire cloud talisman, he partly gave it to Chen Yang, and partly took it to the Four Wells Alley to sell it, and the spirit stone that he exchanged for it was used for cultivation. With the guidance of Master Whitefish, Chen Ping's cultivation was gradually getting better, and his understanding of the talisman path was also gradually deepening. Without realizing it, Chen Ping had broken through the 4th level of Qi refining and learned a new medium-grade talisman. As spring turns to summer, the scorching peach blossoms are gone, but the fist-sized spirit peaches are hanging all over the branches. Chen Yang picked a spirit peach with a reddish tip and cleaned it before taking a bite. Peach juice was sweet and peach flesh was crunchy. Chen Yang couldn't help but nibble on the peaches faster, and in no time, a fist-sized peach went down. This peach is of such good quality, it really deserves to be called the Spirit Abyss sect. A random spirit peach tree tastes this good. What's even more rare is that this spirit peach contains pure spiritual energy. A peach in the belly not only fills the stomach, but is also beneficial to the body. Chen Yang looked at the tree full of peaches and couldn't help but be happy. After thinking about it, Chen Yang decided to pick a frame of spirit peaches, take it to Qinyu, and then as Yu, give it to the elder brothers and sisters he had befriended. A month ago, when the peach blossoms were in full bloom, Pei Jing came again to invite Yu to attend the puja, but the Yu at that time felt threatened by his lack of cultivation, and thus declined. After Yu advanced to the great perfection of Qi refining, he didn't rush to break through to foundation establishment, but instead focused on refining treasures and practicing swords. The misty cloak given to her by Yu Ji had the effect of covering her face and hiding her own aura, but she also needed to refine it, and after refining it, she could change the color and style of the misty cloak at will. Yu Ji loves the color red, but Yu goes for a high and cold persona, and isn't really suited to wearing a big, flashy red. However, after refining this misty cloak, Yu was already able to make it change at will. As for swordsmanship, this body of Yu's would never get tired, so she fixedly swung her sword 1,000 times a day, then ingested and sensed the golden needles, threading them around herself and around the ring hole until the golden needles could quickly change with her mind to achieve instantaneous results. Once you've practiced the golden needles, you can switch to flying swords, first single flying swords, then double flying swords. After such training, her control over the sword gradually reached a subtle level. This was a basic skill, and Yu practiced it day in and day out, without a single day of laziness. Chapter 34, Unbelief. Gu Ju and the others were quite surprised when they received the spirit peaches from Yu. They also didn't know about Yu being targeted and hunted, and only knew that this heavenly spirit root little sister was cultivating harder than ever as if she had been stimulated in some way, and was unable to come to participate in their Dharma meeting invitation. Yu could go for a high-flying persona, but Chen Yang knew the importance of maintaining relationships. Gu Ju, Lu Yu, and Zhang Baiwei were not of bad character, and held goodwill towards Yu, so it was best for this relationship to be maintained. This frame of spiritual peaches is the bridge that holds the relationship together. Is this the spirit peach from your brother's yard? Impossible. This spirit peach has a good taste and contains pure spiritual energy. It's not even worse than the Qixubi spirit peach. The outer sect's spiritual Qi isn't as good as the inner sect's, so it's definitely not possible to grow spirit peaches as good as this. After Gu Ju took a bite of the spirit peach, he concluded that this spirit peach couldn't have come from the outer sect. Whether it was a cultivator or a spiritual plant, they were all constrained by spiritual veins. The more abundant the spiritual Qi, the faster the cultivator's cultivation speed, and the better the growth of the spiritual plants. For example, the same spiritual medicine garden, the outer gate has 10,000 hectares of spiritual fields, but most of the spiritual plants planted are common and commonly used. As for the inner sect's spirit medicine garden, it is planted with precious spirit herbs, and not only does it have foundation establishment cultivators who are dedicated to cultivating it, but they will also lay down formations to change the environment of a place, so that it is suitable for planting a certain type of special spirit herbs. Guju didn't believe that this spirit peach came from the outer sect, but Chunyu was certain about it. He picked these peaches one by one. Is there any fake? Although my brother is only a lower grade spiritual root, he is very good at growing spiritual plants, Chen Yu explained. But Guju was adamant that it was impossible, and even offered to go to Chen Yang's courtyard to see for himself. Zhang Baiwei agreed. Zhang Baiwei was good at making spiritual food and was extremely familiar with all types of spiritual plants. With his experience, this spiritual peach could never have come from the outer sect. Seeing that everyone questioned it, Chen Yu simply brought people to Chen Yang's courtyard to find out what was going on. Chen Yang over there had prepared for this, and the door was wide open, waiting for his honored guest to come. Before his honored guest arrived, he stood under the peach tree, staring at the spirit peaches that were only half left. As soon as Guju and the others showed up, Chen Yang immediately greeted them and laughed. All of you senior brothers and sisters have come to the door. The humble abode is truly a place of splendor. Please come in, quickly come in. Chen Yang welcomed Guju and the others into the courtyard, and then pretended to be unaware of the purpose of Guju and the others' visit. Learning that it was for the spirit peaches, Chen Yang smiled and said, "Please see, senior brothers and sisters, this is the spirit peach tree. If you don't believe me, you can pick one to eat." As soon as the words fell, Zhang Baiwei nonchalantly grabbed a spirit peach off the branch first. He didn't have to wash it, he just put it in his mouth and nibbled on it. This spirit peach is not like the hairy peach that is covered with fuzz, nor is it as smooth as the nectarine, but when eaten directly, it does not affect the taste. Before Chen Yang ate the peach, he deliberately washed it with water. That was purely a habit from his previous life. After taking a bite, Zhang Baiwei's chewing speed accelerated, and it didn't take long to eat a fist-sized spirit peach. His eyes lit up and he said with a smile, "It's this flavor. It's the fruit that this tree bears. TSK, this is really strange. Obviously the spiritual chi of this place is not as good as Qixia Peak, but the quality of the spirit peaches it bears is even better than Qixia Peak's." Guju, Lu Yu and the others also looked around Chen Yang's small courtyard. The layout of the place was very simple. After all, the location was not big and Chen Yang's wealth was limited. It's really this tree. It's not right. The peaches from the outer sect, which I've eaten before, have an average flavor, and are by no means this tasty. Li Yuzhu among the group was a 5th grade Dan master. She silently walked straight forward and covered her palm on the peach tree. After closing her eyes and feeling it for a while, she eeped. Zhang Baiwei immediately went to her side and asked if she had found something. Li Yuzhu nodded and said, "This spiritual peach tree was originally just an ordinary spiritual peach tree, but now, it seems to be upgraded." Upgrade? When these words came out, everyone looked at Chen Yang in unison. Chen Yang was dumbfounded. He sent the spirit peach solely to maintain the relationship, but this relationship, how did it become strange? "What did you do to this spiritual peach tree?" Li Yuzhu asked. "I didn't do anything." Chen Yang pursed his lips, a little flustered. Having worked with plants for 2 lifetimes, he was able to instinctively take care of different plants, but that was about it. As for technical work such as directional breeding and domestication of new varieties, he doesn't know much about it either. Maybe, he didn't just do something to the spiritual peach tree, he also did something to all the spiritual plants in this courtyard. Zhang Baiwei's words made Chen Yang even more puzzled, only to see Zhang Baiwei squatting on the ground, his eyes glowing as he looked at the spiritual plants planted in the ground. It was a kind of spiritual plant similar to lettuce. It was very good at planting, but to be able to plant it so well, Zhang Baiwei was also a rare sight. Seeing that there was more and more trouble on his body, Chen Yang said in a broken voice, "What exactly are you guys trying to say? We just want to know how you took care of the spirit peach tree. What did you do to actually make it ascend?" The upgrading of a spirit plant was not a trivial matter. Therefore, Li Yuzhu was eager to inquire about what kind of tactics this outer disciple had used. Chen Yang frowned. He didn't think that these senior brothers and sisters were teasing him then. After pacing around the courtyard twice, Chen Yang finally thought of something. He said uncertainly, "It's true that I haven't managed these spirit plants much, but there's something that might have something to do with it. I'm a waterwood lower grade spirit root, and the gong method I cultivate nowadays is the evergreen gong, which also has a matching pile gong. I cultivate the evergreen gong every night inside the house, and then I cultivate the pile gong in the courtyard early the next morning, rain or shine. I don't know whether this matter is related or not. All senior brothers and sisters, please make some room. I'll practice a set of pile work with you." After saying that, Chen Yang stood in his usual position of practicing pile work, while Guju and the others cooperated by taking dozens of steps back and standing under the eaves to watch. Not only were they watching, but Chen Yu was also quietly watching. Every time he practiced, Chen Yang was very focused. He only felt a kind of flowing and comfortable. Often without realizing it, a set of staking was over. And every time he closed his staking, he didn't care about the situation around him. He packed up and went to work in the spiritual field. Now, he was going to take a second person's view of what was going on while he practiced. Chen Yang started with a starting stance. Then he started practicing pile work. This set of pile gong had a total of 9 movements, and the difficulty of each movement was not too great. But when practicing pile gong, it was to be used in conjunction with the evergreen gong mind technique. Once he operated the mind technique, Chen Yang was unconsciously immersed in it, and every action, without any control from his brain, appeared as if it came naturally. Chen Yu's eyes were capable of surveying illusions, and this time was no exception. When Chen Yang practiced his pile work, she saw wisps of green light overflowing from Chen Yang's body, and these overflows were absorbed by the nearby spiritual peach trees and spiritual plants. However, a moment later, those green lights overflowed from the spirit plant again and returned to Chen Yang's body. As he practiced the pile gong over and over again, the green light flowed back and forth between Chen Yang and the spirit plant. Chapter 35, Li Yuzhu's Introduction. So it is. Chen Yang had the exhilarating feeling of having found the truth. That green light was perhaps what promoted the spiritual plants to rise in grade. Ever since he entered the Spirit Abyss sect, he had begun practicing the everlasting spring technique, and it had been more than 5 months until now. He wasn't the only one who noticed the green light. Li Yuzhu did as well. She was filled with excitement and muttered, "So that's how it is. It turns out to be so. I've looked through the everlasting spring technique before, and it does mention that there is a matching pile function. At that time, I didn't understand what it meant, but it turns out that this pile function draws in gathered spiritual chi to flush the cultivator's dermal membranes, sinews, and meridians. When combined with the evergreen kung fu mental method, it plays a role in linking the spiritual plants. The eternal spring technique allows the spirit plant to rise in quality, and likewise, the spirit plant is able to benefit the cultivator. Both sides are considered to be accomplishing each other. It's just a pity that Chen Yang's evergreen gong has only been cultivated to the second layer, and the spiritual chi gathered by the pile gong leader is still flushing its skin membrane. As for this spiritual peach tree in the courtyard, it is also of too low a grade, and its help is extremely weak. Li Yuzhu shook her head inside. Suddenly an idea came to her mind, so she took a few steps forward and said, "Chen Yang, if there is an opportunity for you to go to the inner sect spirit medicine garden, would you be willing to go?" Chen Yang had already ended his staking. He could see the changes that had occurred in his body through Chen Yu's eyes, and he had also heard Li Yuzhu's mutterings. At this moment, he raised his eyes to Li Yuzhu and said without hesitation, "Willing." Li Yuzhu nodded and said, "Good, then I'll introduce you to my master, and if my master agrees, I'll come back to guide you into the inner sect." With Chen Yang's qualifications, being able to enter the outer sect of the Spirit Abyss sect was already relying on his heavenly spirit root sister's connections, but he didn't expect that he would have the opportunity to enter the inner sect now. The ones present are all senior brothers and sisters with outstanding qualifications, and at this time, their hearts can't help but be a little saddened, especially Pei Jing. He was the one who knew Chen Yang's origin the best. At first, he only knew that Chen Yang was the spiritual plant husbandman of Fengyang City, and that what he planted was only the low-grade green luo grass. But not long ago, his father, Pei Mingchun, sent a letter over, in which he wrote in detail about Chen Yang's and Chen Yu's lives. At that time, Elder Song's acceptance of his disciples came suddenly and went in a hurry, and many details were not explored. And when the people left, Pei Mingchun immediately ordered his people to explore the origins of Chen Yang, Chen Yu, and Chen Ping. It was eventually learned that they came from the Chen family around the southwest. The Chen clan was just an ordinary immortal cultivation clan, and the highest cultivation within the clan. The family head was only at the early stage of foundation establishment. It wasn't just the strength of the Chen clan's family head that was like this. The immortal cultivation families in the southwest area were all about the same strength as each other. This is why the forces were able to form a balance, and over the years, the families intermarried with each other. But unfortunately, a year and a half ago, the Huang clan in the southwestern area colluded with several other clans and teamed up to overthrow the Chen clan. As for Chen Yang's siblings, they were the ones who missed the net and had been hiding in Fengyang City afterward. Thinking of what his father had written in his letter about the current situation of the Huang clan, Pei Jing couldn't help but glance at his youngest sister, Chen Yu. The Huang clan had joined forces with the people to overthrow the Chen clan, originally intending to seek great benefits, but not knowing what exactly happened. The entire territory of the Chen clan had fallen, and the Huang clan and the others who had gone to overthrow the Chen clan were all trapped there as well. Therefore, Pei Mingchun explained to Pei Jing not to tell her the news before Chen Yu had built his foundation, but when Chen Yu had built his foundation, he could inform her, which was also considered to be selling Chen Yu a good deal. And as for whether Chen Yu would go to explore the situation, and whether he would go to avenge his clansmen's deaths, he would do as Chun Yu wished himself. Today, junior sister Chun Yu was already at the great perfection of qi refining, just one step away from foundation establishment, and he himself was still only at the 9th level of qi refining. Thinking about this, Pei Jing's heart was bitter. He didn't compare himself to the little sister with the heavenly spirit root, but why was Chen Yang, a guy who only started off at the 3rd level of qi refining, now at the 8th level of qi refining? Yes, now Chen Yang was at the 8th level of qi refining. He himself cultivated diligently every day and was able to obtain a portion of the split's cultivation, and after the two were added together, his cultivation rubbed off on him. If anyone were to pay attention to Chen Yang, they would definitely realize that this cultivation speed of his wasn't any worse than a genius with a single spirit root. Li Yuzhu quickly left first. She was going to seek out her master, explaining Chen Yang's situation to him, and if the master allowed it, he would accept Chen Yang as a disciple, and at worst he would be able to be accepted as a registered disciple, and then he could move into the inner sect, and go into the inner sect's spirit medicine garden to do his work. As soon as Li Yuzhu left, the others also prepared to leave, not forgetting to congratulate Chen Yu before leaving. Yuzhu's master is an 8th grade Dan master. Even if your brother is only accepted as a registered disciple, that's still a heavenly good thing. Chen Yu pursed her lips and smiled lightly. Chen Yang, on the other hand, took a few steps forward and arched his hand towards the several senior brothers and sisters with kind words to thank them. Chen Yang thanks all of you senior brothers and sisters. If he is fortunate enough to be admitted into the inner sect, Chen Yang is grateful. When the time comes, I will definitely thank you all senior brothers and sisters again. If it wasn't for the spirit peach attracting these people, I'm afraid that even Chen Yang himself wouldn't have known that the everlasting spring technique that he practiced still had this kind of effect. When he thought of the former patriarch, he had said that the everlasting spring technique would have unexpected benefits when practiced together with the pile technique. Is that what's good about it? Gee, can't you just say that? After everyone had left, Ma Yuyu's chubby body stood outside Chen Yang's door. Ma Yuyu lived next door to Chen Yang. Perhaps he happened to hear all the things that happened just now, so he looked at Chen Yang with envy and resentment. He had just gotten on good terms with this senior brother, and it turned out that this senior brother was about to ascend to the inner sect? I don't know why, but my heart is sour and my eyes are so hard that I want to cry. Ma Yuyu drooped a little chubby face and looked at Chen Yang grudgingly. Chen Yang was jolted by his gaze, and busily invited Ma Yuyu to come in and talk. He didn't know how much Yo-Yo Ma had heard, so he simply told him what had happened. Chen Yang picked another peach and handed it to Ma Yuyu and asked curiously, "Senior brother, this peach tree, have you ever eaten the peaches it bore before?" Yo-Yo Ma said, "Naturally, I have eaten." After saying that, he lowered his head and took a bite. The sweet and crunchy taste, as well as the pure spiritual qi contained, all caused Ma Yuyu's appetite to increase greatly. He took a big bite, and soon ate a peach, and then set his eyes on another peach. Seeing this, Chen Yang followed his line of sight and picked another one for him, then watched him finish it in a few bites. After the 2 fist-sized peaches went down, Ma Yuyu's mood was finally better. He said, "This courtyard has been uninhabited for 3 years. I live next door, and every year in the summer, when this spirit peach is ripe, I will come over to pick some to eat. This year's spirit peaches are indeed much tastier than last year's." After saying that, Ma Yuyu muttered, "This year's peach blossoms, too, are blooming more brilliantly than in previous years." Chapter 36, Honored to be promoted to inner disciple. After Li Yuzhu returned to the inner sect, she went to find her master teacher. Her master is the 8th grade Dan master Zhu Shuji, late Jin Dan Cultivation, one of the 9 elders of the Spirit Abyss sect. A handful of alchemy, in the entire Tianyan continent is quite famous. From time to time, people carry precious spirit grass to the door to ask him to refine the Dan, and the price of inviting him to make pills was by no means something that an ordinary person could afford. At this moment, Li Yuzhu was standing in front of Zhu Shuji, respectfully reporting about Chen Yang. After saying that, she handed out a copy of the Evergreen Kung Fu with both hands for Zhu Shuji to flip through. Li Yuzhu did her work, indeed properly, before reporting to her master. She purposely went to the hidden scripture cabinet and exchanged the Evergreen Kung Fu. This Evergreen Kung Fu was recompiled by the previous patriarch, except that the secret books displayed in the scripture pavilion were all transcripts. In the past, Li Yuzhu looked down on the Evergreen technique, but now she felt that it was extremely good, and that she could seek out a rather well-qualified senior brother or sister from the outer sect to cultivate the Evergreen technique, and then be responsible for harboring the spirit grass. Zhu Shuji looked over the Evergreen Gong and after deducing the Gong method in his mind, he nodded his head and agreed to the proposal of accepting Chen Yang as a disciple. If it was anyone else, even if their feats could raise the grade of the spirit herbs, Zhu Shuji would only accept them as a registered disciple. But this Chen Yang was different. He has a heavenly spirit root sister. Zhu Shuji said to Li Yuzhu, "You go and bring this Chen Yang here. And after I meet him personally, I'll arrange for him to work in the spirit medicine garden." "Okay, master." Li Yuzhu nodded her head and responded. And after she retreated, she flew towards the outer gate. When she reappeared in front of Chen Yang's courtyard, she saw that the gate was open and Chen Yang was standing at the door waiting for her now. As for the personal belongings in the house, they had already been packed up and were ready to go. It so happened that a gust of wind blew by. The branches of the trees in the corner of the courtyard swayed and made a soughing sound. Li Yuzhu instinctively looked up, but only saw a tree of peach leaves moving with the wind. The sweet-tasting spiritual peaches were all gone at this time. Senior sister. Chen Yang looked at Li Yuzhu with bated breath, waiting for his next fate. Yodyoma was quite envious of the possibility of him entering the inner sect, but after the envy, he was given some tips on how to survive in the inner sect. Don't look at my Yu is only an outer disciple, but at least the entrance 17 years, and with people in good, make a lot of friends. So this spirit abyss sect inside and outside the news, Ma Yu can know some. The outer sect's Dan Hall had tasks, and the Dan masters had to make pills on a fixed quota, and the spirit planters had to manage the spirit fields assigned to them, and submit their spirit herbs on time. The inner sect's Dan Foam also had a mission, but this mission, in terms of time and requirements, would be a bit more flexible, and its treatment would also be better. When one entered the inner sect, not only did one's status rise and benefits rise, but most importantly, the inner sect had abundant aura, which was beneficial to cultivation. Being able to have the opportunity to enter the inner gate, and still enter by his own ability, Chen Yang was looking forward to this. Li Yuzhu didn't let Chen Yang down and said, "Come with me to see the master, and in front of the master, perform another set of pile technique, after which I will take you to receive the inner sect disciples token, pills, and Dharma robe." After receiving a definite answer, Chen Yang was overjoyed and busily went up to address senior sister before the two of them headed towards the inner sect's Dan Peak together. Chen Yang had come to the inner sect before, only that he had come to look for Chen Yu and had come and gone in a hurry, not staying over here for long. Now that he had stepped into the inner sect's territory, when he happened to meet other senior brothers and sisters on the way, his back was straight and confidence was written all over his body. Before that, he had relied on his heavenly spirit root sister and entered the spirit abyss sect through the back door, but after that, he was relying on his own strength to enter the inner sect. Holding my head high, the talent of my generation of monks is unrivaled. This pride was well collected by Chen Yang before he met his master Zhu Shuji. Standing at the bottom of the steps, Chen Yang was filled with respect. Shu Su looked him up and down and said, "There's a phaseless tree here, so you can stand under the tree and practice a set of stakes." Chen Yang first glanced at the phaseless tree. This was only a mid-grade spiritual plant, but it had quite a wide range of uses. Ma Yuyu's notes recorded that the leaves of the phaseless tree, held in the hands of a person, can allow them to get rid of phantoms, and serving them can allow a person to be free from any illusions for a certain period of time. Chen Yang walked to the bottom of the phaseless tree, and without saying a word, he first set up his hand stance, and then started practicing stump work. As always, once he practiced the pile gong in conjunction with the mind method of the evergreen gong, he himself would soon become engrossed in the metaphysical sensation, unaware of the changes in everything in the outside world. However, he had previously witnessed the entire process of practicing his pile gong through Chen Yu's eyes, so Chen Yang had a good idea of what was going on in his mind and would deliberately observe the situation. He realized that the aura drawn over through the pile work was more than when he was in the outer gate, and he clearly felt comfortable when these auras washed over his body. After that green light overflowed from itself and then returned from the phaseless tree, Chen Yang also had a more obvious sense of gain. Everything, quietly, has changed. Spiritual plants of high grade are really beneficial to you. After collecting his energy, Chen Yang couldn't help but look at the phaseless tree, which seemed to sense his gaze and happily swayed its branches in response. This phaseless tree was just a common spiritual plant on the Dan Peak. If he entered the inner sect's spiritual pill garden to do his job, then those high-grade spiritual pills might gain him more. At this moment, Chen Yang sincerely thought, "I love work. Work loves me." Shu Shuji had witnessed the situation after the evergreen merit and pile merit were practiced together. He was quite satisfied with this and nodded his head. "I will accept you as my disciple. In the future, you will carefully take care of the spirit pill garden, and when you are about to build your foundation, I will definitely send you a foundation establishment pill." Chen Yang looked delighted. He wasn't actually worried about the foundation building pill. This was because Yuji had said for Chen Yu to go to the sect to receive a foundation establishment pill when he felt he was able to establish the foundation. At that time, Chen Yang had planned to keep this foundation establishment pill for his own use. For one thing, Chen Yu's body was special and there was no way to take the Foundation establishment pill. And secondly, Chen Yu wasn't a mortal flesh, so even if he failed to break through the Foundation establishment, he wouldn't have to worry about his life. But now, the master he had just worshipped had promised him the Foundation establishment pill. Chen Yang said loudly, "Disciple thanks master. In the future, I will definitely cultivate diligently and not let master down." Xu Shuji nodded with a smile and said, "You're the sixth disciple I've taken on, so I'll call you Little Six from now on. Little 3, take Little 6 to receive the benefits of an inner disciple. As for his residence, it will be arranged in the spiritual pill garden, and in the future, he will live in the spiritual pill garden and cultivate diligently day and night." After listening to the words of the new master teacher, Chen Yang had the feeling that there were many slots with no mouths. "You're Little 6, why don't you just call yourself Old 6? As for the name of Xiao San, well, in fact, Chen Yang suddenly felt that the name Xiaolu was also quite good. Junior Li Yuzhu nodded in response and led Chen Yang to collect the supplies. Along the way, Chen Yang couldn't help but look at her, with the suffocating feeling of gossip I have but can't share. Chapter 37, New Territories. The inner sect spirit medicine garden was large and planted with high-grade spirit herbs, each one of them vibrant and alive, and the air was filled with the fragrance of medicine. Standing in the spirit medicine garden, Chen Yang had the illusion of having mistakenly entered a treasure trove. With so many high-grade spirit herbs, if they were converted into spirit stones, there must at least be a mountain of spirit stones, right? However, the spiritual herbs here are not all planted in the reclaimed medicinal fields, but according to the characteristics of different spiritual herbs, they are arranged to be planted in different locations. Some are planted relatively densely, while others are planted in a relatively open area, and there is also a spiritual tree that only has branches and no leaves in sight, which, for some reason, occupies a hill all to itself. This tree was too strange and did not appear in Ma Yuyu's notes. Chen Yang could not help but inquire, "Senior sister, what kind of tree is that?" Li Yuzhu glanced at it and said, "This is an ancient spirit tree that can draw together the power of the stars. This spirit tree doesn't need you to be in charge of it. It has its own senior brothers and sisters who practiced stargazing techniques to take care of it. But since it's in our Dan Peaks territory, it's fine if you want to go under the spirit wood to feel the power of the stars." After a moment's pause, Li Yuzhu added, "This 10,000 ancient spirit wood was found by the previous patriarch in the secret realm." If anyone else had heard these words, they would have only lamented that the former patriarch was so powerful that he was able to find such a treasure in the secret realm. Rarely, it also transplanted and survived. However, after Chen Yang heard this, his mind instantly recalled that in his capacity as Chen Yu, he had followed Yu Ji to pay his respects to Master Lin Zhang. In Master Lin Zhang's cave, no tables, chairs, beds or cabinets were visible. Not even a human being, and when he looked around, he could only see the vastness of the stars, filled with a mysterious force. Lin Zhang master uncle he practiced stargazing? Chen Yang was puzzled in his heart, but his mouth did not forget to praise the former patriarch. Not long after, Li Yuzhu led Chen Yang to a residence. However, this place did not look like a proper residence. There were only 2 large open rooms, and there were only tables and chairs inside. No beds or cabinets. Li Yuzhu explained. This place was meant to be a temporary resting place for everyone, and it usually doesn't house people, but master arranged for you to stay here, and I'll have someone come over next to tidy up the place. Chen Yang, now that you've been accepted as a disciple by the master, then I'll make it clear that you've been able to enter the inner sect and become a disciple of the master all because you were able to raise the grade of the spirit plant. Chen Yang raised his eyes and looked directly at Li Yuzhu's serious gaze. Li Yuzhu is just like her name. Her body is as thin as a bamboo, and when she doesn't smile, she has a sense of majesty, very much in line with the stereotypical impression that the outer disciples have of the inner disciple's senior sister. Chen Yang said with a straight face, "I know. I also know exactly what I should do. Senior sister, master only told me to live in the spirit medicine garden and just work hard on my cultivation, but I guess there must be some spirit plants that need to be upgraded in grade, right?" Li Yuzhu pursed her lips and smiled. This senior brother was really smart. She brought Chen Yang to a medicinal field, which only had a few dozen spirit plants sparsely planted in it. These spirit plants did not look inconspicuous, and Chen Yang carefully identified them before recognizing them as moon spirit grass. During the daytime, the moon spirit grass had turquoise branches and leaves, but at night, it would emit a faint moonlight glow, and if the moon spirit grass survived in the wild, then this moonlight glow would attract a kind of demonic beast called the moon eclipsing mouse. The moon eclipsing rats lived in deep underground burrows during the day and would only come out at night. And once they found the moon spirit grass, they would become addicted to the moonlight radiance emanating from the moon spirit grass until they died. When they died, the moon spirit grass would devour their corpses and then strengthen itself. The more moon spirit grass devoured the moon eclipsing rats, the higher the grade, and the better the medicinal properties. The moment he recognized the moon spirit grass, Chen Yang had roughly guessed something. The Spirit Abyss sect has set up a sect formation, and without a token, no matter if it is a person or a demonic beast, it can't trespass in. Therefore, in other places, when the spiritual plants are ripening, it will attract a lot of demonic beasts to come to devour them. But in the Spirit Abyss sect to plant spiritual plants, there is no such worry. Naturally, there would be no eclipse rats here. Without the moon eclipsing mouse, the moon spirit grass couldn't be of a higher grade. It seemed that he was going to replace the eclipse mouse. Chen Yang did not forget to snicker at himself in his heart. Sure enough, Li Yuzhu said, recently, Master Zun planned to refine a flavor of elixir, which requires moon spirit grass. But the moon spirit grass in the spirit medicine garden is too poor in medicinal properties, and Master Teacher is extremely dissatisfied. And just a few days ago, he ordered someone to go to Cold Moon Peak to look for moon spirit grass with a high vintage. But that Cold Moon Peak is 1,000 miles away from Spirit Abyssal sect and has a complicated topography, so it's quite difficult to find the right moon spirit grass. The gong method you cultivate, since it can raise the grade of spirit plants. Let's start with the moon spirit grass. Good. Chen Yang didn't think much about it and answered in one breath. The moon spirit grass was planted rather sparsely, so he simply sat down on the ground in the spirit field and prepared to cultivate the evergreen technique. The pile work with the evergreen kung fu mental technique was able to draw in and gather spiritual chi, and hook up with the nearby spiritual plants. But the root of all this was still in the evergreen kung fu. Chen Yang had only cultivated to the second level at the moment, and was limited in the amount of spiritual chi he could draw together, and limited in the amount of spiritual plants he could hook up with, so it was imperative that he still cultivated diligently before he could do so. Seeing him cultivate cross-legged, Li Yuzhu was silent and quietly left. After she left, she immediately called out to dozens of handymen to refurbish the houses assigned to Chen Yang. Knowing that Chen Yang would be making his own spiritual food, he had built a new cookhouse, complete with pots and pans. In addition to the kitchen, a new courtyard wall had been built, and when the courtyard gate was closed, no one would disturb Chen Yang anymore. This was the spirit medicine garden. Besides Chen Yang, there were definitely other senior brothers and sisters who would come over to do their work, and without the courtyard wall to block them, it would be a real inconvenience. The part that was circled by the courtyard wall also became Chen Yang's private territory, and if Chen Yang planted spiritual herbs here, this part of the proceeds would also belong to him personally. In the evening, the sun was setting in the west, and the sky was glowing. Chen Yang withdrew his gong, and when he opened his eyes, the beautiful scenery came into his eyes, causing Chen Yang to lose his concentration slightly, and he dazedly admired it for a few moments before he got up and left. Glancing back, Chen Yang felt that he should bring a futon tomorrow. Under the illumination of the setting sun, Chen Yang walked with his head held high and returned to the courtyard assigned to him by his master. At this time has been greatly changed. The newly built courtyard wall well blocked outsiders' prying eyes. Push the door to enter. Inside the small courtyard is only a paved with gravel tunnel. The rest of the two sides are turned over by the earth dragon technique of fine soil. At this glance, it was clear that it was prepared for Chen Yang to grow spirit herbs. Looking further in, two large open houses have been furnished accordingly. The one against the kitchen was still large and open, furnished with tables, chairs, teapots and other objects, and even decorated with a few paintings hanging on the walls. The other large open room was divided into two parts by a screen. Inside was a quiet room for people to rise and rest, and outside by the window there was a toffee couch and a small couple of tables, and against the wall a bookshelf was arranged for people to sit and read and chat. Chapter 38, Building the Foundation on a Selected Day, Request for Follow-Up Reading. Chen Yang was quite satisfied with his new home. He took out the spiritual plant seeds from his storage bag and sprinkled them in the fine soil that had been turned over. These seeds were not high-grade spirit grasses, but ordinary spirit ingredients. However, these spirit plants grew rapidly and tasted good. Chen Yang said that they tasted good. Chen Yang's energy was limited. Currently he had to concentrate on raising the grade of the moon spirit grass, and if he had planted spirit grasses in his own courtyard, he would have no time to take care of them. It would be better to plant some vegetables to satisfy his appetite. Chen Yang was initiated under Zhu Shuji on June 6, and 2 months had passed in a flash of time. During these 2 months, Chen Yang had made rapid progress and had already cultivated to the 4th layer of the evergreen technique. When he broke through the 4th layer, he clearly felt the energy overflowing from the moon spirit grass's body, and the grade of the moon spirit grass, too, was raised a bit. It just wasn't enough. It was still a bit short of the medicinal properties that Zhu Shuji needed. Li Yuzhu told Chen Yang that when next year's spring begins, it is estimated that it will be almost ready. Chen Yang wasn't in a hurry. Anyway, he went about his daily routine, cultivating, staking, and then giving the moon spirit grass a spiritual rain that came when it said it would. On the 15th day of August, people in the Tianyan continent did not celebrate the Mid-Autumn Festival, but Chen Yang wanted to. When you are alone in a foreign land, you will miss your family twice as much during the festivals. Under the full moon, a set of tables and chairs were set up in the middle of the small courtyard, with delicacies, moon cakes, spiritual fruits, and spiritual wine on the table. Cheers! Chen Yang raised his cup, and Chen Yu on the opposite side also raised her cup, and the cups clinked together with a crisp sound. During this period of time, Chen Yang was cultivating, and Chen Yu was also cultivating. Chen Yu's physical qualifications were good and she was not afraid of fatigue, only that her perception was average, and sometimes her understanding of the sword skill was not thorough enough. Practicing the sword behind closed doors obviously didn't work, so Chen Yu went to Sword Peak every day to look for Lin Qiyun. Sword Peak was full of metallic aura, which was beneficial in practicing the sword. Chen Yu swung his sword 1,000 times a day until he had practiced the basic sword strokes until he was well versed, and only then did he start practicing the Tai Xian sword. The swordsmanship of Tai Xian Jian is characterized by the combination of speed and slowness, rigidity and flexibility. When making a sword move, one needs to follow the sword with the body and bring the sword with the body, and in the divine form, one needs to make the form and the intention coincide. The intention and the qi coincide, and the qi coincide with the god. In the 6 harmonies, the hand, the eye, the body, the method, and the steps also need to be in perfect form. When Chen Yu had made the Tai Xian sword before, it only had its form but not its spirit, so Lin Qiyun did not instruct Chen Yu to directly practice the sword stances of the Tai Xian sword, but instead, he allowed him to cultivate the basic sword stances. Now that the sword was in his hands, Chen Yu felt that if he were to face the traitorous senior brother again, he would definitely be able to kill him with a single blow. Chen Yu could not feel the taste of the spirit wine, but after clinking glasses, he also drank the spirit wine down one sip at a time. After a cup of spirit wine was consumed, Chen Yu's white jade flawless cheeks were still as white and tender as ever. Instead, it was Chen Yang who was a bit uptight, his cheeks slightly red. He frowned and muttered, "The spirit wine that Senior Ma found is so strong." Chen Yu didn't say anything and only looked at him quietly. In the moonlight, he saw his slightly reddened face and slightly drunken eyes from another viewpoint. So much for being a little drunk. Chen Yang poured another cup of spirit wine and sighed quietly after taking a sip. It's been 18 years since he came to this world, and in his previous life, at the age of 18, he wore a school uniform, didn't fix his face, and buried himself in textbooks and test papers every day, just to get into a good university. And now at the age of 18, he has gone through the death of his parents and the destruction of his family, but fortunately fate treats him well. He will build the foundation hopefully and extend his life. Jade, I'm so glad that I have you with me. Chen Yang grinned and couldn't help but reach out to touch Chen Yu's face, which was white and tender and felt so good to the touch. In the next second, Chen Yu also stretched out her hand and touched Chen Yang's face, as if there was a back and forth, and no one was at a disadvantage. It was also just touching each other's faces. If they did anything else, Chen Yang would feel strange and should worry about whether there was something wrong with his spirit. But it had to be said that Chen Yu's existence did allow Chen Yang to eliminate the feeling of loneliness of being the only one in the world. It is as if there is truly a friend of the same language and race around you, who is there for you in spirit. When are you going to Impact Foundation establishment? Chen Yang asked. Obviously it was all on his own, and the decisions were all made on his own, yet he had to ask, and Chen Yu had to answer. Chen Yu's cool voice rang out. September 9th is a good day for a long time. The lifespan of a qi refining cultivator was only 120 years, while the lifespan of a foundation establishment cultivator was doubled. And with more lifespan, one could continue to cultivate and enhance their cultivation, as well as search for geniuses and treasures to enhance their own bodies. Chen Yang raised his cup again and said, I wish you success in building your foundation. Aha! Chen Yu responded, raising the cups to touch each other, her head slightly tilted up, her red lips lightly moving, and a cup of spirit wine went down. Next, Chen Yang said some more words in 7 different ways, and Chen Yu sometimes gave a response, and sometimes she was silent, mainlining a companion. The wind blew, the full moon was covered by a cloud, the light was not as bright as before, but there was a hint of hazy beauty. After a special mid-autumn festival, Chen Yang and Chen Yu's lives went back to their old routines, with one of them practicing in the spiritual pill garden, and the other practicing their swords at the Sword Peak. Because of Chen Yu's tireless practicing, it caused the entire Sword Peak's disciples to roll up, all of them suffering. However, disciples who could choose to practice the sword were already people of great perseverance, so they would never admit defeat and vowed to roll to the end. They even joined forces and tried to put a little pressure on Chen Yu. Unfortunately, it didn't work out. When the time came in September, Chen Yu went to pay his respects to his master, Yu Ji. Since that day when they parted ways at the Blackwater Lake, Chen Yu had not seen Yu Ji for a long time. At first, I heard that Yu Ji was in closed-door cultivation, and after that, I heard that Yu Ji had gone out on an errand. It was not until the other day that I heard that Yu Ji had returned. Chen Yu intended to take the path of metaphysics and set the September 9th to build her foundation, but before doing so, she felt the need to report to her master and listen to the opinions given by him in the meantime. Yu Ji heard of her intentions and was quite agreeable in her heart. She said, "Foundation building is something that many cultivators can't reach in their lifetime. But for you, this is just the beginning. Your cultivation foundation is solid, so it's not impossible for you to choose to build a foundation at this time." Yu Ji first agreed, then thought back to the scene when she was building her foundation, then briefly mentioned it. The main thing is, Yu Ji herself is also a genius, is insurmountable among her peers. Cultivation for her, as if eating and drinking water, inherent. The foundation building also went very smoothly and did not encounter any ups and downs. Therefore, it was impossible for her to be like those other cultivators who had gone through hardships and only barely succeeded in building their foundations, who were daunted by the idea of building their foundations and lamented about it. Chen Yu's confidence increased after hearing this. She came from the bottom, so naturally she had heard many words about how difficult it was to build a foundation, so she had always been a bit cautious and nervous about building a foundation. But after hearing Yu Ji's words, that caution and nervousness disappeared quite a bit. After bidding farewell to Yu Ji, Chen Yu went to the Dan Hall to receive a foundation building pill. In the cultivation world, the foundation establishment pill that could make people break their heads was in Chen Yu's hands at this moment, and it was still an extreme grade foundation establishment pill. Foundation building pills were categorized into lower grade, middle grade, upper grade, and extreme grade, and the probability of successful foundation building was greatest when taking the upper grade and extreme grade foundation building pills. It was said that even a pig would be able to build its foundation successfully after taking an extremely high-quality foundation building pill. Chapter 39, Successful Foundation Establishment. On September 8th, Chen Yang sought out Li Yuzhu and informed the other party that he wouldn't be working in the spirit medicine garden for the last few days. Chen Yang said with a sincere face, "Senior sister, my sister Yuer is about to build her foundation, and I am worried in my heart and have no desire to cultivate. So for the next few days, I would like to go and guard outside of Yuer's cave." In Yu Ji's mouth, foundation building was just a small matter, but Chen Yang was not a heaven's remarkable noble son after all, and he was still quite cautious about it. In the southwestern area, the vast majority of the sons and daughters of immortal cultivation families such as the Chen family, the Huang family, and the Luo family, did not have a chance to build their foundations. For example, Chen Yang's father, after cultivating to the 5th level of qi refining, he was slow to break through, and then he was arranged to manage the clan store in the market, and under the busyness of the affairs, he was even more unable to break through again. Before the destruction of the Chen family, the family head's first grandson, Chen Rui, had already been at the 7th level of qi refining, and was the cultivator of his generation with the best qualifications and the highest realm. The elders of the clan all believed that Chen Rui was the most likely to succeed in building the foundation. Even the family head had planned several years in advance, preparing to wait for Chen Rui's refining qi to reach a great perfection, taking out most of his fortune, and going forward to the Purple Pavilion to purchase a foundation building pill. Chen Yang inquired about Purple Dan Pavilion of the Pavilion Master every 3 years, only refining a furnace foundation building Dan sale. A furnace foundation building Dan generally can have 3, but the quality of how, depending on the Purple Dan Pavilion Master's alchemy skills. The lower grade foundation building pills were the ones that the small immortal cultivation clans had the best chance of buying, as the middle and upper grades were all reserved by the big immortal cultivation clans. A lower grade foundation building pill would cost 3,600 spirit stones, which was the total income of the Chen clan for 4 or 5 years. The price was naturally more expensive for the middle and top grade foundation building pills. As for the extreme grade foundation building pill, it was a market without a price. Nowadays, Chen Yu's hand had an extreme grade foundation establishment pill in it. Li Yuzhu was a cultivator in the middle stage of foundation establishment. As a person who had been there before, she felt that Chen Yang didn't need to be so worried. After all, with junior sister Chen Yu's qualifications, foundation establishment was something that didn't need to be worried about. However, Chen Yang had made up his mind to go and guard outside Chen Yu's cave, so Li Yuzhu couldn't afford to not allow it. There was no harm in delaying the moon spirit grass upgrading for a few days. After Li Yuzhu agreed, on the day of the 9th day of the 9th month, Chen Yang came outside Chen Yu's cave early. The cave door was already closed. and Chen Yang didn't go up to disturb it, only sitting cross-legged outside the door with an appearance of silent guardianship. When the people of the sect heard about it, they lamented the deep love between Chen Yang and Chen Yu's brother and sister. The sister gave all her cultivation sustenance to her brother, and the brother was willing to guard her sister's foundation building retreat. This brother-sister relationship is really enviable. However, brushing off a wave of sibling love was not Chen Yang's intention. Foundation establishment was a major event, and he couldn't do it while his bilocation was in seclusion to break through foundation establishment while his main body was still cultivating in the elixir garden. Normally, he was barely able to do two things at once, but base building? Definitely not. Moreover, Chen Yang also wanted to use his doppelganger to build the foundation and experience the foundation building process in detail, so that when his main body was able to build the foundation, he would be able to succeed in one fell swoop. 5 days had passed from the time Chen Yu's cave door was closed to the time it was opened. 5 days later, Chen Yang was very excited as he looked at Chen Yu who walked out from the door. Chen Yu's entire foundation building process was experienced in detail by Chen Yang. Chen Yu didn't take that extreme foundation establishment pill, so the process of building the foundation was rather convoluted. But Chen Yu was a jade body, so naturally, she wouldn't be injured because of it, and it just took a little more time. The moment Chen Yu succeeded in building his foundation, a pure spiritual energy surged into Chen Yang's body, causing Chen Yang to have the feeling that he was about to make a breakthrough. Since Chen Yu had already succeeded in building the foundation, Chen Yang's tight heart eased quite a bit. He immediately sat down cross-legged and began to refine the spiritual energy in his body. After completely refining it, Chen Yang also succeeded in advancing to the 9th level of qi refining. Chen Yang's cultivation speed, when placed in the immortal cultivation families in the southwest area, was considered to be an outstanding natural talent. Congratulations on building the foundation. Chen Yang laughed. Chen Yu pursed her lips and smiled lightly, saying, "Same joy. Congratulations to brother for refining the 9th level of qi. It is expected that he will build the foundation in the future." Chen Yang was in a great mood. Yes, he was also on track to build his foundation. Now that he had an extremely high-grade foundation building dan in his hand, and had experienced the entire process of foundation building in detail, when his principal cultivation was enough, foundation building would be like eating and drinking water. It would just happen naturally. "Brother, thank you for guarding me. I'm going to pay my respects to my master now," Chen Yu said. Chen Yang said, "I should return to the spirit medicine garden as well." After the two siblings said goodbye, one went to the left and the other to the right. Although they were going in the opposite direction, the corners of their mouths, however, hung with the same curved smile. After returning to the spirit medicine garden, Chen Yang did not go inside to rest, but directly went to the spirit field where the moon spirit grass was planted. He was in a good mood, and immediately practiced a set of pile work. As he practiced pile work, the nearby spiritual qi were all attracted to gather over the rich spiritual qi, over and over again, flushed Chen Yang's skin membrane. The green light that overflowed from his body was also more and brighter than usual, and the speed at which it flowed between Chen Yang's body and the moon spirit grass was also quite a bit faster than before. At this moment, the moon spirit grass stretched its branches and leaves with a look of having had a full meal. Moon spirit grass, ascending grade. On the other hand, Chen Yu also paid his respects to Yu Ji. Yu Ji couldn't help but smile when she saw that she had succeeded in building her foundation. She raised her hand, touched Chen Yu's head, and said, "Since you have succeeded in building your foundation, then I won't hold you back from staying in the clan. And in the future, if you want to go to the mission hall to take on a mission or walk between the mountains and the water, it's all up to you. Only, when you go out, you must never show your real body to others." Yu Ji was well aware that because of herself, her young apprentice was renowned and had been targeted. She had killed a batch of people, but it was precisely because she had killed that batch of people that she realized that those people were hiding too deep and too profoundly. And even if she had killed a batch of people, there were still more people, lurking in various places in the Tianyan continent. In addition to her reputation, Chen Yu's beauty was also a powerful tool for attracting trouble. However, Yu Ji had already given the misty cloak to Chen Yu, so as long as he wore that cloak, he would be able to effectively conceal his identity. Chen Yu stared at Yu Ji's hand that touched his head, and after a few seconds of silence, he nodded and said, "Disciple understands." Yu Ji noticed her watching her hand move, and had wanted to retract it, but temporarily touched it 2 more times. "Well, it's a great mood." Yu Ji was inwardly joyful, but on his face, he said in a serious manner, "Master has important things to attend to. In the future, you cultivate diligently on your own." Chen Yu often went to Sword Peak to ask Lin Qiyun for advice, and Yu Ji naturally knew about it, but instead of stopping it, she was supportive. Lin Qiyun taught even more attentively. Her disciple was still her disciple. Now that he had seen with his own eyes that his disciple had succeeded in building his foundation, Yuji was able to go about his business with confidence. When the master and disciple separated, Yuji waved her hand, and the leaves of the tree like icy jade rose up by inches. Yuji leaped onto the jade leaves, and in an instant, she transformed into a white light, and swiftly left. Inside the sect, on top of an inconspicuous mountain peak, someone looked out from a distance and saw the patriarch's departing figure. She again looked in the direction of the cave where Chenyu was, and only after a moment did she look towards Dan Peak's spirit medicine garden. Chapter 40, The 100 Arts of Cultivation. Yuji allowed Chenyu to go out and practice, but Chenyu was not prepared to go out for the time being. She also had to stay in the sect to consolidate her cultivation. After she had consolidated well, Li Yuzhu stepped in to organize a bureau and invited some people to hold a puja, which was also considered a celebration of her little sister's success in building her foundation. Ever since Chen Yang became Li Yuzhu's senior brother, Li Yuzhu thought to herself that her relationship with her junior sister, Chen Yu, was going to be a step closer. People have the mentality of mooing strength. Although junior sister Chen Yu had only just built her foundation at this point, everyone knew that with Chen Yu's qualifications, she would definitely be a unique figure in the future, becoming a legendary figure in the Tianyan continent. Moreover, she was also the personal disciple of the patriarch, so it was highly likely that she would become the next patriarch in the future as well. Just ask. In this situation, who wouldn't want to befriend Chen Yu? This time, Chen Yang was also invited to the puja. Although he felt that it was a bit of a waste of time for his main body and his doppelganger to participate in the puja at the same time, Chen Yang still readily agreed. After all, one couldn't not give face to third senior sister Li Yuzhu. This time, there were a lot more people invited to the puja, so the location was changed. Not at the previous Qixia Peak, but at the Spirit Marsh Xian. It is located by the mountains and the water, and the scenery is superb. The mountains are full of spiritual flowers and plants, and the spiritual fish in the water leap up and disappear into the group of lotus. Chen Yang leaned on the water Xian handrail and looked at the fields of lotus leaves in the lake. Time has entered the late fall. The lotus flowers have long been thankful, but the lotus leaves are still green. Looking in the previous life of the lotus leaves are no different. In his previous life, Chen Yang's family had planted lotus roots, which were white as jade, crisp and sweet, and tasted delicious. It's just a pity that the lotus flowers don't bloom brightly enough, and the lotus seeds they bear are sparse, and I don't know if it's a matter of variety. Thinking about it, Chen Yang suddenly craved for spirit root. He still ate it. Zhang Baiwei came over again this time with an oversized food box, which included a crystal jade lotus root, which was cold and seasoned, and was particularly crispy and delicious. Lu Yu also brought the spirit tea that he personally fried and brewed one for each person. Gu Ju Gu Heng's siblings, on the other hand, were scattering talismans as paper. As for Li Yuzhu, she also took out pills and placed them there like sugar pills. The rest of the attendees all took out their own and shared with each other. Chen Yang watched from the side and thought to himself, this is not like a puja, but rather like an autumn tour. A group of kids bring snacks forward for a fall trip and then share them together. Chen Yu had attended one last time, but that time she thought it was a special meet and greet gift from everyone. But now she realized that this might be the custom of the Spirit Abyss Sect's puja. Chen Yu was in a bit of a bind. It was not her style to just eat and not take, but she was too broke to take anything. All those things she had, except for the spirit stones and the misty cloak, were given to Chen Yang. Spirit stone, this thing, she has a lot of it. But other people share spirit food, spirit treasures and talismans with you, but you give people spirit stones. This is not a slap in the face. Chen Yu was in a difficult situation, and so was Chen Yang. Cultivation of the 100 arts. He did know how to farm, but Chen Yu, it seemed, still knew nothing. As a celestial spirit root, it was time for her to learn a skill. Chen Yang thought silently and decided to arrange for Chen Yu to learn specialties tomorrow. The sword must still be practiced, but with both hands. The atmosphere of this puja was quite harmonious, with everyone sharing something of their own. Chen Yang sharing his experience of practicing the evergreen kung fu, and Chen Yu sharing her experience of practicing the sword. Before Chen Yang practiced the evergreen technique, very few disciples of the inner sect chose to practice this technique. After all, most of the disciples who were able to enter the inner sect had good qualifications, and their pursuit of cultivation would naturally be higher. The everlasting spring technique is rather chicken feed for disciples with high qualifications. Even though everyone now knew that practicing the evergreen technique would be able to raise the grade of the spirit herbs, there were still many people who would not practice it. In the eyes of the celestial pride, although Chen Yang had become an inner disciple with the evergreen technique, he lived in the spirit medicine garden day in and day out, taking care of the spirit herbs. This kind of life is not the cultivation of immortality that everyone is looking forward to. In the face of such sentiments, Chen Yang, who had been a farmer for 2 lifetimes, grinned. I love farming, and farming loves me. The day after the puja ended, Chen Yang and Shen Yu were both busy. Chen Yang tidied up the ground in the yard and planted a piece of spiritual sunflower, which was similar to the sunflower seeds that Chen Yang recognized, except that the fruits that came out were turquoise in color, and when they were peeled off, the kernels inside had a good taste as well. Chen Yang decided that he would bring fried melon seeds to the next gathering. In my past life, when there were celebrations, friends gatherings, etc., what could be done without peanuts and melon seeds? He didn't find any peanuts, but when he entrusted the handyman disciple to buy all kinds of spiritual plants in the market, he did buy spiritual anemones. Said to do, but 10 minutes of time, the whole yard is planted with spiritual anemones, and then watered once more spiritual rain. You can wait for the roots to germinate. In fact, Chen Yang thought of many specialties. He wanted to plant another spiritual fruit tree, such as the spiritual peaches from before, in his own yard, so that when he participated in the puja, he would bring some spiritual peaches with him. Later on, he wanted to grow spiritual rice again and then try to brew wine, and it would be good to bring a pot of spiritual wine to participate in the Fa Hui then, but at the end of the day, he still chose to plant the spirit anemone. The growing period of the spirit fruit was extremely long. As for brewing wine, he had no experience. He didn't know how to brew it, and it wasn't easy to say whether it would be successful or not. In his last life, he did learn to make sweet wine, but he didn't find glutinous rice in this life. It's better to fry squash. It's easy and easy to store. Chen Yang smiled and felt that taking out the fried melon seeds was quite in line with his own persona, a young master who loved farming. The youngest junior brother who loved farming had already planted his fields, while the highly talented youngest sister was diving headfirst into the hidden scripture cabinet, preparing to learn a specialty. The heavenly spiritual root was all 5 elements, and there was no problem cultivating any technique or skill. The key was to learn which one was the best. When he came back to the hidden scripture pavilion last time, Chen Yu was bent on only flipping through the various types of merit laws. This time, she skipped the feats and went straight to the other miscellaneous books. These are miscellaneous books that teach people to draw talismans, as well as refining artifacts, alchemy, formations, stargazing, and so on. First of all, Chen Yu did not intend to refine pills. Chen Yang had already worshipped 8th grade Dan master Zhu Shueji as his master, although now he had to focus on taking care of the moon spirit grass to ascend in grade. But if he wanted to make Dan, there were conditions. He had already read Ma Yuyu's notes and knew what he needed to pay attention to for the most basic alchemy. And after that, he would ask his third senior sister, Li Yuzhu, about the alchemy, and he would be able to get started. Therefore, the specialty of alchemy, he planned to leave it to his main body. Then, Chen Yu ruled out the formation. Formations were too profound and subtle to be learned by ordinary people, and the lower order formations were not very useful to set up, while the higher order formations were feared to be limited in terms of one's enlightenment. Between picking and choosing, Chen Yu frowned tightly. Cultivation of 100 arts. What is good to learn? Quite urgent. Waiting online. Chapter 41, 10,000 Years of Green Vines. As Chen Yang advanced to become a cultivator at the 9th level of qi refining, the effects triggered when he practiced pile work had also strengthened a lot, but in half a month's work, the moon spirit grass had reached the grade Zhu Shuji needed. Li Yuzhu came to inspect the acceptance and couldn't help but smile with delight. Senior brother, I thought I had to wait until the beginning of spring next year for this lunar spirit grass to be able to reach the grade that master wants, but I didn't expect you to be this powerful. Chen Yang smiled modestly. While the moon spirit grass was upgrading, Chen Yang also gained some gains, which made him very keen on farming. Senior sister, what's next? Chen Yang inquired about his next arrangements, while Li Yuzhu smiled and said, Senior brother, I've seen all your hard work, so next, you can get busy with your own business. I will come back to inform you when there are other arrangements. Since entering the inner sect, except for the days when Chen Yu built her foundation, Chen Yang lived in the spirit medicine garden day in and day out, and spent most of his time meditating and practicing staking on this side of the moon spirit grass. This hard work was not only seen by Li Yuzhu, but also by the senior brothers and sisters of Dan Feng. Chen Yang was overjoyed and was busy arching his hand to thank him. He had been eyeing the spirit herb garden's high-grade spirit herbs for a long time. The evergreen gong he practiced with the pile gong could cause the spirit grass to rise in grade, but it also had its own gain, and the higher the grade of the spirit grass, the more gain he would get. Chen Yang's cultivation had risen so quickly because of this unique technique. In addition to being able to obtain a portion of the cultivation provided by the doppelganger, Chen Yang carefully felt the changes in himself. He felt that when he was meditating and practicing, his cultivation speed was now much faster than before. If he were to check his spiritual root qualification now, Perhaps he was already a medium-grade spiritual root. Even if they hadn't reached the middle-grade spirit root, it was estimated that they were close. He initially chose to cultivate the everlasting spring technique because it could improve his spiritual root qualifications and prolong his lifespan. Chen Yang smiled and said, "Senior sister. Then next, I want to go over to the 10,000 years green vine to cultivate." Li Yuzhu froze. She thought Chen Yang would take the opportunity to go and busy himself. Who knows? Li Yuzhu thought to herself. Although senior brother's qualifications were average, he really worked hard when it came to cultivation. At this moment, Li Yuzhu's gaze at Chen Yang became extraordinarily soft. When Li Yuzhu brought the lunar spirit grass forward to meet the master, Li Yuzhu couldn't help but praise sixth senior brother a few times. Zhu Xuji was happy to hear this. Although he had broken the rules to accept Chen Yang as a disciple in order to raise the grade of the moon spirit grass, his disciple's diligence naturally gave him face as a master. Zhu Xuji took out a copy of the Essentials of Alchemy, handed it to Li Yuzhu, and said, "Since he is my disciple, he naturally can't not know how to make pills. Turn around and give him this book of Essentials of Alchemy. Let him take the time to study it, and if he wants to make pills, then take him to the treasure house to get a Dan tripod. An excellent alchemist that would never share a Dan tripod with others." And even some alchemists had several different Dan tripods. The disciples of Spirit Abyss Sect's Dan Peak could all go to the treasure building to receive a Dan tripod. Although this Dan tripod is a standardized Dan tripod, the material used is exquisite. The forging process is exquisite. If it is placed in the outside world, without 1,000 spirit stones, it is not able to buy. This was also considered a benefit for Dan Peak disciples. "Junior, you come and handle the herbs for me." After the lunar spirit grass arrived, Zhu Xueji decided to refine the pills now. The elixir he was going to refine this time was not a matured formula, but one that he had created himself. It was just that the previous elixir that he had refined because of the insufficient grade of the moon spirit grass was either scrapped or did not achieve the effect he wanted. Now that the grade of the moon spirit grass was enough, Zhu Xuji had a little more confidence in this. "Yes, master," Li Yuzhu answered and followed her master teacher to the alchemy room. Zhu Xuji's cave, on purpose, opened up an alchemy room. Alchemy room about more than 100 square feet, surrounded by wooden shelves. One side of the wooden shelves set up a lot of alchemy-related books. One side of the wooden shelves set up large and small bottles and jars. The rest of the wooden shelves were filled with various types of spirit herbs. In the middle of the alchemy room, there was a spirit gathering formation, and on top of the spirit gathering formation, there was an anciently shaped Dan tripod. Zhu Xuji did not rush to alchemy, but first took out a notebook from the bookshelf and wrote down a few lines on it. Roughly the months, days and times to prepare for alchemy. What are some of the spiritual herbs used in this alchemy? And what are the grades of the various types of medicinal herbs? After recording all of this, Li Yuzhu also took care of all the spirit herbs needed for her master, placing them one by one on the jade table next to the Dan tripod. Zhu Xuji glanced at it and saw that there was no mistake. Then he waved his hand, and a reddish fireball appeared out of thin air, quickly drilling into the lower part of the Dan tripod. This reddish fireball was a foreign fire, which could be used for one's own alchemy after being refined by Zhu Xuji. If one did not refine the foreign fire, then the Dan master would need to use the earth's heart fire when making pills. In both the inner sect's Dan Peak and the outer sect's Dan Hall, there was an earth heart fire available for disciples to use, which was taken from the center of the earth, blocked by an array, and could be accessed at any time. While Zhu Xuji was refining pills, Chen Yang had already come over to the 10,000-year green vine. The 10,000 years green vine was dozens of feet tall and looked unusually large. Ordinary vines, most need to climb other plants to be able to grow upwards. But this 10,000-year-old green vine is different. Although it is a vine, but the rhizome is as thick as a tree, and countless vines spread out in all directions, spreading out like the sky. People standing underneath were made extremely small. The leaves of the 10,000 years green vine were verdant in color, and there were both flowers and fruits hanging from the vine. The flowers were white, resembling a mandala in appearance, and emitted an intoxicating fragrance. The fruit comes in green or black, and when the color turns black, it means the fruit is ripe. Only, it's not an easy thing to pick its fruit. After Chen Yang entered the sphere of influence of the 10,000-year green vine, the vines that were originally silent and motionless immediately twisted like snakes, seemingly wanting to attack the intruder. Seeing this, Chen Yang immediately operated the heart method of the evergreen gong. This evergreen gong was a wood attribute gong method, very suitable for the 10,000 years green vine. It could pacify the 10,000 years green vine, so that it would not launch an attack right away. Otherwise, if hundreds of vines lashed over at the same time, Chen Yang would only be afraid of shedding layers of skin even if he didn't die. Xiao Cheng. My name is Chen Yang. The technique I cultivate can upgrade spiritual plants. You know about the moon spirit grass upgrading. right? Chen Yang said carefully. This 10,000-year-old green vine had already given birth to a spirit, and although it could not speak, it could communicate. Chen Yang had heard the disciples of Dan Peak say that if they wanted to pick the fruits and vines of the 10,000 years green vine, they needed to make conditions with the 10,000 years green vine. Only after satisfying the needs of the 10,000-year-old green vine will it let you pick the fruit and break the vine. Of course, cultivators with high strength could use their swords to communicate just as effectively. The 10,000-year green vine stretched out a vine and slowly came to Chen Yang's side, then quickly bound Chen Yang and violently pulled him closer. Chen Yang was terrified in his heart, but he did not struggle. Chapter 42, The Deal, Request for Monthly Tickets. Standing at the rootstock of the 10,000-year green vine, Chen Yang only felt that he was surrounded by vines. This 10,000-year-old green vine is addicted to blood and flesh. The sect has to provide it with a lot of demonic beasts' blood and flesh every year, but in the end it grows in the territory of the spirit abyss sect. It has been tamed. Even if it goes crazy, it is only to whip the disciples a bit, and it will never take their lives. The name Little Green was given by the elder who transplanted the 10,000-year-old greenwood to the sect. With his body bound by the vines, Chen Yang still didn't forget to propose a deal. Little Green, I want to cultivate on your side. If you ascend in rank, can you give me some fruits and a cut of vines? The vines of the 10,000 years green vine landed on the ground and took root, but the growth rate was very slow. Like this 10,000 years green vine in the sect, it had already survived for an unknown number of years. However, Chen Yang looked at the offensive nature of the 10,000 years green vine, and he was eager to refine a 10,000 years green vine and make it his own spiritual treasure. By then, the fragrance of the flowers of the 10,000 years green vine would be able to poison the enemy into unconsciousness, while the vines would be able to transform into divine whips and whip the enemy. It can be said that it accounts for both chemical and physical attacks. Moreover, the fruit of the 10,000 years green vine was a natural spirit restoration pill, and after swallowing it, it could quickly restore the spirit power in the body, making it a necessary material for battles. Therefore, the first thing Chen Yang wanted to look for after his time was free was the 10,000 years green vine. The 10,000 years green vine had already gotten used to the deal and did not get angry at the request made by Chen Yang, but instead let go of Chen Yang, signaling him to let himself feel something first. Obviously there were no words, but through the movement of the vine and the rustling sound of the leaves, Chen Yang knew what the 10,000 year green vine meant. After being released, he straightened his clothes, which led to a starting stance, ready for a set of stakes first. The mind method of the evergreen gong could only allow the spirit plant to get close to itself, but it could not raise the grade of the spirit plant, and it had to be paired with the pile gong to achieve a special effect. Every move and style of this pile gong seemed to be hooking up with the lawful intent of heaven and earth. A large amount of spiritual chi was attracted and gathered, and the green light that overflowed from Chen Yang's body was also a lot more than before. After the green light was absorbed by the 10,000 years green vine, the 10,000 years green vine instantly produced a sense of fulfillment. And then that green light returned back to Chen Yang's body, bringing back a trace of the 10,000 years green vine's pure spiritual energy. After hundreds of round trips like this, both Chen Yang and the 10,000 year green vine had gained. Exhale and close. Chen Yang opened his eyes and was full of smiles. At this point, without the need for words, he already knew that the 10,000 year green vine had agreed to his deal. From his storage bag, Chen Yang took out a futon, sat down on the ground, and began to cultivate. Cultivating on this side of the 10,000 years green vine was actually quite safe, as the 10,000 years green vine was his protector and would never let anyone come over to disturb him. From this day onwards, Chen Yang spent the rest of his time, apart from eating and drinking, rooted on the side of the 10,000-year-old green vine. But in addition to cultivating the everlasting spring technique and practicing pilework, he would occasionally chat with the 10,000-year-old green vine for a few moments. The 10,000-year-old green vine had a spirit and was able to give a response to topics of interest. Once Chen Yang suddenly remembered something from his last life and couldn't help but tell a few household stories. A person is born as a blank sheet of paper, and what he sees, hears, learns and thinks constitutes the spiritual core of a person. And in a familiar cultural environment, a person will not have a sense of loneliness. Chen Yang will never easily say anything about his past life, but some of the stories he heard in his past life can be told. Anyway, if someone knows, it can be said to be from hearsay. On this day, Chen Yang saw the fruit hanging on the vines of the 10,000-year-old green vine, and suddenly he remembered the story of Hulua, and he adapted it, saying that he had heard that in the Tianyan continent, there was a strange spiritual plant, and that the spiritual plant grew 7 gourds, and when the gourds ripened, they turned into Hulua. Dawa is red. It can overturn the sky and lift the ground. Infinite strength. 2 is orange. It has 1,000 miles of eyes and wind ear. 3 is yellow. It has a copper head and iron arm. Invulnerable to swords and spears, 4 Wa is green. It has a furnace fire. Can control the blazing fire, 5 Wa is green. It can gulp the water flow. Produce rainfall, 6 Wa is blue. It is able to be invisible, 7 Wa is purple. It has a gourd absorbing the treasure of the magic. It is a treasure of suppressing the demon. After Holua left the spirit plant, they started to go to the outside world. They first saved an old grandpa, and then they met a powerful snake spirit, scorpion spirit, toad spirit and other demonic beasts. These beasts are very bad. Each want to eat Holua. So Holua and the beasts of the 300 rounds of war, which in the middle of the plotting and scheming, there is a single knife to the meeting. There is a life to save. There is a life in the line. All kinds of experience. Very thrilling. Although that Dawa has infinite strength, it is only a pity that he has courage but no strategy. And after being tricked into the crispy pool, he was sealed in his dantian, bound by a spider's web, and hypnotized by Rui, and Urwa's clairvoyant eyes and smooth ears were blinded by the demonic beasts with their lightsabers and his left ear was shattered. Yawn. Ah, it's getting dark. Greeny. I'm going home first. See you tomorrow. Chen Yang stretched his waist, twisted his stiff neck, shook off his hands, and prepared to leave as he had done in the past. Who knew that he had only taken 2 or 3 steps forward when suddenly a vine tied him around the waist and wouldn't let him go. Chen Yang gently patted the vines and laughed. Still want to hear a story? Then I'll tell you more tomorrow when I'm free. In the past, the 10,000-year green vine would also show its willingness to continue listening to the story. But as long as Chen Yang promised to tell it tomorrow, the 10,000-year green vine would let go of him. But this time, the 10,000-year green vine didn't let him go, but used more vines to bind him. Living like a dumpling now, Chen Yang was shocked. He subconsciously struggled and realized that he couldn't break free, hesitating to offer the Mixed Yuan Bell. Mixed Yuan Bell is in the Blackwater Lake Adventure. The patriarch gave him the spiritual treasure. These days, he has been close to the collection, day by day nourishing sacrifice. Now a thought will be able to drive the spiritual treasure. Just as Chen Yang was hesitating, a few more black fruits suddenly appeared in Chen Yang's arms. This black fruit was none other than the mature fruit of the 10,000-year green vine. This is his income from storytelling? Chen Yang's eyes lit up, and instantly his waist was not sore and his legs did not hurt. Young man, how can you be a man if you can't take this pain? Chen Yang cleared his throat and said with a good attitude, let go of me first. I'm going to tell this story all the way through. As soon as the words fell, the vines that had bound Chen Yang quickly disappeared. Chen Yang took out the futon and sat down on his but as he prepared to have a good talk with 10,000 years green vine about this otherworldly version of the Hulua. It was just that during the storytelling, every time he reached a thrilling and exciting moment, Chen Yang either said that he was thirsty or that he was sleepy, and every time he found an excuse not to continue. The reply given by 10,000 years of green vines was very simple and rough. Smashing fruit. The black fruits kept smashing on Chen Yang's body. One of them smashed on his head. Chen Yang was not angry, smilingly put it all into the storage bag. Now that the reward has been received, the story unfolds. Chapter 43, it's the turn of the weapon peak rolls. Chen Yang found a new channel to become rich. He found that 10,000 years green vine liked to listen to the story of the Hulhua. Gradually, he figured out. In fact, it was not that the story of the Hulhua was so wonderful, but it was because the Hulhua was able to leave the spirit plant and walk freely between the heavens and the earth. This ease is what makes 10,000 years of green vine so enjoyable. After figuring this out, Chen Yang began to magically change the plot. He arranged a separate story for each gourd child, in which the eldest child, after being counted, lost his cultivation and memory, and was picked up by a mortal on the verge of death. That mortals live in a village along the southwest. That village is simple and honest. Under everyone's care, Dawa survived. But because of the loss of cultivation and memory, Dawa thought that he was also a mortal. So he lived honestly in the village, farming, hunting, and then a love affair. But suddenly one day, this village was targeted by an evil practitioner who wanted to kill all the people in the village and refine them into corpse puppets. For evil cultivators, mortals were nothing more than consumables for their cultivation. At the critical moment, Dawa recovered his cultivation and memory. So he fought with the evil cultivator for 300 rounds. Dawa storyline square root. Urwa storyline square root. The Three Wives storyline. In progress. When Chen Yang's storage bag was filled with the fruits of the 10,000 years green vine, the heavenly beautiful Chen Yu was rolling up her sleeves to beat iron. Every time Chen Yu swung his hammer, the senior brothers, who were watching from the sidelines, all had shocked faces. Where peak is a place of perennial yang and yin, as ironworking is a job that fairies don't like to do, and it's hard to do well. When Chen Yu set foot on weaponry peak, Elder Wu of weaponry peak all personally welcomed him. When Chen Yu said that he wanted to learn how to refine weapons, the muscles on Elder Wu's body couldn't help but twitch. Seriously, you want to learn refining? Seriously. After 3 questions and answers, Elder Wu had no choice but to take Xinyu to the artifact workshop where the spirit treasures were forged. As soon as he entered the warehouse, a heat wave hit him, and the air was cringingly muddy with various odors mixed together. Artifact refining was different from treasure refining. Treasure refining was having an artifact first before it could be refined into a treasure and transformed into a treasure, developing different uses for the spiritual treasure. And smithing is a process of creating something from nothing, first selecting the ores, then smelting and purifying them, and finally you can melt the different materials according to the recipe, and then forge them into shape. The ware workshop was large, divided into a large open room, as well as dozens of smaller open rooms, and even a few quiet rooms. On the floor of the large open room, there were different ores arranged in different categories. Some of them were raw ores, but most of them were refined iron ingots, hematite ingots and the like that had been smelted and purified. Seeing the arrangement in the artifact workshop, Chen Yu however had a familiar feeling. The Chen clan in the southwestern area made their living by refining weapons. Although Chen Yang was a water and would lower grade spiritual root and could not learn the clan's weapon refining method, he was still a little familiar with the process of refining weapons by ear. The Chen clan owned a red flame iron mine, and clansmen with gold fire spiritual roots were required to cultivate the spirit forging technique from the time they stepped into the refining stage. And after cultivating the spirit forging technique, they would be able to mine the veins, smelt the ores, and forge magic artifacts. Of course, these clansmen who put in hard labor were naturally treated better than Chen Yang, and could get their hands on a dozen or so spirit stones a year. Chen Yu recalled what he had seen in the Qin clan in the past, then came to a crucible and prepared to smelt the ore. She wanted to start with the easiest, to familiarize herself with the process and her hands first. Smelting, purification, shaping and forging. All of the processes were carried out methodically by Chen Yu, and if she encountered any problems, the many onlookers were able to provide her with detailed answers. Chen Yu maintained her high and cold persona, but inwardly, she still felt a lot of emotions. She's really taking advantage of the situation with this status. Sure enough, when you stand at a certain height, you realize that everyone around you is quite kind. The earth's heart fire blazed, the high temperature melting the ore into a dark red liquid, and the scorching aura poured out, making the entire artifact workshop sweltering and unusually hot. Even Foundation establishment cultivators were sweating profusely and consuming a great deal when refining certain magic artifacts. However, Chen Yu was still white and flawless, not even sweating, and what was remarkable was that she stood by the fire and wrought, swinging and pounding thousands of times without showing the slightest bit of fatigue. I've heard that when junior sister practiced her sword at Sword Peak, she could practice from morning to night and wouldn't get tired at all, a well-informed senior brother muttered in a low voice. He had heard people talk about how the disciples of Sword Peak were very diligent, and apart from meditating and cultivating, they spent the rest of their time practicing their swords. However, the change in the disciples of Sword Peak only happened after junior sister Chen Yu went to Sword Peak. The senior brothers were gossiping, when suddenly Elder Wu looked over with a stern face and reprimanded. What are you guys still standing there for? Each one of you is afraid of suffering and tiredness, and now you can't even compare to the youngest senior sister. Get to work. Got it. The wind and water have turned, and this time it's where Peak's turn to roll up. Several furnaces were burning at the same time, adding another scorching heat to the workshop, and the sound of forging was rising and falling, roughly sounding chaotic, but listening carefully there was a kind of inexplicable pattern in it. Chen Yu was silent as she continued the work in her hands. After coming to Weapon Peak for half a month, she was finally able to forge the prototype of a sword, but refining swords wasn't her goal. What she really wanted to refine now was a set of needles. She followed the method taught by Lin Qiyun, sensing the golden weapon needle, practicing hovering the needle in the air as if it were held in her hand so that it wouldn't float up and down erratically, and then practicing manipulating the needle to draw a circle, etc. Except that the needle she sensed was just an ordinary needle, not a powerful spiritual treasure. Previously, when he fought with the traitorous senior brother at the Blackwater Lake, Chen Yu had tried to assassinate the other party with a needle. Who knew that he had not succeeded? It had to do with the fact that she couldn't maneuver the needle very well at the time, as well as the fact that the needle was just an ordinary gold weapon. It was only when Chen Yu began to learn refining that she realized that refining small was harder than refining large. For example, swords, as the most common spiritual treasures, the prototype of a sword is very good to refine. The key lies in whether the materials used in refining the sword are precious, whether the forging is in place, and whether the technique of opening the blade is old-fashioned. But the needle is fine and small, but not good to refine. Need to forge more times not to mention, but also easy to refine bad. Chen Yu just started to try, but failed one after another. Fortunately, Chen Yu was a jade body, not afraid of fire or fatigue. and even if her enlightenment was average, she was able to rely on her efforts to make up for it. This effort of hers was seen by all. At first, when this heavenly beautiful little senior sister came to Weaponry Peak and said that she wanted to learn how to refine weapons, everyone came over to watch the fun, but didn't think that Chun Yu would be able to stick around, because smithing, it's quite bitter. Elder Wu had been paying attention to Chun Yu, and after he saw that Chun Yu was trying to refine needles but failing one after another, he walked over and said to Chun Yu, "Follow me." Chun Yu put down the hammer and followed behind Elder Wu, and after walking a few hundred meters, the sky opened up in front of him, and it turned out to be an artifact refining room. Chapter 44, Refinement. Farewell. There are many people outside, not conducive to concentrating on refining. You haven't stepped into the artifact refining path for long, so you're definitely susceptible to influence. Elder Wu was stout-looking, and when he was silent, he was very majestic, so that people did not dare to be unbridled. But when he faced Chun Yu, his face was soft and his voice was gentle, just like the big man from the northeast in his previous life who unconsciously clamped his voice and spoke when he faced a small potato from the south. Kind of want to laugh, but I can hold it in unless I can help it. Chun Yu was expressionless as he waited for Elder Wu's next words. Sure enough, Elder Wu continued, "This is where I refine weapons. The many materials here are readily available, and there are also quite a few of my recorded refining notes, so you can look through the notes here and verify them one by one. Are you trying to refine a set of needles? Just needles, or a spiritual treasure that goes with the needles? If it's just needles, then after you refine them, it would be best for you to make another trip to seek out Elder Song. He specializes in treasure refining, so learn the art of refining treasures, which will allow you to bring the power of the needles into full play." Elder Wu was like a teacher teaching his favorite student. Who doesn't like a well-qualified and hard-working disciple? Chun Yu thought for a moment and said, "I just need to refine the needle, and when it's done, I'll go find Elder Song." Elder Wu nodded and asked Chun Yu what kind of needle he specifically wanted. Needles of different efficacy naturally require different materials to forge. For the efficacy of the needle, Chun Yu did not require much, as long as it was sharp enough. There were many materials that could make the needle sharp, so it was quite a bit less difficult to refine this needle. From this day onwards, Chun Yu was considered to have opened a small kitchen. She went to Elder Wu's refining room every day, reading books before pondering on refining weapons. After corroborating the knowledge in the book one by one, Chun Yu's understanding of weapon refining deepened. Regardless of whether it was alchemy or weaponry, it was not something that could be learned by just reading a book. These two arts required the accumulation of a great deal of basic knowledge, and required constant practice, and in failing over and over again. To summarize experience, it takes hundreds of failures to learn valuable lessons and appreciate the mystery of success. It was a long process, but Chen Yu was patient. Chen Yang also had patience. He, an otherworldly version of the Hulu waif, had already been speaking on the skin for more than 3 months. The 7 gourd children keep traveling in the Tianyan continent. Sometimes they are separated. Sometimes they meet. Sometimes they pair up to look for treasures. And sometimes they are pursued by their enemies. At the back of the story, Chen Yang accidentally collapsed the plot, so the gourd girls had to reincarnate and recultivate. And this time, some of the gourd girls were reincarnated as ordinary mortals. Some were reincarnated as disciples of immortal cultivation families. Some were reincarnated as demonic beasts. And some were reincarnated as the children of evil cultivators. These gourd children do not have the memory of their past lives, and start a new round of stories. And then the eldest child nearly killed the second child, and the third child captured the sixth child, intending to extract the soul and refine the body. This love each other plot, straight to the 10,000 years of green vine here tangled. Hundreds of vines are entangled together, tied into a knot, cannot be separated. Chen Yang sensed that the 10,000 years green vine had a tendency to yu, and seeing that the fruits were also almost gripped, he was busy telling the happy ending. Just at the critical moment, the gourd girls awakened their past life memories at the same time, knew each other's identity, and then recognized each other. From then on, the 7 gourd girls lived happily ever after. Above, that's the story of the 7-colored spiritual plant of the gourd girl. This story is what I heard, and I don't know whether it's true or not, but the heavenly diffusion continent is so vast, perhaps there is such a strange spiritual plant as the 7-colored spiritual plant. Alright, the story is finished and you've risen in rank. Little Green, can you give me a vine? Don't worry, I'll definitely take good care of it, Chen Yang said with conviction, while his eyes swiveled around the 10,000-year green vine's body. With so many vines, which one would he want? A happy ending finally cured the 10,000-year-old green vine of the Yu disease, and the entangled vine separated, swaying in the air with open teeth and claws. Not long after, a turquoise vine reached out in front of Chen Yang. Chen Yang felt something in his heart and reached out to catch it. The moment he caught it, the vine suddenly broke from the main branch. This one vine wasn't long, about a meter or so, but the vitality was very tenacious. Chen Yang felt that as long as it landed on the ground, it would be able to take root, and then grow away recklessly. Chen Yang was not in a hurry to leave and was prepared to refine the vines right here. In these 3 months or so, apart from storytelling, Chen Yang had also gained something. His evergreen kung fu had been cultivated to the 5th level. As for his cultivation, it hadn't risen much recently, as he had concentrated on cultivating the evergreen kung fu, and Shen Yu's side of the family had also concentrated on learning to refine weapons. The everlasting spring technique was able to refine the spirit plant, and after the spirit plant was refined, it would be transformed into a seed that would be hidden in Chen Yang's dantian for nourishment. Originally, chi refining cultivators were not allowed to incorporate external objects into their dantian, but the moment Chen Yang obtained the Jade Man's doppelganger, his dantian changed in advance. After a day and a night, Chen Yang finally refined that vine, making it into a turquoise seed. Chen Yang looked at the seed inside in relief. Then, he incorporated the seed into his dantian to contain it. Next to the turquoise seed was a black seed. This seed was exactly what Chen Yang had obtained last time at the Blackwater Lake. This unknown black vine was very aggressive. Chen Yang originally wanted to refine it properly and then become his own weapon. Who knows that shortly after returning from the Blackwater Lake, Chen Yang realized that this black vine was extremely weird. It could not even land and take root in the Spirit Abyss sect where the aura was abundant. Chen Yang had guessed that perhaps this black vine could only live in places with densine chi and was not suitable for places with a good environment. It was also for this reason that Chen Yang had set his eyes on the 10,000-year green vine afterward. Luckily, giving always pays off. After more than 3 months, Chen Yang not only got a whole bunch of fruits, but also got a 10,000 years green vine's vine up as expected. Chen Yang smiled and got up, saying to the 10,000 years green vine that had accompanied him for a long time, "Little green, next, I intend to study about alchemy, so I won't be able to come and accompany you every day. But don't worry, with your friendship with me, I will definitely come to see you whenever I am free." Chen Yang gently patted the outstretched vines of the 10,000 years green vine, and inwardly, there was a bit of reluctance. Just after entering the spirit medicine garden, Chen Yang stayed over at the moon spirit grass for a long time, but when he left, he wouldn't feel sad. Even if the moon spirit grass was picked by Li Yuzhu, he felt that he took it for granted. But the 10,000-year-old green vine is different. It is spiritually intelligent, and during this period of time, he himself has even utilized the magic-modified version of the huckleberry, and gleaned a lot of fruits from it. Nowadays, one person and one spiritual plant have a few friendships. The 10,000-year green vine stretched out hundreds of vines and wrapped all of Chen Yang as a way to express his unwillingness to let go. Chen Yang, no. I forgot you're in the tentacle department. Chapter 45, Introduction to Alchemy. Chen Yang had already gotten that book, Essentials of Alchemy, from Li Yuzhu's hands a long time ago. This book, Alchemy Essentials, is the master Zhu Shuji's alchemy notes. As long as it is his disciple, people are all a book. The content recorded in it is very detailed. Then the hidden scripture cabinet of those books can be much more professional. The point is, if in doubt, feel free to ask. After getting this book, Essentials of Alchemy, Chen Yang roughly flipped through it. At that time, his mind was not on alchemy, so he did not study it in detail. Now that he had obtained a vine of the 10,000-year green vine as he wished, he should next focus his mind on alchemy. He had an infinite longing for alchemy. Today's Chen Yang was already able to eat pills as if they were sugar pills. He had 2 copies of the elixir alone, and the last time Li Yuzhu organized a puja, he and Shan Yu got some more elixirs separately, among which there was an ease of appearance elixir, which Li Yuzhu specially refined, saying that changing one of the same formulas, the effect was amazing. How amazing is that? Amazingly ugly. It was better to be happy alone than to be happy together. So Li Yuzhu took out this batch of badly refined pills and distributed them to the crowd, saying that there was no chance that they would be needed one day. The others laughed and did not take it seriously. On the contrary, it was Chen Yang and Shen Yu who put the pills away properly, because, with this thing, Chen Yang might actually need it. Shen Yu has the misty cloak, and she has a special physique, so she cannot take pills to change her appearance. But Chen Yang needs who knows if it's still dangerous out there. Although he was happy to stay in the sect and develop a wave of obscenity, he couldn't stay in the sect for the rest of his life. There was always a time when he had to go out and do something. At this time, this transfiguration pill was going to come in handy. Chen Yang carefully studied the essentials of alchemy and consciously memorized the contents before he went to seek out Li Yuzhu, intending to go to the treasure house to collect a Dan Ding. Once he had received the Dan tripod, Chen Yang followed Li Yuzhu to the alchemy room. Unlike Weapon Peak, the alchemy rooms on this side of Dan Peak emphasized on privacy. Each alchemy room was independent. Set up the Dan tripods. Turn on the formation to control the Earth's heartfire, and then you could make Dan. Chen Yang entered an alchemy room, then took out the Dan tripod and some herbs from his storage bag. For the first time to refine pills, Chen Yang was prepared to start with the simplest one, the beneficial qi pill. The beneficial qi pill was able to regulate qi in blood, allowing mortals to live a long life, and was an elixir used by many Dan masters to practice for their beginnings. The herbs needed for the qi benefiting pill were also extremely common and cheap. Chen Yang only spent 1 spirit stone and bought 20 herbs. Chen Yang looked at the herbs that were placed one by one and took a deep breath. He felt that with these 20 herbs, he would definitely be able to refine them successfully. This confidence of his became dimmed with each failure. But as he accumulated experience and improved his alchemy techniques over and over again, Chen Yang finally succeeded in refining it on the 10th time. The first furnace pills were all lower grade pills, with more poison, and naturally average efficacy, and when taken by mortals, they also had the effect of regulating qi in blood, and prolonging life, but with the onset of the poison, the taker would also need to endure great pain. Chen Yang couldn't look at such pills and didn't intend to take them to sell, so he continued to refine them. As a portion of the medicinal herbs was put into the Dan Ding, Chen Yang used his spiritual power to pull it and extract the essence of the medicinal herbs. Then he pulled the medicinal liquid to mix it together, and finally struck out the Dan secret. Under the effect of the Dan secret, a lump of the medicinal liquid was gradually divided into several portions of the medicinal liquid, and then it gradually transformed into a single elixir. Depending on how much medicinal liquid was divided out, the quality of each elixir was different. As Chen Yang's mind moved, the pills in the Dan Ding jumped out one after another before falling into Chen Yang's hands. In this furnace, there were a total of 5 pills, including 1 top grade, 3 middle grade, as well as 1 lower grade. This situation was when Chen Yang did not evenly distribute each portion of the medicinal liquid when he struck the Dan technique. But it's not bad. Being able to refine a mid-grade qi benefiting pill meant that Chen Yang had already been initiated and become a first-grade Dan master. While rejoicing in his heart, Chen Yang felt an emptiness in his body, a feeling of being hollowed out. Earlier, when he was refining pills, he had exhausted all the spiritual energy in his body, and he was so weak at this moment. Chen Yang put away the remaining few medicinal herbs and the Dan tripod, deciding that he would stop here for today, and that he would come back to refine the remaining few medicinal herbs after he recovered his spiritual energy. This kind of the cultivator useless benefit qi Dan. The clan is not recycled, but can be taken to the market under the mountain to sell. The price will not be too expensive, but more or less can make a small profit. It was naturally difficult for ordinary mortals to obtain a qi benefiting pill, but mortals from immortal cultivation families had the opportunity to do so. But not everyone has access to it. Like his mother, the mortal woman who fell ill and died not long after giving birth to him. If at that time there was a beneficial qi elixir, Chen Yang froze for a moment and finally let out a long sigh. Leaving from the alchemy room, Chen Yang returned to the spirit medicine garden. Seeing the various precious spirit grasses, Chen Yang's mood was much better, and when he pushed open the door of the courtyard, Chen Yang saw that the spirit anemones planted in the courtyard had already blossomed and sprouted huge fruit shells. In the shell, densely growing turquoise melon. Far from looking like a jade carving ornaments, Chen Yang picked a turquoise melon seed, subconsciously put it into his mouth to get high. High melon seeds this work. He familiar putting the melon at the incisors, the shell is broken with a gentle stoke, followed by a nimble roll of the tongue and the flesh is in your mouth. Fresh melon seeds, naturally, were not as fragrant as fried melon seeds, but they also had a clear fragrance of the spiritual plant itself. And each melon seed, which contained a faint spiritual qi, made people more and more addicted the more they got high. Chen Yang got high on a dozen grains in a row and thought that it tasted good, and when it was fried, it would definitely take the cake. Well, when he attends the puja again next time, he can pull out the melons for everyone to get high on. Chen Yang was happy in his heart and took out the futon and sat down cross-legged in the courtyard, preparing to practice meditation and restore the spiritual energy in his body as soon as possible. With the operation of the evergreen technique mental method, the 2 seeds in Chen Yang's dantian also grew a little bit stronger as if they were getting watered and fertilized. In the next month, Chen Yang's entire mind was focused on alchemy, and occasionally when he was free, he didn't forget about his friend 10,000 Years Green Vine, going over to talk to 10,000 Years Green Vine from time to time and practicing a set of pile gong to benefit himself and 10,000 Years Green Vine for a while. While he was immersed in refining pills, Chen Yu was also immersed in refining weapons. With Elder Wu opening a small kitchen, Chen Yu was finally able to refine the desired needle artifact. After refining a set of needles, Chen Yu went to pay his respects to Elder Song. Since his initiation, Chen Yu and Elder Song had not met many times, but when the two met at this time, Elder Song's attitude towards Chen Yu was quite kind. After you were initiated, you were able to break through the foundation establishment in just a short period of time, and you diligently practiced sword and weapon refining, and I've heard about everything you've done. Cultivators of my generation need to face endless dangers from time to time to be able to obtain resources and advance further. I am very happy that you are this diligent and studious. Elder Song smiled as he looked at Chen Yu. This piece of diamond in the rough, after his discovery, had gradually blossomed. Chapter 46, Delivery of Letters. Chen Yu wanted to follow Elder Song to learn treasure refining, and Elder Song readily agreed. All of my skills are willing to be taught to my disciples. It's just a pity that some of my disciples are either not qualified or their hearts are not working. Elder Song sighed. He was of mortal birth, and still a beggar to all, and once a rich family teased him with a burnt cake, claiming that if he could only get it, it would be given to him to eat. The baklava with the pork in it smelled very good, and the hungry man thought, he's going to get the baklava, no matter what. As a result, the moment the rich family threw out the burrito, a wolfhound came running and caught the burrito in one bite, and he didn't know where he got the guts to pounce on it at that moment and have a dog's mouth for food. He ended up with half of the burrito, but a piece of flesh was also viciously bitten off by the wolfhound. Luckily, his master happened to pass by there and saved him with his hand. Also present at that time was his senior brother, Lu Ying. Yes, Lu Ying of the Law Enforcement Hall, was his senior brother, who was accepted as a disciple by his master first, only that the two had a bad temperament and often fought, and when his master passed away, they simply stopped referring to each other as master and brother. Elder Song's origin was not very honorable, but that Lu Ying's origin was also very average, just an ordinary cattle herder. It just so happened that a demonic beast attacked the village that day. The beast devoured the cow Lu Ying was herding in one gulp, and then tried to devour Lu Ying immediately afterward. So in the nick of time, Lu Ying was saved by his master. There are actually many people like this who have been saved by their master. It is only that each of these people is arranged according to their qualifications and hardiness. With their good qualifications, Elder Song and Lu Ying entered the inner sect, and after hundreds of years of cultivation, they finally became Jindan cultivators and were able to take their place in the Spirit Abyss sect. For some reason, Elder Song couldn't help but remember his own past from long ago when he saw Chen Yu. This was probably because when he first met Chen Yu's origins were also very ordinary. However, today's Chen Yu has begun at the end of a microcosm and has sprouted from a Chinese branch. The treasure that Chen Yu was going to refine was a set of needles, 12 in total, each of which was of a different size and used different materials. So at a glance, it doesn't look like a set of needles, but like a hodgepodge of scraps. Elder Song frowned and inspected it before saying, this is said to be a set of needles, but it's actually 12 small spiritual treasures that need to be cleansed separately before they can be used. The trick to refining a treasure does not lie in how mysterious it is, but in concentration and persistence. You need to cleanse the spiritual treasure first, and then contain it and sacrifice it. There are also two methods of cleansing. One is to work with water, little by little relying on yourself to use spiritual energy to cleanse. One is to use heavenly materials and earthly treasures, such as the heavenly one true water and the 9 specters cold water, which all have the effect of cleansing spiritual treasures. After being cleansed by heavenly materials and earthly treasures, the grade of the spirit treasure will also rise quite a bit, and it can be much easier in the next containment and sacrificial refinement. Elder Song spoke in detail about the tricks of refining treasures, and passed on a set of techniques to cleanse spiritual treasures to Chen Yu. Elder Song said, your senior brother, Pei Jing, is already capable of harboring and sacrificing spiritual treasures, so if there's anything you don't understand, it's fine to seek him out and ask. Chen Yu memorized what Elder Song had said before nodding his head. Tanny true water and 9 spectral cold water. She didn't have them for the time being, but afterward, she could go to the treasure house to take a look, and if she had them, she could purchase them with spirit stones or exchange them for points. However, speaking of which, since Chen Yu had been busy with her own affairs and hadn't contributed to the sect, she didn't have any points so far. On the contrary, it was Chen Yang who already had a dozen or so points. This was because he lived in the spirit medicine garden every day and needed to take care of the spirit plants. After bidding farewell to Elder Song, Chen Yu walked out of the main hall and took a step down the steps, and when she was halfway down, she saw Pei Jing standing at the bottom of the steps, looking at her with a gentle smile on his face. Chen Yu was as cold as ice, but in her heart, she couldn't help but spit it out. Look at this standing posture. Look at the angle of this smile. It is properly radiating charm. Unfortunately, I can't know this trick of men. Chen Yu's gaze all instantly turned a few degrees colder, but Pei Jing was blissfully unconcerned and still greeted him gently. Junior sister, long time no see. Chen Yu nodded as a response. Pei Jing continued, I heard that junior sister also wants to learn the treasure crafting technique. I'd love to exchange a few words with junior sister. But unfortunately, in recent times, I'm planning to close my doors to build my foundation. Chen Yu was stunned, and only then did he look at Pei Jing squarely, probing to see that he had already reached the great circle of qi refining and had a thick spiritual energy. Not bad. This Pei Jing has not even been introduced for a year, and already has a great round of qi refining, and can build the foundation at any time. The resources of a large sect were indeed much better than the tiny Fengyang city. The Spirit Abyss sect's spiritual qi was rich, and pills were like sugar beans, coupled with the fact that famous masters made great disciples. There was no excuse for well-qualified disciples to cultivate quickly. With senior brother's qualifications, establishing the foundation is a natural thing. After senior brother establishes the foundation, I will come to congratulate him. Chen Yu opened her mouth and said, being high and cold was her persona, but not being able to behave was not her persona. A proper expression of goodwill is a necessary thing for making friends of the way. Pei Jing smiled. He was also full of confidence regarding the foundation building. It was just that he didn't know how much time it would take for him to build his foundation this time in seclusion. So when he heard that his junior sister had come to pay her respects to Elder Song, Pei Jing sought out and waited at the bottom of the steps. He took out a letter from his storage pouch and handed it to Chen Yu, saying, "This is a letter from my father. It concerns the Chun clan and Huang clan in the southwest area. Junior sister, you should take a look." Chen Yu was stunned, not expecting Pei Jing's opening to be about this matter. After he escaped in the first place, he went through several turns before he mixed into Fengyang City in a low-profile manner and became a spiritual plant husband in the city lord's mansion. After that, he had feared that the Huang clan would come after him, but there was a delay in any movement happening. Gradually, he thought it might be that the Huang clan was too busy seizing the Qin clan's veins to spare the manpower to hunt him down in a dragnet. Chen Yu's heart suddenly became heavy, but then, after thinking that she had already built her foundation and her handful of sword skills were really not weak, so she didn't have to be afraid of that Huang clan at all, her complexion recovered. Receiving the letter, Chen Yu sincerely thanked, "Senior brother, many thanks." Pei Jing, however, shook his head and said gently, "There's no need to say thank you. If junior sister wants to go back for a trip after I've successfully built my foundation, then I'm willing to accompany junior sister for a trip." Chen Yu hadn't read the letter yet, and didn't know what was going on with that Huang clan today. She smiled faintly and said, "There's no hurry in this matter. I'll only go back for a trip when I'm 10 times more certain." Pei Jing nodded his head in agreement and laughed. "Junior sister is right. Then I wish junior sister an early revenge." Chen Yu nodded and bid farewell to Pei Jing before returning to his cave. The envelope had already been opened. Chen Yu took out the letterhead inside and spread the letter to read it in detail. Chapter 47, The Land of Demonization. After reading the letter, Chen Yu was speechless for a long time. She paced around the cave for a long time before sighing. So that's how it is. After the Chen clan was overthrown that day, Chen Yang first encountered the fleeing family head in Shen Rui, then he obtained the Jade Man's doppelganger, and then after that, he came up with a trick of darkness under the lamp, escaping from the Huang clan town, where the searches were the least intense. After a few turns, Chen Yang and his doppelganger Chen Yu entered Fengyang City as brother and sister and became the spirit plant husband of the city lord's mansion. When he was in Fengyang City, Chen Yang didn't change his name. At first he didn't think about this. Then he realized that his name wasn't that special. If he stood on the streets of Fengyang City and shouted out a sentence about Chen Yang, it was estimated that there were 3 or 5 people who would answer. What's more, Chen Yang of the Southwest Chen clan was just one person, while Ling Jifu Chen Yang had a sister. Thinking of the trepidation he felt when he was lurking in Fengyang City, Chen Yu only felt that the past was ridiculous at this point. It turned out that after Huang's overthrow of the Chun clan, a strange change occurred in the Chen clan's land, and the Huang clan and Luo clan, who had gone to slaughter the Chen clan that day, were all trapped there. I ordered people to explore in the vicinity day and night, and found that the place of change is not abnormal during the day, but it seems that there is a boundary shroud, making it difficult to enter. To the evening, in the clouds, there are lamps lit, and there are pedestrians walking issued by the movement. At this time you can enter to explore, but all the people who enter are plunged into it, without exception. This place of mutation has been reported to the clan. Jinger, you don't have to give this letter to Chen Yu before she establishes her foundation. What Pei Mingchen had written in the letter surfaced in Chen Yu's mind. Chen Yu pondered for a moment, folded the letter, got up and headed out. When in doubt, ask your teacher. When Chen Yu went over to look for Yu Ji, he was told that the patriarch had gone to the back of the mountain. Chen Yu's heart stirred, and suddenly he was curious to know what exactly was in the back of the Spirit Abyss Sect's mountain. She got up and headed for the back of the hill, only to be stopped. The back mountain is a forbidden land of the sect. No one can trespass without the permission of the sect master. The person who stopped the others had a serious face, and his gaze was cold as he looked at the talented disciples of the Spirit Abyss sect. Since joining the sect, Chen Yu was considered to be loved by everyone and blossomed in every flower because of her heavenly spirit root qualification and outstanding appearance. And this time it was the first time someone did not show her any respect. Luckily, she was not a true fairy, and would not break her defense because of this, but instead asked when the patriarch would come out. The stopper said in an indifferent tone, "I don't know." Chen Yu was silent for a few seconds and took a few steps back, deciding to wait here. She recalled the 2 pujas she had attended, and there were many topics that her senior brothers and sisters had brought up, but they had never mentioned the back mountain. So it seemed that this back mountain was indeed a forbidden place, and the hidden secrets were not small. While pondering, she suddenly saw a familiar figure. Only that person was in a hurry. Only a blink of an eye. The person had already entered the back of the mountain, and the person who stopped the person did not go forward to block. That is a senior brother of the Sword Peak. Usually silent, Chen Yu went to the Sword Peak to practice sword. Many senior brothers have greeted her, also willing to point out one or two, and occasionally also together to cut sword. But the only exception was that senior brother. Li Yuzhu and the others had commented on Lin Shiyun's loneliness, but in Chen Yu's opinion, that senior brother just now was the real loneliness. The reason why Chen Yu was so concerned was not because she had encountered an acquaintance, but she had sensed a strong smell of blood and a familiar energy fluctuation from that acquaintance's body. A guess surfaced in Chen Yu's mind, but without waiting for Chen Yu to finish her brainstorming, she saw Yuji come out from the back of the mountain. Chen Yu hurriedly took a few steps forward and shouted under his breath, "Master!" Yuji's face was grave, and it was only when she saw Chen Yu that she faintly smiled, and between her footsteps, she had already utilized the shrinking ground into inch spell, and her figure appeared beside Chen Yu's body extremely quickly. You're looking for Master, but is there something wrong?" Yuji reached out and touched Chen Yu's head, until she messed up Chen Yu's hairstyle, and the depression in her heart was dispersed altogether. Chen Yu was good at reading words and guessing that Yuji was in a bad mood, so she froze and didn't dare to hide when Yuji touched her head. When she felt that Yuji was in a better mood, Chen Yu stopped enduring for a second and dodged her body extremely fast to escape Yuji's clutches. Yuji's hands were empty, only to feel her fingers itch a little, and her fingers subconsciously moved. She lowered her hand resentfully, but in her heart she had the satisfaction of ravaging her disciple. "Master, I wish to inquire about the strange changes that have occurred in the Southwest Qin clan lands." Chen Yu opened the door and asked. Pei Mingchun had mentioned it in his letter, saying that the matter of the mutation had already been reported to the clan, and Yu Ji was the patriarch, so she definitely knew the details of this matter. Hearing Chen Yu mention this, Yu Ji was not surprised as she and Chen Yu walked towards the outside while casually saying, "That is the land of demonization. You come from a small family, so naturally you don't know some of the hidden secrets of this world. In all corners of the Tianyan continent, there are lands of demonization born every year, and all of them are blessings and curses. When the land of demonization was first born, a Jindan cultivator could uproot it, but as time passes, the demonized land will become more and more bizarre, and different rules will be derived during that time. For example, the demonized land of the Southwest Qin clan is one that cannot be entered during the day, but can be entered at night, and when entering at night, it's best to enter with a lamp and not to accost anyone, not to eat anything inside, and to leave quickly after exploring. But once one enters the land of demonization, one is subject to so many temptations and illusions in there that it's hard to follow the rules, and once one touches the rules, one will be trapped there forever. The land of demonization will expand little by little in all directions and give birth to treasures. When the treasures are bred and mature, the sphere of influence of the demonized land will also skyrocket, and the demonized people will also come out from inside to kill. More than 2 years have passed since the birth of the Southwest Qin clan's demonized land, so when the 3rd year comes, it's time to go ahead and clean it up. There was almost always a 3-year covenant in the demonized land within the clan's sphere of influence, because it was only in the 3rd year that the gems of the demonized land would be close to maturity, and the demonized people would still be trapped inside, unable to come out and kill. In order to maximize their benefits, the sect would rush to eradicate the demonized land in the 3rd year, seize its treasures, and destroy its demonized people. This matter, though not top secret, is not known to many. Yu Ji would speak so clearly, firstly because Chen Yu was her disciple, and secondly because the demonized land was Chen Yu's family. In the future, when he goes to eradicate it, Chen Yu should also go along. Yu Ji then said, like this demonized place, perhaps there is still the rule of blood. After another 8 months, the clan will go forward to eradicate. By then you and your brother, there is also the handyman of that workshop, should also go forward together. Hearing Yuji mention Chen Ping, Chen Yu remembered Chen Rui. I don't know if Chen Rui has escaped and eaten a soft meal. With the intelligence of the Spirit Abyss sect, one would think that they would know about Chen Rui's situation, right? So Chen Yu asked Chen Rui tentatively. Yuji really knew this Chen Rui, because of the land of demonization. She ordered people to check the things in the southwest area over and over again. At this point, he said, "Your clan brother is lucky, and now has a son and a daughter." Chen Yu's eyes widened slightly. This old dang, he's not only eating soft food, he's even got a son and a daughter. Chapter 48, A Good Friend. Thanks to ally, the summer sky and cicadas singing in the air dare not regret the beginning. From Yuji's side, he learned that the Chen clan land had become a demonized land, and the Huang clan members trapped inside had also become demonized. Chen Yu lamented, but after going back, a question surfaced in Chen Yu's mind, that is, why would Huang unite with the crowd and overthrow the Chen clan together? There are 5 or 6 immortal cultivation families in the southwest area. All of them have similar strengths and have their own strengths, such as Chen's forging, Huang's fish farming, Luo's talisman drawing, Lu's specializing in Zhuiyue magic, and so on. Over the centuries, they have gotten along well with each other and have intermarried with each other to show their goodwill. Because the Chen and Huang clans were the closest, the two families intermarried the most and often watched each other's backs when they encountered foreign enemies. But this time, it was Huang who led the extermination of the Chen clan. Chen Yu guessed that there must be a big benefit in this, but she really couldn't guess what exactly it was. The Chen clan has mines, but the value of the red flame iron ore is average, and the Huang clan is good at farming spirit fish, but not good at finding, digging, smelting, or forging. Since I can't figure it out, I don't want to. From that day onwards, Chen Yu and Chen Yang cultivated harder than ever to prepare for their trip to the Chen clan's land 8 months later. Chen Yu was refining treasures and practicing swords, while Chen Yang focused on farming and alchemy. But after Chen Yang was able to refine the Peiyuan Dan, he stopped refining pills and focused on cultivating the evergreen gong. Along with his cultivation enhancement, the 2 seeds in the dantian also quietly undergoing changes. A 10,000-year-old green vine can take root in the land of abundant spiritual qi and quickly grow dozens of feet. Tough vines can sweep around the enemy, comparable to the god whip sharp edge. The unknown black vine, on the other hand, is suitable for growing in the land of yin qi. It has no leaves, no flowers and no fruits, and looks more like a whip than a 10,000-year-old green vine. Chen Yang examined the black seed and thought to himself, I wonder if this kind of seed can work in the land of demonization? Let's hope so. Otherwise, if he entered the land of demonization, wouldn't that be a meat bag that would never return? There were no years in cultivation, and 8 months passed in a flash. Nowadays, Chen Yu had already switched to cultivating the divine heavenly sword technique and had cultivated to the 2nd layer. Before he changed his training, Chen Yu had gone to Sword Peak to seek an audience with Lin Qiyun's master, Wan Liang. After some guidance from Wan Liang, Chen Yu then began to cultivate and practice smoothly all the way. This was the role of a famous teacher. Cultivating the divine heavenly sword technique, need to attract lightning to forge the body. Chen Yu had hidden traces, went to the place where the thunder and lightning clouds gathered. After attracting the lightning to forge the body, she found that when she was struck by the lightning, not only did she not feel any pain, but instead, she was able to collect the power of the thunder and lightning, and those thunder and lightning powers were suspended in her dantian, from a trace of a wisp, and then finally slowly gathered into a ball. This part of the power of thunder and lightning could converge in Chen Yu's palm with her mind, and was also able to extradite to the ice spirit sword. The damage was doubled when the ice spirit sword was attached to the thunderbolt. However, Chen Yu also realized that the ice spirit sword was not the most suitable sword for her. Although she had followed Yuji to learn an ice-type technique that could maximize the power of the ice spirit sword, the spirit sword that was suitable for the divine heavenly sword technique should be of the golden thunder attribute. After Wen Liang knew that she had learned how to refine weapons and treasures, he admonished her to collect the materials for forging swords, and later on, she would personally forge her own spirit sword, and then refine it. Until that time, the sword strokes that she made would be the most powerful. Chen Yu took this advice to heart, and she began to make a list of materials for her situation. She first bought all the materials that were available in the sect and stored them in her storage ring. As for the ones that the sect didn't have, she would wait until later, either by personally searching for them in the place of origin or buying them in the big market. On this day, Chen Yu received a message saying that she should get ready in advance, and that they would be departing early tomorrow morning to go to the southwestern land of demonization. Chen Yu didn't need to prepare anything, but it was Chen Yang who did. He harvested the spiritual sunflower in the yard in advance and sunned it, and then fried a big pot of spiritual sunflower seeds, turquoise spiritual sunflower seeds after frying. The The taste is several times better than the melon seeds in the previous life. Stoned. That is, the more stoned the more addictive. Previously, Chen Yang had given the fried melon seeds to Li Yuzhu and the others, and they had been very well received. As a result, he had planted batch after batch of spiritual anemones in his small yard. However, this time, he was about to go to the southwestern land of demonization and did not know how long the delay would be. So Chen Yang harvested and shoveled the spirit anemone and called out to the handymen who knew the fire dragon art and the earth dragon art to incinerate the spirit anemone rhizome before turning over the soil. Chen Yang was definitely the representative of an iron rooster. The spiritual soil and spiritual chi of the spiritual medicine garden was one of the best in the spiritual abyss sect. And while others could be absent from here, the spiritual plants that were planted had to be there. Spirit sunflower was ripe on March and could not be planted for long, so Chen Yang planted 10 tea trees after harvesting the spirit sunflower. Chen Yang thought, I can't let Liu be beautiful alone when I possess the evergreen kung fu. So the spirit tea tree. The arrangement. After planting the tea tree, Chen Yang went back to search for the 10,000-year green vine. Because of a devilishly modified version of the Hulua story, Chen Yang and 10,000 years of green vine had a good friendship, and this time, when he was leaving the clan, he naturally had to say goodbye to his good friend from the clan. AI. This time when I go, there will be many crises, and I don't know if I will be able to return to the sect in the coming days to talk and tell stories with you again. Chen Yang let out a sigh of relief. The 10,000 years green vine also seemed to be a bit sad. It had survived for thousands of years and naturally knew the risks that cultivators would go through when they went out to wander. It was just that the 10,000-year green vine couldn't speak, nor could it comfort Chen Yang. It could only reach out its vines and gently rubbed against Chen Yang's arm, and with the sound of clattering, Chen Yang subconsciously lifted his robe and used it to catch the fruits that were falling like raindrops. Each fruit, like the size of a grape, crystallized like black jade, but instantly melted in the mouth, and after a fruit was swallowed, it could rapidly grow in spiritual power. The fruits of the 10,000-year green vine were like elixirs capable of restoring spiritual power. And all of them were also extremely high-grade elixirs without the danger of elixir poison. Seeing the fruit gifted by the 10,000-year green vine, Chen Yang succeeded in his treacherous plan and smiled like a flower. He busily put the fruits into his storage bag and said with a smile, Little Green, you are so good to me. With these fruits from you, my life should be safe. Don't worry, I will definitely return to the sect and tell you stories again. After I go out this time, I'll also ask around to see if there are any other stories about spirit plants, and if I do, I'll come back and tell them to you. Green, I'm leaving tomorrow, now I'll practice another set of staking. Gathered the fruit. But Chen Yang did not forget to gather another wave of gain. The 10,000-year-old green vine was of high grade, and it would be extremely beneficial to himself if he practiced pile work here. It was only until a set of pile work was completed, and Chen Yang, who was full of rewards, left with a smile on his face. The moment he turned around, the leaves of the 10,000-year green vine swayed with the wind, making rustling sounds, and on its vines, only white flowers and green fruits were visible, and those ripe black fruits had all disappeared. Chapter 49, Talking to a Carry-On Grandpa. Early the next morning, led by Yu Ji, the patriarch of the Spirit Abyss sect, the group was ready to set off to the Chen clan's land in the southwestern region. Most of the people who went to the Chen clan's land this time were known to Chen Yang. Yu Ji didn't need to say much. This matter involved her disciple Chen Yu. Even if she was the patriarch, it was still reasonable for her to personally make the trip. Aside from Yu Ji, there were also 4 others: Elder Song, Pei Jing, Formation Master Dong, and Feng Yijian. 8 months ago, Pei Jing forwarded a letter written by Pei Mingchen to Chen Yu, and then said that he was preparing to go into seclusion to break through foundation establishment. He originally thought that he would be able to build his foundation soon, but he didn't want to realize that it wasn't until a month before his departure that Pei Jing had succeeded in building his foundation. The main purpose of going together this time was to follow Elder Song to go on a training trip. The spirit boat flew up from the inner gate and descended in the marketplace for a few more seconds. Chen Ping, who had received the notification, had been waiting here for a long time, and after the spirit boat descended, he did not dare to delay, and immediately leaped and landed on top of the spirit boat. Chen Ping also recognized most of the people on the spirit boat, and after respectfully saluting one by one, Chen Ping then stood by Chen Yang's side and scowled at him. Since the incident at the Black Water Lake, Chen Yang had not left the clan by half a step, and Chen Ping would never come over to seek Chen Yang to speak without authorization. But there was also still communication between the two. Chen Yang, through the handyman, had sent soul-nurturing wood to Chen Ping, and after that, he had sent Chen Ping some of his own refined shi benefiting Dan and Peiyuan Dan, which he had entrusted Chen Ping to put in the workshop market to sell. And Chen Ping didn't just take without giving. First he gave Chen Yang some fire cloud talismans, And after that, he sold pills for Chen Yang, and the spirit stones from the sale. He also entrusted the handyman to send them to Chen Yang's hands. It would take more than 2 days of flying time to travel from the Spirit Abyss sect to the Chen clan's land by spirit boat, so Yuji ordered everyone to go back to their rooms to rest. This spirit boat still belonged to Elder Song, so Chen Yang and Shen Yu familiarly entered a room and prepared to meditate and cultivate. Chen Yang had just entered the door, and Chen Ping was right behind him. "Ah Yang, it's great that you've entered the inner sect and learned how to make pills." Chen Ping looked at Chen Yang and envy grew in his heart. When Chen Ping first met Shen Yu, he learned that she was a heavenly spiritual root, and although he was envious in his heart, it was unusual. Chen Yang was different. The two of them, he and Chen Yang, were playmates who grew up together bare-assed. But now, Chen Yang was already a chi refining great perfection, only one step away from foundation establishment, and he could also refine pills. Among the 100 arts of cultivation, alchemy, artifacts, formations, and talismans, the 4 are the most important. Chen Yang smiled faintly. The first time he saw Chen Ping before, he paid attention to observing Chen Ping. Until now, he was already sure that Chen Ping had not been taken over, because it's hard to change a person's character. Chen Yang said, "You're not bad either. You're now a talisman master of the Talisman workshop. I have a younger sister. You have an accompanying old grandpa. We all have a bright future ahead of us." The smile on Chen Ping's face froze, and the accompanying old grandpa sentence he seemed to understand, and felt that it was a bit strange. What carry on old grandpa? Chen Ping awkwardly tried to cover it up. Chen Yang smiled without saying anything. Only his eyes lingered on Chen Ping's chest. He could tell through Chen Yu's eyes that the accompanying old grandpa was resting on Chen Ping's chest. Chen Ping subconsciously covered the jade talisman placed on his chest, but he didn't want the jade talisman to fly out from his lapel and float in midair, flickering with gleams of light, as an old man's voice rang out. I knew that I had already been seen through. And I had also told Chen Ping long ago that I would never take over his physical body with qualifications like Chen Ping's. Taking over him would be breaking my own back. Chen Ping's face was green and white. There seemed to be a hint of sadness and anger. In the end, he broke the pot and said hopelessly, "Yes, Master Whitefish said that he would not take over me. At first, I was also worried about being taken over by him and hid my clumsiness for a while. You don't have to hide it. It wasn't smart in the first place." Chen Ping opened his mouth wordlessly for a moment and realized that he couldn't say half a word. He drooped his face and was powerless to retort. Hearing the conversation between these two, Chen Yang did not hold back and laughed out. The divine soul in that jade talisman said that it didn't take over Chen Ping because it couldn't see Chen Ping, but that was something that Chen Yang only half believed. With the Spirit Abyss sect knowing that the jade talisman hid a foundation establishment divine soul, if he dared to hastily seize Chen Ping in the square market, he would be already taking the path of death. Regarding Chen Ping's golden finger, Chen Yang did not intend to wreak havoc, but still asked curiously, "Then what kind of person do you want to take over?" The jade talisman floated in mid-air, and as the light flickered, the old man's voice rang out, "I want to seize a cultivator with a shark bloodline. I have a trace of shark bloodline in my physical body, but that bloodline is too weak, so I want to take over a physical body with a strong shark bloodline." The old man's words seemed frank, but in truth, he still has something to hide. That is, why did he want to take over a physical body that possessed a shark bloodline? The answer was that he had obtained a technique in a secret realm, but that technique was only suitable for the shark race to cultivate, and although he possessed a trace of shark bloodline, it was difficult for him to cultivate it successfully. So in order to be able to cultivate that technique, he tried as much as possible to take over a body of shark bloodline. Chen Yang didn't like taking away the body. He felt that taking away the body was a more evil act than killing. However, taking away the body is in the cultivation world, and it does exist, so it can be said that existence is reasonable. The flesh of others is also one of the resources that cultivators plunder. Regarding the old man in the jade talisman wanting to take over the shark, Chen Yang did not comment on it and only said, "The Chen clan has already been destroyed, and only a few members of the Chen clan are alive today. If you dare to take over Chen Ping, I will hunt you down to the end of the world." The old man in the jade talisman said blandly, "Don't worry." On the contrary, it was Chen Ping who had a touched face and looked at Chen Yang with tearful eyes, straight away turning Chen Yang's stomach. "Alright, you also go back to cultivate. Poor qualification. You need to cultivate hard." Chen Yang opened the door and signaled that Chen Ping could leave. Chen Ping reluctantly left, but he felt his heart was very solid. The existence of the Whitefish Master was his backbone, but it also made him terrified. He had feared that Master Whitefish would take over his physical body, and he had also feared that the sect would exterminate Master Whitefish when they learned of his existence. But now, both of those fears are gone. Chen Ping went out and saw Patriarch Yuji talking to a black-clothed sword cultivator from afar. He didn't dare to disturb him, and flew into an unoccupied room as fast as his feet could carry him. Yuji glanced at him out of the corner of her eye, then withdrew it again without caring. After Chen Ping entered the room, the old man in the jade talisman lamented before him. People of the Spirit Abyss sect, what an atmosphere! Chen Ping nodded and said approvingly, the Spirit Abyss sect is indeed very good. I've been in the marketplace for 2 years, and I've seen tens of thousands of people, but I've only seen minor evils, not major ones. Master Whitefish, do you know about the land of demonization? I also don't know what has become of my Qin clan's land today. Chapter 50, Soft Rice is so delicious, request for follow-up reading. While Chen Ping was inquiring about the land of demonization, Yu Ji and Feng Yijin, by the side of the spirit boat's ship, were also talking about the land of demonization. Feng Yijin was dressed in black, carrying a heavy black sword on his back, and before the sword was unsheathed, it gave off a sharp feeling. The gem that was birthed in the Qin clan's land should be related to remodeling the divine soul. After the treasure is captured, your master will be able to reshape his divine soul and be immortal. Yuji's voice carried a hint of laughter, clearly looking forward to this. Feng Yijian's tightly pursed corners of his mouth relaxed a little, and his entire countenance was not as cold and serious as before. He nodded and said with infinite anticipation, that's good. In addition to the people on top of the spirit boat talking about the land of demonization, there were also people talking about the land of demonization in the Purple Dan Pavilion, which was thousands of miles away. Chen Rui hugged a pair of children who had just turned 1-year-old and looked at his Taoist partner, Mu Yingying, with deep affection. Although Mu Yingying had given birth to a pair of children, her figure was still slender and her face was like a peach blossom, a rare beauty. Even better, the beauty's identity was quite high. It was the niece of the Purple Dan Pavilion's owner, and after Mu Yingying gave birth to a pair of children, the Purple Dan Pavilion's owner promised to send Chen Rui a mid-grade foundation building pill when he was at the great completion of qi refining. A single mid-grade foundation establishment pill was enough to cause many small and medium-sized immortal cultivation clans to break their heads to grab it, but Chen Rui had taken a shortcut and obtained it with ease. This was the reason why Chen Rui didn't want the family's secret treasures in the first place and chose to join the Purple Dan Pavilion instead. The days of the casual cultivator is not good. There is still Huangs behind the pursuit, and that family secret treasure for hundreds of years have not made any progress. Chen Rui does not think that after he got it, he will be able to break through the secret treasure, and his cultivation will skyrocket. It's better to take shortcuts. 3 years ago, after Chen Rui escaped from life, he hid his tracks all the way and rolled over to the Purple Cloud Marketplace, and then quietly contacted Mu Yingying. He didn't lie. He did fall in love with Mu Yingying at first sight, just before the family was destroyed. With Chen Rui's identity, it was not good to join the family. The two were considered to be destined for each other. As for Mu Yingying, when she learned of the destruction of the Chen clan and that Chen Rui was holding a marriage certificate, intending to marry her, she immediately made an appointment to meet with the Huang clan members in the Purple Cloud Marketplace. That Huang clan member, who was also a flunky of the Purple Dan Pavilion, was in charge of the spirit food restaurant that the Huang clan had opened in the Purple Cloud Marketplace. What Yingying did not go out to kill that Huang clan member, but she also informed the other party that Chen Rui was already her husband and son-in-law, and if Chen Rui suffered from the Huang clan in the future, then she would definitely go ahead and destroy the Huang clan to avenge her husband's death. After putting down his harsh words, Chen Rui stayed in the Purple Cloud Marketplace without having to worry about Huang's pursuit. 3 years passed in a flash of time. Chen Rui was the first among the descendants of the Chen clan to learn of the strange changes that had occurred in the Chen clan's land. After learning that most of the Huang clan's people were trapped there, Chen Rui launched into action. He first seized the Huang clan's tavern that was open in the Purple Cloud Marketplace, and then he also wanted to go forward and decimate the remaining Huang clan members. But before the latter could even begin to act, the Purple Dan Pavilion stepped in and blocked it. Over the years, the southwestern area had always been peaceful, and the land of demonization had never occurred. But this time, in the Chen clan's land, there was a mutation. Thus, the people of the Purple Dan Pavilion speculated that it was because of the Huang clan's extermination of the Chen clan that the Chen clan's land had become a place of demonization. So if Chen Rui exterminated the Huang clan, would the Huang clan land also become a place of demonization? The land of demonization was blessed and cursed, but the Purple Dan Pavilion was good at alchemy but not strong in battle. Even if they knew that the Spirit Abyss sect would make a move, they didn't want to take too much risk. Chen Rui was upset when he was stopped, but he had to bow his head when he was under the roof. This time, the Spirit Abyss sect had decided to eradicate the Chen clan land and had sent someone to notify Chen Rui in advance so that Chen Rui would go to the Chen clan land along with him when he arrived. Mu Yingying did not want Chen Rui to leave the Purple Cloud Marketplace. She stroked her flat belly, which was pregnant with another little life. Yingying, the Spirit Abyss sect has given the word. so I can't not go. Besides, I've been waiting for this day for 3 years. Chen Rui's tone was firm. This time, he must go forward to exterminate all the remaining people of the Huang clan. Knowing that she couldn't persuade him, Mu Yingying could only say, previously, the pavilion didn't allow you to kill the Huang clan's people. Apart from the plea of Sister Fanhua's Taoist partner, one of the other reasons was that the Huang clan's fish nurturing technique hadn't been acquired yet. But nowadays, the Huang clan's fish raising technique has been obtained by the Bailey clan. Chen Rui heard this and came to a realization. That Sister Fanhua's Taoist partner was a member of the Huang clan. The Bailey clan, on the other hand, was the clan of cousin Mu Yingying's Tao partner. The southwestern area possessed numerous small clans, and these small clans, like stars scattered amongst the mountains, appeared to exist independently of each other. But there was an invisible line amongst them that linked all the small clans together. That thread, that's Zidane Pavilion. The Purple Cloud Marketplace, on the other hand, was the marketplace with the most complicated relationships along the southwest. Chen Rui said, I am a gold fire spiritual root. I am not good at raising fish, and most of my clansmen are gone. I will kill the Huang clan's people, but I will not destroy the Huang clan's territory, so I can hand it over to the Bailey clan to take over. It's just that in the future, the Bailey clan will also have to provide spirit fish to my restaurant. When Mu Yingying heard this, she nodded frequently and said warmly, good, don't worry, I will talk to Bailey. After distributing the benefits, Chen Rui breathed a sigh of relief. This time, he was finally able to avenge his clan's death. Before departing, Chen Rui handed over a pair of children to Mu Yingying and said, Yingying, wait for my good news. Mu Yingying smiled warmly and reminded, the pills I gave you, don't be reluctant to eat them. You must take care of yourself, don't take any risks. Chen Rui's heart warmed as he nodded his head and said, I know, with the Spirit Abyss sect's people around, I will definitely be fine. After the couple said their goodbyes, Chen Rui mounted a spirit horse and headed towards the soulful Chen clan land. At this time, he had not known that in the near future, he would encounter the few remaining clansmen of the Chen clan. All the way fast, Chen Rui galloped between the mountain ranges along the southwest, where the terrain was complex, with staggered heights, and often infested with low-rank spirit plants and demonic beasts. However, Chen Rui, who was now at the 9th level of Qi refining, was not the least bit afraid of these demonic beasts. And after he had become a flunky of the Purple Dan Pavilion, he had gotten the benefit of not only getting some pills, but also a copy of the technique. That technique was given to him by Mu Yingying. It was a gun technique. If he could cultivate it to the great circle, he would have a gun in his hand, and it would be hard for all enemies to block it. Chen Rui was so spirited that he crossed mountain after mountain until he could see Qing Chui Mountain from afar. 3 years ago, he was protected by his grandfather with his body, and escaped with difficulty to a cave in Qingcui Mountain. Grandpa died there in peace, and he, Chen Rui, did not regret his choice, because he killed back. When he was on his way to the cave where his grandfather died that day, Chen Rui didn't stop because it wasn't the time for worship yet. When he beheaded the Huang clan members, he would then worship his grandfather with the heads of the Huang clan members to comfort his grandfather's spirit in heaven. Chapter 51, Meeting. The spirit boat was suspended high in the sky as it hurriedly headed towards the Chun clan's land in the southwestern area. In the afternoon of the second day, the spirit boat arrived at its destination. The entire Qin clan land had long since been guarded, firstly to keep an eye on the changes in the demonized land, and secondly to stop others from entering without permission. Once someone entered without authorization and was demonized, it would cause some unnecessary trouble for the complete eradication operation afterwards. Disciple has met sovereign and senior uncle. Pei Mingchun addressed himself as a disciple, bowing to Yu Ji and Elder Song, and paying lip service to the duo of formation Master Dong and Feng Yijian as senior brothers. After finally seeing Chen Yang and Chen Yu siblings, he smiled gently and nodded in greeting. Chen Yu maintained her high and cold persona as Chen Yang took a few steps forward and exchanged pleasantries with Pei Mingchun. Pei Jing walked to Pei Mingchun's side, smiled brightly, and called out, "Father." Pei Mingchun scrutinized Pei Jing carefully, and pride grew in his heart. His son was so young that he had already successfully built his foundation, and in this life, he would definitely go a little further than himself. Parents who love their children plan far and wide for them. When Pei Mingchun wrote a letter to Elder Song, trying to send his son into the Spirit Abyss sect through the back door, it wasn't so that his son could have a straight path. "Jinger, you've built your foundation. Very good, very good." Pei Mingchun excitedly patted Pei Jing's shoulder. Pei Jing was also happy to straighten his back when he received his father's approval. After their father and son caught up on a few words, Yuji asked, "Is there any abnormality in the land of demonization?" Seeing the patriarch ask, Pei Mingchun hurriedly replied solemnly, "Patriarch, since the date of discovery of the demonized land, I have ordered my men to guard this place, and other than the first wave of people who went in to explore, no one else has intruded. Yuji nodded, her gaze looking towards the Chun clan's land that was shrouded in clouds. Every demonized place has different rules, and this demonized place cannot be entered during the day, only at night. But it was already afternoon, and after a short rest, it was time for the first round of exploration. She looked around and said, "Then Chen Rui from the Purple Dan Pavilion hasn't arrived yet?" Based on past experience, if a certain family's clan land fell into the land of demonization, then there might also be blood-related rules. This was also the reason why Yuji would bring Chen Ping with her and also order someone to inform Chen Rui to come. People have affinity and proximity, and if the Chen clan land also had blood-related rules, then Chen Ping and Chen Rui were the tool people Yuji used to explore. As for Chen Yu, this was her personal disciple, so naturally, she couldn't risk it easily. Pei Mingchun replied, "That Chen Rui has already arrived. It's just that he saw that the patriarch and the others hadn't come over yet, so he went to explore the neighborhood first. He is a member of the Chen clan, so naturally he is most familiar with the neighborhood, so I didn't stop him." As he spoke, a young man rode a spirit horse and came this way. He had the reins in one hand and a gun in the other, and to be honest, it was kinda cool. Chen Yang thought in his mind. 3 years have not seen Chen Rui. This clan brother is doing quite well. Really innate soft rice holy body ah. I've mixed it up pretty good though. Chen Yang straightened his back and looked straight at Chen Rui along with Chen Yu. He wanted to know if Chen Rui would be able to see Chen Yu's abnormality and also wanted to know what Chen Rui would do. When he was on the spirit boat, Chen Yang had thought about the scene of meeting with Chen Rui. It had been 6 years since Chen Ping had left the family, and when Chen Yang said that Chen Yu was his sister, Chen Ping did not have any doubts. But Chen Rui was different. Chen Yang did have a younger sister, but one with a natural talent as good as Chen Yu's was not. Besides, Chen Yu's appearance was exactly the same as the family secret treasure. Chen Rui pulled on the reins and controlled the spirit horse to stop. He rolled over and leapt down, taking a few quick steps before respectfully saluting Yuji and the others in greeting. Yuji said lightly, "There is no need to be polite. Just now you went to probe nearby. Did you probe anything?" Chen Rui shook his head and said, "The clouds have shrouded the entire Qin clan land, and from the outside, no abnormality can be seen." Seeing his family turn into what it was today, Chen Rui's heart was also very bad. But when he saw Chen Yang, his eyes burst out in surprise. I didn't realize that this clan brother had also escaped with his life. When Chen Yang noticed that Chen Rui had seen him, he smiled slightly and called out, "Brother Rui." Without waiting for Chen Rui to answer, Chen Ping, who was on the side, was also busy coming forward to greet him. "Brother Rui, do you still recognize me? I'm Chen Ping, Chen Jun's son." Chen Rui's attention was, thus, pulled away by Chen Ping, and he stared at Chen Ping for a while before he suddenly realized that he was also aware. Chen Rui said, "I remember you. Many years ago, Uncle Chen Jun had saved a foundation establishment talisman master, after which he took you to follow that talisman master." Chen Ping, "I am happy that you are alive. As long as there are still us around, the Chen clan is not extinct." "Brother Rui, I heard that you already have a son and a daughter. Congratulations." Brother Rui is right. As long as there are still us around, the Chen clan is not extinct. I plan to go back and get a wife and have children once this is over, Chen Ping said smilingly. After he was promoted to a talisman master, his treatment at the talisman workshop increased, and he also saved up a considerable amount of money by selling talismans at stalls. Now that he had bought a small courtyard in the marketplace, he was in a position to marry and have children. If the child born has spiritual roots and good qualifications, it will be sent to the Spirit Abyss sect, and if the qualifications are average, it will train itself to become a talisman master, and then the father and son will draw talismans, and the spiritual stones will still come in droves. Thinking about the future, Chen Ping grinned and didn't forget to share it with Chen Rui. When he was in the Qin clan, Chen Rui was not close to Chen Yang or Chen Ping, and each other's statuses were, sort of, worlds apart, but now Chen was left with just a few of them, and when Chen Ping pulled Chen Rui into a chat, Chen Rui kept a smile on his face and didn't refuse. When he learned that Chen Ping was already at the 5th level of Qi refining and was a talisman master, Chen Rui's gaze towards Chen Ping became even more gentle. "Grandpa, my Chen will rise one day." Chen Yang watched Chen Ping and Chen Rui chatting happily, and one was a bit dumbfounded. "No, is Chen Rui's nerve so thick?" Chen Yu was standing right beside him. "Didn't Chen Rui see it? Don't you think Chen Yu looks familiar?" Just as Chen Yang was pondering whether or not to take the initiative to test the waters, Chen Yu was called away by Yu Ji, Elder Song, father and son Pei Mingchun, as well as Formation Master Dong and Feng Yijin. They were all gathered together. making preparations for their nightly trip forward to explore the land of demonization. Yuji called Chen Yu over and said, "Although you and they are clansmen, they will have different paths in the future, so you won't have to stay together all the time, and you watch from the sidelines. And if you don't understand anything, I can clear up your confusion." Yuji listened to Chen Ping say something about drawing talismans and selling spirit stones, marrying his wife and having children, and only felt that these words would tarnish his beloved disciple. How can such a mediocre person know the will of heaven's pride? Chapter 52, Exploration. Pei Mingchun had initially offered a heavy bounty to find a group of outlaws and allow them to enter the demonized land to explore it. That quest ended in failure. Now that the Spirit Abyss sect was making a move, it was naturally different from those people back then. In the evening, Elder Song, who was good at refining treasures, first took out a batch of 10 puppets and another 10 lanterns. For his part, Array Master Dong took out several pre-prepared array discs and handed them over to these puppets, intending to let them bring the discs into the various directions of the demonized land, while he judged the situation inside based on sensing the state of the discs, and that these discs could be used as a back road for the crowd when they entered the field in person afterward. Phony Jian was a sword cultivator. He was good at breaking with force. The first round of exploration didn't need him to make a move. After exploring the rules of the land of demonization, he would then enter with his physical body and kill the demonized people inside and seize their treasures. Jing go find Chen Yang, Chen Ping, and Chen Rue and have them each force out a drop of their heart's blood. Elder Song commanded, and Pei Jing led the way. Chen Yu stood aside and suddenly sighed in relief as she remembered one thing with hindsight. That is, she was transformed into a jade person and had no flesh and blood at all. Chen Yu had once stabbed her own hand with the ice spirit sword, and as a result, the ice spirit sword couldn't pierce her skin at all, and she naturally hadn't suffered any injuries. Within a short time, Chen Yang's 3 people, each forced out a drop of their heart's blood, and Elder Song applied this heart's blood on the foreheads of the puppets, and after a little bit of refining, these 3 puppets temporarily possessed the power of the Chen clan's bloodline. In addition to these 10 puppets, Pei Mingchun also took out a stack of paper people. He blew a breath towards the paper people, and the paper people were flooded with a blinding light, and quickly grew in size, transforming into a real person. Pei Jing watched his father use the paperman technique. He thought about it and folded a paper crane with paper on the spot. He blew a breath towards the paper crane. The paper crane then also seemed to come alive, spreading its wings in the air and flying. After many preparations were made, the sky was completely dark. The Chen clan's land, which was shrouded in clouds and mist, was suddenly lit up with dots of lamps, with footsteps ringing out from time to time, and the occasional slurred sentence or two. Yu Ji and the others looked at each other, knowing that they could go in and explore, with Elder Song's puppets taking the lead. Only 10 puppets were seen holding a lamp each. Simultaneously, they entered the land of demonization from all sides. When their figures were shrouded in clouds, the crowd could not see them, and could only vaguely see the light emanating from the lanterns in their hands. But as the lanterns went out one by one, Elder Song's face gradually became ugly. In the end, 7 of the 10 lanterns went out, leaving only those 3 puppets that had refined the Chen bloodline. At this time, Pei Mingchun maneuvered the paper people and also entered the land of demonization one after another. With a crane sound, Pei Jing's paper crane spread its wings and flew away. It's just that the paper crane went in with a beautiful gesture, but after it went in, it crashed to the ground as if its wings had been broken. But Pei Jing sensed through the spell that it was not a case of the wings being broken, but that the water vapor inside was heavy, and when the paper crane was blotted by the vapor, the spell was damaged and incapable of continuing. The paperman controlled by Pei Mingchun was slightly better, being blotted by the water vapor at a slower rate, but as more and more parts of the paperman were blotted, the paperman gradually slowed down as if he was walking under a heavy load, and finally, the first paperman was unable to walk under a heavy load and collapsed on the ground, transforming into a piece of soaked paper. When Yu Ji saw this, she waved her hand, and the snow mountain diagram floated in mid-air, unfolding slowly. On the snowy mountain diagram, the snowy monster was hidden in the snowy mountains, but with a wave of Yu Ji's hand, the snowy monster in the snowy mountain diagram walked out from the diagram. These snow monsters are oddly shaped. Some are like rabbits, some are like snowmen, some are like snow wolves, and their eyes are like sapphires inlaid with glittering light. Chen Yu's eyes were capable of surveying through falsehood, and she sensed that no matter if it was a snowman or a snow wolf, their bodies were all false, except for that pair of eyes, which contained true life force. As soon as the snow monsters showed up, the temperature all around them lowered with the naked eye, but those present were all cultivators and were able to withstand the cold. With the snow people entering the demonized land, this was already the third batch to explore. Chen Yang, Chen Rue and Chen Ping stood together. all looking nervous as they watched Yuji and the others use many means to explore. Only when the more information is explored, when they enter, the probability of survival is maximized. Chen Rui's expression was quite tense. When he had said goodbye to his wife, Mu Yingying, earlier, he had confidently stated that with the Spirit Abyss sect around, he would definitely be fine. However, Chen Rui understood that relying on anyone was better than relying on himself, and if the situation was urgent, the people from the Spirit Abyss sect might not be able to save themselves in time, so any more caution is warranted. Time passed minute by minute, and due to the clouds blocking their vision, it was difficult for Chen Yang and the others to see exactly what was happening inside when they stood outside. However, the person who manipulated the spells to explore gradually figured out some of the rules of the land of demonization in the process. Elder Song began. The Chen clan land is heavily xenophobic and filled with the power of suicidal force everywhere. However, the Chen clan bloodline is able to circumvent some of the rule strangulation. However, once they come across the demonized people inside, they will go after the Chen bloodline. If you go in with a lamp, you can dispel the dampness. Otherwise the dampness is like a poison that eats away at the bones and corrodes one little by little. Pei Mingchun hurriedly nodded his head and said, "Yes, my paperman was completely destroyed when it was blotted out by the moisture." For his part, Array Master Dong said, "The array laid by the puppets is alright. It can temporarily resist the erosion of the power of the rules, and when we enter, the array can be used as a safe place to hide from danger." This sentence Chen Yang understood. A safe house. When Master Dong formation told everyone in detail where each of the formations were placed, Chen Yang listened extraordinarily attentively. This is a formation tag. As long as you hold it, you can come and go as you please. Formation Master Dong took out a bunch of formation tags and distributed one to everyone. Chen Yang held the formation plate directly in his hand and did not put it into his storage bag at all. He was afraid that when the situation became urgent, he would be too late to use the storage bag. At that moment, Yuji beckoned her hand, and the snow mountain diagram suspended in midair slowly retracted, and in the process of retracting, it also gradually became smaller and smaller, and finally landed in Yuji's hand. Those snow monsters, it seems, can't come back. Just as Chen Yang was lamenting the dangers of this demonized land, Yuji said in a relaxed tone, "Demonized people are not considered difficult to kill. After freezing them, they can be smashed with a single slap. Ice is so, fire, sharp weapons, should be so as well." Listening to Yuji's words, the snow monster she summoned just now had already killed a portion of the demonized people. This news shook everyone's spirits, and they already had some confidence in destroying the land of demonization. "These lanterns, they are all spirit treasures that I have refined. Each of you take one." Elder Song took out another batch of lanterns. This batch of lanterns, no matter the material or the appearance, were much better than the ones held by the puppets before. Chapter 53, Temptation. One light, one person. Chen Yang felt that he had lost contact with the others from the moment he stepped into the land of demonization. However, he was still able to sense Chen Yu's location, surrounded by clouds and mist, before standing outside to see, only feel unable to see the specifics of the inside. Now to come inside, also still cannot see the situation in the distance. The lantern in his hand emitted an orange-red glow, dispelling the clouds around Chen Yang so that he could remain refreshed. Chen Yang walked alone in the clouds and mist for quite a while, seeing neither houses nor silhouettes, and wondering if those demonized people had already been killed by Yuji's snow monsters. At that moment, he felt that there seemed to be something in the demonized land that was attracting Chen Yu, luring him towards a certain direction. Chen Yu stood in place for several breaths before deciding to follow the sensation and go forward to take a look first. A house appeared vaguely in front of him, and Chen Yu carefully identified it, recognizing that it was not the original house of the Chen clan, but one that had been rebuilt. Just halfway through the rebuild, it came to a screeching halt for some reason. Half a house stood there, adding to the desolation. "Little girl, are you hungry? I'll make fish for you to eat." At this moment, an old man poked out half of his body from the hall that had no wooden door installed. He was a little hunched over, due to a sarcoma high up on his back that was pressing down on him so that he couldn't straighten up. Chen Yu raised the lantern high, causing the light to shine on the man. Not only did the man have a sarcoma on his back, but the rest of his body had sarcomas, large and small. That looked horrible. This person, Chen Yu did not recognize. Rushing to communicate with a demonized person would definitely lead to an untoward encounter. So Chen Yu ignored him and turned around. Half of that man's body, always hidden in the shadows of the room, saw Chen Yu leave. Chen Yu did not turn around, but her hand quickly threw a stack of fire cloud talismans towards the back. After the fire cloud talisman burst open, the sky was covered in flames, instantly burning down half of the house. The house quickly collapsed, but the ugly-looking person inside let out an odd cry. And then the entire person leapt out from the flames. Only then did Chen Yu see the half of his body that he had been hiding, and it turned out that the lower half of his body was, in fact, a fish tail. The tail of that fish was black, the scales had fallen off in some places, and in others there were rotting wounds that oozed yellow-green slime. The fishy stench came to his nose, and in this stench, there was also a hidden poisonous gas. Even if it was a cultivator, if he smelled it for a long time, he would be poisoned and fall down. However, Chen Yu was the body of a jade person, not afraid of poisonous gas. Her hand already had an additional ice spirit sword. A sword was made as fast as lightning. The moment she withdrew her sword, the half-man half-fish that was flying up smashed heavily on the ground, and even smashed the ground out of a shallow pit. There was a line of blood on that half-man, half-fish's body. Chen Yu's sword had split him in half. Chen Yu snapped his fingers, and a fire cloud talisman floated onto the corpse. Then instantly the flames burst into flames, incinerating the corpse. Chen Yu was just about to leave when he sensed an abnormality. He stared at the incinerated half-man, half-fish, only to see his eyes open in the firelight. The light in those eyes was actually awake and with relief. Beware, Huang Yi. The voice was hoarse and vague, and Chen Yu discerned it for a long time before vaguely understanding it. It is said that a man's words are good when he is about to die, but the words of a demonized man should not be believed in their entirety. Huang Yi? Who's Huang Yi? Chen Yu frowned. As a side branch of the Chen clan, Chen Yang couldn't be familiar with all the people in his own clan, let alone the Huang clan. Chen Yu didn't think much about it and continued to walk towards the front. And not long after, she heard the sound of a fight ringing out. She followed the sounds of the fight, but she saw Chen Rui fighting a demonized person. Huang Lin, you jeopardized my grandfather's life and killed my clan members. I will not share the same fate with you. The gun in Chen Rui's hand kept making out as the enemies met each other. Chen Yu could tell from the reddish aura that glowed from the head of the gun that the material of the gun was made of the finest red inferno iron ore. The demonized man who fought with Chen Rui was not a fishtail, but one of his arms was broken and his body was covered in black spots. He was unarmed and kept dodging. Chen Rui's gun was fast, but he dodged even faster. And gradually, Chen Rui's gasping became ragged. He didn't know what tragic scene he saw, and suddenly shouted hysterically, "No!" Immediately afterward, Chen Rui began to go berserk, and the gun in his hand lost its target, stabbing in a flurry. At this time, the body of the demonized person who was covered with black spots suddenly turned into black mist little by little, resembling a black python that quietly wrapped itself around Chen Rui. Oops! The sword in Chen Yu's hand quickly stabbed away. A sword stabbed on the black mist. The black mist instantly suffered great damage. The thunder power of the divine heavenly sword technique, as well as the ice damage that came with the ice spirit sword, caused the black mist to twist painfully, and then it dispersed a little bit. Chen Yu looked around vigilantly, knowing that the demonized person had not died just now, but had escaped. Chen Rui was hit by the backstabbing and was still frantic at this time. His eyes were red and full of grief, as if he was seeing the image of the Huang clan members slaughtering the Chen clan members. Chen Yu took out a Qingyan Dan from his storage ring, which was a gift from Li Yuzhu and could detoxify the poison. Chen Yu controlled the frenzied Chen Rui with one hand and fed him the Qingyan Dan, which melted in his mouth and had a remarkable medicinal effect. Within a short time, Chen Rui gradually came to his senses from the demonic barrier, and he swallowed his saliva as he looked at the heavenly beautiful sovereign's disciple in front of him. Chen Yang. Chen Rui's voice was hoarse as he tentatively shouted. Chen Yu looked at him and didn't say a word. Chen Rui slowly straightened up. He looked around for a second, already knowing in hindsight that he had just narrowly escaped death, and it was the young girl in front of him that saved him. That face of the young girl, Chen Rui would never forget even in death, because he had scrutinized it when he entered the qi refining stage. He stopped testing the waters and said, "I am asking, where is your brother Chen Yang? I hope that there will be no more casualties among our Chen clan." Chen Yu pursed her lips and laughed lightly. Previously when they were outside, Chen Rui did not look at Chen Yu more than once, and was focused on catching up with Chen Yang, Chen Ping and the others. Chen Yang thought that Chen Rui did not see anything. The original. Chen Yang recalled that 3 years ago, when he was in the caves of Qingchui Mountain, Chen Rui took away the marriage certificate but gave him the family secret treasure. I didn't realize that after 3 years, Chen Rui still has the same initial goal. The immortal cultivation world was full of people who were at war with each other and selfish people, but Chen Yang felt that he was really lucky. My brother Chen Yang, he's in a safe place. You don't have to worry about him. Let's go forward together. Chen Yu looked towards Chen Rui and extended an invitation. Chen Rui nodded his head as he gripped the gun in his hand tightly, observing the surroundings more and more cautiously. Chapter 54, The Third Ant. Chen Yang was indeed safe, and after he found a safe house, he pondered for a moment and decided to hide in the safe house for a while. The evergreen technique cultivated by Chen Yang could raise the grade of the spirit plant, but not the battle power. He already knew through Chun Yu's side of the perspective that the demonized person had strange methods and could not be defended against. Thus, it was better for him to be careful and properly meddle a bit. That was responsible for his own life. It was said that heroes see the same thing. Chen Yang chose to go. Chen Ping also chose to go. Even he didn't want to enter the land of demonization at all. After he was forced to enter, he went straight to the nearest formation, intending to hide in the formation all the time and wait for the patriarch and the rest to come out only after they had eradicated all the demonized people. However, the two of them, Chen Yang and Chen Ping, were not hiding in the same formation, or else they would have been able to natter on for a few moments. At this time, Fonijian had already attacked the yellow dragon straight away and killed anyone he saw. Those demonized people each had their own weirdness, but Fonijian didn't care. He stabbed his sword and was able to cause the demonized person's flesh and blood to crumble, and then with a fire talisman, he completely eradicated the demonized person. Fonijian was like killing a chicken and slaughtering a dog, heading towards the place where there was movement, and under a single glance, the sword move had already been made. His sword was fast and overbearing. Other people's swords would only leave a wound on the enemy's body after stabbing them, but his sword could cause the enemy's flesh and blood to instantly disintegrate. After a sword thrust, the enemy's tendons and veins were destroyed and his 5 organs were seriously injured. Wan Liang, the peak master of Sword Peak, had once commented that his sword technique was extremely heavy on killing, but lacked beauty. Fonijian was also a disciple of Sword Peak, but his master was not Wan Liang. He was raised by his master since he was a child. Thus the relationship between master and disciple was extraordinarily good. After Fonijian's master fell, because of the secret method of soul transmigration, the divine soul was hidden in the back of the mountain. But the divine soul was seriously injured and was in danger of dispersing at any time. So Fonijian used all sorts of means to stabilize his master's divine soul. He had been staring at this place of demonization for 3 long years, and now it was time to harvest. Fonijian killed people on sight, but Elder Song had the leisure to teach his disciples. Elder Song was bringing Pei Jing along with him into the land of demonization, so the two of them didn't separate as Elder Song said. You've probably heard of all the things you've seen and heard about the land of demonization, but each demonized land, that's different. Feel it carefully, and then tell me what qualities it has. This place of demonization. Pei Jing looked around, frowning in thought, trying to identify the qualities. The so-called trait is the most unique thing, something that can distinguish it from other demonized places. For example, the rules first explored by the Chun clan land were that you could not enter during the day. You could enter at night, and you needed to carry a lantern when you entered, etc. But in fact, many demonized lands had the same rules. Therefore, this would not be considered a trait of the Chen clan land. Pei Jing was walking on one side, carrying a lantern on the other. The lantern in his hand was different from the others. It was a lantern that he had refined for a long time, and the flames in the lantern had become a manifestation of his emotions. Pei Jing didn't find the qualities of the Chen clan's land, and Elder Song didn't rush him. The master and disciple slowly walked towards the very center. Someone of Elder Song's strength. As soon as he came in, he detected the location of the jewel. That gem, it seems, is deliberately drawing people forward. Yuji also sensed the direction of the jewel, but instead of heading towards the jewel, she followed her previous memories and headed towards a place. It didn't take long for Yuji to find what she was looking for. Sprinkled on the ground in front of them were sapphires that resembled eyeballs. Yuji bent down and picked up these sapphires. The gems have lost their luster and look like they are dusty. But Yuji didn't dislike it, but put away the sapphires one by one. The reason why those snow monsters she was manipulating were lifelike was because of these special eyes. As long as these eyeballs were not destroyed, the snow monsters she manipulated would be able to appear in a steady stream. After collecting all the eyeballs, Yuji then flew towards the location where the jewel was without slowing down. Numerous demonized people had fallen under Fonijian's sword. In the depths of the Chen clan's land, where there was an ordinary grass hut, in the grass hut, there were lamps emitting an orange-red glow. A woman was sitting at a table, sewing a child's garment, and she looked peaceful, like countless ordinary mothers. Next to the table and chairs, there was a wooden bed with a slightly raised quilt, like a child was sleeping there. The woman looked tenderly toward the wooden bed as she sewed her garment. This scene is so ordinary that there is nothing unusual about it. However, strangely enough, Fonijian, Dong Formation Master, Chun Yu, Chen Rui, Yu Ji, and Elder Song's master and disciple had all arrived in front of this grass hut, but as if they didn't know about the others' presence, they didn't greet each other at all. Even Chun Yu didn't see the abnormality, and just assumed that he and Chen Rui were the first ones to arrive here. Chen Yu wanted to walk into the grass hut, but Chen Rui pulled her back. Chen Rui stared intently at the woman in the room and said in a deep voice, "She is my third Aunt Huang Yi. The Yellow Clan. But then again, she was her third aunt, the mother of her cousins. Yi Wong. Chen Yu's eyes widened slightly, looking more and more closely at Huang Yi inside the room. Although Huang Yi was dressed as a woman, she was actually not old. Cultivators were good at taking care of their faces, and they would not be too ugly until the moment when their qi and blood were exhausted. Chen Rui took a deep breath and said to Chen Yu, "I'll go in and take a look, and if anything goes wrong, you can then make a timely move." Chen Yu nodded her head. As long as it was within her ability, she would definitely not let Chen Rui lose his life. The moment Chen Rui stepped into the grass hut, Feng Yijian's sword had already made a move. It was just a sword thrust, but it did not hit any target. Looking again at the woman inside the house, she was still sewing her clothes with a peaceful expression. Feng Yijian frowned, guessing that it's probably an illusion, but the aura of the jewel, again, was actually emanating from the house. The feeling that the treasure was right in front of his eyes, but he could never get it, caused Feng Yijian to become anxious. Chen Rui was not anxious, but he had mixed feelings. Along the way, he encountered several demonized people. Those demonized people, each of their bodies changed, but the third ant in front of her still seemed to be the same as before, without any changes. Chen Rui stood in front of the table and decided to speak. Third ant. Huang Yi's motion of sewing her clothes gave a start. She looked up. The corners of her mouth blossomed into a gentle smile and her voice was sweet. "It's a Rui who's here. You're here to look for Shenger, right? He's playful and still sleeping." Chen Rui's gaze, then, couldn't help but look at the wooden bed next to him. Although the quilt on the wooden bed was bulging, as if someone was sleeping under the quilt, Chen Rui knew that his own cousin, Chen Shang, was not in the habit of doing so. He walked over and tried to lift the covers. Just before his hand touched the covers, he jerked back to his third aunt, only to see that third aunt had already put down the clothes she was sewing in her hands and was looking at him with a smile on her face, as if she was waiting for him to lift the quilt. Chapter 55, Trapped. A black mist slowly gathered into a ball and finally materialized into a person. The man was missing his right arm and covered in black spots. His gloomy eyes looked towards the hut and then towards the edge of the demonized land. This person was Huang Lin, the head of the Huang clan, who was at the early stage of foundation establishment before he was demonized. Huang Lin was considered a heavenly pride in the many immortal cultivation families around the southwest, and on the strength of the family's expertise in breeding spirit fish, the Huang family was quite wealthy, and had bought a mid-grade foundation establishment pill early, and after Huang Lin took it, he smoothly advanced to the foundation establishment stage. It's just that the more heavenly, the harder it is to accept one's own mediocrity. Huang Lin stepped into the foundation establishment stage when he was 32 years old, but until he was 56 years old, he was still in the early foundation establishment stage and his strength hadn't progressed an inch. Foundation establishment stage cultivators, who possessed a lifespan of over 200 years and were in their 50s, were actually still considered to have a promising future. But Huang Lin was getting more anxious by the day. More than 2 decades of not advancing an inch have shown him that his talent may stop there. Until one day, a Huang clan female cultivator who had married into the Chen clan sent a message back, saying that there was something unusual about the red flame mining vein owned by the Chen clan, and that the red flame iron ore that had recently been mined was of a better quality than before, and that it was estimated that there was an extreme red flame iron ore in the depths of the vein. Along with this news that had reached Huang Lin's ears was the news that the Chen clan had a secret treasure. That Huang's female cultivator hadn't seen the secret treasure with her own eyes, but she had heard a sentence or two from her drunken husband, and it was said that after getting the secret treasure, her strength could be greatly improved. Huang Lin hadn't advanced an inch in more than 20 years, and had been pondering day after day on how to improve his strength, and now that he had heard these 2 pieces of news, where else could he sit still? Bearing in mind that the 2 families are intermarried, Huang Lin paid a visit to the door and asked the Chen family secret treasure, although the Chen old dog did not admit it. But Huang Lin, through the Chen old dog's look, guessed that the secret treasure, for real. After determining this, Huang Lin secretly joined forces with several other clans in the southwest area and decided to launch an extermination attack on the Chen family together, and the mineral veins owned by the Chen family would be divided equally among the several families in the future. Of course, Huang Lin hadn't told the other families about the Chen family having a secret treasure, and he intended to keep it all to himself. However, man's plans were not as good as heaven's plans. And on the second day after the destruction of the Chen clan, the land of the Chen clan underwent a mutation and fell into the land of demonization. All the people present at that time were trapped in the land of demonization and were not allowed to go out. At first, they were sane and were able to communicate with their clansmen who were outside through the night. Huang Lin instructed his clansmen to guard the portals. He was worried that after the news of his entrapment got out, the other immortal cultivation clans, like he had done to the Chen clan, would exterminate the Huang clan as well, encroaching on their territory. As time passed, Huang Lin was the first to perceive a mutation in his body. He actively searched for the cause of the mutation and tried to save himself, but who knew that a Huang clan female cultivator who had married into the Chun clan had attacked him and chopped off one of his arms when he was unprepared. Subsequently, that Huang's female cultivator disappeared. If time could be turned back, then Huang Lin hoped that Huang clan female cultivator had really disappeared completely, because every time that Huang clan female cultivator appeared, the Huang clan members who had come into contact with her would undergo serious mutations. First of all, their bodies would mutate, and later, their sanity would gradually become unclear. The bottom of Huang Lin's eyes as he looked toward the thatched hut hid a hint of fear. He didn't dare to approach and only wanted to flee. He had a premonition that the knot that trapped him was about to open. He took one step towards the edge of the boundary, thinking that once the boundary opened, he must be the first to rush out. With all the blood food out there, he'll definitely be able to increase his strength. In the hut, Chen Rue and his third aunt Huang Yi looked at each other. Huang Yi smiled gently. "Ah, Rue, you quickly lift the quilt and tell Shenger to get up." Chen Rue had already noticed the abnormality. Where would he lift the quilt again? He even wanted to take a step back, intending to leave. Only, Chen Rue was shocked in his heart as he realized that his feet seemed to be nailed to the ground, making it difficult to move an inch. His hand, moreover, was reaching out bodily toward the quilt, as if to lift it. Chen Rue's face was full of resistance, and his eyes struggled to look towards the door of the hut, trying to ask Chen Yu for help. But Chen Yu stood there, motionless, and didn't seem to notice his abnormality. As his fingers touched the quilt, Chen Rue only felt a stabbing pain in his fingertips, and with all his strength, he still couldn't control his body, and could only watch as the quilt lifted off, revealing the two burned skeletons inside. The skeleton was pitch black, but the moment the quilt was lifted, the heads of the two skeletons turned towards Chen Rue, seemingly staring at him. This, Chen Rue backed up a mouthful of cool air. This is, his cousin? Pearl? You child, why are you so naughty? Running to sleep in your brother's bed again. Quickly get up, your lobby brother is here to see you. Huang Yi's voice was as gentle as water, as if in her eyes, what was lying on the bed was not two pitch-black skeletons, but her pair of children, and those two skeletons, along with Huang Yi's words, slowly got up, seeming to really get up and get ready to play with lobby brother. Watching the two skeletons lunge towards him, Chen Rue was filled with despair. Chen Yu stood outside the thatched hut, and she couldn't help but frown as she watched Chen Rue and Huang Yi talking happily inside the house. Is Chen Rue that good at chatting? In her impression, Chen Rue, being the most talented cultivator of the Chen family and the first grandson of the family head, had always been a lonely and arrogant person, and would never have chatted with someone for so long. Could it be that Chen Rue, who chose to eat soft food, had also changed his temperament drastically, becoming good at chatting with women? Chen Yu slandered in his heart, while sensing that the gem of the demonized land was calling him forward. What are you going to do? Is it reduced to sustenance? Or, Chen Yu took a step into the hut, and Huang Yi and Chen Rue, who were in the hut, looked towards her at the same time. Ah, Rue, this girl is so beautiful. Is she your confidant? Huang Yi smiled gently and invited Chen Yu to sit down. Chen Yu did not sit down, but raised the lantern in his hand, causing the candlelight to shine on Huang Yi's face. Under the light, Huang Yi's expression became more and more gentle. She put the tools for sewing clothes aside and took the teapot and teacups, ready to pour tea for Chen Yu to drink. The sword in Chen Yu's hand, however, stabbed out extremely quickly, and with such a close distance, the ice spirit sword arrived in an instant, completely disappearing into Huang Yi's body and splitting her body in two. The scene in front of him was like a faded piece of drawing paper, rapidly collapsing. In just a blink of an eye, Chen Yu realized that he was already standing outside of the hut, while inside the hut, Huang Yi and Chen Rue were still talking to each other. Mirage? Chen Yu was surprised in her heart, but she didn't think much about it, and with a lantern in one hand and a sword in the other, she once again entered the hut. This time, under a single glance, she made a direct move. Only, the moment Huang Yi was stabbed by her, the scene in front of her eyes was once again like faded drawing paper, rapidly collapsing. Chapter 56, Holding a Grudge. Outside the hut, Yushi sacrificed her innate magic treasure, the snow mountain diagram, and immediately there was a steady stream of snow monsters, coming out of the snow mountain diagram and heading towards the hut. Outside the hut, Formation Master Dawn was setting up a formation, intending to trap the demonized person in the hut through the formation. Outside the hut, Elder Song had a golden light covering his body, and he ordered Pei Jing to wait outside the hut while he himself stepped into the hut. Outside the hut, after Fomi Jian had made several sword strikes to no avail, he resolutely discarded the lantern in his hand and carried his sword towards the hut. The moment he dropped the lantern, the scene changed in his eyes. Jian saw the endless moisture encroaching towards him, and saw the woman in the hut lose her smile and look at him with her eyes turning cold. Jian had sword chi vibrating all over his body, and the sword in his hand seemed to be emitting some sort of silent frequency, making it difficult for the damp chi to get close to him. He took one step towards the hut, and the woman in the hut, too, looked as if she was facing a great enemy and was facing her with a straight face. Chen Yang, who was hiding in the formation, was not able to know all of these changes. He could only detect a big abnormality in that Huang Yi's body through Chen Yu's perspective. Chen Yu kills Huang Yi again and again, but after Huang Yi dies, it is as if time resets and returns to the beginning. What should be broken? Chen Yang frowned. He felt that he should find a key node, but what was that node? While pondering, Chen Yang discovered a ghostly figure. The man transformed into a puff of black mist at times, and at other times into a human form, heading towards the edge of the demonized land. Huang Lin? Chen Yang recognized this person. Chen Rui had almost been poisoned by this person before. When Chen Yang's mind moved, a black seed was added to his fingertips. He threw the seed out of the formation, and the black seed, little by little, took root and sprouted, growing black vines. This black vine had no leaves and was not the least bit conspicuous in the darkness of the night. As Chen Yang had guessed, this black vine obtained from the Black Water Lake was indeed able to grow in the demonized land, and all that moisture, rules, and so on, had no effect on it. Chen Yang maneuvered the black vines and quietly trailed along the way as he wondered what exactly Huang Lin wanted to do. Do demonized people have sanity or not? Do they do things with a purpose, or without a purpose? The demonized people Chen Yang had seen. One was the one with the strange fish tail, one was Huang Lin, and the other was Huang Yi. These three, each different. Those with strange fishtails had the worst mutations and appeared to have no sanity left. Huang Lin is missing an arm, covered in black spots, and has bizarre abilities, but today he seems to have some sanity. As for that Huang Yi, there was no abnormality in her body, but it was the biggest abnormality in the entire land of demonization. Huang Lin came to a halt after arriving at the edge of the demonized land, and he looked out, his eyes filled with longing. Those who had intruded into the land of demonization had already been attracted over by Huang Yi, and now this place was the safest instead. Huang Lin thought smugly. Through the blocking clouds, Huang Lin was vaguely able to see people walking back and forth outside, and he revealed a salivating smile. All of these people were about to be his blood meal. The one guarding the outside was none other than Pei Ming-chun. He stood guard outside with a team of men to receive them, so that once the people from the Spirit Abyss sect eradicated the demonized land, he could take over the management of this place and clean everything up. Pei Ming-chun looked at the gross moon hanging in the sky with a somewhat heavy heart. His son had just built his foundation and followed Elder Song into the land of demonization, which had to make him worried. Pei Ming-chun approached the edge of the demonized land several times, and left again because he didn't make up his mind. He didn't realize that these actions of his had caused Huang Lin to salivate, and if he really stepped into the land of demonization, he was afraid that the next moment he would be grabbed by Huang Lin and devoured. Chen Yang sensed Huang Lin's state through the black vines. Noticing Huang Lin's attention, drawn to the people outside, he thought to himself, this is a perfect time. The black vines grew slowly behind Huang Lin, growing longer and longer, and finally acting like a long rope. Just as Huang Lin's attention was, once again, attracted by the people outside, the black vines suddenly burst forth, swiftly bundling towards Huang Lin. Sensing the danger, Huang Lin's body immediately transformed into a cloud of black mist and drifted away. The black vine didn't stop attacking even after it lost its target. It kept on pumping the black mist, and every time it pumped, the black mist would be partially less. Chen Yang eeped, only to realize that some tiny suction cups had appeared on the black vines, and it was these suction cups that had swallowed up the black mist. That's a lot of one thing and one thing only. Chen Yang was in a great mood. Huang Lin was the culprit for the extermination of the Chen clan, and if he was able to kill Huang Lin himself, it would be considered as revenge for the blood relatives of the family. With the intention of killing Huang Lin, Chen Yang manipulated the black vines to keep attacking the black mist that Huang Lin had transformed into. Huang Lin also sensed that the black mist state couldn't deal with the black vines, so he once again transformed into a human being, only for the black vines to lurk around, suddenly tripping his feet or binding his body from time to time. Not long after, Huang Lin was already in a sorry state. Chen Yang hid in the formation and injected all of his spiritual energy into the black vines. He was now at the great perfection of chi refining. His spiritual energy was thick, and the black vines instantly skyrocketed and became thicker. Just as the black vines were about to kill Huang Lin, a mournful cry suddenly rang out. His life is mine. It's mine. With this mournful cry, the illusion of the hut instantly dissipated. Huang Yi's face had lost its gentle smile as she rushed towards the fringes of the demonized land in a murderous rage. The moment the illusion dissipated, Chunyu was able to see Yu Ji and the others. Everyone looked at each other, but then they rushed towards the edge of the demonized land. The rest of the people didn't know exactly what had happened, but Chunyu naturally knew, so she still had the leisure to check around. But she didn't find Chen Rui's figure. Where's Chen Rui? Where did he go? After hearing that cry, Chen Yang instead struck faster, manipulating the black vines and tying Huang Lin into a dumpling, simulating a python strangling its prey to death. Just at the critical moment, Huang Yi rushed over, and she kicked at the black vines. The black vines immediately dispersed and quickly moved away. Huang Yi looked down at the dying Huang Lin with a terrible expression on her face. You forced me to kill a pair of my sons and daughters by hand. This revenge, I've always remembered it in my heart. You can't die. You must die in my hands. You know what? Why are you the only one still sane and rational? Because I want to make you suffer more. You know what? Why didn't I kill you the first time? That's because I wanted you to die when you were happiest. Huang Yi pointed at the edge of the demonized land and laughed hideously. Your life, it's been in my hands all this time. The moment you escape, that's the moment you die. Chapter 57, Eating Him. Although Huang Yi was a member of the Huang clan, since she had married into the Chen family, she had been in harmony with her husband and had given birth to a pair of sons and daughters, which was quite a good life for her who had no ambition. Only, suddenly one day, the Huang family had brought people to kill in. They killed her husband without saying a word, saw her protecting a pair of children, and forced her to kill her own son by hand, and if she didn't kill her own son by hand, they would kill her together. Under the compulsion of the clansmen, in the choice between life and death, Huang Yi only felt that her head was blank, and when she came back to her senses, she saw her own pair of sons and daughters, who had already been buried in the fire. From the moment she handily killed her own son, Huang Yi was tormented. At one moment she wanted to live, and at another she wanted to follow her husband's child to death. Until, when the mutation occurred, Huang Lin, who was at the early stage of foundation establishment cultivation, thought that he was the first person to notice the mutation. But in fact, the first person to notice the mutation was not him, but Huang Yi. After Huang Yi swallowed the crystal clear seed, she died. Countless roots spread and grew within her body before a white flower bloomed at her chest. The flower is budding, and when it completely blooms, it is the time when the land of demonization is completely integrated into the outside world. And at that time, all the demonized people can rush out to kill each other, and those who mistakenly enter the land of demonization will all be reduced to sustenance. Huang Yi sat beside Huang Lin, took his hand and said with a gentle expression, "Haven't you been looking for your son? I'll let you go see him now, okay?" When the sound of chewing rang out, Chen Yang, who was hiding in the formation, could not help but suck in a mouthful of cool air. He saw that Huang Yi looked like she was savoring a delicious snack, eating well, only to eat while looking over towards where Chen Yang was. This glance caused Chen Yang's hairs to stand up and sweat. Obviously, there was a formation blocking his sight, but he felt that Huang Yi had really seen him. "Formation Master Dong, your formations should be reliable," Chen Yang muttered, ready to escape at any time. Fortunately, at this time, Yu Ji and the others had already arrived, but just like before, they clearly saw Huang Yi right in front of them, but they still couldn't attack her. She seemed unreal and real. How did this happen? Pei Jing was less knowledgeable and immediately asked Elder Song beside him. Elder Song stroked his beard and pondered for a moment before saying, "In the land of demonization, any mutation is possible, and all the mutations are in the same vein as the treasures nurtured by the land of demonization. Through the mutations of the demonized people, one would be able to roughly guess the purpose of the treasures. Through our previous explorations, we guessed that the treasures of the Chun clan's land could enhance the divine soul, and if that's true, then the woman in front of us might just be her divine soul, because it was a divine soul. That's why it gave the impression of being out of reach. It is indeed a divine soul." Yu Shi gave a definite answer. From her storage ring, she took out a spiritual treasure, which was a yin and yang gourd that could detain souls and refine them. Foni Jian held his sword and stood. There was a hint of relief in his heart. So it was a divine soul. No wonder his sword was useless against her attacks, but such a divine soul was rare for him to see. When the yin-yang gourd appeared, Huang Yi's gaze became icy cold. But then, she laughed softly in mockery. After taking revenge, a trace of pleasure appeared on Huang Yi's face. She stood up and walked towards Yu Ji and the others step by step. Every step she took, one more Huang Yi appeared. Not long after, there were already dozens of Huang Yi. Chen Yang slightly widened his eyes. This is the shadow diversion technique? His eyes moved through the countless Huang Yis, trying to find Huang Yi's main body. But soon, he knew that all of Huang Yi was real and not illusory. The moment Huang Yi left the hut, Chunyu also instinctively chased towards Huang Yi. But soon, she realized that Chen Rui was gone. After pondering for a moment, she finally decided to turn back, intending to go to Chen Rui, or rather, she intended to follow the tug in her heart and continue to look for the jewel of the Chen clan's land. Although Huang Yi was gone, the direction that the curl had guided her to remained the same. Chen Yu was the body of a jade man, and Chen Yang was a true member of the Chen clan, but that pull was something that only Chen Yu had. Since Chen Yang didn't have it, then Chen Rui and Chen Ping, odds were, didn't have it either. Chen Yu walked all the way towards the front, and soon realized that she was walking to this side of the red flame iron mine. This is the family's important place, usually guarded, cannot let people go in and out at will. However, now that the family had been destroyed and the entire clan land had been reduced to a demonized land, naturally there would no longer be anyone here to guard it. Chen Yu followed the tug and walked in through the mine. Chen's family has been based in the southwest for hundreds of years, and this red flame iron mine has been mined for hundreds of years, so there are many holes in the mine, crisscrossing the area, making it easy for people who are not familiar with it to get lost inside. But Chen Yu didn't have this worry, because she just needed to follow the pull in her heart and move forward. It was just that as she walked forward, she was distracted to keep an eye on her surroundings, so that she could escape immediately in case she encountered something untoward. Suddenly, inside one of the mines, a faint sound rang out, and Chen Yu immediately pricked up his ears to listen. Eldest brother, why did Grandpa give up his life to save you, but not Pearl and Shanger? Were Zhuer and Shanger misbehaving? Brother is stupid. Big cousin is well qualified and is the future head of the family. So, just save him and not us? We're poorly qualified, so we deserve to die? Brother, why don't we eat Lobby brother? And when we eat him, maybe our qualifications will get better too. Pearl's right, eat him. In Chen Yu's mind, the images that Chen Yang had seen instantly surfaced, and she glanced at the mind that had made the noise, and then at the mind that had dragged her forward. After a few seconds of thought, she brought her sword up and ran towards the mind that had made the noise. The lantern in her hand, emitting light that illuminated the square inches, caused Chen Yu to vaguely see that there were indeed 3 people standing in front of her. Only when he came closer did Chen Yu realize that it wasn't 3 people, but a man and 2 skeletons. Chen Rui seemed to be mesmerized. The whole person seemed to be demented, standing there motionless, letting the 2 skeletons go up and down on him. Chen Yu finally breathed a sigh of relief after seeing that Chen Rui was still not missing an arm or a leg. The mother of these 2 children came down fast and furious, but it was good to know that children are children after all, and they are much slower to strike. Just as he thought so, the 2 skeletons suddenly said sternly at the same time, "How did you find your way here?" Chapter 58, A Full Meal. Chen Yu instantly realized that those 2 skeletons were not the divine souls of the 2 children, but Huang Yi's. This Huang Yi's shadow diversion technique is really powerful. She only had 1 bilocation, but this Huang Yi had countless bilocations. Those 2 skeletons immediately let go of Chen Rui and killed towards Chen Yu. Chen Yu stood there, motionless, even the sword in his hand was sheathed. Since she already knew that the skeleton was Huang Yi's divine soul, what else did she have to fear? Now that Master, Elder Song, and the others, were on Huang Yi's side, the only person in the entire mine was Chen Rui, who had lost his mind. Such a great time to be full. Chen Yu let go of her inner confinement as she opened her mouth and sucked in, and the 2 skeletons suddenly became twisted, as if they were jelly, and were sucked into Chen Yu's mouth. Skeletons are only appearances, and the divine soul is an illusory existence. Eating 2 divine souls in 1 bite, Chen Yu only felt his body warm. As early as when she was at the Blackwater Lake, she was horny in the face of the many trickster things, but because she knew that her master was hiding in the shadows, she didn't dare to show her abnormality. Now, finally, it's addictive. In just a single glance, Chen Yu had finished off Huang Yi's 2 divine soul splits, and at the same time she finished off her divine soul splits. Huang Yi, who was far away from the fringe area, also sensed it, and she hissed up to the sky as she flew towards the mine cave. Jewel, Sun Jia. Seeing that a group of Huang Yi had all run away, Yu Ji and the others looked at each other. It wasn't until just now that they realized that there was another rule in the Chen clan land, and that was that spiritual treasures were invalid. The yin-yang gourd that Yu Ji had taken out was originally an excellent spiritual treasure to deal with divine souls, but when it was in use, it could not be utilized at all. If he used a sharp weapon, it would be difficult to kill Huang Yi. After them, Yu Ji's face did not look good as she noticed that Chen Yu was not here. Earlier, when she was in the hut, she clearly saw Chen Yu, but it wasn't until this moment that she realized that Chen Yu hadn't followed her. Just as the crowd was about to go after them, Formation Master Dong suddenly said to Chen Yang, who was hiding in the formation, "The formation is gradually failing. If you're scared, you can try to see if you can get out of here." After saying that, Array Master Dong flew away. When Shen Yang heard this, he realized why Huang Yi had glanced at himself earlier. It was probably because the formation had failed and he had already been discovered by Huang Yi. Since the formation had already failed, Chen Yang immediately left from the formation and attempted to leave the land of demonization. It was only when he arrived at the fringe and prepared to leave that he realized that the void in front of him had already slabbed over, making it impossible to leave. The next moment, the black vines grew in place, and under the surge, a large number of black vines resembled cocoons, wrapping Chen Yang. Go, or he's the most go. Chen Yang had quite a few spiritual treasures on his body and was also ready to activate them at any time. But naturally, these spiritual treasures could not be utilized here. Good thing he had the Vine of Supreme Darkness. The Vine of Supreme Darkness was his new name, corresponding to the 10,000 years green vine. This Vine of Supreme Darkness was like a native crop of the demonized land. Unaffected by the humidity and rules, it still maintained its battle power, and it could devour divine souls. So it could be said that it could do anything with physical and magical attacks. If it works, it's on. Although Chen Yang was meticulously inside the cocoon formed by the Vine of Supreme Darkness, his entire mind was focused on Chen Yu's side. He had Chen Yu's perspective, and Chen Yu naturally had his. So knowing that Huang Yi had already rushed towards the mine, Chen Yu couldn't be bothered to pay attention to Chen Rui after devouring the two divine souls and ran furiously towards the direction he had previously dragged her to. I don't know how long I've been running, but there was a vague flicker of glittering light in front of me. In the darkness of the mine, a white flower was budding, and when Chen Yu saw it, his body froze and he couldn't move a muscle. There seems to be a dark fragrance in the air that is pleasant to smell. In the unnoticed corners, there were countless tiny roots spreading towards Chen Yu. Chen Yu lowered her eyes and watched as the crystalline roots climbed up her feet and tried to penetrate her body. No! You're mine! You are mine! My Zhuo and Shenger are still waiting for you to be resurrected. Countless Huang Yi rushed in from outside the mine, and instead of attacking Chen Yu, she knelt down in front of the white flower and cried mournfully. Chen Yu felt her feet itching a bit. She moved her feet and crushed those crystal-clear roots with one foot. The white flowers warbled and slowly stretched out a petal. Huang Yi looked like she was possessed, staring at the white flower with a face full of thirst, waiting for it to bloom and open. But what she didn't anticipate was that Chen Yu didn't speak of martial virtues. Rushing over before Yu Ji and the others came over, her small mouth sucked in and instantly swallowed 5 Huang Yi. Chen Yu small hiccups, a look at the other 20 or 30 Huang Yi, Yi kneeling on the ground. Unfortunately, Master and the others are coming. Chen Yu was filled with pity. She didn't panic in the slightest when the crystalline root tried to penetrate her just now. This was because Chen Yang had long since experimented, having burned Chen Yu with the fire of the earth's heart, having the 10,000-year green vine and the vine of supreme darkness attack Chen Yu. But none of the many means had caused Chen Yu to be injured. Curl. It's going to mature. Elder Son's voice rang out, and in the next moment, Fonijian ran towards the clean white flower in an attempt to pluck it. At the same time, the Huanjias kneeling on the ground opened their mouths at the same time, and a sound wave rang out, causing the crowd to feel a paroxysm of pain in their souls. However, Chen Yu might have just swallowed a few Huang Yi and was immune to this sound wave. Knowing what would happen to the jewel of the demonized lands once it matured, she stepped forward with the intention of plucking the white flower. Huang Yi panicked, but didn't bother to attack her, because she knew that this trick of hers couldn't deal with the fairy in front of her. Huang Yi showed a mournful look and prayed bitterly, "Please, give my child a way to live." Is Chen Yu someone who can soften his heart when others beg? Of course not. She reached out and broke it with a forceful attempt to pluck the white flower. At that moment, a light bloomed up, causing the crowd to instantly see the scene inside the mine. On the walls of the mine, the extremely high-grade red flame iron ore emitted a dark red glow, which meant that they were no longer low-grade spirit ores, but high-grade spirit ores. A spirit mine of this grade, even the Spirit Abyss sect would take a second look at it. Chen Yu's attention was also drawn over to the extremely high-grade red flame iron ore set on the wall. She had long pondered forging a sword of her own. Was the Chen clan exterminated because of these extreme red flame iron ore? The Chen clan land would fall to demonization. Also because of these extreme red flame iron ore? This thought surfaced in Chen Yu's mind, but she felt that the two seemed unrelated. Perhaps, it's something to do with yourself? Chen Yu looked down at the white flower, which by this time had already bloomed half of its petals. Quickly seized the gem. We can't let it ripen completely. There were voices urging, and in the midst of the urging, there was a click, and a white flower that had been plucked by Chen Yu. Chapter 59, The Puppet. The solidified wall of air, like glass crashing to the ground, shattered instantly. There was moonlight spilling down, illuminating a deserted area. The black vines faded away like water, and reformed into a black seed that flew down into Chen Yang's hand. Chen Yang felt that the vine of supreme darkness seemed to have grown a few points, and was quite satisfied in his heart. The moment the jewel is removed, everything looks like a water-soaked painting. and the colors begin to flood and fade. In the mine, 20 to 30 Huang Yi dissipated at the same time, and before they dissipated, their resentful gazes stared straight at the clean white flowers in Chen Yu's hands. When the moisture dissipated, the lanterns in the hands of the people glowed, only to become bright, instantly illuminating the entire mine, allowing people to see clearly. Senior, Chen Yu handed Yuji the clean white flower in his hand. Yuji reached out to receive it, but Chen Yu realized that the white flower did not touch Yuji's skin, but rather ingested it through space. Patriarch, Fomijin couldn't hold back, looking towards Yuji with nervousness and excitement. Yuji observed for a moment before saying, "It's a treasure that can reshape the divine soul, and it also contains a hint of spatial power. It's just that from the moment it was plucked, its energy began to dissipate." As soon as Fomijin heard this, he became anxious as he took out a jade box that he had prepared long ago and hurriedly said, "I'll bring it back to the sect." Fomijin was able to fly with his sword and his speed was no slower than a spirit boat. Yuji put the white flowers into the jade box, and laid down the sealing technique, which could block the energy from spilling out. "You return to the clan quickly." "Yes, sir." Fomijin put the jade box into his storage bag. He threw the sword into the air, and that sword body skyrocketed a few points. The person leapt, and already stood on the sword body, and flew away. Elder Song watched Fomijin leave before he had the leisure to teach his disciples. The treasures of the demonized land are not a single thing. There are flowers, fruits, spiritual treasures, and so on. This Chen clan land is not considered to be treacherous. There are some demonized lands where once you get involved, life and death are hard to predict. Pei Jing listened attentively. This was the first demonized land that he had entered, and although his master said that it wasn't considered dangerous, Pei Jing felt that it was already dangerous. Being in the land of demonization, restricted by the rules, one's own strength could not be brought into full play, and before that woman's divine soul, when it launched an attack on them, if it were not for the protection of his master, Pei Jing would only have been poisoned. Thinking this way, Pei Jing felt that his little sister was unusual. It was the youngest sister who found the location of the jewel, and it was the youngest sister who plucked the jewel and eradicated the land of demonization in time. And, just now, the woman's divine soul launched an attack on them, but only did not launch an attack on the little sister. Why is that? Could it be because little sister is a member of the Chen clan? Chen Yu ignored Pei Jing's gaze as she carried her lantern and silently looked ahead. In the depths of the mine, a corpse crouched to the ground, countless roots spreading through her corpse, giving birth to a clean white flower after seizing her nutrients. After the flowers were removed, those crystal-clear rhizomes turned black and decayed little by little. It turned out that Chen Yu was being pulled because she was the new parasitic object, but unfortunately, Chen Yu was a jade body, and those roots were unable to penetrate Chen Yu's body and parasitize on her. A fire talisman floated down, and when it touched the corpse, it instantly erupted into a blazing flame, incinerating the corpse. Unusual corpses needed to be burned for a while, but that corpse was like a dry piece of paper, burning when touched and dissipating quickly in the sea of fire. Looking at the firelight, Chen Yu seemed to see the image of Huang Yi sewing her clothes under the candlelight again. Cozy, serene. Yuji glanced at the extremely high-grade red flame iron ore embedded on the mine wall. She flexed her finger and hooked it towards the outside of the mine, and in the next instant, Chen Yang and Chen Ping instantly came in front of her. Chen Yang was filled with shock, not knowing why he was suddenly uncontrollable, coming from the fringe, all of a sudden, to this mine cave. His gaze was wary as he looked towards Yuji, his mind guessing that perhaps Yuji had done something to him. Yuji noticed his gaze and the corner of her mouth curled up slightly as she pointed at the extremely high-quality red flame iron ore on the mining wall and said, "You guys, go dig." The corners of Chen Yang's mouth twitched, finally realizing the purpose of Yuji summoning them here. Despite the dissatisfaction in his heart, the mine still had to be dug. According to the law of seeing what you see, he should be able to share some of the extreme red flame iron ore as well, right? Chen Yang and Chen Ping obediently went to digging. Pei Jing saw this and also went up to digging together. He and Chen Yang were the same inner disciple. Chen Yang worked and he stood. He always felt that it would be bad. Chen Yu didn't go digging. She looked around before remembering that Chen Rui wasn't here. The appearance of Chen Rui losing his mind earlier surfaced in Chen Yu's mind, and she couldn't help but feel a little worried. "Senior, my clan brother is nearby. I'll go find him," Chen Yu reported and then prepared to go find Chen Rui. Yuji still had a good attitude towards his beloved disciple and said gently, "I'll accompany you to look for it." Elder Song and Formation Master Dong glanced at each other and decided to explore the neighborhood to see if there were any other treasures. The mine was open in all directions, and everyone quickly dispersed. Yuji's hand still carried a lantern, illuminating the dark mine cave in front of him. From these mines, they were also able to find some red flame iron ore. It was just that with the pearl of extreme red flame iron ore in front of them, These ordinary red flame iron ore would not be in the eyes of the crowd. Yuji said as she walked. Your cultivation advancement is extremely fast, but your enlightenment is average. Enlightenment is innate, but it can be slightly changed through acquired learning, and after swallowing heavenly materials. Previously, in order to draw out the forces lurking in the shadows, I utilized the gimmick of you being a heavenly spiritual root to lure out a group of people to come, but it also brought you a certain amount of danger. It made it bad for you to go out and practice at will. When we find your clan brother, you'll sneak out from here while I'll use a puppet to disguise myself as you and return to the clan together. After Yuji finished speaking, she reached out and wiped her hand on her storage ring, a light flashed, and a person almost identical to Chen Yu appeared in front of Chen Yu's eyes. Chen Yu's eyes widened slightly as she stepped forward and touched the puppet, which was cold to the touch. Further associating it with his master's ability, Chen Yu guessed that the puppet was a snow monster. It was just that the previous snow monster, which looked like it was casually piled up, belonged to a crude product, while the puppet in front of him was a finely carved fine product. The golem's eyes were bright and godly, and without a closer look, it was difficult to recognize the difference between the golem and Chen Yu at all. Chen Yu did want to go out and experience. She wanted to ride the wind and waves and see the great mountains and rivers. With her foundation establishment stage cultivation, as well as her Vajra unbreakable body, it was enough to see the winds and rains of the cultivation world. Good, Chen Yu responded. Both master and disciple carried lanterns and walked deeper and deeper down the mine until they saw a man crouching on the ground. The person with a pale face and tightly closed eyes was none other than Chen Rue. Chapter 60, Amnesia. Chen Yang digging has a trick. He does not have a handy tool on him, and digging with his bare hands does not seem to be pushy. So Chen Yang hit the idea of the vine of supreme darkness. A black seed fell to the ground and took root. Then it skyrocketed, and the vines instantly covered half of the mine cave, like octopus tentacles, wrapping towards the extremely high-quality red flame iron ore. These extremely high-grade red flame iron ores, which were fiery red in color and irregularly rectangular in shape, were set on the walls of the mine and looked conspicuous, but it wasn't easy to dig them off the walls of the mine. However, the vine of supreme darkness was not only a good helper for assassination, but also a good helper for digging, and under Chen Yang's manipulation, he soon dug down the most superficial piece of extremely high-grade red flame iron ore. This maneuver of his attracted the attention of Qin Ping and Pei Jing, who watched in fascination, but quickly said, Chen Yang, this mine of yours is and it just happens to be restrained by the red flame iron ore. Chen Yang had also sensed that the vine of supreme darkness had become wilted after touching the extreme red flame iron ore, so he had no choice but to withdraw the vine of supreme darkness and continue to swing his hammer to smash the mine wall. Luckily, it wasn't long before someone came to his rescue. Pei Mingchun had brought people in with haste the moment the demonized land was destroyed, and with Pei Jing sending a message, Pei Mingchun naturally found his way to this side of the mine very quickly. Father, Pei Jing was slightly agitated when he saw Pei Mingchun. Just now, he was having adventures in the land of demonization, pretending to be calm and steady on his face, but in reality, he wanted to talk to his father. Pei Mingchun gave him a soothing look. There were many people around and the father and son didn't speak very freely to each other. Where are Patriarch and Elder Song and the others? Pei Mingchun asked. After Pei Jing replied, he added that the Patriarch had ordered them to dig in this place. Pei Mingchun had prepared for this, and with a wave of his hand, he had his subordinates take out their mining tools and go up to dig. Compared to the old-fashioned techniques of these people, the techniques of Chen Yang's trio could only be evaluated as juvenile. Chen Yang was relieved from the laborious digging and rested against the mine wall for a moment as he felt an emptiness in his body. Previously, he had manipulated the vine of supreme darkness to strangle Huang Lin and the vine of supreme darkness to dig for minerals, resulting in emptying his body of spiritual energy. Although the demonized land had been broken, the surrounding area was extremely barren, with almost no aura to speak of. The spirit vein that belonged to the Qin clan also seemed to have been destroyed because of the demonized land. Chen Yang took out a black fruit from his storage pouch, threw it into his mouth and swallowed it. This was the fruit of the 10,000 years green vine, and after taking it, it was able to immediately replenish the spiritual energy in one's body and restore one's state. Nowadays, in Chen Yang's storage bag, it was the 10,000 years green vine that had the most fruits, and an otherworldly version of the Gourd Warrior story had emptied the 10,000 years green vine stock. Qin Ping came over to Chen Yang's side and saw Chen Yang eating the fruit. He only felt a strange fragrance. His heart was salivating, but he didn't open his mouth to ask for it. Instead, he took out a bottle of elixir and swallowed a pill. Yang, I don't know if Brother Rue is alright? Qin Ping looked in the direction Chen Yu had left and let out a despondent sigh. Chen had been completely destroyed, and now only a few of them were left. Luckily, they all have a bright future ahead of them. Chen Yang also looked over there because he knew that the Patriarch and the others were about to return. When Chen Yu and the others found Chen Rui already had an unstable divine soul and was about to fall. Fortunately, Yuji had stepped in and saved Chen Rui in time. However, Yuji said that Chen Rui's divine soul was damaged, so perhaps he would lose some of his memories. A few moments later, at the turn of the mine, the figures of 3 people appeared. The leader was naturally Yuji, followed by Chen Yu and Chen Rui behind him. Chen Yang controlled himself not to take a closer look at Chen Yu, because he had long known that this Chen Yu was not the same Chen Yu. The real Chen Yu had quietly left from the mine long ago, wearing a misty cloak and familiar with the terrain. She quickly avoided everyone's ears and headed off into the distance. This trip will be like an eagle striking the sky and a fish flying in the shallows. Brother Rui, are you alright? Chen Ping quickly greeted him. He was quite concerned about Chen Rui's situation. Chen Rui's face was pale and his spirit didn't look good. He stared at Chen Ping for a while before he barely recognized him. Chen Rui smiled weakly and said, I'm okay. While they were talking over here, Elder Song and Formation Master Dawn also returned, and when Elder Song saw Yuji's gaze looking towards him, he immediately said, there is nothing unusual in the vicinity. Yuji nodded and said to Pei Mingchun, the Spirit Abyss sect wants 80% of the extreme red flame iron ore, and the rest, you will handle. Pei Mingchun readily agreed. He didn't have the ability to break the demonized land, and now that he was able to obtain 20% of the extreme red flame iron ore, and some ordinary red flame iron ore, it was considered good. Patriarch, everyone has worked hard. Why don't we go ahead and stay in Fengyang City for a few days? Pei Mingchun invited. The southwestern area was not too far away from Fengyang City, and it would only take an hour if he took a spirit boat. Pei Mingchun sincerely wanted to invite Patriarch and the others to Fengyang City as guests. It's just a shame that a piece of his heart was rejected. Yuji said, in a month's time, it will be the day of the clan selection, and with all the chores, it's not convenient to stay for a long time. Pei Mingchun heard this and was filled with disappointment. Elder Song was understanding, as he said to Pei Jing, since you're here, you should go home for a few days, and just come back before the day of the sect selection. Pei Jing was just about to do that and quickly thanked him. As the saying goes, many hands make light work. Soon enough, those people Pei Mingchun brought with him were able to mine the extreme red flame iron ore from the mining wall. Just now, the crowd searched around, only to realize that only this place had extreme red flame iron ore, while the other mines were all ordinary red flame iron ore. Pei Mingchun took out 80% of the extreme red flame iron ore and handed it over to Yuji, who was also generous and gave a piece to each of the Spirit Abyss sect disciples present, and only then did he put the rest into his own storage ring. Chen Yang was in a good mood as he obtained a piece of extreme red flame iron ore, but the one who was in a better mood was still Chen Ping, who didn't expect to be able to receive benefits even though he hadn't put in much effort. While secretly happy, he realized that Chen Rui looked dumbfounded and didn't know what he was thinking about. So Chen Ping touched Chen Yang with his shoulder and said with a squeezed eyebrow, Yang, Rui's like this, he won't be losing his soul, right? Chen Yang was also curious about Chen Rui's state. Yuji said that he might lose some of his memories, but he didn't know if it was true or not. What are the lost memories? Again? Brother Rui, you said before that you were going to go and decimate the Huang clan after breaking the demonized land. Are you still able to go now? Chen Yang picked a topic to ask. Chen Rui's dull face immediately became sharp after hearing these words, and he said with a murderous air, the Huang clan annihilated my entire family, so I should avenge my clansmen's deaths by myself. Good, doesn't look like much memory loss, Chen Yang thought to himself, but the next moment, Chen Rui looked at him and snapped, who are you? Is there anyone alive in the Chen clan besides me? My name is Chen Yang. Besides me, there is my sister and Chen Ping alive. Chen Yang said word by word, during which he stared at Chen Rui without taking his eyes off. He wanted to judge whether Chen Rui had really lost his memory or not through his micro-expressions. Chen Rui frowned and pondered for a moment before he said with a sudden realization, oh, you are the side branch of Chapter 61, Transactions. Chen Yang was also involved in the slaughter of the remaining members of the Huang clan. The Huang clan land is located on the west side of the Hoso Lu River, where the terrain is flat and there are tens of thousands of hectares of good land, and where the river is wide and there are spirit fishes hidden in it. The mortals of the Huang clan made their living by farming and fishing. As for the cultivators of the Huang clan, most of them were of the 3 spiritual roots of water, wood, and earth, and they were good at swimming in the water, and with a flat boat, they were able to go deep into the thin Willow River, and salvage spiritual fish and turtles, as well as aquatic spiritual grasses and other things from the river. In addition to this prolific fine Willow River, there was another spiritual lake in the Huang clan's land, named Spirit Realm Lake, which had a mirror-like surface, but the bottom of the lake was extremely deep, and there were large fish hiding in it. The spirit vein owned by the Huang clan was hidden underneath the Spirit Realm Lake, thus the Huang clan cultivators, All of them lived around the lake. They practiced water-based techniques day in and day out, as well as raising spiritual fish in the lake. The fire burned away the remnants of the body, and the enmity was dispersed. From now on, there will be no more Huang clan in the world, and this rich land will usher in a new master, the Bailey clan. The Bailey clan had long ago put the only remaining Huang clan cultivators under control, so this time, taking revenge was as simple as child's play. Chen Yang stood at the edge of the spirit realm lake and eyed the calm surface of the lake. The breeze whisked by. There were water ripples scattered in a circle. Seems to contain some kind of mysterious rhythms. Bailey Yuan stepped forward and said to Chen Rui, "Now that the Huang clan has been exterminated, the Chen clan's revenge has finally been avenged. Congratulations!" Chen Rui exhaled the turbid air that had been hidden in his chest for 3 years, and he smiled with his eyebrows, feeling a sense of smoothness from the inside out. He looked toward Bailey Yuan and clasped his fists. "Brother Bailey, same joy." Bailey Yuan understood its meaning, and the two of them smiled at each other. Chen Yang didn't get involved in their pleasantries. He kept staring at the spirit realm lake, always feeling that there was something else hidden at the bottom of the lake. It's a feeling that can't be described. He wanted to dive into the bottom of the lake and explore, but there was the Bailey clan watching from near and the clan waiting for his return from afar. The clan's spirit boat was hovering nearby, so Chen Yang couldn't delay for too long. Chen Yang removed his gaze from the spirit realm lake and said to Chen Rui, "Brother Rui, the patriarch and the others are still waiting for me, so it is inconvenient for me to stay for a long period of time, so I will take my leave." Chen Rui said with a gentle expression, "I hope that on the day you and I meet again, we will both be at the foundation establishment cultivation level." Chen Yang smiled in a relaxed mood. He now had an extreme grade foundation establishment pill and a superior grade foundation establishment pill. The matter of foundation establishment could be said to be a done deal. After bidding farewell to Chen Rui, Chen Yang utilized the light body technique and with a single leap, he boarded the spirit boat. As soon as he went up, the spirit boat flew towards the spirit abyss sect. Bailey Yuan looked towards the distant spirit boat, his eyes filled with envy. This Chen clan, which was nearly exterminated by the Huang clan, had produced several heavenly pride. When he looked at Chen Rui again, Bailey Yuan knew that he could not tamper with the portion of spirit fish that belonged to Chen Rui. Otherwise, Muang Ying of the Purple Dan Pavilion, and Shen Yang of the Spirit Abyss sect, would only be afraid that they would not let themselves go. Chen Rui also looked at the distant spirit boat. There was a hint of pain in the depths of his mind. He felt as if he had forgotten something, and as if he had more memories of something. Just what exactly was forgotten and what was more, he couldn't tell for a moment. The spirit boat had already passed the 10,000 heavy mountain, and the demonic beasts and loose cultivators in the mountain had all noticed its movements. Tigers roar in the mountains and forests, and wolves travel thousands of miles. There are monks practicing in their caves and mortals working in the fields. All things in the world, each in its own way, are like the alternation of day and night, yin and yang. That night, an athletic figure quietly sneaked into the Huang clan's land and made its way to Spirit Realm Lake. Bailey Yuan brought a few clansmen to guard this place, but it was because they were all below foundation establishment cultivation, and they could not detect any high cultivators sneaking into it at all. The figure silently dived into the Spirit Realm Lake. The water rippled gently, then returned to calm. The night was obscure under the water, but when Chun Yu took out a lantern, the candlelight in the lantern swayed, emitting an orange-red glow that illuminated the nearby waters. This lantern is a spiritual treasure. Water and fire are not invasive, even underwater. Chen Yu dived all the way down, following the sensation in his heart and heading towards a certain place. The surface of the Spirit Realm Lake was undisturbed, but the bottom of the lake was very deep, and there were dark currents in some places, through which Chun Yu knew that the Spirit Realm Lake was also hooked up to other dark rivers. When Shen Yang's original body stood at the edge of the lake, he vaguely felt that there was something under the water and was eager to go down and explore it, but at that time, he couldn't sense exactly what it was. However, now that he had come here using this doppelganger of Chun Yu, Chun Yang was able to sense it more clearly. The waters of the Spirit Realm Lake were very deep, and big fish came out of deep water, and during the dive, Chen Yu saw quite a few spirit fish. Some spirit fish were active during the day and rested at night, so they lurked in the caverns and slept, but there were also fish that were active at night, and at this time, they were swimming recklessly in the water. However, when they passed by Chen Yu, they didn't attack her, they just curiously circled around her a few times. Chen Yu was a jade human body and had the aura of the foundation establishment stage overflowing, making the spirit fish not dare to attack her recklessly. Chen Yu didn't care about these spirit fishes and swam straight towards the direction guided by his heart. After having several experiences, Chen Yang felt that perhaps treasures attracted each other, and when he used his secret treasure detachment, he was always able to sense something that others could not. Is it possible that the doppelganger still has a role as a treasure-hunting mouse? After diving completely underwater, the surroundings became even more obscure. The lantern in Chen Yu's hand could only illuminate a square inch. The silt at the bottom of the lake was very deep, and when one foot stepped on it, the silt spread out, making the water even more turbid. A black auger opened its eyes in its slumber, and at the bottom of the obscure lake, it could still see everything around it. The body of the auger was pierced by chains and secured to the rocks at the bottom of the lake. The chains were forged from an unknown material, causing the black scaly dragon's wounds to never heal and the flesh and blood to fester, attracting devouring spirit fish from time to time. Human, let's make a deal. The hoarse voice sounded directly in Chen Yu's mind, causing Chen Yu to lift the lantern to look at it. The black auger didn't move a muscle, allowing her to stare. Years of confinement had caused it to lose its essence long ago. Why are you confined here? Chen Yu asked curiously. I don't know. How long have you been confined? I don't know. Maybe a long time. The black auger's eyes were half open, with a feeling of being on the verge of dying. This made Chen Yu quite disappointed. She was always ready to strike her sword and had wanted to test the edge. She swam in a circle around the black auger, which had a low breath but was quite large, with horns growing out of the top of its head. Before it was imprisoned, it might have been a demonic beast that could traverse the Tianyan continent. What kind of deal are you going to make with me? Chen Yu asked. The black auger seemed to raise a trace of spirit as it opened its mouth and spat out a black auger egg coming to Chen Yu with the current. The black Jiao said, "This is my child. It has missed the best hatching time and only has the last ounce of life force left. You take it out and throw it into any river or lake." Chapter 62, The Winner. Black Jiao's request was so simple that it made Chen Yu too embarrassed to ask for the reward of the deal. But embarrassed as you are, it's time to ask for payment. Good. Then what can you give me? Chen Yu took the black Jiao's egg into his arms before looking at the black Jiao. When the black Jiao spat out the Jiao egg, Chen Yu felt its breath shrivel even more. It seems like the big day is coming. Black Jiao, lying on the bottom of the lake, said, "As long as I die, that lock god chain will become a masterless thing. If you have the ability, you can take away to refine for their own use. After I die, this body of mine, blood, flesh, demon pills, sinews and bones, can all be given to you." Chen Yu only felt even more embarrassed that the reward was actually the other party's flesh and blood. Seeming to read her mind, the black Jiao said, "As long as you are willing to take my child away, there is no harm in giving you this flesh and blood of mine, or else it will be cheaper for those mongrels." After saying that, the black Jiao completely closed his eyes, his breath instantly gone. Chen Yu stared. "No, you said you'd die?" She reached out and touched the black auger. Seeing that the black auger didn't move, but there was a demonic soul spilling out. Seeing that demonic soul, Chen Yu instinctively opened her mouth and sucked it. The demonic soul was sucked into her mouth like jelly. It wasn't until he had eaten the demonic soul of the black Jiao that Chen Yu was sure that the black Jiao was indeed dead. Thus, Chen Yu took out his ice spirit sword and began to do the butcher's work, skinning, cramping, and digging for demonic elixir. Well, she was wrong. She shouldn't have forged any needles. What she should have forged most of all, should have been a killing knife. Kill pig knife, can butcher the world's demonic beasts, is out of the necessary spiritual treasure. Luckily, the ice spirit sword didn't have an artifact spirit and was honestly doing its job as a killing knife. Otherwise it would have protested. Chen Yu moved extremely slowly because he was unfamiliar with the body structure of the dragon because it was the first time he had slaughtered an auger. However, while she worked, she memorized the body structure of the auger in her mind, intending to draw it down immediately when she went out. What parts should be dissected with what techniques? What tools would be more appropriate? And so on. In the midst of the hustle and bustle, time slips away. By the time Chen Yu had dissected and loaded everything he needed into his storage ring, an hour had already passed. There were a large number of spirit fish gathered around. The more vicious ones directly came forward to seize the food, and the more timid ones were ready to eat some leftovers. The part of the auger meat that was penetrated by the god-locking chain. Chen Yu felt from the bottom of his heart that it wasn't fresh, so he didn't ask for it, making it cheaper for these spirit fish. And that god-locking chain, as Black Jiao had said, before Black Jiao had died, it was exceptionally strong. But after Black Jiao's death, Chen Yu gently pulled the god-locking chain out of the rocks at the bottom of the lake. Even under the water, the god-locking chains were extremely heavy to enter. After loading everything into his storage ring, Chen Yu took the Black Jiao's Jiao egg with him and left the Spirit Realm Lake. There were Bailey clan guards patrolling around the lake when she left, but Chen Yu in her misty cloak was not even noticed when she left from in front of him. The guards of the Bailey clan, with a lantern in one hand and a precious sword in the other, patrolled with dedication, not realizing that the greatest treasure of the Spirit Realm Lake had already fallen into the hands of others. Chen Yu sped along and soon left the Huang clan's land. She came to the bank of the Hoso River when the fish was white in the east. The Thin Willow River is very long and large, with many water networks, running through the entire southwest zone. The Chin clan land is located in the upper reaches of one of the tributaries of the Thin Willow River, while the Huang clan land is located in the place where the tributaries converge, where the river is wide and the water flows gently, which is exactly a good zone for fishing. Chen Yu took out the black scaly egg in her bosom, and that black scaly egg only said that she should just put the scaly egg into a random river. Chen Yu guessed that perhaps there was something in that spirit realm lake that would inhibit the Jiao egg from hatching, which made her take the Jiao egg away. It was just that when the auger eggs were placed into the water of the Fine Willow River, Chen Yu did not let go immediately, because she remembered something. The Huang clan cultivators were extremely good at swimming in the water, and they dared to go fishing in the most turbulent area of the Fine Willow River. So was it possible that the Huang clan cultivators were unaware of the fact that a black scaly dragon was imprisoned at the bottom of the spirit realm lake? Chen Yu was puzzled in her heart, but the Huang cultivator had long since died completely, and there was no one left to answer the doubts in her mind. Forget it, I've taken your mother's flesh, blood, sinew and demonic pills, so I'll just throw you into the Fine Willow River, and I don't know if you'll be able to survive. Chen Yu retrieved the Jiao egg and took out a cloth bag from his storage ring, putting the Jiao egg and the black Jiao's demonic pills in it together. When a demonic beast egg hatches, it needs to be nourished by aura, and in the storage ring, there is no aura. And there was also a god-locking chain in the storage ring, and Chen Yu didn't know if it was that god-locking chain that was inhibiting the hatching of the Jiao egg. Chen Yu took Jiao egg and walked all the way forward, and behind her, the morning sun gradually spread out across the sky, and a round of red sun rose. At the time of the white of the fish, there were already people with boats, casting nets in the Fine Willow River to catch fish, and on the banks where the waters were gentle, there were mortals arranging fish cages. In the center of the river where the waters were turbulent, there were low-ranked cultivators spreading nets. They were not much different from mortal fishermen, except that they caught spirit fish and sold them for spirit stones for their own cultivation. All these people and scenes were in Chen Yu's eyes. On top of the spirit boat, Chen Yang ended his cultivation, and he was in an extremely good mood. In one night's work, he and his doppelganger were already thousands of miles apart, but he was still able to manipulate the doppelganger and have its perspective and experience. When he was at the spirit realm lake, Chen Yang wanted to swim into the water to explore the bottom of the lake, but he didn't have that chance. He was a water and would dual spirit root, and after entering the spirit abyss sect, he also learned some rough water techniques, swimming in water and closing his breath. No matter what, but it doesn't matter, the main body is inconvenient. Don't we still have the doppelganger here? Thinking of this, Chen Yang couldn't help but glance at the location where the fake Chen Yu was. He knew that the Chen Yu on the spirit boat was a fake, but he couldn't let Yu Ji know that he knew. So Chen Yang acted extremely naturally in front of the fake Chen Yu, and in the eyes of outsiders, remained a good brother and sister. Only, Yu Ji was unwilling to go along with the drama of brother and sisterly love and maneuvered the puppet away from Chen Yang. Chen Yang, what could Chen Yang do? It could only pretend to be sad. However, after returning to the Spirit Abyss sect, fake Chen Yu was willing to take care of Chen Yang, and the two siblings stood together as if they were brother and sister. Chen Ping disembarked the spirit boat when he was at the foot of the mountain workshop. He was in high spirits, figuring it was time to find a wife. Brother Rui already had a pair of children, so he couldn't afford to fall too far behind. Seeing as Chen Yang and Chen Yu were going to focus on cultivation, then this heavy responsibility of reproducing an heir would be given to him. If I am one, I have a family. After Chen Ping returned to Fufang, he revealed that he wanted to take a wife, and asked people to introduce suitable ones, and if there was a suitable one, the introduction fee would not be small. Chen Ping's operation was unknown to Chen Yang, but even if he knew, he could only give his blessing. After returning to the sect, the first friend who came to visit him was Ma Yuyu, who he had met in the outer sect. Yo-Yo Ma came over to talk about the clan's acceptance of disciples. Chapter 63, Taking Up a Mission. Ma Yuyu sat down in Chen Yang's small courtyard, looked around at the spiritual tea planted in the courtyard, and then took a deep breath, only to feel that the spiritual chi was so abundant that he couldn't wait to cultivate with his legs crossed so as not to waste the spiritual chi. Ma Yuyu consciously thick-skinned, but also not yet thick to this extent. He collected the envy on his face, drank a mouthful of spirit tea before saying, although the Spirit Abyss sect is one of the 7 major sects in the Tianyan continent, the number of Spirit Abyss sect's people is the second to last. Only because the Spirit Abyss sect only opens the mountain gate once every 10 years to accept disciples, and the requirements for accepting disciples are extremely strict. Chen Yang, you entered the sect halfway, so I'm afraid you don't know about all the doors and paths, so I've specially come over to talk to you about it. 1 month later, it is the day when the clan opens the mountain gate to accept disciples. At that time, The scattered cultivators and family disciples in the places under the jurisdiction of the Spirit Abyss sect will all come to participate in the election. These people first need to measure the spiritual route. The spiritual route meets, and then board the mountain gate. The mountain gate seems to be only 99 steps, but inside the hidden formation, the participants step on the steps, will trigger a variety of tests, only in the prescribed time. Board the mountain gate, only qualified. After that is when the elders accept disciples. Those who are favored by the elders can enter the inner sect, and the rest can enter the outer sect. As for those who fall short, as long as their spiritual roots and age match, if they are willing, they can stay in the sect and become handymen. But I heard from the steward above that this year, the sect expects to take in more disciples than previous years, and it's also preparing to conduct a trial selection. Trial selection? Chen Yang immediately sat up, his body with the nervousness of a student about to face an exam. Ma Yuyu grabbed a handful of spirit anemones and clicked them to get high. He smiled carelessly and said, "Don't you be nervous? This trial selection is not for us, but for the handymen and the newly initiated disciples." In Spirit Abyss sect, a handyman is not always a handyman. A handyman with ability, even if his qualifications are not good, he is still able to become a steward. This is because there are some handymen. His cultivation is not good in the early stage, but in the later stage, he has a chance, which results in his cultivation skyrocketing. Then he is able to participate in the sect trial, and after he passes it, he is able to be honored to be an outer sect disciple. This time, the sect intends to let the newly initiated disciples and these handymen participate in the trial together. After listening to Ma Yuyu's words, Chen Yang's tense back slackened as he leaned back in his chair and also got high on melon seeds. As the saying goes, it's not a matter of concern to oneself, but it's human nature to look at what's going on. Chen Yang had indeed never seen a big scene. Before the age of 16, he had been living in the Qin clan's land, and had it not been for the destruction of the Qin clan, he would have only married and had children there, and then after his cultivation was hopeless, he would have either become one of the Qin clan's store stewards in the marketplace, or managed the Qin clan's spiritual fields and been in charge of the planting of the fields. If this is the kind of life, then there is actually not much difference with ordinary people, but it is just that they are able to cultivate gongfu, to be strong and healthy, and to live a long life. Of course, a long life has to be discounted, because the tipping between cultivators is also very serious, and once you go out and meet with robber cultivators, evil cultivators, and demonic beasts, all of them will trigger a fatal crisis. Chen Yang's father was killed by an unknown robber cultivator to the point where he could not see his body. After the age of 16, Chen Yang had lived in Fengyang City for a year, but if he was asked to talk about the scenery and specialties of Fengyang City, he would only be unable to say 10 words. Then later on, he relied on his genius doppelganger to enter the Spirit Abyss sect, and in the blink of an eye, it was already 3 years. During these 3 years, he befriended some of his senior brothers and sisters, but he didn't have a deep relationship with each of them, and was considered a casual acquaintance. Only Yo-Yo Ma, who often came to him to brush up his presence. Chen Yang inquired about the content of the trials from Yo-Yo Ma, and finally learned that the content of each trial was different, and also learned that every 3 years, there was also a trial in the inner sect, but the content of the inner sect's trial was not something that Yo-Yo Ma could know. Chen Yang had been eating melons from the new disciple trials. When he heard that the inner sect was also going to have trials, he suddenly felt that the melons in his mouth didn't smell good anymore. There was a snap as the melon shells hit the ground. In Chen Yang's mind, he unconsciously recalled the words he heard when he first met Elder Song. This time, the Spirit Abyss sect suffered heavy losses. Could it be that the Heavenly Tao sent the Heavenly Spirit route to my Spirit Abyss sect? It was a phrase that he kept in the back of his mind. For the past 3 years, he had thought he had forgotten, but now the memory was becoming vivid again. The Spirit Abyss sect only opened its gates once every 10 years to accept disciples, but 3 years ago, Elder Song went forward to Fengyang City to accept disciples, and after that, Chen Yang also inquired that during that time, the other elders, more or less, had also accepted some disciples. It was only under the light of Chen Yu's heavenly spiritual root and immaculate saint body that those disciples' presence was not as strong. Was the sect temporarily taking in disciples to replenish their blood for that once every 3 years trial? Chen Yang hung his eyes and secretly pondered. Yo-Yo Ma was high on melon seeds and spirit tea, and he was also able to tell the clan's gossip in a colorful manner, so it had to be said that this was also a specialty. By the time Yo-Yo Ma finished the gossip, the melons on the table were gone and the spirit tea was empty. He clapped his hands and said in a good mood, "New disciple trials also need someone to watch over them. I'm going to take on the task of watching over them. I can get 10 contribution points. It's not good to earn contribution points for the clan." When Chen Yang was farming in the outer gate, he only had 1 contribution point a month. Ma Yuyu was considered a small steward and was able to have 3 contribution points a month. And now that he had 10 contribution points for taking on the task of watching over a new disciple's trial, it had to be on. Fertilizer was not flowing to outsiders. Ma Yuyu immediately invited Chun Yang to also take over the task of looking after it. Chun Yang thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. To receive a quest, you need to go to the quest hall and register in person. This mission was only just released, so when Yo-Yo Ma and Chen Yang went over, the caretakers were not full and were still able to take it on. The person from the task hall wrote down the names of the 2 men and then said, on the 3rd day after the new disciple is initiated, the trial will begin. From the beginning to the end of the trial, you all have to watch over the new disciple. Ma Yuyu patted his chest and said confidently, Chen Yang and I are both at the Qi refining Great Circle Cultivation. We will definitely be able to watch over our senior siblings. That task hall steward glanced at them and smiled carelessly. When he was out of the mission hall, Chen Yang asked, are the ones who receive missions, all of us Qi refining stage disciples? Chen Yang's own battle power was insufficient, and Shen Yu was not around, so there was a hint of worry in his heart. Ma Yuyu, however, laughed loudly and said, the trials for the new disciples won't be too dangerous. Besides, we don't need to protect everyone, we just need to prevent them from infighting and not laying hands on each other. It was only then that Chen Yang realized why the task hall steward had smiled disinterestedly just now. Neither he nor Yo-Yo Ma were strong in battle, but if it was just to prevent the new disciples from infighting and laying their hands on each other, then it would still be fine. With the identity of their clan's senior brother, which new disciple would dare not to be afraid? Chapter 64, The Dog Demon. After saying goodbye to Ma Yuyu, Chen Yang first returned to his own small courtyard. He made a cleaning spell and the messy small courtyard immediately became tidy. Chen Yang looked at the spiritual tea trees that had just been planted not long ago and felt their state. In this area of planting, Chen Yang didn't have any panel plus a little gold finger, but with an instinct, he was able to know the needs of the spiritual plants in time and then take care of them. This instinct, you could also say, is a gift. The spiritual tea tree was in good condition, with its branches and leaves spreading. Because it had just been planted not long ago, it didn't need to be fertilized for the time being, and it didn't grow insects. Chen Yang cast the cloud and rain decree on them, controlling the spiritual rain to land above the spiritual tea tree. The leaves of the spirit tea tree looked more and more emerald green when they were wet. After taking care of the spiritual plants in the courtyard, Chen Yang got up and walked towards the spiritual medicine garden. He was actually able to enter the inner sect because he was the mascot of the spirit medicine garden, so as to help the spirit plants rise in quality. There were thousands of spiritual herbs in the spiritual medicine garden, but the first one that Chen Yang could go to see had to be the 10,000-year green vine. The fruits gleaned from the 10,000-year green vine here were still stuffed in his storage bag and hadn't been eaten. Little Green, I'm back from my mission, Chen Yang said as if greeting an old friend. And he could only smile helplessly and bitterly when he saw the 10,000 years green vine stretching out dozens of vines and wrapping him into a dumpling again. Too enthusiastic. Just too enthusiastic. Only after the 10,000-year green vine had loosened him up did Chen Yang take out a futon and sit down cross-legged, talking to the 10,000-year green vine about what he had seen along the way. He had promised to tell the 10,000-year green vine if he heard stories about spiritual plants. However, this time he went out for just a few short days and didn't go anywhere. So naturally he didn't hear any stories about spiritual plants. Chen Yang originally wanted to ask the 10,000 years green vine about the jewel in the mines of the Chun clan's land, and wondered if the clean white flowers were the same as ordinary spiritual plants. But then it turned out that the one who had seen the jewel was Chen Yu, not him, Chen Yang. Upon noticing this problem, Chen Yang secretly warned himself not to confuse what Chen Yang and Chen Yu had seen and heard. After catching up with the 10,000-year green vine and practicing, Chen Yang returned to his room and continued to cultivate. Chen Yang had some treasures in his hands, most of which were passed on to him by Chen Yu after he had acquired them, and there was also a mixed yuan bell which was a compensation given by the patriarch after he had been in danger at the Black Water Lake. However, he was still at the qi refining stage and was unable to utilize the full power of the mixed yuan bell, and could only play a passive sheltering role. Recalling Elder Song's words at the beginning, Chen Yang felt that the trial for inner disciples was something extremely dangerous. And he didn't know if this kind of trial was to select only a few disciples with high talent or if the whole group had to participate. About only selecting disciples with high talent. After all, the strength of Dan cultivators, most of them were on the weak side. However, Chen Yang was not at ease, so during this period of time, he cultivated diligently, intending to prepare for closed-door foundation building once the time came. With Chun Yu not around, only his own strength would be able to give him a sense of security. The sword in Chen Yu's hand was finally sheathed. A dog demon ran out of the forest, wanting to devour the young woman who was plowing the ground at the foot of the mountain. When the dog demon appeared, The young woman was already white with fear and trembling. The dog demon lunged towards the young woman, his open mouth full of fangs, a fishy odor coming out of his nose. The young woman's mind went blank. She could only wait for death to come. Only, the change came out of nowhere. In the distance, before Chen Yu arrived, the sword in his hand arrived first, stabbing into the dog demon's skull, causing the dog demon to die beyond death. Little puppy demon, killed by a sword. The dog demon as tall as a grown man fell to the ground with a loud thud, smashing a shallow pit in the freshly dug ground. Chen Yu took a step over and pulled down the ice spirit sword. The dog demon was injured by the ice spirit sword, and a thin layer of ice had formed near the wound, quite preserved. Chen Yu looked at the dog demon and muttered inwardly. Once he had swallowed the dog demon's demon soul, Chen Yu heard a sharp popping sound. That young woman originally thought that she would die in the mouth of the dog demon, and under the fear, she had already been paralyzed with fear. When she came back to her senses, she realized that the dog demon had collapsed beside her, and she was even more alarmed. Don't panic, the dog demon is dead. Chen Yu resisted the urge to cover his ears and used a spell to temporarily shield the sound. The young woman flung herself to her knees and kowtowed to Chen Yu, thanking him repeatedly. Chen Yu helped her up, and during the conversation, he realized that the young woman was from the nearby Huangtu village, only because not long ago, her husband was devoured by a dog demon, and she had no strong laborers at home, so she had to come to the foot of the mountain to plow the land alone. I still have a 3-year-old child at home. If I also die, the young woman sobbed. After the fear, Chen Yu looked toward the rolling mountains and asked, are there many demonic beasts in your area? The young woman thought for a moment and said, there were no demonic beasts before. Only a month ago, suddenly a dog demon came down the mountain to devour people. The village chief reported the matter to the government, but after the government people came, they couldn't find this dog demon anywhere. The young woman gradually accepted the result that the dog demon was dead, and when she spoke of her indignation, she did not forget to stretch her leg and kick the dog demon's corpse a few times. Fairy, thank you for saving me. You didn't just save me, you also saved our entire village, old and young. Fairy, I have no way to repay you, but please come to our village. I'll let everyone thank you. The young woman's tone was extremely sincere, but Chen Yu felt ill at ease when she thought of that image. She quickly said, no need to thank you. It's just that I happened to come across it. I'll take away the meat of this dog demon, but I can leave the head for you to take it back to show everyone, so it's also good for peace of mind. After Chen Yu finished speaking, she chopped off the dog demon's head with a single sword. The ice spirit sword was extremely sharp, and the sword skill she practiced was an extremely strong attack, and with what looked like a gentle swing, the dog demon's tough head was chopped off. Chen Yu put the dog demon meat into his storage ring and turned around. Her silhouette quickly faded into the woods. The young woman tried to chase after them, but they were long gone. In the end, she held back her fear and ran towards the village, clutching the dog demon's head. The dog demon head weighs more than 30 pounds. She holds it in her arms, slightly strained, but the look is joyful. Once the dog demon is dead, the people in the village will be able to enjoy peace and quiet, and take the head of this dog demon and go to the government. You can also receive a reward. She did not realize that Chen Yu turned out to be invisible and was following her. It was only when she saw that the young woman had indeed returned to a village and had a 3-year-old son that Chen Yu pursed her lips and smiled. Luckily, she sensed the scent of a demonic beast over here and accelerated her speed to arrive in time to save the young woman's life. The village people, because the dog demon was killed, really become happy. The village chief is leading 2 strong laborers, with the dog demon head, to go to the government to collect the reward. Chen Yu watched from afar and did not follow her over again. She turned towards the mountain range that was right next to the village. This time, she was really going to go to the mountains to look for traces of demonic beasts. Chapter 65, The New Senior Brother. Most of the places where mortals lived were lacking in aura, but any place with abundant aura had long been occupied by cultivators and demonic beasts. Demonic beasts feed on demonic beasts and cultivators, but fallen demonic beasts and unenlightened low-ranked demonic beasts will also feed on mortals, and in their view, hunting mortals is the easiest thing to do. Only, where mortals gather, they will form towns and cities. And within the towns there are official governments, and above the official governments, there are great cultivators who control a city or a place. If there were demonic beasts haunting the city would send out cultivators to go and cut down the demons. These cultivators who cut down the demons and eliminated the devils. There were people from the government as well as casual cultivators. After the casual cultivators hunted the demonic beasts, they were not only able to obtain a sum of money, but they were also able to have the meat of the demonic beasts. Chen Yu had accepted that dog demon meat, naturally, not for the purpose of eating it himself, but so that he could sell it for spirit stones, the meat of demonic beasts, which contained aura and energy, could enhance one's strength after cultivators took it and refined it. This is how spiritual food can become so popular. As Chen Yu walked through the mountains, he saw quite a few plants and animals along the way, but spirit herbs and demonic beasts were never seen. This lushly vegetated mountain forest was a treasure trove for mortals, but for cultivators, it was a barren place. Chen Yu didn't know why the dog demon came here and fed on people. However, for the sake of the safety of the nearby villages and towns, she still checked out the entire mountain. It was also fortunate that she chose to keep checking, because in a hidden cave, she found a young dog demon. The dog demon had one of its legs broken and was lying on the ground, looking up at her with the adorable stupidity of a former wannabe. The dog demon's sense of smell was very sharp. It immediately smelled the scent remaining on Chen Yu's body. Instantly the budding stupidity turned into ferocity, wanting to come forward to tear Chen Yu. Nay, it had broken a leg, and after leaping to mid-air, it fell down again. After staring at it for 3 seconds, Chen Yu predicted that it had zero combat power, so he ignored it and went straight into the cave. Looking around, in this dog demon's cave, there were miscellaneous things piled up, including gold and silver jewelry from the mundane world, as well as some food scraps. Chen Yu saw human bones from the debris and broken bones. The skull was already white and bony, with many bite marks remaining on it, as if there were small beasts that were using the skull as a tool to sharpen their teeth. Sure enough, those who are not of my kind will be of a different mind. Chen Yu's face went cold as she turned back. Flexing her fingers, a cluster of fireballs struck the puppy demon that was trying to nibble on her feet. The puppy demon wailed a few times before being incinerated by the fireball. Chen Yu burned those sin-filled jewels and skulls again before leaving the cave. Along the way, Chen Yu saw the mountain will turn. See the town will enter. She has seen the mountains and mountains, but also see all kinds of people. Along the way, she casually saved some mortals and loose cultivators, and casually destroyed some evil-doing bad guys and demonic beasts. With the strength of the early stage of Foundation establishment, coupled with the fact that she had the Vajra unbreakable body and a host of spiritual treasures, she was not afraid to fight even if she crossed the ranks. The route she traveled seemed scattered, but in fact, the goal was clear. Cloud Dream Zephyr. When Chen Yu crossed thousands of mountains and finally arrived at Yunmeng's, the mountain gates of the Spirit Abyss sect opened wide, ushering in the once-in-a-decade spectacle of accepting disciples. Su has well-informed people, has long known that this year the Spirit Abyss sect will accept some more disciples. So the foot of the mountain, the crow's feet are all heads. The market under the mountain, these days is very lively. Southern and northern goods, all gathered here. The disciples of the sect, too, were busy with the matter of accepting disciples. Chen Yang also wanted to help, but he was grabbed by Li Yuzhu. Li Yuzhu said, "This time, the sect will be taking in more disciples, so they will also have to prepare more Peiyuan Dan. The outer sect's Dan masters are too busy, so we have to help refine them together." Chen Yang hurriedly excused himself, "But I only know how to refine chi benefiting pills." Li Yuzhu said carelessly, "Who was born knowing how to make Peiyuan Dan? It's just a matter of watching more, learning more, and practicing more. Don't go to the outer gate to join in the fun. Follow me into the alchemy room. I'll teach you from start to finish. Teach you a few more times. You should always know how to do it." Li Yuzhu took Chen Yang and then went to the alchemy room, carefully teaching him everything from the formula of the Peiyuan Dan to the advantages and disadvantages of the spiritual herbs, as well as the handling techniques of various types of spiritual herbs. Chen Yang also curbed his thoughts of wanting to go to the outer gate to watch the fun and focused on learning alchemy. The chi benefiting pill could only be used by mortals and was not beneficial to cultivators, so the selling price was also low. But if he could refine the Peiyuan Dan, he would be able to sell it for more money. It's just that once you enter the Dan peak, it's like a deep sea, and when you look back again, a new disciple has already been initiated. This time, Elder Zhu Shuji of the Dan peak also took in a disciple. It was an average-looking teenager, with somewhat dark skin and thin calluses on his fingers. He looked like a hard-working and capable person. "This is Little 7 Linley. Little 7, meet your senior brothers and sisters." Zhu Shuji sat on his throne and smiled as he introduced the disciples. This time, when he was accepting disciples, Zhu Shuji naturally also went to observe. And at that time, as soon as he saw this Linley, he felt quite favorable. Thus even though Linley's performance in the mountaineering sect wasn't too outstanding and his qualifications weren't too good, he was still willing to take him on as a disciple. "Linley meets your senior brothers and sisters." Linley smiled nervously and clasped his fists in salute. Li Yuzhu smiled and said, "Little 7, I'm your third senior sister Li Yuzhu. This is your fifth senior brother Wu Yu, and your sixth senior brother Chen Yang." Linley once again saluted one by one, getting to know each other a bit. Chen Yang returned the salute, but his heart was a bit lost. He always felt that the name Xiao Qi should belong to a watery girl. How come it's a guy? Or a tanned? Simple-faced male? Don't look at Chen Yang rank 6, but his usual most common senior sister is Li Yuzhu. As for the 5th senior brother Wu Yu, he, as his name suggests, does not like to talk. Chen Yang had been in the sect for 3 years, and had met with Wu Yu only a handful of times, while the number of times he had spoken did not exceed 10 sentences. Shao-san, Shao-Chi is all yours. After Zhu Shuji took his disciple under his wing, he threw it back to Li Yuzhu to temper him as usual. Chen Yang felt that Li Yuzhu was already a de facto senior sister, or half of a senior master. Li Yuzhu nodded his head and said, "Don't worry, master. I will take good care of junior brother 7. Zhu Shuji was quite relieved. He wasn't someone who liked pleasantries and socializing, and there wasn't much he could say to his own disciple, so with his hands behind his back, he leisurely walked away. Li Yuzhu worked diligently to lead junior 7th senior brother to familiarize himself with the situation of the sect, and senior brother Wu Yu also slipped away silently after his senior father left. Seeing this, Chen Yang decided to follow closely behind. He didn't see the hustle and bustle of the new disciple's initiation, and he was quite lost in his heart, but he knew that as long as he found someone, he would be able to get all the gossip inside and out. So, Yo-Yo Ma, who was busy at the outer door, saw his good friend Chen Yang coming to him. Ma Yu immediately said to the few odd-job disciples assigned to him, "That's all there is to it. You guys rest first today and start working early tomorrow morning." After the miscellaneous disciples left, Ma Yu was busy pulling Chen Yang's hand and said, "Let me tell you." Chapter 66, Trials. Chen Yang and Ma Yu focused on inquiring about his junior 7th brother Linli. After all, you may be looking up and down later. Yo-Yo Ma was prepared for this and immediately told him how Linli had behaved at the mountaineering gate. He is a single spirit root, middle grade of the wood system. To be honest, his performance is really average, and I initially thought that he would just be able to enter the outer sect. If it wasn't for the fact that we're preparing to accept more disciples this year, it's possible that he wouldn't even be able to enter the outer sect. I just didn't expect that he had gotten lucky and was accepted as a disciple by Elder Zhu. There was some subconscious arrogance in Ma Yu's tone when he was talking about Linli. Although he hadn't built his foundation yet, he had been in the sect for 20 years. He was familiar with the things that happened in the sect, big and small. Chen Yang pondered for a moment before saying, "If Master has taken him as a disciple, it must be because he has an unknown specialty or trait." Chen Yang himself was able to be accepted as an apprentice by Zhu Shuji mainly because he cultivated the evergreen technique that could raise the grade of spirit herbs, and secondly because he had a sister with a far-reaching future. But this Linli seemed to be mediocre, yet he had been accepted as an apprentice by Zhu Shuji, so there must be some strengths that he didn't know about. Ma Yu didn't care. He said, 3 days later, this group of new disciples, and the handymen who want to be assessed to enter the outer sect, will all have a trial. You can just pay more attention to this new senior disciple of yours at that time. Chen Yang listened and nodded. What Chen Yang didn't know was that he and Ma Yu were talking about Linli, and over there, Li Yuzhu and Linli were also talking about Chen Yang. Li Yuzhu said to Linli, "You're a mid-grade wood spirit root. There are quite a few gong methods in the sect that are suitable for you, but I think the one that's most suitable is still the evergreen gong." Li Yuzhu recommended that Linli cultivate the evergreen gong, so she carefully talked to Linli again about the gong methods and effects of the evergreen gong. Hoping to impress Linli, Li Yuzhu finally said, "Your 6th senior brother, Chen Yang, was accepted as a disciple by Master Teacher on an exceptional basis because he cultivated this evergreen technique. After he was initiated, he first upgraded the grade of the moon spirit grass that Master Teacher needed, and then he upgraded the grade of the 10,000 years green vine a little bit, and the spirit herbs he took care of all grew extremely well." Linli listened carefully, but when he heard that after practicing the evergreen gong, he was able to benefit from each other and the spiritual plants by practicing a form of pilework, a hint of disdain flew across the bottom of his eyes. He couldn't help but touch the spirit vase hidden in his chest before saying, "Senior sister's kindness is appreciated. Linli, however, I still want to cultivate a technique with stronger attack power." When Li Yuzhu heard this, she could not help but be filled with disappointment. The other day, Li Yuzhu went to the outer gate to look around, but found a wood spirit root disciple who was willing to change to cultivate the evergreen kung fu. But I don't know if it was a halfway change, or what the reason was. That disciple's cultivation speed was very, very slow. Thus, upon learning that Linli was a single spirit root of the wood system, Li Yuzhu had strongly recommended that Linli also cultivate the evergreen technique. If this was the case, the spirit herbs in the spirit medicine garden would be able to grow better in the future. The higher the grade of the spirit medicine, the better the elixir that was refined. Naturally, however, Shao-Chi's senior brother was not willing to cultivate the evergreen gong. Li Yuzhu could not do so. Just after being rejected, she inevitably brought out some emotions, and after that, When introducing the situation of the sect, she just casually talked about it. Linley watched her leave, and the hand hanging at his side couldn't help but clench into a fist. He did not intend to take the face of the third senior sister, but, rather he had his intentions. For an onlooker, being able to raise the grade of a spirit herb was indeed something worth talking about. But for Linley, raising the grade of a spirit herb was as natural and simple as drinking and eating. He scattered cultivator origin, all the way through the trials and tribulations, and now finally entered the Spirit Abyss sect, and became the disciple of the Dan Feng Elder. Then since it should be mixed with a personal appearance, in the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Chen Yang purposely cast a cloud and rain decree on the spiritual tea tree in his small courtyard before heading out to the outer sect's main hall. This initiation trial for new disciples was organized by people from the law enforcement hall, and due to the large number of people, 2 spirit boats were even used. Ma Yuyu's chubby appearance was quite conspicuous in the crowd. He talked to this one moment and that one moment, but upon seeing Chen Yang, he immediately came to Chen Yang's side. Ma Yuyu said, "Let's get on that spirit boat where the new disciples are together later." Chen Yang nodded as he eyed the crowds, thinking to himself, he never knew that the Spirit Abyss sect's people were this large. In the few years that he had been in the sect, he had only known no more than 1/10 of the people in the Spirit Abyss sect. New disciples get on this spirit boat on the left, and miscellaneous disciples get on this spirit boat on the right, a middle-aged steward said loudly, and as soon as he finished speaking, the disciples standing inside the large hall, acted one after another. Chen Yang and Ma Yuyu then boarded the spirit boat on the left. This time, the trial was chosen in Cloud Mist Mountain, which was quite far away from the sect, and it would take 2 hours for the crowd to take a spirit boat there. The Cloud Mist Mountain stretched for thousands of miles and was covered by clouds and mist all day long, and the terrain inside was complicated and full of poisonous substances. However, the Cloud Mist Mountain also hid a number of cavernous blessings, and once a cavernous blessing was found, one would be able to find heavenly treasures from it. The trial for these disciples was to compare who had found the most heavenly materials and treasures, and the clan had its own rewards for those who won the title. As for the miscellaneous disciples, as long as they were able to find one heavenly material, they would be able to be promoted to outer disciple. There were a total of 5 people who had taken on the task of watching over the new disciples. 2 of them, Chen Yang did not recognize, but there was another person Chen Yang was quite familiar with, Lin Shiyun from Sword Peak. Lin Shiyun held a heavy sword and stood alone in one place. He noticed Chen Yang's gaze looking over and was unmoved. He knew that this was the brother of the heavenly spiritual root's little sister, but the qualification was too poor to be along for the ride. Chen Yang could see that Lin Shiyun was unwilling to take care of himself, so he had the good sense not to go over to greet him. And when the people from the law enforcement hall announced the start of the trial and ordered all of them to enter the Cloud Mist Mountain, Lin Shiyun, however, passed by Chen Yang's side as if he were not aware of it, and said softly, "Be careful." Chen Yang raised his eyes in surprise, and when he looked, he only saw Lin Shiyun's lonely and arrogant back. Not long after, Ma Yuyu said to Chen Yang with some disappointment, "There are too many new disciples, but there are only 5 caretakers, so I'll have to separate from you. Chen Yang, you have to be careful. Don't look at the Cloud Mist Mountain as a cave. It also has deadly traps." Yo-Yo Ma and Chen Yang separated and walked quickly in another direction. Chen Yang stayed where he was and saw that everyone else had pretty much left, so he picked a random direction and walked in as well. As soon as they entered the Cloud Mountain, the light around them instantly dimmed. Chen Yang looked up, but he saw clouds and mist. Not seeing the sky, it was clearly a blazing sun outside, but that blazing sun, apparently, couldn't penetrate the clouds of Cloudy Mountain. "This cloud, I'm afraid there's something weird about it," Chen Yang muttered and continued to walk forward. As the janitor, he walked carelessly, but the new disciples and handymen involved in the trial had broken into the vast mountain forest early.